Liu Honghua was now completely obedient to Liu Erzhu, so when she heard him say that, she stopped making things difficult for Liu Fuxian. She just glared at Liu Fuxian and said, "Remember how good my son is to you. If you dare to be so ungrateful again, I'll prick you with a needle, you old geezer." Liu Fuxian didn't argue with his wife. He hid the mutai behind his back, gave Liu Erzhu a V-sign, and Liu Erzhu wisely handed him a Zonghua cigarette and lit it with a lighter. "Oh, a DuPont? I used to have one too, but I don't know where it went. It was probably taken by the people from the commune." Liu Fuxian took a deep drag on his cigarette, picked up the lighter and fiddled with it, his face full of emotion. "Want to know how much money we have? Hold on tight, or I'll scare you. Back then, your great-grandfather had studied abroad. He had vision, methods, and knowledge, so he made a lot of money in business. Our family owns 3 money exchanges, 12 theaters, an import and export trading company, 3 cargo ships, and 17,000 mu of farmland. I remember one year during the Lunar New Year, when we were calculating revenue, I was playing nearby and heard your great-grandfather say that we earned 520,000 silver dollars that year. Actually, I don't know how much our family had in total savings before, but some warlords have borrowed money from us. Of course, don't even think about it. I burned all those ES after liberation. They weren't debts, they were disasters." Liu Erzhu was stunned. He had thought his family was wealthy, but he never imagined they were this wealthy. Earning over 500,000 silver dollars a year would have made him one of the wealthiest people in the country during the Republic of China era. No wonder Liu Fuxian was able to sit with Puyi back then, and Puyi even offered to pour him a drink. To be honest, even Chiang Kai-shek at that time would have treated Liu Erzhu's great-grandfather with great respect, right? Liu Honghua and Li Qiqi, standing nearby, also looked completely dazed. Neither of them were well educated and couldn't imagine how impressive more than 500,000 silver dollars would be. They could only calculate it based on their current income. Even during this period, earning more than 500,000 yuan a year would make someone one of the top figures in the country. "Old man, our family was so powerful? Did you leave behind any money or treasures?" Liu Honghua asked, her voice trembling. Liu Erzhu and Li Qiqi immediately perked up and looked at Liu Fuxian with anticipation. With so much money, even if we only hide a portion of it, it would be enough for the whole family to take off. Liu Fuxian sighed softly, "They've all been taken away." Liu Honghua's face stiffened, then she lowered her head, her teeth grinding together. Li Qiqi quickly looked away, her expression embarrassed. Only Liu Erzhu looked puzzled. "Who took it? Where did they take it?" Liu Fuxian glanced out the window to make sure no one was there, then took a deep drag of his cigarette and said wistfully, "Zuza, there are some things I wasn't planning to tell you. I was afraid you'd get upset if you found out, and I was also afraid you'd cause trouble because of your youthful impetuosity. But your behavior these past few days has really exceeded my expectations, so it's time to tell you about our family matters. Have you ever wondered why I always talk about your great-grandfather and never about any other family members?" Liu Erzhu nodded. "I was curious, but I thought it was because your great-grandfather loved you the most that you kept bringing it up." Liu Fuxian smiled wryly. "That's part of the reason, but the main reason is that your grandparents took your 2 aunts and ran away abroad. To be honest, I don't hate them for running away, but I hate them for deliberately abandoning me to suffer everything. Back then, they sold all the properties they could sell, exchanged them for 2,000 caddies of gold and 5 million silver dollars, and fled the country. They promised to take me with them and said they would give me time to sell my private property before leaving. But when I went to deal with the businesses I had, they secretly took a boat and left behind my back. Before leaving, they even said that they would leave everything to me to inherit. If I hadn't reacted quickly and handed over all my private property and burned all the evidence recording my assets, my fate would have been 100 times worse than it is now. This is not a lie. Back then, the methods used to deal with landlords were definitely more ruthless than when the wind was blowing. If Liu Fuxian hadn't reacted quickly and burned all the evidence, so that people only knew that his family were landlords and didn't know that his family had once been incredibly wealthy, or that his family had all fled with the money, he probably wouldn't have even had to wait for someone from above to come and judge him before he was beaten to death by the angry poor people. But there was one thing Liu Erzhu couldn't understand. "Dad, why did they abandon you? Especially your own parents." Liu Fuxian smiled bitterly. "Because your great-grandfather only liked me, and even looked down on your grandfather. He repeatedly said that he wanted me to inherit the family business, which made your grandfather and 2 aunts very dissatisfied, so they deliberately targeted me. So I taught you 2 brothers from a young age that no matter how much wealth you have, you must never turn against each other. No amount of money is as important as family harmony. Your brother is simple-minded and stubborn. I'm not afraid of him having any ulterior motives. But you've been shrewd and thoughtful since you were little, so my biggest worry is that you'll quarrel with your brother over some small interests. That's why I've always made you study hard and understand things." Liu Erzhu looked at his father with great admiration. Because in his previous life he pursued personal gain, he studied diligently and even worked as a laborer in another city, which led to the destruction of his family and the death of his loved ones. Now that he has been reborn, he has made amends and has finally gotten rid of the bad habits he had in his previous life. My dad has a great eye for people. Similarly, his great-grandfather was right about him. With his father's eye for talent and the fact that he was able to survive the dark period after such a painful betrayal, if he were to inherit the family business, he would definitely be able to elevate the family's economy and status to a higher level. By the way, Dad, how many people know that our family has relatives abroad? Liu Erzhu remembered an even more serious problem. In a few years, when the winds blow, those with connections abroad will be the ones who suffer the most. Many people know about this, but it doesn't matter. When I handed over my property, I announced to the public that your grandfather and the others fell into the river and drowned while rushing home to deal with the family property. I don't think they'll ever have the face to come back and see me again, so the fact that they fled the country will never be revealed. Liu Fuxian wore a smug look on his face, waiting for Liu Erzhu to admire his cleverness. Liu Erzhu found it incredibly annoying. He thought, showing off is fine, but can you please stop making empty promises? Dad, you should rest first. Give me the lighter, I'm going to my master's house. Liu Erzhu reached out for the lighter his father was playing with. Liu Fuxian casually put the lighter under his buttocks and said with a serious face, "What lighter? Your dad is just a farmer, he's never seen such a novelty before." What a terrible thing to do. Liu Erzhu never expected that what he had obtained through deception would be taken away by his own father. Knowing that his father was bored lying around all the time, Liu Erzhu decided to give it to him to keep him entertained. He didn't insist on taking it back, but said irritably, "Don't put the lighter on the heated brick bed. Aren't you afraid it will blow up your backside? Get lost." Liu Fuxian told him to get out of there, fiddling with his lighter. He hadn't used this thing for many years. The moment he lifted the lid with his thumb, he felt as if he had returned to his childhood when he was rich and carefree. His face was full of nostalgia and emotion. Liu Erzhu went out and found that the three children were nowhere to be seen. Looking out the door, I saw that it was Nizai chasing Lily and the other two on her scooter, and all three of them were having a great time. Somewhat surprised, he walked to the neighboring yard and looked at the busy man inside. "Why did you put that scooter together?" "I've already learned how to do it, and I've even started polishing the parts," Liu Daliang said excitedly, holding up the steering wheel. "Actually, making a scooter isn't difficult, it's just that people at that time were limited by the era and their limited knowledge, so they couldn't have imagined that such a toy could be made. As long as there is a template, it can be copied quickly. Furthermore, the strength of Chinese people's reverse engineering capabilities is self-evident, isn't it? Okay, brother, you go ahead and do your work. Once you've finished, I'll take you to find the brigade leader." Liu Erzhu left happily. When Liu Erzhu strolled over to his master's house, he saw Big Tongue drying herbs as soon as he entered. "Master, I've come to give you some money." Liu Erzhu took out half of the money he had earned from selling medicine earlier, which was 50 yuan, and handed it over. The man with the lisp looked bewildered. "What kind of money is this?" "I sold 20 of the muscle strengthening and bone strengthening pills. They were 5 yuan each, and we'll split the profits 50/50ths, Liu Erzhu explained. "Those medical books have been in my house for so many years, and I have never found this prescription, which means that this thing does not belong to me. Besides, you improved the muscle and bone strengthening pill yourself. I didn't help much and I'm not entitled to a share of the profits." The man with the lisp waved his hand in refusal, then thought for a moment and shamelessly added, "If you really want to thank me, in the future, when people ask who your master is, just say my full name, Liu Dongliang." Liu Erzhu nodded repeatedly. "You are definitely my master for life, but you have to keep this money, otherwise I will feel uneasy. Besides, you have to serve for 3 years to learn the craft. If I only give you half, you will be at a disadvantage." These few dozen yuan are nothing to Liu Erzhu, but they are definitely not a small amount to his master's family. The man with the lisp was really tempted by the 50 yuan, it was equivalent to several years' worth of his income, but his master's dignity prevented him from accepting the money, and he said with utmost seriousness, "Zhu Ziai, let's not talk about old-fashioned things. Let's not talk about the 3-year service period. If you really want to thank me, then show me more filial piety in the future." Liu Erzhu said helplessly, "Master, this is not just about 50 yuan. With the effects of the muscle strengthening and bone strengthening pill, the money we can get in the future will be huge. You're not tempted by 50 yuan, but what about 1,000 yuan? 10,000 yuan? Are you really not tempted at all?" "It would be a lie to say I'm not tempted. I'd be tempted even if it were just a penny." The man with the lisp laughed and scolded, "But if I take your money, we'll just be cooperating, and our master-disciple relationship will fade. Compared to the money you mentioned, I value you as my good apprentice more, so I don't need you to give me money. Just make sure you don't let me, your master, starve to death, and help Lily and Lele out a little." Seeing that the man with the lisp absolutely refused to accept the money, Liu Erzhu had no choice but to take it back and exchange it for 2 bottles of mutai, handing them over. "Don't worry, master, as long as I, Liu Erzhu, have something to eat, you will have something to eat too. I'll also cover all the dowry and betrothal gifts for Lily and Lele when they get married." When the man with the list saw the mutai, his eyes lit up. I don't care about the rest, but if you give me this, I won't be polite. Back when I was training in the county town, those bastards chipped in to buy me a bottle, and I couldn't even lick the cap. Now I have a whole bottle. He doesn't want money, but he'd be willing to accept a small gift from his apprentice. Liu Erzhu breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that his master would refuse to accept anything, which would have been a real problem if he had the money. Master, remember to come to my house at noon. I'll make braised chicken rice. You and my dad can have some drinks then, Liu Erzhu reminded him. What is braised chicken rice? The man with a lisp asked curiously. You'll see when the time comes. I'm going to make the medicine now. Liu Erzhu didn't have many muscle strengthening and bone strengthening pills left, so he needed to make more, as well as some hemostatic drugs and sedatives. Don't get me wrong, the sleeping pills were for wild animals in the mountains. Having a watch makes life so much easier. Now, Liu Erzhu doesn't need to estimate the time when making medicine, he can know the exact time with just a wave of his hand. Big Tongue was also very envious of Liu Erzhu's watch, but he knew its price, so he didn't ask for it. Liu Erzhu noticed the look on Dashi's face and thought about buying a watch for his father and master later. Time always flies when you're focused on your work. The morning passed quietly. Seeing that it was almost time, Liu Erzhu quickly wrapped the prepared medicine and stuffed it into his satchel. He then said to the man with the tongue, Master, let's go together. Okay, let's go. The man with the lisp had been eyeing the 2 bottles of mutai for a long time, so he quickly grabbed one and left. No need, I have more. Liu Erzhu took the wine from his master's hand, put it down, and pulled him out. As soon as the two stepped out, they saw Lu Mashuan and son Lu, a young couple from the neighboring yard, carrying their child over. When the man with the lisp saw his eldest son's family arrive, his first reaction was to say irritably, Get out, get out. I already said no, what are you still arguing about? Sun Lu felt a little embarrassed and lowered her head to hug her sleeping child tightly. When Lu Mashuan saw Liu Erzhu, his face flushed slightly. Dad, can't you give me some face in front of Zuzi? You still have any shame? If you had any shame, you wouldn't have done something like this. I'm in a good mood today and I don't want to talk to you. You'd better get lost. Big Tongue gave him a merciless dressing down, then dragged Liu Erzhu away. Liu Erzhu turned around and looked at the pitiful family of 3, and couldn't help but ask in a low voice, Master, what did Brother Xuanzi do? The man with the lisp said coldly, I'm too embarrassed to tell you, but this bastard was caught stealing grain from the brigade headquarters by Lu Hai. If he hadn't knelt down quickly, he would have been shot dead. Ha! Liu Erzhu paused. Is there not enough food and meat? I'll send some more to Brother Xuanzi. The person who stole the money is the one with the problem. Stealing grain is a sign that there's something wrong with this society. He wasn't hungry, it was his father-in-law who was so hungry he was swollen from hunger. He begged at his house, but the father-in-law didn't know I had food, so he risked everything to steal it. I've already sent some grain to his father-in-law's family. This bastard just came to me wanting me to plead with Lu Hai to spare him from punishment, and he's even using his child as a shield. Of course I feel sorry for my grandson, and I know that punishing this scoundrel will affect my grandson's future job, but if I let him off the hook, others will follow suit and steal, and the village will be in chaos. Zhu Ziyi, don't get involved in this. Make sure this kid learns a lesson. Big Tongue didn't want Liu Erzhu involved in this matter and was determined to teach his son a lesson. Liu Erzhu led his master into his home. Looking back, he could still see Lu Mashuan and his family of 3 standing in the autumn wind, looking quite pitiful. He decided to go talk to Lu Hai after dinner to see if he could resolve the matter. He couldn't let his master's family be accused of theft, otherwise, if someone brought up the old story in a few years, he would be in big trouble. In the courtyard, Chunner was boiling water, wanting to make corn porridge. Chunner, go and rest for a while. I'll cook, Liu Erzhu said, patting Chunner's head. Chunner obediently got up and moved aside, but didn't go far. Instead, she cleverly tried to help with something. Liu Erzhu was preparing the vegetables, and she helped peel them, but she didn't throw away the peels. After making sure Liu Erzhu didn't want them, she washed them, put them in a bag, and planned to take them back to her family to eat. When Liu Erzhu needed to prepare the seasonings, she helped him get the bowls. While she was caramelizing the sugar, she quickly ladled out the water that was boiling in the pot and put it elsewhere. Although she didn't know what braised chicken rice was or how it was made, she was very perceptive, so she worked very well with Liu Erzhu. Inside the house, Niu Honghua and her teacher's wife were sewing quilts while watching the two cook through the window, their faces full of maternal smiles. These 2 children are a perfect match, the teacher's wife said softly. Niu Honghua wholeheartedly agreed, that's right. Chunner is a good child, beautiful and obedient. Look at her bottom when she bends over to work, so round and perky, she's definitely good material for having a son. Do you think Zhu Ziyi has feelings for Chunner? The way Chunner looks at Zhu Ziyi, it's like she'd give her life for him. Have they even gone to the woods together? The master's wife asked, full of gossip. No, right? I don't think Zhu Ziyi seems interested in finding a partner, and he has a city girl on his mind. Liu Honghua looked worried. He's already 15, 16, 17, practically 18, and he still hasn't found a wife. When I was his age, we already had kids, but they died young. Pa, what nonsense are you talking about? The master's wife glared at Liu Honghua. You're talking about Zuzi. What did you say about him dying young? Yes, I misspoke. If Zhu Ziyi lives to be 100 years old, his descendants will enjoy happiness. There's no such thing as dying young. Liu Honghua quickly slapped her mouth. Lu Fuxian and the woman with the lisp were talking, but seeing that these two old women had no sense of propriety, he couldn't be bothered to pay them any attention. Their conversation was more informative. They were talking about this year's weather and crops. Unable to leave his home, Lu Fuxian had no idea how things were in the fields. Hearing Dashi say that most of the seedlings had died, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Next year will probably be even harder. I don't know how many more people will die. Outside the door, Liu Erzhu had almost finished cooking. The chicken was all in the pot. Since there were only 2 pheasants and no chicken legs left, he was afraid it wouldn't be enough for everyone, so he also made a pot of braised pork ribs. As soon as the aroma of the food wafted out, without being called, Lily and the other 2 came running back, squatting by the stove and watching eagerly. Liu Erzhu looked at the 3 of them squatting in a row, swallowing their saliva incessantly, and found it both amusing and adorable. He took out 3 pastries and said, "You 3 little gluttons, have a pastry to tide you over." Lily happily shouted, "Thank you, Brother Zhu." Lele was so busy eating that she didn't say thank you, and her older sister kicked her in the butt. Lele knelt down with a thud. He was about to fall to the ground, but he could have just used his hands to support himself. However, he couldn't bear to ruin the pastries in his hands. In his haste, he held the pastries high with both hands and then slammed his forehead against the ground. Liu Erzhu was startled and quickly helped Lele up, thinking to himself, why is she prostrating herself while eating a snack? After Lele got up, her forehead was red and her face was covered in dirt. She was in so much pain that tears were streaming down her face, which was streaked with black marks from her tears. Lily showed no pity whatsoever, and scolded, "Don't you have a mouth?" Liu Erzhu was about to offer some comfort and ask him if it hurt. Lele cried while eating her snacks, saying, "Wah! Thank you, Brother Zhu, the snacks are so delicious, wah!" Liu Erzhu was speechless and simply ignored the siblings. Then he looked down and saw that Nizai was kneeling at his feet, holding pastries in her hands, like a little mouse, burying her head in her little teeth and eating the pastries. "Nizai, why are you kneeling?" Liu Erzhu asked, puzzled. "I'm afraid Aunt Lily will kick me," Nizai said honestly. Liu Erzhu, both amused and exasperated, helped Nizai up, saying, "My Nizai is the best girl, Aunt Lily won't kick you." Lily, feeling sorry for Nizai, broke off a piece of her own pastry and handed it to her, saying, "Yes, I won't kick you. You should eat more." Nizai was very happy and ate her snacks even more joyfully. Liu Erzhu patted Lily's head and said, "What a good aunt." Lily blushed slightly and couldn't help but steal glances at Liu Erzhu's handsome face. She was very happy to receive such praise from Brother Zhu. Lele, who had a big mouth, had already wolfed down her food. Seeing that Nizai still had a lot left, she couldn't help but lean over. He didn't dare to take any of Nizai's food, afraid of being kicked by his sister, so he just squatted down and watched, even using his hands to catch the crumbs that Nizai dropped for him to eat. Nizai didn't understand either. Occasionally, a crumb would fall into Lele's hand, and she would quickly pick it up and eat it, then look up at Lele and smile, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Lele." Lele couldn't get any food and became a free laborer. With a long face, she swallowed hard and said, It's okay, you eat." Seeing his pathetic state, Liu Erzhu finally understood why Lily always kicked him. Who could resist kicking his but when they see him acting like a puppy dog? After settling the 3 little ones in, Liu Erzhu took out a pastry and handed it to Chunner, who was standing next to him. "Have a piece too." Chunner knew the snacks were expensive, so she waved her hands repeatedly to refuse, saying, "These are quite expensive, Brother Zhu, you should eat them." "I have some." Liu Erzhu took out a pastry from his bag, shook it, and then stuffed it into Chunner's mouth. "I gave it to you, you didn't steal it, what are you afraid of?" Chunner saw that the pastry was covered in her own saliva and was too embarrassed to return it. She silently remembered Liu Erzhu's kindness, then carefully licked the crumbs off her lips to taste them. She put the large piece of pastry into the bag of potato peels to take back to her younger sister and brother. Soon, the braised chicken and braised pork ribs were ready, and Liu Erzhu and Chunner carried them into the house together. The rich aroma instantly made everyone's stomachs rumble, and they stared longingly at the 2 large bowls of meat. "Father, master, you 2 drink first, I'll go steam another pot of rice," Liu Erzhu said with a smile. Chunner quickly stopped him. "Brother Zhu, you're drinking too. I'll go cook." Seeing her pleading look at him, as if she wanted to make a good impression, Liu Erzhu agreed, "Alright, go steam the rice, and while you're at it, call my brother and Xiaohu over, then get some meat and rice to send to your family up the mountain." Liu Dagan's family even gathered medicinal herbs for him on the mountain. Chunner exclaimed, "Oh, and hurriedly ran out to work, her 2 long, black braids swinging back and forth, looking more lively than before. Soon, everyone had arrived. Because there wasn't enough space, the 4 children weren't allowed to sit at the table, they could only stand by the kang, a heated brick bed, and eat the meat while playing and making spicy noises. Xiao Hu has recovered somewhat and can eat standing up without any problems. Liu Erzhu then took out a bottle of mutai liquor that he had hidden away and poured it for everyone who could drink. He said with a big smile, "I have some good news to share today. I sent a pig to the textile factory and also gave them some tonics. So they promised to make some cotton clothes, cotton shoes, and quilts for us. We won't have to freeze this winter. It's worth having a drink with everyone." Everyone was delighted to hear this. Niu Honghua, in particular, was happy not only about the cotton-padded clothes and bedding, but also about her son's success. The master's wife sighed, "Big tongue, you've never amounted to anything in your life. The only right thing you did was take Zhu Ziyi as your apprentice. Look at him, look at his skills. Even the textile factory is lining up to give him gifts. He's much better than your good-for-nothing son." The man with the lisp was in high spirits when he heard this, but his face darkened, and he cursed, "On this wonderful day of drinking mutai, why are you bringing up that bastard? Can't I even have a moment of joy? All right, master and mistress, stop arguing. First, try my ribs and see if they smell good." Liu Erzhu quickly served the 2 of them some food. The 2 knew they were in someone else's house and it wouldn't look good to argue, so they both shut up and ignored each other. Lu Fuxian quickly drank with the man with the lisp. "This kid is successful because you, old man, taught him well. I'll toast you." The man with the lisp immediately became smug. "That's right, countless people have begged me for my family's medical skills, but I've been too lazy to give them away." The 2 old men took turns drinking, 1 sip at a time. Niu Honghua was drinking with her teacher's wife and sister-in-law, and they would occasionally whisper about Chun'er steaming rice outside, as well as the unmarried girls in the surrounding villages. Lu Daliang raised his glass to Liu Erzhu and said, "Zuzi, I'll be finished in another half-month. I promise I won't let you down." Liu Erzhu laughed and said, "Brother, I believe you. Actually, you're not stupid. Back then, the family needed you as a strong laborer, so they sent me to school. Otherwise, you would definitely be a better student than me." Lu Daliang said seriously, "I know my own limitations. If I go to school, I'll just be a fool and won't amount to anything like you. I know you don't care about that furniture factory job, but consider it a loan from you. You can take it back anytime you want it." After saying that, Lu Daliang drank the wine in his cup in 1 gulp. Seeing this, Liu Fuxian immediately cursed, "Everyone says you're honest, but I think you're more cunning than anyone else. This is mutai. You think you can drink another cup after you've already chopped it down? Go drink Urkuatu instead." Lu Daliang was used to being beaten and scolded since he was a child, and he didn't care at all. "Dad, even if you didn't say anything, I was planning to drink Urkuatu anyway. Mutai is really hard to drink." "Fine, don't drink then. Let's have a few more drinks, you 2 brothers. I'll toast you, you big lisp, just take a sip." Liu Fuxian downed his drink in 1 gulp and quickly poured himself another. The man with the lisp was furious. "You old bastard, you still call Liang Zijian treacherous? You're the most despicable one. If you drink it all, you can have an extra cup, but if I just take a sip, I'll drink several ounces less." The 2 grew up together, and you could say they've been fighting since they were little, and neither of them will give in to the other now. The people around were used to it and didn't bother to pay attention. Liu Erzhu chatted and laughed with his family, and as soon as the rice was cooked, he served it to them. Seeing the bowls of snow-white rice being served, the master's wife felt sorry for the mess. "Make less, this is too much in a year of such a disaster." Liu Erzhu didn't say much, he just served the food and forced the people to eat, and then went out to watch Chun'er serve food to her family. He wasn't afraid that Chun'er would take too much, he was afraid that she wouldn't take any at all. Sure enough, Chun'er didn't cook any rice at all, she just used the burnt rice stuck to the bottom of the pot to make a small rice ball. Those little rice balls probably wouldn't even fill Nizai up. Liu Erzhu simply took matters into his own hands and made 15 rice balls, put them in a bag, and also prepared a bowl of meat. "Take these to your parents up the mountain, then come home and have dinner. I'm going out for a bit." After saying that, he made 5 more large rice balls and put them in a bag, served a bowl of meat, and went straight to Lu Mashuan's house, ignoring Chun'er's helplessness. Lu Mashuan and his wife were also eating, but they both had dejected eyes and bitter expressions. Neither of them spoke, and they ate the wild vegetable porridge as if they were eating poison, and they looked like they were about to cry. It wasn't that the food was bad, after all, they'd been eating it for so long and were used to it. What they were worried about was the charge of theft. The baby was carefree, sleeping soundly on the kang, a heated brick bed. His fair and tender little face was very pleasing to the eye. When Liu Erzhu entered, the couple looked at him together, somewhat surprised. Lu Mashuan got off the kang, a heated brick bed, and put on his shoes, asking, "Zuzit, what brings you here?" "It's all right, master asked me to bring you some food." Liu Erzhu placed rice balls and meat on the table. Sister-in-law, you should eat more so that you have enough breast milk and the baby can grow up healthy and chubby. The couple were stunned by the sight of the snow-white rice balls and the fragrant meat. Lu Mashuan quickly realized what was happening and hurriedly declined, saying, Zuzi, you should take it. Keep this good stuff for yourself. We still have wild vegetables to eat, so we won't go hungry. Sun Lu stared at the rice ball, swallowed hard, and forced a smile as she said, Yes, Zuzi, you can take it home and eat it. Alright, don't be so polite. Liu Erzhu wanted to light a cigarette, but he held back when he saw the child on the Kong. He said to Lu Mashuan, Master told me about your matter. We'll go find Uncle Lu Hai later. The crime of stealing can't be left unpunished, it has to be cleared up. Upon hearing this, Lu Mashuan immediately broke down in tears. Zuzi, I know I'm ashamed, but do you really have a way to get Uncle Lu Hai to drop the charges? As long as the charges can be dropped, I don't care about being punished. Just make me do more work, I'll do anything. I can only say I'll do my best, the rest depends on what Uncle Lu Hai says, Liu Erzhu said, not daring to make a guarantee. He was unsure whether the matter had been reported to the commune. Upon hearing Zhu Zi's guarantee, Lu Mashuan immediately knelt down. Zhu Zi, whether this matter succeeds or not, your willingness to take care of it makes you my benefactor. From now on, whatever you ask me to do, I will do. Because Lu Mashuan knew that Liu Erzhu had a lot of influence, and his words would definitely be more effective than his own pleas. Moreover, Lu Mashuan was very grateful that Zhu Zi was willing to take care of such a shameful matter. Sun Lu quickly knelt down and said, Zhu Zi, it's all my fault. Xuan Zi did this to save my father. If the brigade insists on punishing me, let them punish me. Liu Erzhu quickly helped the two up. What are you doing? You eat first, and we'll go to the brigade headquarters later. No, let's go now, Lu Mashuan said hurriedly. Sun Lu slapped him and scolded, don't you eat rice if you don't eat the pillar? Yes, Zhu Zi, you can stay home and have some wild vegetable porridge. I'll go get you a thicker bowl. Lu Mashuan took the bowl and walked out. Liu Erzhu quickly stopped him. I've already eaten. Even if you can't wait, you still have to eat. After all, it's mealtime now. It's not good for us to go over there now. I'm going out for a smoke. You eat. Lu Mashuan also realized what was happening and hesitantly agreed. Liu Erzhu went out, found a sunny spot to sit, lit a cigarette, and thought about how to plead with Lu Hai later. Finally, Lu Mashuan finished eating, carried 2 bags out, and said apologetically, I don't have much stuff, this is all my possessions. In Lu Mashuan's left hand was half a bag of cornmeal, the only food his family had left, which was also a gift for Lu Hai. As for what was given to Liu Erzhu, it was tobacco leaves that he had stored for half a year. Liu Erzhu showed a satisfied expression when he saw that Lu Mashuan knew he had to pay the price. No matter how much or how little you give, you have to express your attitude. Liu Erzhu didn't need these things, so he didn't accept them. Instead, he took out 10 more pounds from his bicycle bag and handed them over. You don't need to worry about the gift giving. Take everything back and don't let the child go hungry. They are, after all, his master's son and grandson. If something happens to their family, his master will be unhappy. Besides, they've made so much money relying on their family's medical skills, so it's only right to help them out. When Lu Mashuan saw that he hadn't delivered his grain and had even brought back more than 10 kilograms, he quickly refused, saying, This won't do, Zuzi. I'm already grateful enough that you're willing to speak up for me. How can I take your grain? I don't need this little bit of stuff, stop dawdling and come with me. Liu Erzhu rode off on his bicycle without looking back. Lu Mashuan could only run back to put down the grain and then follow Liu Erzhu to Lu Hai's house. Lu Hai had just finished eating and was heading out to the brigade headquarters when he saw Liu Erzhu riding his bicycle over. He couldn't help but look on with envy. You're here to show off, kid, riding your bicycle to me? Before he could finish speaking, Lu Hai saw Lu Mashuan running towards him, panting heavily. Immediately, Lu Hai's face darkened. Zhu Zi, are you here to plead for me? Liu Erzhu laughed and said, I've come to tell you some good news. This morning, I caught a spy and sent him to the police station. After interrogating him, they found a spy hideout and are currently raiding it. Lu Hai's eyes widened, and his voice trembled slightly. Zhu Zi, you're not kidding me, are you? No, the police station will notify the commune to commend me in a few days. I can't possibly have the ability to make the commune act with me, can I? Liu Erzhu explained. Yes, you're incompetent. Lu Hai subconsciously agreed, but then realized something was wrong and excitedly said, Zhu Zi, you're so capable. This is a great achievement. Our village will probably become an advanced village collective, or even a model brigade, because of you. I won't have to worry about reporting the yield per mu anymore. Even if I report too low, those people in the commune won't dare to punish me. You are my benefactor. In just a few words, he's already been hailed as a benefactor. It's clear that Lu Hai is driven almost crazy by the yield targets set by the authorities. Liu Erzhu was delighted to see Liu Hai and immediately said, "My benefactor, can I ask you for a favor?" "Speak, just say it, little hero, please give me your instructions." Liu Hai was overjoyed and joked with Liu Erzhu without any of the demeanor of an elder. Liu Erzhu immediately said, "You should suppress what happened to brother Xuanze. It's not a big deal. He was just starving and stole some grain. There's no need to make him bear such a big crime. Besides, if you report it now, the commune will be petty and won't give us the title of Advanced Village Collective." Liu Hai was caught off guard by Liu Erzhu's request. He looked at Liu Mashuan, who had run over with a nervous and guilty expression, and then at Liu Erzhu. He said helplessly, "You little rascal, are you threatening me with the title of Advanced Village Collective? But you don't need to worry about this. I'm not stupid. If I report Xuanze's matter, it will be our village that loses face. No one knows about this except me and the head of the security team. I was just trying to scare the kid, I didn't intend to send him to jail." Upon hearing this, Liu Mashuan breathed a sigh of relief and immediately knelt down, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Hai, thank you, Uncle Hai." Liu Hai kicked him irritably, "Get lost. We all share the same surname. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Don't do anything stupid." "Yes, yes, yes." Liu Mashuan then stood up and looked at Liu Erzhu. "Zuzi, you go first, I want to say a few words to Uncle Hai." Liu Erzhu waved his hand. Liu Mashuan agreed and quickly went home, wanting to tell his wife the good news and discuss how to repay Liu Erzhu. After he left, Liu Erzhu asked, "Uncle Hai, you specifically mentioned the security captain. Are you telling me what he's unhappy about?" Liu Hai looked at him admiringly. "You're really smart, kid. I'm not afraid to tell you, what Liu Mashuan did is shameful for the village, but it's definitely a merit for the security team. The militia captain might get a reward for this. Do you think he won't be happy?" Liu Erzhu fell into deep thought. Even if Liu Mashuan didn't steal anything and was caught, the security captain would at most give him a teacup with the word award on it and a few words of encouragement. But people these days value honor more and cherish things more. It's frustrating for anyone to do something good but get nothing in return. "Uncle Hai, can a pack of cigarettes solve this?" Liu Erzhu asked hesitantly. "Why waste things? Are you trying to show off your wealth?" Liu Hai punched Liu Erzhu and lectured him irritably. "When the police come to the commune to commend you, you'll definitely have to give a speech or something, right? Can you say a few words?" Liu Erzhu suddenly realized, "I understand. I'll just say that the brigade leader taught me to study hard and serve the country, and the security captain taught me to exercise, so that I can discover the spy's tricks and capture him in one fell swoop." Liu Hai laughed. "You've learned to apply what you've learned to other situations. But it doesn't matter if you mention me or not. The important thing is to mention the security captain. He'll be very happy. You also have to mention that if it weren't for the pressure of the permu yield allocated to Liu Tun by the commune, countless villagers would have starved to death. Just for that alone, everyone should kowtow to you, not to mention your other contributions." Liu Erzhu flattered him, but it was also the truth. Liu Hai was pleased to be photographed and handed over a cigarette, saying, "You've got quite the mouth, kid. You're really educated. Take mine, you take mine." Liu Erzhu handed over half a pack of Dakiaman cigarettes. He didn't have many Zonghua cigarettes left either. After exchanging a few more casual words, Liu Erzhu took his leave. Liu Hai walked into the brigade headquarters and saw the security captain cleaning his gun. He casually tossed him a cigarette, saying, "This is from Zhu Ziyi. What, is this asking me to help him cover up his trip to the black market?" the security captain asked without looking up. Liu Erzhu thought he had gotten away with going to the black market without anyone knowing. In fact, the village security team leader knew every time he left the village, but he just knew that Liu Erzhu's family was not doing well and was too lazy to care. "No, it's about that kid Liu Mashuan," Liu Hai said. The security captain lit a cigarette and smoked it irritably. "What are you still talking about? Didn't you try to be a nice guy and report it to your superiors? Why would you need to pull strings to get a cigarette?" Liu Hai knew he was upset, so he poured himself a cup of hot water and said, "Look at how petty you are. Zhu Ziyi hasn't treated you badly. This kid caught a spy and even helped the police uncover the spy's hideout. He made a great contribution. The police promised to reward him when he returned to the commune. He said he would mention it at the time, saying that it was the grappling techniques you taught him that enabled him to catch the spy." The security chief jumped to his feet, looking at Liu Hai excitedly. "Really? This kid really caught a spy? Who would dare lie about this? Just wait for the commune to praise you." Liu Hai laughed. The security captain was immediately extremely excited. He stopped cleaning his gun and paced back and forth on the spot. Suddenly, he said with a serious expression, "No, I have to practice my grappling skills. If the commune asks me to perform, I'll lose face if my skills are rusty." Liu Hai watched the security captain rush out and sneered, "Look at that spineless guy, he's never seen the world before. It's just receiving praise from the commune, is that all there is to it?" He then took out a piece of paper and began writing his speech. The first line reads, "First of all, I would like to thank the leaders of the commune for their guidance and instruction. When Liu Erzhu returned home, his father and master had already started drinking erkuatu, a type of Chinese liquor. In the words of my mother and teacher's wife, it's enough to just taste mutai, even the distillery owner wouldn't dare to drink it freely. Looking at the two housekeepers continuing to make quilts, Liu Erzhu felt a little emotional. These two women probably never dreamed that some people could spend a month's or even a year's salary on a single meal. He suddenly understood why people would go to such lengths to torment those capitalists after the wind picked up. Everyone was having a great time at the meal. After they were full, they all leaned back, untied the ropes around their waists, and comfortably patted their bellies. In a year of great disaster, to be able to eat so comfortably, I would be willing to die tomorrow. The man with the lisp was full of satisfaction. Surprisingly, no one criticized him for his discouraging words. Instead, everyone around him nodded in agreement. During the most difficult times before, they thought many times that they would be willing to hang themselves if they could just have a meal of pork dumplings. This food is much better than pork dumplings. Looking at these people's hopeless appearance, Liu Erzhu couldn't help but say, "Don't think nonsense. Our lives will get better and better in the future. You haven't eaten much good food yet, and you haven't seen the magnificent landscape of our motherland." He had thought it through. Once things calmed down, Liu Erzhu would get a car and take both families on a trip. Go see Juzegu, known as a fairytale world, Seiran Lake, known as the Pearl of Northwest China, and the majestic snow-capped mountains of Tibet. The family listened to Liu Erzhu's words, but apart from the well-informed Liu Fuxian, none of them took them seriously. Because, in the eyes of the Big Tongue group, what else in the world is the most delicious food besides dumplings and stewed meat? This is definitely how people eat it all over the country, from east to west and north to south. Liu Fuxian said to Liu Erzhu with a hint of smugness, "Son, it's all nonsense for you to talk to them about these things. What have they seen? I'll listen to you. Let's live well. We'll see a lot of things in the future, especially those things the Russians make called subways or something. Take me to ride one sometime. I've never seen a train running underground before." "An underground train?" the man with the lisp exclaimed in surprise. "Really? How does it go down there? It must be so slow to run while drilling underground." The others also looked at Liu Erzhu with disbelief. Liu Fuxian originally wanted to show off the knowledge he had heard about, but he found that no one paid attention to him and everyone was looking at Liu Erzhu waiting for him to answer. "I started it all myself, but no matter how I pressured him, he just pretended to be innocent." Liu Erzhu didn't notice his father's darkened face and explained, "There is indeed a subway, but it's a tunnel dug 50 meters underground before it's open to traffic. It's as long as a train and can carry both goods and people. The difference is that trains can only run on the outskirts of the city, but the subway can run underground in the city and won't affect city life." The group was stunned, and all of them looked longingly at the subway. Seeing their reaction, Liu Erzhu promised, "As long as you take good care of your health and live a few more years, I promise to take you on the subway, in a car, and on an airplane." Everyone believed Liu Erzhu's words without a doubt. Even Niu Honghua, who always cherished things, said, "Zuzi, I'll listen to you. Live well from now on. When you go out to take the subway or airplane, I'll stay home and help you take care of the children so you can have fun." Liu Erzhu felt both helpless and touched. He shook his head and didn't try to persuade him any further. He ate his food one bite at a time and did things one step at a time. "Since my mother doesn't care too much about things and is willing to take good care of herself, that's a good thing." The family chatted happily for the entire afternoon, and only left when it got dark. As soon as they stepped out, the master's wife nudged Big Tongue and whispered, "Go find Lu Hai." The smile on Big Tongue's face vanished instantly, and he cursed irritably, "Can't you let me be happy for a little while longer?" Even as he spoke, he walked towards the brigade headquarters. He was just saying those things to Liu Erzhu in anger at noon. How could he possibly really ignore Lu Mashuan? Even if you don't take care of your son, you still have to take care of your grandson. Big Tongue arrived at the brigade headquarters and saw Lu Hai tidying up his speech. He handed him a cigarette and sighed, "Hai Zi, I shouldn't have come to you, and I'm too ashamed to come, but that bastard Lu Mashuan is still my own son. I still want to plead for him. Please don't report his theft to the commune. From now on, if there's any hard or tiring work in the village, I'll make sure he's the first to step up. I firmly support you, Brigade Leader Lu Hai." Lu Hai looked completely bewildered. "Brother, what are you talking about? Didn't I already tell Zhu Zi everything? Pillar? He came to you to plead for him." The lisp exclaimed in surprise. "Yeah, you didn't know? That kid's always sneaking around doing good deeds, isn't he?" Lu Hai laughed, annoyed. "Brother, don't worry about it. I didn't report this to the commune at all. Do you think I don't know if Xuanzi is a bad guy? Would he really mess with a kid like that?" With a wry smile, Big Tongue lit Lu Hai's cigarette. "How can I ever repay the kindness you and Zhu Zi have shown me? You only need to return the pillar. This kid took care of everything for you." Lu Hai said, full of envy. "Brother, you really have a good apprentice." The man with the lisp immediately became smug. That's because our ancestors accumulated good karma. At the same time, Liu Dagon's family also came down from the mountain. Liu Dagon had a basket hanging on his chest and a bundle of firewood on his back. His wife was also carrying a basket on her back and leading two barefoot children dressed in patched clothes. Liu Erzhu reached out to take the basket, but Liu Dagon dodged him and let Chun'er take it down for him. Uncle Jen, if you need to chop firewood in the future, then don't bring one less basket of herbs. I have enough, Liu Erzhu said. This firewood is for your family. Liu Dagon unloaded the firewood and neatly stacked it against the wall. I eat so much of your food, it would be a disservice to all that grain if I didn't work, and even more so to you. Liu Erzhu suddenly realized, and said helplessly, I give you food because I'm afraid you'll starve to death on the mountain. If you work even harder, wouldn't that go against my original intention? I don't know anything about initial intentions, but you have to work to eat, Liu Dagon said in a muffled voice, and went to find an axe to start chopping wood. Liu Erzhu couldn't stop him, so he could only look at the two children. The two children were about the same age as Lily, but the 10-year-old looked like a 6 or 7-year-old, and their nutrition was completely inadequate. A child, about 5 years old, the same age as Nizai, had already gone up the mountain to start working. However, just like their parents, the two children were not wearing shoes at all. There was some blood on their feet, which were obviously blisters, but they didn't seem to care much. Despite the many thorns, rocks, snakes, insects, and rodents on the mountain, they went up barefoot. If they weren't so lucky, those two kids would have died dozens of times over. Liu Erzhu sighed and went back into the house to get his own discarded straw sandals. He had previously bought rubber shoes from the city for his family to wear, and then put away the straw sandals. Since I'm not wearing it anymore, it's no big deal to give it away. When Liu Erzhu handed over several pairs of straw sandals that were about half new, Liu Dagon's wife hesitated to take them and hurriedly explained, Zuzi, we still have shoes at home, but they wear out easily when going up the mountain, so we don't wear them. Auntie, I don't believe you. Go home and get your shoes. Liu Erzhu said, staring at the woman in front of him. Liu Dagon's wife immediately lowered her head, looking extremely awkward. She really had no shoes left. She had sold a pair of shoes because she was so hungry, and the rest were too worn out to wear. There was only one pair of shoes for Chun'er to wear, so that she could easily work for Liu Erzhu's family. Liu Erzhu handed the shoes over again, saying, keep them, my family doesn't wear straw sandals anymore. Liu Dagon's wife dared not accept it and looked at her husband. If you don't accept my work, then don't work for me anymore. Liu Erzhu threatened with a stern face. Sigh, just accept it. Liu Dagon sighed and said, Zuzi, how can I possibly thank you? What's there to be grateful for in a few pairs of shoes? Chun'er, get some leftover rice crusts from lunch, you guys go back and eat. Liu Erzhu turned around and said to Chun'er, who was also full of gratitude. Chun'er agreed and went to make the rice crust. Liu Dagon got anxious and glared at Chun'er, about to scold her. This girl used to be so obedient, how come she's so shameless now? She ate so much rice at noon and still wants to take the rice crust with her. Liu Erzhu promptly stopped Liu Dagon, Uncle Jen, my family doesn't like to eat rice crusts. If you don't want to eat them, I'll just throw them away. Don't always work for my family like a slave. I don't like that. Okay, I understand, Liu Dagon stammered, no longer daring to scold Chun'er. Chun'er quickly made some rice crusts and went back with her family to cook. She had already cooked rice porridge and stir-fried vegetables for Liu Erzhu's family. After seeing Liu Dagon's family leave, Liu Erzhu also started eating with his family. He went to call his older brother and sister-in-law, but they were too embarrassed to come over. After all, how could someone who had separated from their family still go to their parents' house for meals? Liu Erzhu couldn't get the two of them to come, so he simply brought both children over. As long as the children are well fed and watered, there will be plenty of good food for them when they go to the city. The children need to have a good foundation. After dinner, Liu Erzhu, as usual, examined the two children by observing, listening, asking, and feeling their pulse. The death of his two children in his previous life had always been a knot in his heart, so he had to check on them every day to make sure they were alright. Aside from being slightly malnourished, the two children have no other problems. You can't replenish your nutrition in a short time just by eating. As for taking medicine, the two children are not that weak. Malted milk powder and milk powder still need to be put on the agenda. I don't know if the department store will be able to open this month. Liu Erzhu pondered a whole host of questions before seeing Xiao Hu off. Nizai still wanted to sleep with him, so she stayed. Chun'er also returned after finishing her meal. She quickly washed the pots and dishes, and then brought warm water to Liu Erzhu to wash his feet. After helping him get into bed, she washed his socks, then changed the water in a basin and came to the edge of the bed. Looking at Liu Erzhu playing with the girl on the bed, her pretty face flushed slightly, and she hesitated to speak. Liu Erzhu noticed her and looked at her curiously, what's wrong? Chun'er glanced at his waist with her beautiful eyes, her face turning even redder. Her shy appearance was like a blooming flower, exuding a captivating charm. Liu Erzhu stared at her, his eyes wide with admiration. To be honest, the girl was indeed beautiful. If you get more nutrition, have a little more flesh on your face, and use some skincare products to protect your skin, your appearance will definitely not be inferior to the fairies of later generations who use the highest level of beauty filters. But why is this girl constantly glancing down to her crotch? My pants are ripped at the crotch? Liu Erzhu glanced down and saw that everything was fine. Seeing that he didn't understand, Chun'er lowered her head deeply, almost burying it in her ample breasts, and said in the softest voice, I'll wash your underwear for you. Liu Erzhu finally understood why the girl was so shy. His face turned red, and he quickly waved his hand, saying, no need, I can do it myself, and it won't get dirty. You've been wearing it for 3 days now. Chun'er habitually lowered her head as she spoke. Feeling that her words might have implied a hint of disdain for Liu Erzhu, she added softly, it's easy to get sick if it's not clean. No, I mean I'm free and can help you wash it. Liu Erzhu was completely embarrassed. After all, this was the first time a girl had asked him for his underwear, given that he had lived 2 lives. His wife never even washed his underwear in his past life. Besides, his parents were right there, and Nizai was in his bed. How could he take it off and hand it to Chun'er? But if he didn't wash, Chun'er's words did indeed make him a little itchy. Seeing his father already curled up in bed pretending to be asleep, and his mother's shoulders shaking from trying not to laugh, Liu Erzhu awkwardly got up and said, I can wash myself. You can go home when you're done. Chun'er said oh and walked out with her head down. She grew up in poverty and is now practically supported by Liu Erzhu, so she has an instinctive sense of inferiority and doesn't dare to look people in the eye. But Liu Erzhu always doubted whether she could see his toes, those 2 mountains were just too high. However, it doesn't seem difficult to climb. After Chun'er left, Liu Erzhu quickly washed himself, changed his underwear, and then went back to his room to sleep. Because he was almost out of stock, Liu Erzhu didn't go out to the night market in the middle of the night and slept until dawn. The next morning, Liu Erzhu found Chun'er had already arrived. While putting on his pants, he asked, did your parents go up the mountain? Yes, I went a long time ago. When Chun'er saw that Liu Erzhu had woken up, she immediately put down what she was doing, took out the socks and looked like she was going to help him put them on. Liu Erzhu was somewhat uncomfortable with her maid-like manner and refused again, there's no need for this. I did help your family, but you've already compensated them enough by working for my family. You don't need to serve me like this. Unexpectedly, Chun'er became a little anxious, I'm not serving you to repay you, I'm genuinely willing to serve Brother Zuzi. Upon hearing this, Liu Erzhu looked at Chun'er in astonishment. Chun'er realized what she had said, her face turned bright red, her heart pounded, and she turned and fled in panic. Liu Erzhu only realized what was happening when he saw her run out of the door. Was he confessed to? Well, I never knew being confessed to by a girl, especially a beautiful one, felt so amazing. Moreover, Liu Erzhu suddenly understood why the fairy in his previous life didn't take men seriously at all. After Chun'er served him for only 2 days, he already felt that he was becoming a bit of a scumbag. Those fairies are fawned over wherever they go, no wonder they're arrogant. Although he had been a simp in his past life, he still wanted to say something. Price gouging is a capital offense. After getting dressed, Liu Erzhu checked the firearms in the space. Especially after taking one look at that crooked handle, I was tempted to give it a try. We'll go up the mountain later and see if the noise is loud enough. If not, we'll go deeper into the mountains. We've already got the gun, so we should at least have a good blast. As autumn deepens and the air grows colder, the leaves on the mountain turn yellow and wither day by day, and it looks like large areas of the mountain will soon be bald. The people are saddened, but the animals are even sadder. They already had no food, and were hunted by both ferocious animals and humans, resulting in the absence of any animal tracks on the mountainside. On the mountain, many women, dressed in thin clothes, were digging for wild vegetables. As for the men, they carried guns and looked around, trying to hunt some animals to eat, and preferably stock up for the winter. Judging from the current situation, this winter is going to be very difficult, and I'm afraid many people will die. When Liu Erzhu came up the mountain, the people of Liuyutan greeted him with smiles, no matter what they did for a living. Zhu Ziai, are you going hunting? Look at Zhu Zijian. Zhu Ziai, shall I go hunting with you? Zhu Ziai, you're not going to go deep into the mountains, are you? It's dangerous there. Hearing people's concern, Liu Erzhu, carrying his hunting rifle, said, I'm just going for a walk in the mountains, there won't be any problems. Some villagers were still worried and wanted to go along to check. Liu Erzhu didn't stop them, but he didn't wait for them either, and strode into the mountain. This shows the difference. Other villagers, lacking resources, dared not walk so fast or for so long, otherwise they would often end up lying on the mountain. In addition, they were careful with their clothes and afraid that they would get them snagged on tree branches if they walked too fast, so they couldn't catch up with Liu Erzhu at all and had no choice but to turn back. Liu Erzhu went deep into the mountains and found that there were indeed more animal tracks there, and even some sheep droppings. Are there sheep? Liu Erzhu was overjoyed and immediately replaced his hunting rifle with a Type 991. It is a well-known fact that deep mountains are dangerous, especially when people have heard of sightings of leopards and herds of wild boars in the mountains. These are all extremely dangerous. Once you encounter one, a shotgun is simply not enough. Only a Type 96 rifle with a blunt handle can be lethal. Because he didn't know much about hunting, Liu Erzhu was too lazy to track down the animals. Following the old custom, he cooked a pot of fragrant corn porridge, then found a big tree, climbed up, and squatted on a branch to wait. It was quite windy today, so the aroma spread quickly. In less than 10 minutes, a litter of starving wild boars came panting over. However, these wild boars were not very big. There was one large and 3 small ones. The large one weighed about 100 pounds, while the small one weighed only 30 to 50 pounds. The roast suckling pig is just right. To be honest, Liu Erzhu is a person who loves animals and is passionate about protecting them. For him, a meal without seeing his beloved animals leaves him feeling empty inside. He felt heartbroken at the thought of these animals being cooked to a bad taste, and vowed to protect their color, aroma, and flavor. So he was always thinking about how to cook them to make them taste the best. These piglets are perfect for roasting, especially when the skin is roasted to a golden brown and the inside is tender and juicy. One bite and your mouth is filled with fragrance. Liu Erzhu thought that if these animals knew how delicious he could make them, they would absolutely adore him. Clap, clap, clap. Liu Erzhu first tried to lightly pull the trigger, intending to fire a single shot, but he was not very skilled and fired 3 bullets in an instant, stunning the big sow, which lay on the ground convulsing. The other 3 baby wild boars were frightened and howled as they tried to run away. Liu Erzhu ignored everything else and continued firing. With that pull of the trigger, more than a dozen bullets flew out, killing the 3 wild boars on the ground. Liu Erzhu quickly jumped down to the tree, put all the wild boars into his spatial storage, and then returned to the tree to wait quietly. He was waiting for the animals, and also for the people. If the gunshots could be heard, someone would definitely come to investigate, because having a machine gun is no small matter. Half an hour later, no one came, and no animals came either. Of course, some animals did come, but Liu Erzhu noticed that they didn't come over. They glanced at them from a distance and then ran away. There was blood left when I killed the wild boar. Herbivores are very sensitive to the smell of blood, so they must have been scared away. Liu Erzhu had no choice but to move to another spot and continue luring the monsters. This time it finally worked. 2 wild goats actually came. Judging by their flirtatious behavior, they're definitely not decent sheep. Liu Erzhu fired again, killing 2 sheep at the cost of 5 shots. He happily ran over, put the goat into his spatial storage, and then moved to another spot to continue guarding it. In this way, Liu Erzhu would shoot and move on to a different place, consuming 3 bowls of corn porridge a day in exchange for 12 wild boars. There are 5 more goats. There were also 3 roe deer and more than a dozen other birds whose names I cannot recall. Actually, Liu Erzhu also saw an eagle in the middle, but unfortunately the thing was too fierce and he heard that it was not tasty, so he did not catch it. After Liu Erzhu packed everything up, he hurried down the mountain before the sun had completely set. As soon as he arrived at the foot of the mountain, he saw the old and young men of Liutan standing there discussing something, occasionally pointing at the mountain as if they were assigning tasks. Others were distributing guns, bullets, bows and arrows, spears, and the like. Niu Honghua, Lu Daliang, Deshitu, and others also looked anxious. Even the introverted and self-conscious Chun'er, for the first time ever, didn't keep her head down, but instead kept looking up at the mountain. Suddenly, she saw Liu Erzhu and shouted, "Brother Zhu is back." Everyone turned their heads in unison to look at Liu Erzhu, who was coming down the mountain. Liu Erzhu looked at the villagers gathered at the foot of the mountain and asked curiously, "What are you all doing?" The villagers all gathered around, especially Niu Honghua, who looked Liu Erzhu up and down. Seeing that he was not injured, she cried out, "You went into the mountains all day without making a sound, you scared your mother to death." The security captain also came over and kicked Liu Erzhu in the butt, angrily cursing, "You've really grown bold, daring to go into the deep mountains for a whole day, only coming back after the sun has set? Are you looking for death?" Liu Hai also scolded, "Zhu Ziai, you grew up in the village. I don't need to tell you how dangerous the deep mountains are. Every year, someone from the village gets injured in the mountains. How dare you go into the deep mountains alone? What if something happens to you?" Liu Erzhu suddenly realized that everyone was worried because he hadn't returned for a day, and they were going to go up the mountain to look for him. He quickly clasped his hands in a fist and bowed to the villagers, "I'm sorry, uncles, aunts and grandmas. I dug a trap on the mountain and waited for a while. Before I knew it, it was night. I'm sorry to have worried you all." Liu Hai said irritably, "It's fine if we're worried, but your mother has cried several times in the past half hour. Her eyes are almost blind from crying. Let's go home quickly." Seeing that Liu Erzhu was alright, the other villagers were relieved and wanted to disperse. Feeling guilty for making the whole village worry for so long and having to risk their lives to search for him in the dark, Liu Erzhu quickly said, "Uncle Hai, wait a moment. I caught 2 big wild boars, but I really can't bring them back. Could you find a few people to help me carry them down? Then our village can divide the meat among ourselves." 2 large wild boars? Divide the meat? What a niche term that is. The villagers had only ever heard of handing over their own possessions to supply the country's operations. This was the first time they had heard that they could also share in the country's resources. Lu Hai was also stunned, but he quickly reacted, subconsciously swallowed, and then kicked Liu Erzhu in the butt. "Get lost, are you trying to make fun of your uncles and grandpas? You little brat, you think you can catch 2 big wild boars? Even if all the men, women and children in our village went up the mountain together, they might not be able to catch one. This is no joke. The villagers are so hungry they don't have the strength left. Wild boars are ferocious, and if we try to catch them all together, we probably won't succeed and we might even lose a few lives. As for guns, although guns are not banned now, not every household owns one. Even if they had some in the past, they had mostly sold them to buy food. People who need a stutter will sell their daughters and wives, let alone guns. So the entire brigade now only has 3 guns. One was with Liu Hai, one was with the security captain, and one was with the great-grandfather. However, Liu Hai's scolding of Liu Erzhu was not because he didn't believe in Liu's abilities. This kid could even catch spies, so catching 2 wild boars was nothing. Liu Hai just didn't want Liu Erzhu to take out the meat and share it. Everyone has their own difficulties, so it's enough to keep the meat to yourself. Why share it? The security captain glared at Liu Erzhu and said in a low voice, "You think you're so great? Get out of here. I'll have 2 men help you carry the wild boar back tonight." When the villagers heard Liu Hai's words, they knew that he was biased towards Liu Erzhu. Liu Erzhu's expression just now didn't seem like he was lying. He must have caught a wild boar. But let's ask ourselves honestly, who doesn't secretly eat meat behind closed doors? Liu Erzhu was already very kind to them by bringing them chicken soup and sweet soup. If someone were to give away 2 large wild boars, the villagers would feel heartbroken if they put themselves in that situation. Niu Honghua also looked unwilling, and tugged at Liu Erzhu's clothes, telling him to shut up. Liu Erzhu shook his head slightly at his mother, then smiled at Liu Hai and said, "Uncle, there are more than just these 2 wild boars on the mountain. I hunted them today, and I can hunt them again tomorrow. What's the harm in sharing them with the villagers? Besides, if we can't get through this winter, there won't be any strong laborers in our village next year." That one sentence hit Liu Hai right where it hurts. If there are no able-bodied men in the village, not only will the grain production decrease, but the village will also be bullied by people from other villages. This is why people in this era, despite being so poor, still insist on having a lot of children, and are even willing to die to fight for a son. One reason was to leave room for future generations. The most important reason is that in rural areas, if you don't have a son, or even fewer sons, others will really dare to bully you, and bully you to death. Liu Hai looked at Liu Erzhu with a troubled expression and whispered, "How about we take one out and divide it among ourselves? We can send it to the canteen and I'll cook it for the villagers?" "Forget it," Liu Erzhu refused flatly. "Have you forgotten how the cafeteria went out of business?" Liu Erzhu remembers that back then, the communal canteen was still there, and the villagers would eat as much as they could. They would eat 1 bowl or 2 bowls if they could, and finish a steamed bun in 3 bites before getting a new one. Nobody wanted to eat less than others. As a result, people lived beyond their means, wasting most of their food, and in the end, no one had anything to eat. Liu Hai seemed to want to say something more. Liu Erzhu said bluntly, "Third uncle, second uncle, brother Gozheng, brother De Fei, go help me carry the wild boar. Aunts and grandmas, go boil water and prepare tools. The wild boar's blood needs to be drained as soon as possible, otherwise the meat will be inedible." The villagers initially wanted to feign modesty, but once Liu Erzhu gave the instructions and one person set off, the others immediately followed suit. It's not that they're shameless, it's just that when it comes to food, what does face matter? They've already turned their left cheek into their right, half of them shameless and half of them thick-skinned. Anyway, it's the pillars who are going to get their share of the meat. Let whoever wants to laugh at them laugh all they want. The most important thing is to be full. Seeing that Liu Erzhu commanded a large following and that people obediently followed his orders, Liu Hai's eyes flickered. The security team leader greeted him, saying, "Don't overthink it. These people only listen to Zhu because they get meat to eat. You're still the production team leader. After today, everyone will only listen to you." Liu Hai knew that this guy had misunderstood, and gently shook his head. "I'm not afraid that Zhu Ziyi will sideline me, I'm just thinking about whether to give him an official position." The security captain hesitated. Why? Why do you think this kid is so generous, insisting on sharing meat with everyone? Liu Hai glanced at the security captain. "Have you forgotten what kind of background this little rascal has?" The security team leader suddenly realized and slapped his forehead. "Liu Fuxian has been too honest and simple all these years, and Liu Erzhu has been too sensible. I had forgotten that this family used to be big landlords. In fact, almost all the old folks in the surrounding villages were their tenants. Yes, although the landlord incident is over, who can guarantee that they won't settle scores later? Lu Hai said with a hint of worry on his face. I'm thinking of getting this kid a minor official position, so that even if Lu Fuxian gets into trouble again in the future, he can protect himself. Lu Hai didn't have such grand ambitions, he just wanted to protect Liu Erzhu's entire family. All he could do was try to protect Liu Erzhu in case something really happened, so that Liu Fuxian's family could have a descendant. The security chief thought for a moment and said in a low voice, how about we get him the title of production team leader? No, that would harm him. Haven't you heard what the people are saying about the production team leader? They all say he's a small landlord, controlling the fields and making it hard for the people to breathe. Liu Erzhu himself comes from a landlord family. If there is any unequal distribution of work points or work, it will cause big trouble. Does your security team have a position for him? It would be so prestigious to say you have a little hero as your subordinate, wouldn't it? Lu Hai had clearly been eyeing the position in the security team for a long time, and he took the initiative to speak. The security team leader was willing, but also helpless. There really aren't any job openings right now. How about we put this on hold and see if there are any good jobs for him later? Okay, anyway, nothing should happen for the time being. Lu Hai could only put the matter aside for the time being. Meanwhile, Liu Erzhu had already led more than a dozen villagers up the mountain. He deliberately didn't use a flashlight, and waited until the sun had completely set and it was so dark on the mountain that the path was almost invisible. Then, taking advantage of the villagers' inattention, he casually found a clump of grass and took the wild boar out of his spatial dimension. Come quickly! Liu Erzhu shouted. The villagers swarmed forward and were overjoyed to see that there were indeed 2 large wild boars. Those people quickly tied up the wild boar, attached it to the pole they had brought, and then carried it down the mountain. Only then did Liu Erzhu take out his flashlight to light the way for everyone. After descending the mountain, the water was boiled, and the tools for slaughtering the pig were ready. Before the wild boar died, they quickly bled it, and then people skillfully removed its hair and gutted it. The surrounding villagers were excitedly discussing which parts of the wild boar they wanted, while the 2 wild boars were surrounded by their own. Fatty meat goes without saying, everyone covets it. But with Lu Hai in charge, he wouldn't let Liu Erzhu suffer a loss. He asked the security captain to maintain order, and then called his great-grandfather to oversee the distribution of meat. As the village's patriarch and the most prestigious clan leader, the great-grandfather could remove anyone from the family tree and ancestral graves if he wanted to. In addition, people at the time believed in returning to their roots and did not want to become wandering ghosts, so no one dared to disobey this patriarch. My great-grandfather was literate, he knew exactly how many households there were in the village and how many people were in each household, so he could write as soon as he picked up a pen. Lu Hai and Liu Erzhu stood on his left and right sides like door gods. Every time Lu Hai saw his grandfather write a line of text, he would read it aloud. Lu Fengxiao, pork leg, 2 ounces. An elderly man, not much younger than my great-grandfather, walked out beaming. Although there was only 2 ounces of meat, he was old and didn't eat much to begin with. Eating some meat would be enough to prolong his life for another 2 years. Besides, this meat can be shared with my son and grandson when we get home. Lu Xinyu, 2 ounces of pork shoulder. At Lu Hai's shout, another old man came out. People realized that the money was to be distributed to each individual, not to each household. Actually, this is better, because if it is really divided equally, some families with more members will be at a disadvantage. But now it's divided by head count, so no matter how many people are in your family, you won't be at a disadvantage. The villagers all looked very happy. Liu Erzhu secretly sighed, thinking, no wonder he's the clan chief. He's got the villagers' little schemes figured out so well that they can't even complain. An hour later, everyone was carrying meat in their hands. There will be fewer elderly people and children, but more young and able-bodied men and women, and more boys who are still growing up. The last one to receive it was Niu Honghua. She was holding 2 large pieces of pork fat and 10 pounds of pork belly, more than a family of 7 would receive. But no one complained or expressed dissatisfaction, because they could have gotten more than 400 jin of meat, but now they only have 10 jin left. What else is there to say? Niu Honghua was also a little unhappy, but she still smiled in front of everyone. After the 2 pigs were divided, the old man stood up shakily and looked around at the villagers. Our village is blessed to have such a good boy as Zuzi. You must remember his kindness and remember who gave you a way to live when you were about to starve to death. The villagers were overjoyed to have meat, but upon hearing this, they all realized what they needed to do. Some of the older people were easily moved to tears, praising Liu Erzhu for being so sensible. The younger ones were even more straightforward, telling Liu Erzhu to just ask if he needed anything in the future. Some people even kicked their own children over, forcing them to kowtow to Liu Erzhu. Liu Erzhu wanted to stop them, but his great-grandfather grabbed him. Let them kowtow, that's only right, otherwise a great kindness will turn into enmity. Liu Erzhu could only watch as the children kowtowed. Even Lily and Lele joined in the fun, running over to kowtow once and getting 2 pieces of milk candy from Liu Erzhu as a bonus. After everyone had finished kowtowing, Liu Erzhu hurriedly said, everyone should hurry home, it's getting late. The villagers then left one by one. Lu Hai also got some meat, and she was in a hurry to go back and get it done. Although the weather is getting cooler, it will still spoil if it is not pickled. Liu Erzhu first took his great-grandfather home before returning to his own home. When they arrived home, Chun'er was helping Liu Honghua prepare the meat. Liu Honghua always doted on Liu Erzhu, but tonight she was not kind to him and wouldn't even look at him. Liu Erzhu shook his head helplessly and went inside. Seeing him return, Lu Fuxian said calmly, "Don't do this kind of thing again." "I definitely won't be doing this for a while," Liu Erzhu said with a smile. "Not just for a short time, but never again. If you really want to help the village, send the food to the main canteen instead of distributing it to each person. You caught that wild boar, but it's not yours. It lives on the country's land and eats the country's plants and trees. So if you really want to argue, it's the country's wild boar. Besides, whether this thing is outside the planned economy is not up to you or Lu Hai to decide, it's up to the commune to decide. If you distribute the nation's meat to the people, and the commune says to you that you're overstepping your bounds, trying to win over the masses, and have ulterior motives, they'll punish you without hesitation." Lu Fuxian reprimanded him with a stern face. Liu Erzhu's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't spent many years in the countryside in his previous life, having spent most of his time studying away from home. He was also a typical poor man, so he didn't think too much about the matter of dividing the meat. Looking back now, it was indeed a bit arrogant and likely to have angered the commune. "We asked you to hand over grain, but you couldn't, so you ended up dividing up the meat among yourselves? Even if it's wild boar meat, they'll say it's state property, and ordinary people have nowhere to reason with them." "Dad, I understand. I will definitely behave myself in the future," Liu Erzhu quickly admitted his mistake. "I know you're worried about our family's financial situation, but there's no need to be in such a hurry. In my opinion, the country is currently stable in terms of military and political affairs, and there will be no change of leadership. The matter is also more or less over, and there will be no major problems." Lu Fuxian comforted Liu Erzhu with his own life experience. Liu Erzhu could only manage a wry smile. What could he say? "Tell your father that he is wrong, and that the most dangerous time will be in a few years. Whether my father believes it or not, I can't explain how I know it if he asks me how. Forget it, I'll figure out how to handle these things myself. At least after this meat distribution, even if the wind blows, the villagers won't target him too much. At most, they'll just make a show of appeasing their superiors and that'll be fine." Liu Erzhu went to bed on the kong, a heated brick bed, his mind filled with thoughts of what to do next. Meanwhile, people in the county town were working overtime to discuss how to reward him. After 2 days of investigation and raid, the County Public Security Bureau successfully dismantled the spy den. 5 spies were captured, and 15 firearms of various types, 1,200 rounds of ammunition, 3 boxes of grenades, 1 machine gun, 2 radios, 1 codebook, and some important enemy intelligence were seized. This achievement, putting everything else aside, is enough for everyone at Dongdaemun Police Station except Wang Jianjun to receive a collective third-class merit and be promoted 1 level on the spot. Of course, there are costs involved. The raid was met with fierce resistance from the secret agents. In the attempt to capture them alive, 35 police officers were injured and 1 was killed. 2 of them had their legs blown off by grenade traps set by spies, and were relegated to clerical or logistical jobs for the rest of their lives. Overall, however, his achievements were remarkable, even shocking the province, to the point that the province personally issued an order. 1. Enemy agents must be interrogated quickly and strictly, and it is imperative to confirm that there are no other remnants. 2. The main contributors to the capture of the spy gang should be commended. Therefore, the County Public Security Bureau is stepping up its efforts to figure out how to reward Liu Erzhu, the primary contributor. The report was sent to the commune, recorded in the archives, and outstanding individuals were definitely to be recognized. Cash and invoice subsidies will definitely be provided. The only question is whether or not this should be made public. Some high-ranking officials intended to use Liu Erzhu as a model to raise awareness of the need to guard against enemy agents. However, some people worry that Liu Erzhu will face retaliation from secret agents, which could also affect public confidence in the government. After intense discussions, the top brass of the Public Security Bureau finally made a decision. Awards should be given. We need to promote it too. However, the propaganda should not mention Liu Erzhu's name. Instead, a traditional opera should be made to praise the heroic spirit of fighting against enemy agents and incidentally promote awareness of how to guard against enemy agents. When the people see the opera, they will surely want to imitate it and catch enemy spies. If anyone gets scared because of this, and it causes public opinion to question the safety of the country, then just say it's opera, art, a performance form that transcends life. Once the higher UPS give the approval, the rest is simple. The next morning, Liu Erzhu had just finished washing his face and was wiping it with a hot towel that Chun'er handed him. Liu Hai rushed into the yard and shouted at Liu Erzhu, "Why are you still washing your face? What are you talking about? Who doesn't wash their face?" Liu Erzhu said calmly. "Hey, what time is it? Why are you washing that stuff?" Liu Hai shouted, slapping his thigh. Liu Erzhu suspected that he had been insulted, and he had evidence. Liu Hai didn't give him a chance to say more, and grabbed him, saying, "People from the commune are here. They say the higher UPS want to commend you, and many county leaders are waiting for you. That's pretty fast, it's only been 2 days, right?" Liu Erzhu was surprised as he was dragged out the door. He then saw that Liu Hai was going to drive an ox cart to take him to the commune. Without hesitation, he went back, got his bicycle, put both hands on the handlebars, supported himself with one foot, and shouted to Liu Hai, "Uncle, get on the bike, watch your nephew take you flying." Liu Hai slapped his forehead. "I was so flustered, I completely forgot you had a bicycle." He quickly sat down in the back seat and said to Liu Erzhu, "Hurry up and get in." Liu Erzhu agreed, unaware that this was the beginning of his nightmare. Because he had to keep pedaling all the way, if he slowed down even a little, Liu Hai would urge him on and even poke the ticklish spot on his lower back. Liu Erzhu pedaled the bicycle like a whirlwind, finally understanding what it felt like for that spy to be forced to ride a bicycle. But I'm a positive character. The journey from Liuyutan to the commune, which used to take half an hour by bicycle, was reduced to 15 minutes, leaving Liu Erzhu exhausted like a grandson. His legs were weak when he got out of the car. Meanwhile, Liu Hai was fixing his clothes and hair, constantly asking Liu Erzhu, "Is my hairstyle messy? Are my clothes okay?" Liu Erzhu was panting heavily, glared at Liu Hai, and vowed never to give him a ride on his bicycle again. "What kind of look is that? Is there something wrong with me?" Liu Hai said nervously, then glared at Liu Erzhu, "Why don't you wear a suit? This outfit is too sloppy. We're going to take pictures later. I'd like to wear it, but have you given me the chance?" Liu Erzhu finally caught his breath and retorted angrily. Liu Hai realized he had been too nervous and said somewhat awkwardly, "Well, I was too hasty. But this is the first time the commune has awarded us, so, I'll treat you to a drink later." Liu Erzhu pouted, then wanted to find a mirror to tidy himself up. After all, he was going to take photos later, which would most likely make the news and even be recorded in the government archives. He didn't want to leave behind such a disheveled appearance on the stage of history. However, he didn't bring a mirror, nor did he have any bangs. These days, it's not easy to find something that reflects light. Seeing Liu Erzhu searching for something, Liu Hai asked, "How about I take a piss and we can look in the mirror? Water definitely reflects light. Come on, look at that string of blisters around your mouth, your pee must be incredibly yellow. If we don't see ourselves in the mirror, the fumes will make us both faint." Liu Erzhu refused outright and went straight into the commune. He casually found an office, explained his identity, and easily borrowed a mirror. Some people even enthusiastically asked him if he wanted to borrow a set of clothes, a proper Zhongshan suit. After refusing, Liu Erzhu went straight to the large meeting hall used by the commune. As they arrived at the entrance of the venue, Liu Erzhu was about to push the door open when Liu Hai grabbed him, looking nervous. "Zuzi, my legs are a little weak. Look at you, so pathetic. Should I help you inside?" Liu Erzhu said helplessly. No, it would be too embarrassing to help you in." Liu Hai quickly refused. Liu Erzhu glanced at Liu Hai's lower body. "But you're so scared you've developed bowlegs, it'll be even more embarrassing to go in like this. Let me calm down." Liu Hai took a deep breath and kept telling himself, "There are pigs in there, there are pigs in there, there are pigs in there." After a dozen or so hints, sure enough, his bangs really stood up, and his eyes lit up, as if he had returned to the time when they were dividing the pork last night. Liu Erzhu admired his mental victory method very much, and was finally able to enter the door. The door to the venue opened, and a group of people looked out, all dressed very formally. Some were wearing Zhongshan suits, and some were wearing police uniforms. Liu Hai recognized several of them: the commune head, the commune secretary, the deputy head, the deputy secretary, and the head of the armed forces. Upon seeing Liu Hai, the club president rushed over. Liu Hai excitedly stretched out his hand and said, "President, I'll bring the person to you." The club president skipped over Liu Erzhu's bangs and excitedly grabbed him. "Little hero, you've finally arrived." Liu Hai. The president immediately turned around and said to everyone, "This is the little hero who caught the spy and helped to interrogate him to find out his hideout, Liu Erzhu. Comrade Liu Erzhu, let me introduce you. This is the county party secretary, that is the county head, the head of the county public security bureau, and the head of the county culture bureau." The entire venue, apart from those taking photos and the rats in the corner, was filled with leaders. Everyone in the county and the commune nodded and smiled at Liu Erzhu. Although Liu Erzhu was prepared, he was still a little stunned by the scene and asked the boss in a low voice, "Is it necessary to make such a big fuss over just one little spy?" The president quickly said, "Oh, what are you saying? You helped us crack a group of enemy agents who were threatening the country. What a glorious, enormous, and perilous achievement that is." The county party secretary and the county head also came over, their faces beaming with smiles. "That's good, comrade Liu Erzhu. It's good that you don't take credit for yourself, but don't underestimate yourself. You're a good man, a good comrade, a good person, and a good young man. In the future, we will make you a role model for all the young people in the county." You can't be too modest, otherwise our work will be difficult to carry out. Liu Erzhu was so excited by the two people's praise that he secretly felt very embarrassed. It's just a few words of praise from the county leaders, there's no need to get so excited. When he looked at Liu Hai beside him, he found that Liu Hai's face was flushed with excitement, his legs were trembling, and he was about to collapse. This made Liu Erzhu feel that he wasn't so shameful after all. After the leaders had taken turns praising Liu Erzhu, the commune secretary quickly said, "Everyone, please don't stand, please take your seats." When Liu Erzhu heard that he had to sit down, he knew that the main event was about to begin. That's one of the scariest things in the adult world. Speech by the leader. Having had plenty of meeting experience in his previous life, Liu Erzhu secretly regretted not bringing some snacks with him. He arrived in a rush this morning and didn't even have time to eat. The leader's speech is bound to be quite long, he'll probably starve to death. But thinking about it carefully, it probably won't be that bad, I should be full after eating the pancakes later. After all, what leaders like to do most when they give speeches in meetings is to make grand promises. Soon, everyone was seated. The county leaders sat on the high platform directly opposite, while the commune leaders and Liu Erzhu sat in the first row. Liu Hai was sitting in the second row, but he was excited enough because he had never been in the first 3 rows before when he came here for meetings. Previously, these rows of seats were occupied by outstanding brigade leaders from various villages in the commune, those who dared to report yields of thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of caddies per mu. After everyone was seated, the county leaders began to speak. It was indeed a bunch of official jargon, platitudes, and the familiar empty promises. The people in the commune took the notes very seriously, and even Liu Hai took out paper and pen to record them as if he were receiving a royal decree. Liu Erzhu didn't take notes and was a little drowsy, but he listened very carefully to save face for these people. After the county officials have expressed their opinions, it will be the commune leaders' turn. It was another round of official jargon, but this time it included flattering the county leaders. Then came the bangs. Liu Erzhu thought Liu Hai wouldn't have to talk that much, given his level of education, but the guy went on stage and pulled out 4 pages to give his speech. After thanking the country, the party, the people, and the county leaders, he praised the commune leaders and finally commended Liu Erzhu, mentioning briefly that he had long recognized the boy's talent and had firmly supported his studies. I don't know who told Liu Erzhu that he shouldn't have been studying and should have come back to farm. Finally, everyone had finished speaking. They had used up 5 thermos flasks just by drinking water to soothe their throats. It was finally Liu Erzhu's turn. Liu Erzhu was invited to the stage, where he saw everyone looking at him with eager eyes. He understood that it was time for him to adapt to local customs, and with a sigh, he said, "First, I want to thank the country for its cultivation, and second, I want to thank the county leaders for their strong support. Without your efforts to ensure clean governance and improve the lives of the people, I wouldn't have been able to grow up peacefully, let alone be where I am today." To be honest, Liu Erzhu had always wondered why those leaders didn't realize they would become disliked over time, and why they didn't restrain themselves. After praising leaders at all levels today, he glanced at his watch and realized that he had spent more than 10 minutes just talking about these high-sounding words. Liu Erzhu finally understood why the leader's speech was so long. After he finished rambling, the county party secretary, who was pleased with the praise, immediately led the applause, and the others also responded with enthusiastic applause. Liu Hai's drum was the loudest, because Liu Erzhu had just praised him a lot, and the commune secretary gave him several approving glances. It seems I'm definitely going to get the title of Outstanding Brigade Leader this year. Furthermore, Liu Erzhu mentioned the security team leader a few times, which made the head of the commune's armed forces department thoughtful, hesitating whether to promote or commend him. Liu Erzhu was so thirsty from expressing his gratitude that he just took a sip of water. The county party secretary suddenly spoke up, "Well, Zhu Ziai's eloquence is really good. No wonder you're a middle school student. Now let's talk about your experience of capturing the spy." Ha! Liu Erzhu was stunned. "It's not over yet?" The county cultural bureau chief looked at him with a smile. "Comrade Liu Erzhu, the province has decided to turn your deeds into an opera to spread them and mobilize the masses to fight against enemy agents. This is a big deal, and it may even be adapted into a movie in the future. You must tell your story well. Adapting a traditional opera? Making a movie?" Liu Erzhu suddenly realized that explains why the people from the Cultural Bureau came, and how all these leaders managed to gather here. Moreover, judging from the Cultural Bureau's intentions, I must deliver a compelling performance in order to facilitate adaptation. It's impossible to say that he went into the city to trade on the black market, went to a brothel in the middle of the night, and then ran into enemy agents because he was late returning home for his birthday. Fortunately, Liu Erzhu had read so many novels in his previous life. As the saying goes, long illness makes a good doctor, and reading too much can lead to boasting. You can even make up a little story. Liu Erzhu pondered for a moment, then said seriously, "Speaking of catching spies, it was truly a dangerous affair. It all started when I entered the city. That day, I went to town to buy some tonics for my father who had broken his leg." Wait a minute. The director of the Cultural Bureau's eyes lit up. Is your father disabled? I just broke my leg while working. Liu Erzhu coughed lightly. It's not a disability. Ignoring everything else, the director of the Cultural Bureau excitedly told the clerk next to him who was in charge of taking notes, write this down. The young hero's father worked tirelessly day and night to help the villagers have enough to eat, which resulted in him breaking his leg. The family is now in dire straits. The young hero worked day and night to earn work points in order to buy his father some tonics. He finally saved enough money and went to the county just to buy his father a steamed bun to help him recover. But he ran into enemy agents. Liu Erzhu was dumbfounded. No wonder he was the director of the Cultural Bureau. When the director of the Cultural Bureau gestured for him to continue, Liu Erzhu, having learned from his experience, embellished his story again. I saw a person lying on the ground by the roadside, too hungry to get up, and I was a little puzzled. Under such wise county leadership, how could there be people who couldn't get enough to eat when the people live and work in peace and contentment? So, out of curiosity, I went over to investigate. After fabricating a whole story, Liu Erzhu mixed a bit of plot with a lot of flattery, praising himself to the point of disgust, but the leaders were very happy. After the complete plot was recorded, the director of the Cultural Bureau gave Liu Erzhu an approving look, saying, "This young man is teachable." The county leaders were also very happy and finally began to announce the commendation for Liu Erzhu, and even asked him to take a photo with the commendation order. Liu Erzhu was quite surprised to hear that the prize money was as high as 100 yuan is nothing to him now. But this wasn't obtained through buying and selling, it was given to us by the government. At that time, the government would give rewards, which were often just a few cents, at most 5 or 10 yuan. What mattered was the honor and the certificate. So 100 is indeed quite astonishing. Liu Hai was also stunned and quietly asked the commune secretary, "Isn't this a bit too much?" "It is a bit much, but it was secured by the county party secretary, so you can take it without worry." The secretary had a good impression of Liu Hai, so he explained. Why? Liu Hai still couldn't figure it out. The secretary glanced at him. Because the secretary is running for deputy secretary of the municipal party committee, this achievement will greatly increase his chances. Moreover, I heard that the county police station is praising him highly, and the textile factory seems to have also put in some effort. This kid has quite a few connections. Liu Hai suddenly realized why the county party secretary liked Liu Erzhu so much and always had a smile on his face. But what he didn't understand was why the textile factory was helping Liu Erzhu, and why it could actually help him. After Liu Erzhu received the commendation order and took a group photo with all the leaders, the rest was simple. The Cultural Bureau told him to go home first, and that they would send someone to deliver a copy of the photos to his home in a few days. They also hoped that Liu Erzhu would help guide him when adapting the opera, because Liu Erzhu was really good at speaking. The story I mentioned earlier was clearly fabricated, yet it was no less skillful than some of the scriptwriters in the county theater troupe. The director of the Cultural Bureau liked this kind of person, and coupled with the county party secretary's fondness for Liu Erzhu, he invited him to participate in the reorganization, which was also a way to get closer to him. Liu Erzhu readily agreed to help out at the county theater troupe. This whole ordeal took up the entire morning. At noon, the commune hosted the county leaders in its small canteen, but the county leaders are too lazy to eat there, so they might as well go back to the county government canteen, where at least the food is a bit greasy. Outside the commune, a 2-door, 8-seater Gas 69 was parked. The county party secretary got into the car first, while the other leaders smoked and chatted far away from the car. Liu Erzhu was watching with curiosity when the secretary waved for him to come over. He leaned closer and asked, "Secretary, is there anything I can help you with?" The county party secretary looked at the driver, who, understanding the situation, immediately got out of the car and ran to a distance to smoke a cigarette. Then, the secretary coughed lightly and said in a low voice, "Zuzi, I'm getting old and I work hard. The long hours and overtime have caused me to have backaches all the time. I heard from the factory manager that you have a kind of magic medicine that can strengthen the body?" Liu Erzhu suddenly realized, reached into his satchel and took out a small packet of muscle relaxing and bone strengthening pills. "Yes, you really need to take care of your health. The people are still waiting for you to work for our benefit. These muscle relaxing and bone strengthening pills can help relieve your back pain. I'll give you a packet to try." Upon hearing the name, the county party secretary immediately beamed with joy. Yes, that's the medicine. "Thank you so much, Zuzi. What are you saying? It's only right." Liu Erzhu was somewhat impressed with his own hypocrisy, but he didn't forget to remind him, "Remember, you can only take 2 doses of this medicine a day at most, and it will make you feel better in the time it takes to smoke a cigarette." The county party secretary nodded to indicate that he remembered, quickly put away the medicine, and then patted Liu Erzhu on the shoulder. "When I came here this time, there were some old fogies in the office saying that you came from a bad family. I think that's all nonsense. I've inquired about it. Your father has never bullied the common people. In fact, he cooperated very well when he handed over his property. He was identified as a poor peasant by the state. He even broke his leg while working in the village. You are a little hero in the county, so you shouldn't be affected by your background. Liu Erzhu's eyes lit up. After a whole morning of work, this sentence made him the happiest. Thank you for your understanding, leaders. The county party secretary smiled and waved into the distance. Let's go. The county leaders then got into their cars and drove away with a roar. Watching the leaders leave in cars, the people of the commune were a little envious, wondering when they could also be assigned a car to the commune. After they left, the commune secretary looked at Liu Erzhu and said, Zuza, don't go back in the middle of the day. Have a meal here. Liu Erzhu glanced at Liu Hai's expectant face and, quite sensibly, agreed. A group of people went to eat happily. Although there was no meat, the food was much more oily and juicy than in the canteen, and there was also alcohol. A group of people were toasting and exchanging drinks, which meant they had gotten to know each other. In the end, Liu Erzhu successfully became the beloved nephew of all the leaders in the commune, who kept inviting him to visit more often and even offered him a position in the commune. Liu Erzhu naturally declined the job, because he knew that there was only one position available, and even if he were given a position, it wouldn't be anything important. Once you actually join, you'll be bound by the commune, and getting promoted will become very difficult. I'll go back and find a suitable opportunity and a suitable position. Ideally, it should be a position that would make someone with red armbands afraid to move. After the meal, both host and guests enjoyed themselves immensely. Liu Erzhu actually drank the most, but he secretly put all the alcohol into his spatial storage, so he was in the best condition. Liu Hai was drunk and slurred his words. Liu Erzhu wanted him to take him back on his bicycle so that he could experience what it felt like to ride a whirlwind. He's walking so unsteadily, how could he possibly ride a bike without throwing himself into a ditch? Left with no other choice, Liu Erzhu had to ask the commune to arrange for someone to take him home, while he himself leisurely rode his bicycle home. Liu Tun. Liu Erzhu and his family had no appetite and waited at the village entrance. There were also the village security team leader and many villagers. Everyone had heard that Liu Erzhu went to the commune early in the morning to receive an award, so everyone wanted to see what kind of award he received. After all, people nowadays value honor highly, and given their good relationship with Liu Erzhu, they all came to watch the spectacle. Lily, with her sharp eyes, saw Liu Erzhu riding back on his bicycle and jumped up and down excitedly, shouting, Brother Zhu is back! Brother Zhu is back! The villagers all stood up immediately, craning their necks in anticipation. Liu Erzhu saw a group of people at the village entrance from afar and was startled. What's going on? What happened? The security captain was the first to rush over, excitedly asking, Zhu Ziai, where's the commendation order? Seeing the expectant looks in everyone's eyes, Liu Erzhu suddenly realized, is it really necessary? There's a commendation order waiting right here. He casually reached into his bag and took out the commendation certificate. The security team leader held the book as if it were a sacred edict, wiping his already clean hands vigorously on his body before carefully holding and reading it. Seeing the praise for Liu Erzhu and the official seals of various levels of government, the security captain was extremely excited. This is an award order issued by the state, which is more formal and valuable than certificates of merit issued by factories or communes. Moreover, this is the first commendation order in the history of Liutun, making it even more significant. The security captain was extremely excited, and the others also pushed their way forward to get a better look. When the other team members saw that their captain was being jostled and unable to stand, they quickly tried to maintain order. What are you all doing? Why are you pushing and shoving? Can you even read before you rush forward? Don't ruin the commendation order, that's a serious offense. This scare made everyone quickly scatter and then surround Liu Erzhu. Although they didn't know what was written on the commendation order or what the commendation was for, it didn't stop them from praising him highly. The men kept praising Liu Erzhu and even asked him to teach their children. At this moment, Liu Erzhu has become the perfect child in everyone's eyes, a role model for the entire village. Niu Honghua was also surrounded by a group of women who praised her with envy, asked her for advice on how to raise children, and some even wanted to introduce a wife to Liu Erzhu. When someone was the first to suggest introducing a wife to Liu Erzhu, things went wrong. The conversation at the event quickly shifted from praising Liu Erzhu to discussing a matchmaking event. Everyone was frantically introducing their daughters and relatives, afraid that this eligible bachelor would be snatched away by someone else. Amidst the bustling crowd, Chun'er appeared both happy and forlorn. She was genuinely happy to see Liu Erzhu receive praise and be welcomed by people. What saddened her was that she knew she was not good enough for Liu Erzhu. When she heard others wanting to introduce him to a wife, she felt upset, but she knew she had no right to speak. So she could only quietly leave the crowd and go to Liu Erzhu's house to continue working. Her lonely figure stood out starkly against Liu Erzhu, who was surrounded by the crowd, making her look quite pitiful. Liu Erzhu didn't notice Chun'er, his mind was preoccupied with how to escape. These villagers are so enthusiastic, they've already started discussing how to get a number. I went to see this girl on the 10th, then went to see that family's daughter on the 11th, and went to see a play in the county town with another girl on the 12th. Liu Erzhu didn't want to get married so early, let alone deny it after sleeping with someone. Although it's not yet a period of severe crackdown, this kind of behavior is still considered hooliganism and should result in arrest and imprisonment. Moreover, we are all from the same clan. If you do something like this, even if the villagers like you, they will kick you out of the clan and remove you from the family tree. Without the protection of the clan, this period will be very difficult. Liu Erzhu fled in panic, but Niu Honghua stayed behind, beaming with admiration as people complimented her, while she pondered which family's daughter was worthy of her son. When Liu Erzhu got home, he realized he had forgotten to take the commendation order. But it doesn't matter, the security captain certainly wouldn't dare to lose it for him. Sure enough, as soon as he entered his house, the security captain hurriedly chased after him. Why are you running? What if you lose this commendation order? Liu Erzhu handed him a cigarette, took the commendation order, and said, the commune called us in a hurry this time, and Uncle Hai and I didn't have time to inform you. However, I have already helped the commune claim credit for you. The commune's armed forces minister even asked me for your name. Upon hearing this, the security captain was overjoyed. He was very unhappy when he heard that Liu Erzhu and Chen Hai had gone to the commune to receive their awards without him in the morning. He felt that the two of them had deliberately lied to him. Now, however, he was so happy he could hardly stand, rubbing his hands excitedly and repeatedly asking, really? The armed forces minister knows about me? Not only does he know you, but the county leaders also know that I was able to catch spies under your influence, Liu Erzhu said with a laugh. The security team leader was shocked and said in a trembling voice, the county leaders, they all know? Then, should I go and give them some gifts to thank them for their support? But I really don't have any money on me. Zhu Ziyi, could you lend me some money? Liu Erzhu waved his hand. It's not that I'm stingy and don't want to lend money, but it's not good to give gifts at this time. You need to let the leaders see your hardworking and simple style. Yes, that makes sense. The security captain now has unconditional trust in Liu Erzhu. They can catch spies, get received by county leaders, and be praised by provincial leaders. Seeing the security captain fidgeting, Liu Erzhu chuckled, shook his head, and turned to go inside. His father had been impatient for a long time. If Liu Erzhu hadn't told him that it wasn't time for him to get out of bed yet, he would have already run to the village entrance on crutches to wait. Upon seeing Liu Erzhu, Liu Fuxian quickly said, quick, let me see your commendation order. Liu Erzhu handed over the commendation order and asked curiously, Dad, my great-grandfather must have received quite a few commendations back then, right? Why do you and my mother act like you've never seen anything like it? Back in your great-grandfather's time, the awards were all from the school, which were basically just icing on the cake. This is an award, bestowed by the state, much more serious and important than anything your great-grandfather received. Liu Fuxian sat on a heated brick bed, holding the commendation order and looking at it repeatedly, his face full of joy. He had previously tried to persuade Liu Erzhu that his family's class status wouldn't be a problem for the time being. Actually, he was also very flustered inside. At this moment, the commendation order was like a stabilizing force for him, and he felt completely at ease. Son, find a picture frame and frame it, Liu Fuxian said earnestly. I'll go to the county town to buy a picture frame tomorrow. It's already afternoon today, and I won't get back until evening, Liu Erzhu explained. He wasn't afraid of the dark. In the past, he would have gone to the county town immediately and then stopped by the black market on his way back after dark. But this was just after the spies were wiped out, and the county town and communes were probably under martial law. In particular, the black market, which was previously turned a blind eye by various levels of government, will definitely become a key target for investigation. If he wanders around in the dark and gets caught by the people, he probably won't get into any trouble, but he'll probably be laughed at for a long time. Okay, then quickly put the commendation order away, put it in the cabinet and lock it up, Liu Fuxian instructed earnestly. Liu Erzhu locked the things and then checked his father's legs. Dad, I reckon you'll be able to get out of bed with crutches in a couple of days. It takes 100 days to recover from a broken bone. Liu Erzhu's medical skills are good, but he's not a god. He can't possibly make his father recover immediately. After a few more days of recuperation, he will be able to get out of bed with crutches. Really? Liu Fuxian was immediately delighted. He's been cooped up at home for the past few days, and it's driving him crazy. Which man would want to lie at home all day? Even a good man would be ruined by lying around. Seeing his happy expression, Liu Erzhu asked, how about I get you a wheelchair? That thing is much more convenient than crutches. Come on, our family's class background is just a little better, and you're giving me that capitalist rotor stuff. Do you really think an award order is a get-out-of-jail-free card? Liu Fuxian said irritably. Liu Erzhu knew he definitely didn't want to, otherwise he would have done it already. He was just mentioning it casually. Dad, you stay home and rest. I'll go up the mountain and see if I can find any suitable wood to make you a walking stick. Liu Erzhu turned and walked out. Hey, Zuza, why don't you just let your brother do it? Liu Fuxian quickly called out. My brother's busy making balance bikes, he doesn't have time to make you a cane. Liu Erzhu didn't even turn his head. Besides, do you really trust his skills? When Liu Daliang is around, the younger brother should say nice things to him and give him confidence. But even in front of his own father, Liu Erzhu still relentlessly criticized his older brother. It's because he always beat me up when I was a kid. Lu Fuxian watched Liu Erzhu leave, his face full of emotion. That little guy who always hid behind him in fear when things happened has really grown up. Meanwhile, in the county town, inside a large compound, Song Quan, the head of the arts and literature department, hurriedly returned home and found his wife and daughter sitting inside eating a box of something white. The sweet aroma filling the room made his stomach rumble incessantly. His wife, Zhao Qing, heard the noise and couldn't help but smile. Look at your nose, it's not easy for our daughter to secretly make me something delicious, and you run home. Here's a piece of cake, open your mouth, ah. As the former leading actress of the county opera troupe, Zhao Qing was second to none in terms of both figure and beauty. Especially after years of being exploited by men and having a child, her body became even more voluptuous and alluring, like a ripe and juicy peach. Seeing her swaying gracefully as she walked over, Song Quan, who was with his wife every day, felt no annoyance at all. He was even more unable to resist her coquettishness. Despite having urgent business to attend to, he still obediently ate a bite of cake, his mouth full of sweetness. Seeing this, Song Enying rolled her eyes in a rather amusing way. So I was just an accident back then? Otherwise, how can we explain why parents never have any more children after having one, yet they are still so loving? Is it sweet? Zhao Qingjiao asked with a smile. Sweet, but not as sweet as you. Song Quan had studied abroad and received a Western education, so he had no qualms about saying sweet nothings and was quite good at it. Zhao Qing was easily swayed by his charm and was overjoyed. She stood on tiptoe and kissed his cheek, leaving a faint red lipstick mark. Song Enying couldn't stand it any longer. Her face flushed, she coughed lightly, and interrupted her parents' public display of affection with embarrassment and annoyance. Is it really okay for you to do this in front of me, your child? Little feudalist. Zhao Qing hugged her man's waist, leaned down and nestled in his arms, then turned back to mock her daughter. Song Enying's face darkened, and she packed up the cake box to leave. She really didn't want to eat dog food anymore. Song Quan also remembered the important matter and quickly stopped his daughter. Yingying, did you go out to celebrate a classmate's birthday the other night? Yes. Song Enying didn't like to hide things from her parents, so she told them the day after her birthday, and also praised Liu Erzhu. Song Quan looked pleased. I remember you said that on your birthday, a guy named Liu Erzhu treated you to birthday cake. Wasn't that guy about 1.75 meters tall, thin, with fair skin, and fairly good-looking? Song Enying recalled for a moment and found that Liu Erzhu's appearance matched her father's description. She immediately asked curiously, yes, Dad, how do you know him? Song Quan became even more excited and quickly said, then it seems that it was right. You don't know, after that kid celebrated your birthday, he actually caught a spy on his way back. He even found an enemy spy's hideout and their codebook and a specific local radio signal. This is of great help in catching the spy. So, in order to reward him, the county not only gave him a commendation, but also plans to put together a play to promote it. So amazing? Zhao Qing's surprised red lips formed an O shape. Song Enying was also somewhat incredulous. Really? He looked so refined, how could he catch a spy? Song Quan was very happy. Well, if you know him, that would be great. When he comes, you can talk to him more. Maybe we can get you included in the opera. I'll help you get a role in that opera, and you'll be able to join the county troupe smoothly. Once you perform well, I'll arrange for you to study abroad. Having received a Western-style education, Song Quan was well aware of how fast foreign countries were developing, and he hoped that his daughter could also go abroad to broaden her horizons. Zhao Qing nodded repeatedly, indicating that this was indeed a good opportunity. Only Song Enying looked a little upset and said softly, Dad, I don't want to join the theater troupe. I want to study philosophy. Philosophy? Song Quan frowned. What future is there in that? What can you do after you graduate? Seeing her husband's displeasure and her daughter's pout, Zhao Qing quickly tried to smooth things over. Who says philosophy is no good? Aren't those philosophers very famous? But Yingying, have you thought this through? If you choose philosophy, this path will be very difficult. At least in China, philosophy is not very popular. Song Enying said earnestly, I am working hard to learn English. I can get into Harvard and study abroad through my own efforts. Hearing his daughter's words, Song Quan's expression softened a bit. It's good to have this dream, but philosophy is indeed quite difficult. Being an artist is so much better. Do you know how much Mei Lanfang earned in a month? Song Enying nodded. I know, but I don't want to be confined to that small stage. I yearn for the world. Looking at his daughter's serious expression, Song Quan suddenly felt a pang of regret. He instilled foreign knowledge in Song Enying from a young age and even translated some foreign books for her, which led to her longing to travel the world. In fact, when Song Quan was young, didn't he also want to travel the world? But as I got older, I realized that the most important thing was to be able to survive in this tiny place. He looked helplessly at his wife, Qing. Why don't you try to persuade her? I can't persuade her. Zhao Qing knew her daughter too well. She was just like her husband when he was young, broad-minded yet stubborn. Song Quan sighed helplessly, wondering how else he could persuade Song Yenying. Zhao Qing suddenly pulled him aside and whispered, I can't persuade him, but I think there is someone who can. Who? Song Quan asked expectantly. It's Liu Erzhu, the one you just mentioned. Zhao Qing glanced at her daughter. You don't know, ever since that birthday, Yingying has been praising Liu Erzhu all the time. They said he can cook, speaks nicely, knows philosophy, and seems to be good at English. It's just like how I praised you to my dad when we were dating. Song Quan's face darkened. Yingying is dating that boy? Seeing his displeasure, Zhao Qing asked, somewhat puzzled, what's wrong with you? So what if you're dating? He's cultured, I've heard he understands philosophy, and he's even a little hero. How come he's not good enough for your daughter? What's wrong with a little hero? There are plenty of heroes out there. Does that mean my daughter has to marry them all? Song Quan glared, full of anger. And you even let that kid persuade my daughter. What if he manages to seduce her? By the way, you said that kid knows philosophy, right? I think that guy is just trying to fool my daughter. He has ulterior motives. Zhao Qing was speechless. She recalled her father's evaluation of Song Quan. At the time, Song Quan was a director in the county theater troupe and boasted everywhere that he had studied abroad. As a result, Zhao Qing's father kept calling him a fake foreign devil who sang opera. Do all these fathers dislike their sons-in-law? However, based on Song Quan and Song Yenying's descriptions, Zhao Qing had a good impression of Liu Erzhu. Alright, don't worry about this. I'll go and meet that kid later and see what he's got up his sleeve to bewitch my daughter like this. Song Quan came excitedly, but walked out with a dark face. Zhao Qing hurriedly caught up with him, giving him a disapproving glare. What girl is he talking about? I was just guessing. I didn't say your daughter is really dating someone. I think you should leave this alone. Let me know when Liu Erzhu comes to the county theater troupe, and I'll go talk to him. Song Quan frowned. What can you talk about? Ask him about his relationship with our daughter. If they are really dating, I will ask him to persuade Song Yenying to join the theater troupe. If the two were just ordinary friends or classmates, we wouldn't have fallen out with such a little hero. Don't forget, they are highly regarded by both the county and the province. Why are you so angry that you went to settle scores with them? Zhao Qing gently explained the reasoning, and finally convinced Song Quan. But Song Quan still felt like his little cabbage was about to be trampled away by a wild boar, and he made up his mind to secretly watch when his wife and Liu Erzhu talked. Let's see what this kid is really capable of. Liu Erzhu had a very comfortable time over the next few days. There is enough grain and meat at home. The seeds obtained earlier have been cultivated on a large scale in the mental space, and now we can freely consume refined grains, apples, and watermelons. On a whim, Liu Erzhu even made a candied apple for his family. The children ate with great enjoyment, and even Xiao Hu, who was usually reserved, became much more lively. After a few days of recuperation, he is in much better condition and is no longer so weak. He, Nizai, Lily, and Lele, all four children had regained their normal complexion and no longer looked so pale from hunger. Especially Nizai, because she often pestered Liu Erzhu to secretly give her extra meals, her little face became chubby. With the help of the snow cream, her skin was fair and delicate, like a little porcelain doll, so beautiful and delightful to look at. Every day she rides her scooter, her little bottom wiggling as she runs outside, and everyone in the village likes her. Little Snot, who used to keep saying he wanted her to be his wife, still wanted to play with Nizai, but he didn't dare to be as arrogant as before. He no longer called Nizai his wife, but instead obediently called her by her name. Liu Erzhu's status in the village grew day by day, and everyone greeted him warmly when they saw him. Finally, that morning, Liu Erzhu received an invitation from the county, saying that the opera was almost finished and they wanted him to take a look and offer some suggestions. This is different from what the director of the Cultural Bureau said before, when he was asked to participate in the screenwriting work. However, Liu Erzhu didn't say much. He knew from the beginning that those screenwriters were very arrogant and would never discuss how to write a play with a child like him. Besides, Liu Erzhu himself doesn't know much about screenwriting. Since his real name won't be revealed, he can just write whatever he wants. After arriving in the city by bicycle, Liu Erzhu first went to the supply and marketing cooperative for a stroll. He was more concerned about the department store business. I learned from Director Zhou that the department store is almost ready, and the goods have even been delivered, including the malted milk powder and milk powder that Liu Erzhu has been looking forward to. They are just waiting for an auspicious day to cut the ribbon and open the store. Director Zhou has been beaming with joy these past few days, always smiling at everyone he meets. Liu Erzhu was also very happy. After saying goodbye to Director Zhou, he went straight to the county theater. Workers' and Peasants' Theater. The buildings here are rather old, but they have a Western style and were clearly built during the Republic of China era. There were many bicycles parked at the entrance, and an old lady was watching over them. Liu Erzhu parked the car, but since he wasn't a theater employee, he had to pay a parking fee of 1 cent. When he arrived at the theater entrance, Liu Erzhu looked around, wondering why no one had been arranged to receive him. He wasn't putting on airs, it was just that the theater wasn't small, and he didn't know the way. The moment the thought crossed his mind, a beautiful young woman came running over, her ample bosom making Liu Erzhu dizzy. To avoid an awkward reaction, he quickly looked away, silently making his own assessment. No wonder it's a county theater, everyone who comes out is so beautiful and has such a great figure. If those long legs were wrapped around his waist, they could practically drain Liu Erzhu dry. Soon, the young woman arrived in front of Liu Erzhu, slightly out of breath, her breath sweet as orchids. "Comrade Liu Erzhu, are you? I'm sorry, I came to pick you up, but something came up and I was delayed." Liu Erzhu was quite tolerant of beautiful women, especially since she wasn't late, otherwise, where would he have seen the big white rabbit hopping around? "It's alright, let's go in first then." The young woman didn't move, but instead smiled and looked Liu Erzhu up and down. She couldn't help but secretly criticize her husband. "Is this what you call handsome? That's clearly handsome. Men really don't allow others to be better than them. Even though he's a handsome young man, they insist on calling him just good-looking." In addition, he wasn't short either, standing at 1.75 meters, which is considered tall in China, especially considering that people were malnourished at that time. Unlike later generations, when a bunch of 1.5-meter tall dwarfs were shouting that men under 1.7 meters were all third-class disabled, Liu Erzhu was a little confused by the young woman's gaze. He checked his clothes and asked cautiously, "What's wrong? Is something the problem?" The young woman smiled charmingly. "Do you know who I am?" "You are." Liu Erzhu wondered if this was the wife of some leader, here to introduce him to a potential partner? It's not that he's narcissistic, it's just that he's been getting too many introductions to potential partners these past few days. The young woman stopped speaking in riddles and introduced herself. "My name is Zhao Qing, and I am Song Anying's mother." Liu Erzhu suddenly realized and quickly greeted her. "Hello, auntie." Although he greeted her, there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. He wondered what Song Anying's mother wanted to see him for. Moreover, the term mother isn't very common in China. Has this person ever been abroad? After introducing himself, Zhao Qing kept a close eye on Liu Erzhu's reaction. If Liu Erzhu appears flustered, nervous, or shy, it indicates that he does indeed have an ambiguous relationship with his daughter, or that he secretly loves her. But now Liu Erzhu only showed a little more respect, while his eyes were filled with doubt, which made Zhao Qing's heart skip a beat. Could it be that my daughter is in a one-sided love affair? No, let's see. Maybe this kid has a strong mentality. After a moment's thought, Zhao Qing continued, "I'm not just here to pick you up today, I also have something I'd like to ask you." "Please speak." Liu Erzhu nodded. "Do you know that Ying wants to study philosophy abroad?" Zhao Qing asked directly. "Ha!" Liu Erzhu looked puzzled. "I know she's going abroad, but to study philosophy? That's a bit." The words wishful thinking sounded too harsh, so Liu Erzhu didn't say them aloud. Seeing his reaction, Zhao Qing basically made up her mind. The two are definitely not in a romantic relationship, and Liu Erzhu probably doesn't even have any feelings for his daughter. His own daughter, on the other hand, praises him from time to time, so she probably has some feelings for him. Thinking of this, Zhao Qing looked behind a pillar in the theater and gently shook her head. Song Quan was hiding there. As someone who had been through similar experiences, he could tell at a glance that Liu Erzhu really had nothing to do with his daughter. At least Song Anying's dream of studying philosophy abroad had nothing to do with Liu Erzhu. This made him feel a bit aggrieved. His daughter was so beautiful, why didn't this guy like her? That's right, Ying's father wanted to get her into the theater troupe, but she insisted on going abroad to study philosophy. We, as parents, really can't persuade her. You two are the same age and have a lot in common. Could you do your aunt a favor and try to talk to her? Zhao Qing earnestly requested. Liu Erzhu smiled bitterly to himself. What's the point of trying to persuade me? Both of these choices are traps. Song Anying will die no matter which one she chooses. For the sake of her classmate and her beloved, Liu Erzhu pondered for a moment and said, "Studying philosophy abroad is definitely unreliable, but joining a theater troupe may not be a good choice either. My suggestion is to let her focus on her studies. Young people change their minds every day. Once she has experienced more things, she will realize how unrealistic studying philosophy is. It won't be too late to persuade her then." Zhao Qing fell into deep thought and felt that there was some truth to what he said. Song Quan was displeased and stepped out from the shadows, saying, "What kind of talk is that? What's wrong with going to the theater? Are you looking down on us artists?" When Zhao Qing saw her husband run out to question her, her expression changed slightly. Liu Erzhu retorted, equally annoyed, "And who are you? Why are you jumping on the bandwagon? I am Song Anying's father. Explain yourself, why is it wrong for her to join the theater troupe?" Song Quan questioned. Liu Erzhu suddenly realized and said, "Where did this person come from?" However, after looking at the gentle Zhao Qing and then at Song Yingying's obedient appearance, his gaze finally fell on Song Quan, and he gently shook his head. This guy really doesn't seem like he belongs in this family. That makes sense, every family has someone who holds them back. Although Liu Erzhu didn't say anything, his scrutinizing gaze, disappointed expression, and the way he gently shook his head only fueled Song Quan's anger. "What makes you look down on me? Just because you're a little hero? I'm the head of the arts department." Ha! Liu Erzhu's face showed even more disappointment. Is this really a section chief? Wouldn't that ruin the cultural bureau? Liu Erzhu's simple word made Song Quan feel insulted, and the insult was extremely harsh. He immediately lost his temper and said angrily, "From today onwards, don't have anything to do with my daughter." Zhao Qing glared at her husband and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong with you today? He was just talking nicely, why are you acting like this? Didn't you see how infuriating this kid is?" Song Quan asked, his eyes wide. "Didn't you start the trouble first?" Zhao Qing retorted instinctively. Song Quan's eyes widened in disbelief. He never expected his usually gentle and virtuous wife to talk back to him today and even accuse him. "Qing, you. Zhao Qing also realized that she seemed to have offended Song Quan. But, so what? In the past, she certainly wouldn't have treated Song Quan like this. However, after getting to know Liu Erzhu, Zhao Qing found that he was indeed a good kid. If his daughter really cared about him and had some feelings for him, then it wouldn't hurt to get to know him. So when Zhao Qing looked at Liu Erzhu, she felt like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law, growing to like him more and more the more she looked at him. After Song Quan indiscriminately attacked her, she also retorted fiercely, as if protecting her own. Zhao Qing looked at Song Quan, who was speechless, and said irritably, "Go do what you're supposed to do. I'm talking to Zhu Ziyi, so don't interrupt." Hearing that his wife had changed her nickname from Comrade Liu Erzhu to the affectionate Zuzi, Song Quan felt even more aggrieved. How come my daughter admires Liu Erzhu so much, but now my wife has fallen for him too? What's so great about this kid? Weren't you going to see their newly written script? Aren't you leaving yet? Zhao Qing urged again. After being repeatedly rebuked by the two men, Song Quan couldn't stand it any longer, so he glared at Liu Erzhu and left. Liu Erzhu was bewildered by the glare. What's wrong with him? Zhao Qing quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Zhu Ziyi, he's not usually like this. What's going on today? What did I do to offend him?" Liu Erzhu asked, puzzled. "No, it's just that there might be a misunderstanding about you." Zhao Qing explained, "Yingying praised you for understanding philosophy at home before, so he thought that you taught Yingying to study philosophy abroad." Liu Erzhu suddenly realized, "I don't know anything about philosophy, I just know a few empty and grandiose phrases." Zhao Qing chuckled, "We share the same view. I've always felt that, apart from the very top philosophers, most of the rest are just empty talk and grandiose theories." Although chatting with Song Quan was annoying, Zhao Qing was indeed very good at talking, had a pleasant voice, and was good looking, so Liu Erzhu still enjoyed chatting with her. The two chatted as they walked into the theater and went backstage. There is a dedicated lounge for the performers. Many people are sitting here, some are singing opera, some are stretching their legs and practicing their skills, and others are applying makeup. Even when they're not performing, these people still come to work, but they're always bored, so they each find something to do. Song Quan and a screenwriter in his 50s were sitting in the corner of the lounge. The old screenwriter was dressed in the kind of modified long gown favored by intellectuals during the Republic of China era, and wore glasses. He looked refined yet had a touch of arrogance. "Teacher Sun, Comrade Liu Erzhu has arrived." Zhao Qing introduced Liu Erzhu to the old playwright, and then said to Liu Erzhu, "This is Mr. Sun Qianling, a playwright from our theater. He used to teach at the county middle school. I don't know if you know him." Liu Erzhu nodded, "I've heard of it. It seems that Teacher Sun is the vice principal of our school." Sun Qianling looked Liu Erzhu up and down and nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad, quite spirited. You really are a good student from our county middle school. You actually managed to catch a spy. This is a play I wrote for you. Do you have any suggestions or opinions?" Looking at the script, Liu Erzhu understood that it wasn't meant to elicit his opinions, but rather to elicit flattery and praise. He glanced through it casually, then politely handed it over. "It's very good, your literary talent is evident to all." Sun Qianling immediately showed his displeasure. "What kind of attitude is this? Why are you just flattering people like those others? Do you think I'm so easily offended? Take a closer look and give me at least 3 suggestions, or don't blame me for going to your school to have your teacher criticize you." Liu Erzhu reluctantly picked up the script again and began to read it carefully. He took a close look at the script and roughly judged that it had been changed to Hebei Bangzi opera. Bangzi opera is very popular in Hebei and Shandong, attracting more viewers than spoken dramas and operas, and it is also easy to record on the radio. Although there are now many theatrical genres, such as the spoken drama Tea House, the dance drama Lotus Lantern, and the puppet show Ma Liang and the Magic Paintbrush, traditional Chinese opera remains the most popular. Because television had not yet become popular, people still used radios to access the world. Traditional opera and crosstalk occupied half of the radio market. The other half of the country is news. Liu Erzhu didn't understand Bangzi opera, but he had read novels and knew their tropes well. What about hero saving the damsel in distress, pretending to be weak to outsmart others, never giving up, making a last-ditch comeback, turning the tide? Some might argue that online novels and traditional literature are not on the same level, and using them to adapt into operas is an insult to the national treasure. But to be honest, it depends on how you compare them. The top writers of online novels are indeed not even worthy of carrying the shoes of the top writers of traditional literature. No one dares to claim they are comparable to Lu Xun or Cao Xueqin, but compared to those from the lower classes in traditional literature, it's hard to say who is more skilled. After all, there are quite a few people who just coast along in the traditional literary circles. What? You peed a line, I peed a hole. It's unbelievable that this kind of scatological poetry can be published so openly, but if it can earn a single penny in the online literature circle, we should thank the netizens for their kindness. So Liu Erzhu felt that since he was asked to give advice, he mustered up his courage and used the formula of his previous life's masterpiece of light novels, Battle Through the Heavens, to briefly explain his ideas to Sun Qianling. To be honest, the plot twists like breaking off the engagement at the beginning and the 3-year agreement are still too ahead of their time in this era. But it really works. Liu Erzhu was explaining his routine, only he changed the world setting to a rural area and the main characters to 2 farmers. The story is about 2 farmers who have known each other since childhood and got engaged early on. However, the other farmer was hired by a factory in the county town and looked down on her farmer fiancé, so she decided to break off the engagement. In the end, the farmer became a young hero through his own abilities. As he spoke, he noticed that the surroundings had quieted down, and everyone had come over to listen attentively. After he finished speaking, he looked around, wanting to ask everyone how they felt, but he found that everyone was looking at him with pity. Others gritted their teeth and said, "How could someone be so shameless? They get engaged when someone has money, but kick them to the curb when they don't. How can anyone be so shameless? Yeah, it's a good thing this guy became a hero. Let that woman regret it. That's outrageous. How could there be such a person? But it's alright, comrade. I'll introduce you to someone later. She's from our theater troupe, and she's incredibly beautiful." A group of people discussed it animatedly, all filled with righteous indignation, and took it as a true story. Even Sun Qianling was shocked and stood up, looking at Liu Erzhu. "You have this experience? Why didn't you say so earlier? If I had written it into the script, it would definitely have boosted the opera's popularity to a whole new level." Zhao Qing, standing beside him, looked distressed and turned to glare at Song Quan. "You're so shameless. He's been hurt in love before, so he has no interest in your daughter at all, and you still come up here to bully him." Song Quan looked embarrassed, but he was quick to forgive and put it down. He immediately stepped forward, grabbed Liu Erzhu's hand, and said earnestly, "Comrade Liu Erzhu, I was wrong before. Please forgive your uncle." Seeing the serious expressions on people's faces, Liu Erzhu quickly waved his hand and explained, "No, this isn't my experience, it's just my suggestion for script writing." Sun Qianling patted Liu Erzhu on the shoulder and said seriously, "Alright, no one here will look down on you because of this. We will only look down on the woman who broke off the engagement. She was unworthy to be the hero's wife." "I really didn't," Liu Erzhu said with a wry smile. Hee, someone your age definitely doesn't understand creative writing. If you haven't experienced it, how could you write such a heartbreaking story?" Sun Qianling retorted. Liu Erzhu couldn't say a word. He couldn't very well say that he had copied it from someone else. Oh well, let it be a misunderstanding. Anyway, I won't reveal my real name while acting, so no one will know that I was the one who got dumped. However, it must be said that after this adaptation, Sun Qianling's script has indeed reached a new level and is absolutely captivating. Sun Qianling also thought highly of Liu Erzhu, believing that the young man had some education. "Comrade Liu Erzhu, why don't you consider joining the troupe and becoming a screenwriter or something? It's definitely better than farming in the countryside." "Of course, I don't look down on farmers, I just admire your literary talent. Ideology is also very important nowadays. Looking down on workers and peasants will lead to big trouble." Liu Erzhu politely declined. "No, thank you. My father broke his leg and needs someone to take care of him. It's inconvenient for him to come to the city." Using this excuse, Liu Erzhu has always been successful. Sure enough, Sun Qianling stopped insisting and instead took the script to revise it. After he left, Liu Erzhu was bored. The people from the troupe were willing to chat with him, so they started talking. Before they knew it, it was noon, and everyone invited him to eat at the theater's canteen. Liu Erzhu did not refuse and followed the group to the canteen, where he discovered that the theater was indeed wealthy. At a time when many people were starving, they ate steamed buns made from a mixture of wheat and vegetables. Although there's no meat, they're generous with the amount of oil they use when stir-frying. Sun Qianling and Liu Erzhu were eating at the same table. When Sun Qianling saw Liu Erzhu holding a steamed bun made of 2 kinds of flour and sighing, he immediately said, "You can't get this kind of good stuff in the village, right? It's okay. Once your dad's leg is healed, he can come work here. I can't guarantee you'll eat steamed buns made of 2 kinds of flour every meal, but I can guarantee you one a day." Liu Erzhu couldn't help but remind them, the standard of living in the theater is better than in those factories. Don't outsiders have any objections? So what if you have a problem with it? This is all money we earned ourselves. Besides, acting is very physically demanding. How can we do somersaults or sing at the top of our lungs if we're not eating enough? Sun Qianling said nonchalantly. Song Quoan, looking completely matter-of-fact, said, "Now you know why I wanted Yingying to come to the theater, right? We should probably tone it down a bit, or we might run into trouble," Liu Erzhu subtly advised. What problems could there be? We bear the important responsibility of spreading culture and ideas. Look at the operas we sing, aren't they all inspiring? Besides, the people respect us. Many factories and communes send us gifts and beg us to perform for them. Song Quoan had a faint look of smugness on his face. In an era when entertainment options were limited, and people would buy a radio and the whole village would flock to listen to it, and when a movie was shown, people from all around would come in droves, the theater troupe was indeed very popular and highly regarded. Sometimes, prosperity inevitably leads to decline. Liu Erzhu shook his head slightly. "You do know a lot about philosophy, and you speak in a very literary way," Song Quoan said, finding it amusing. Take it or leave it, Liu Erzhu thought, too lazy to say anything more. I was only reminding her out of respect for Song Anying, but she didn't appreciate it, so I'll just let it go. Besides, the saying "what goes up must come down" is history, not philosophy. After the meal, some people practiced their skills, some practiced their singing, and some wrote. Seeing that nothing was wrong, Liu Erzhu took his leave. Before leaving, Song Quoan reminded him, "After we finish rehearsing the play, we will perform in your village first, so that the people in your village can prepare. It will take at most a week. When the theater troupe goes to the countryside, they naturally have to eat in the village. To encourage the theater troupe to visit more often, the villagers usually treat them to a warm welcome and prepare lots of delicious food." Because this play wasn't particularly difficult, and the county was pressing for its completion, a week was enough time to prepare. Liu Erzhu casually agreed, left the theater, and headed straight for the textile factory. The reason why the county gave such a large bonus and why the county party secretary treated me differently was all thanks to the textile factory director's help in making connections. Even though they came for the medicine, we can't neglect social interactions. That's how we deepen our friendship. When Liu Erzhu arrived at the textile factory, he discovered that preparations for its expansion had already begun. The new garment workshop is ready, with trucks and ox carts bringing in machines and materials. People are busy and their faces are beaming with joy. When the gatekeeper, Uncle Chin, saw Liu Erzhu arrive, he immediately pulled him aside and chatted for a while, reiterating his intention to treat him to a meal before letting Liu Erzhu in to find Director Liu. Director Liu was directing the workers to move the machines when he saw Liu Erzhu arrive. He immediately put down his work and walked over to Zuzi. "What brings you here? Last time you were quite the drinker, you got both me and the factory manager drunk." Liu Erzhu smiled and handed over a Zonghua cigarette. "Brother Liu, you're quite busy. Seeing how tired the workers are, how about we have an extra meal? The department store is about to open, and Liu Erzhu is going to start accumulating wealth by buying more things. Because those things might be hard to find again if you miss them, so even if you buy them and store them in your mind, you still have to rush to buy them in advance." Liu Shenli was overjoyed. "We've already finished the meat from before, and besides, who would complain about having too much of the stuff? Zhu Ziyi, you're my savior. The factory has been expanding these past 2 days, and the workers are very tired and keep complaining. If you can get me a big wild boar to improve the workers' meals, I guarantee you'll get your share of the benefits." Liu Shengli happily shook Liu Erzhu's hand and thanked him repeatedly. "Okay, then lend me a tricycle or something, I'll go and haul the pigs over," Liu Erzhu said. "What's the point of a tricycle? I'll call a truck to take you there." Liu Shengli waved his hand generously. Because there are few cars in the county, many people may have never ridden in a car in their entire lives, so riding in a car is a novel experience for them. In Liu Shengli's view, although Liu Erzhu was promising, he had never ridden in a car before, which could be considered one of the perks he received. Unfortunately, Liu Erzhu knew very well that, not to mention this time, even in the 1970s and 1980s, many cars were just meant to be driven, with absolutely no comfort to speak of. He didn't want to go up there and get hurt, and besides, it wouldn't be convenient to take the pig out of his space if he brought people with him. No, I get a little carsick, I'll go by myself," Liu Erzhu quickly refused. "Motion sickness?" Liu Shenli looked confused. "What do you mean? Cars are rare, and motion sickness is unheard of, at least, no one in this small county has ever heard of it. It's a condition, I get terribly dizzy when the car is moving," Liu Erzhu explained. Liu Shenli looked surprised. "There's such a disease? That's really rare. Are you alright riding your tricycle?" Liu Erzhu laughed and said, the motion sickness is because the car is going too fast. How fast can a tricycle go? That's true. Lu Shengli didn't think much of it and had someone ride over a small tricycle used for selling vegetables, but he still needed to send someone to help carry the pig. Now Liu Erzhu couldn't refuse, otherwise Lu Shengli would definitely think there was something wrong. Liu Erzhu could only ride the small tricycle ridden by the canteen apprentices and direct them to go out. The young apprentice didn't know where to go, nor did Liu Erzhu. He was simply looking for a relatively secluded corner. After a good 10 minutes, Liu Erzhu finally spotted a relatively well-hidden dilapidated house and immediately jumped out of the car and ran over. It's right there. The apprentice hurriedly waited for the tricycle to catch up. When he arrived, Liu Erzhu had already released the big wild boar in the corner of the dilapidated house. Wild boar doesn't taste good if it's not bled, but the wild boars he caught this time were all shot. Therefore, when Liu Erzhu was released from the space, he had already used the space to slaughter the wild boar, leaving the pig's blood in the space. When the apprentice followed, he saw a large pile of meat. Brother, what if the pork gets stolen if you leave it here? The apprentice was terrified. But I can't just run around carrying pork all over the place. If someone spots me, your textile factory won't get any meat either, Liu Erzhu explained. The apprentice nodded, that makes sense. The two of them worked together to lift the meat onto the tricycle. The apprentices were overjoyed and returned to the factory with even more effort than when they arrived. Upon seeing the slaughtered wild boar, Lu Shengli excitedly pulled Liu Erzhu to his office. Instead of pouring tea for Liu Erzhu, he mysteriously took out a small bag and said, "You're in luck, kid. I just got a new gadget and you're here. You can try it today." Liu Erzhu glanced at it, raised an eyebrow, and said, "Nestle coffee? Where did you get this foreign stuff?" Lu Shengli was preparing hot water to brew coffee when he exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, you actually know about coffee? You're quite knowledgeable." Immediately, Lu Shengli slapped his forehead. "I forgot, your father was a landlord, so he must have seen a lot of good stuff. Hey kid, tell me the truth, do you have any treasures hidden at home? I know someone who's most willing to pay high prices for antiques and gold." Liu Erzhu asked helplessly, "How come even you know about my background?" "I heard it from the factory manager, but don't worry, that's all in the past, no one will bring it up again." Lu Shengli smiled as he made the coffee and brought it over. "My family really didn't have any treasures. You know the situation back then. If even the slightest problem were discovered, my dad would be finished," Liu Erzhu explained, while taking a small amount of white sugar from his satchel and pouring it in. Lu Shengli wholeheartedly agreed, then picked up his coffee and took a sip. It was his first time drinking it. He had always heard that the upper class in the Republic of China era liked to drink it, and now that it smelled so good, he thought it must taste delicious. But after taking a sip, his face instantly contorted. If he hadn't been so afraid of being hungry and not daring to waste food, he would definitely have spat it all over Liu Erzhu's face. "This is fucking awful. It's even more bitter than bitter melon." Lu Shengli forced himself to swallow it, cursing as he spoke. Liu Erzhu smiled and handed over some white sugar. "This coffee needs sugar, but there's no sugar in it, so just add some of this to make do." "You little rascal, adding sugar is enough? This is a rare treat. Besides, what doesn't taste good with sugar?" Lu Shengli was reluctant to add sugar and casually wrapped the small packet of sugar up and stuffed it into his pocket. "Liu Erzhu, what's wrong with these older folks? Why do they all like to take things from other people?" Lu Shengli remained expressionless, took 2 bags of coffee from the cabinet and handed them over. "I see you like drinking it quite a bit, kid. You gave me candy, so I'll give you coffee." Liu Erzhu smiled helplessly, but accepted the coffee. He then glanced at the cabinet and asked, "Director, do you have anything else unusual here? Like milk powder or malted milk powder? Come on, this is a county town, not the capital. Those things are extremely rare. Every time the Commerce Bureau brings them over, the leaders consume them all, and we never get a chance. However, I heard that the department store that is about to open has brought in quite a lot this time. I'll shamelessly take some out and share half with you." Lu Shengli patted his chest and guaranteed. Liu Erzhu shook his head. "No need." "What? You look down on me? You think I can't handle it?" Lu Shengli glared at him. "No, I have a good relationship with the department store manager, and I've already asked him to save some for me. I was worried that he might not have enough, so I asked you if you had any, so there's no need to trouble you, brother Liu." Liu Erzhu quickly explained, fearing that Lu Shengli would misunderstand. Lu Shengli looked at Liu Erzhu in disbelief. "You've got quite a network, kid. I didn't even know who the new manager of that department store was, and you've already built up a relationship with him. It was just a coincidence." Liu Erzhu said only 3/10 of what he meant, leaving the matter at that. Lu Shengli, being a shrewd old fox, didn't press for details, but simply said warmly, "I thought I was pretty successful, but I didn't expect to be so far behind you. But if you're familiar with the department store manager, then I really need to ask you for a favor. Could you see if you could get them to get a TV for the textile factory, or find me a way to buy one? Money is no problem. Liu Erzhu fell silent upon hearing Lu Shengli's request. If he remembers correctly, television sets were indeed made in China, but due to insufficient industrial capacity, many steps required manual production, resulting in very backward production conditions and a very small number of sets. Producing 200 units a year would be considered the peak. In such a large country, 200 units a year are not enough to supply major factories and governments in major cities. A factory in a small county wants to buy a television. Brother Liu, you guys are getting too big for your britches. The county government probably doesn't even have a TV, and you still dare to covet it, Liu Erzhu reminded him irritably. Lu Shengli smiled confidently and said in a low voice, "You don't know, do you? The county party secretary and our factory director are old comrades in arms and have a very good relationship, so even if there's something really big, we can suppress it." Liu Erzhu suddenly realized, but still shook his head, "It's not that I don't want to help, but the Commerce Bureau has probably been watching TV for a while now. Once they arrive, they'll definitely enjoy it first, unless I go to another place to buy it." "Are you going to another city?" Lu Shenli suddenly stood up, looking nervous. "You're not moving to Beijing, are you? Sijukan is only a little over 100 kilometers away from the county seat. This distance is not close, but it is not far either." Liu Erzhu had made over 1,000 yuan from the textile factory alone, plus the money from the police station, so he could live comfortably even if he moved to Beijing. But Lu Shengli wasn't worried about whether he was doing well or not, he was worried about losing this stable source of meat. Liu Erzhu hurriedly explained, "I didn't want to move to Beijing. Who would want to live in a place where several families are crammed together, have to queue for 2 hours every morning to use the toilet, and have to endure the pungent smell of the public toilets?" In his previous life, he lived in Beijing for many years. The pungent smell in the toilet was so strong that he could hardly stand it even with his nose blocked. Several times, he almost fainted in the toilet. Especially after the educated youth who went to the countryside returned to the city, they carried out all sorts of illegal expansions and constructions in order to have a place to live, turning alleys that were wide enough for cars to pass into narrow paths that even people could not walk through. Lu Shengli breathed a sigh of relief. Right, there's nothing good about Beijing. Our small county town has plenty of detached houses and courtyards. If you'd like, I can get you a separate dormitory here. You can live however you want." Liu Erzhu didn't want to stay in the dormitory and was just about to change the subject when there was a knock on the door. Outside the door, the chef walked in with a big smile. "Director, this time Zuza delivered a total of 217 jin of meat." "Okay, then according to the old rules, it's 5 yuan and 60 cents a pound, which is 1,215 yuan in total. I'll issue the receipt right away. Go and get the money for Brother Zhu," Lu Shenli said hurriedly. The cook agreed, but instead of leaving after taking the note, he looked at Liu Erzhu as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Lu Shenli asked in surprise, "Is there something else?" "A little." The chef said somewhat awkwardly, "Didn't Zhu Ziyi give me some medicine last time to help me take care of my health?" "What? It's not working?" Liu Erzhu stood up, ready to check on the chef. Since it concerned his medical skills, he dared not take it lightly. The chef quickly replied, No, it's incredibly effective. I've been using the medicine for a few days, and I feel much better. I no longer experience those waves of pain like before." Upon hearing this, Lu Shengli immediately became displeased and said, "You didn't believe Zhu Ziyi before, but now you know what Zhu Ziyi is really capable of." The chef looked embarrassed and ashamed. "It was my fault. I shouldn't have underestimated Brother Zhu." "Alright, apologize and then leave." Lu Shengli wanted to talk to Liu Erzhu a little longer. After all, Liu Erzhu was knowledgeable and experienced, and the conversation was quite enjoyable. "I have something to do. I have a few guys who are also chefs, and they have the same problem as me, or even worse. They can barely work anymore, so I wanted to ask Zhu Ziyi if he could give them the prescription." "Oh, Zhu Ziyi, don't worry, they're willing to pay," the chef quickly assured him. Upon hearing this, Lu Shenli didn't say anything more. Liu Erzhu shook his head. "It's not that I'm stingy, but everyone's constitution is different, and their illness and cause are also different, so the medicine I give you may not be the right one. It would be best if you could call them over so I can take a look, but I will definitely charge you. It's only right to collect the money. I'll call them over right now." The chef turned and left happily. Lu Shengli gave Liu Erzhu a thumbs up. "What's that saying again? A doctor's heart is like a parent's, right?" Liu Erzhu chuckled and said, "We're all from the same hometown, and it's not a serious illness. I'm just helping out when I run into someone. Just don't report me for practicing medicine without a license." "Ha, brother, you don't have a medical license yet? What's the deal? I'll find someone to help you get one right away. If you're willing, I can arrange for you to get a job at the county hospital," Lu Shenli said hurriedly. He was now eager to do Liu Erzhu a big favor, preferably one that would leave him in a significant debt of gratitude. In this way, he and Liu Erzhu were now bound together. The fact that a factory director was so eager to befriend Liu Erzhu, a teenager, would make countless people envious. Liu Erzhu refused. I have a master in Liutan, and I'm also officially registered in the commune. I'm considered an apprentice at the Liutan health station. If you're really interested, then help my master transfer to the county hospital. The doctor with the lisp is more than qualified to work at the county hospital, but he lacks connections and can't get a job there. Since master is embarrassed to take the money he earns from selling medicine, let's arrange a job for him. After all, he's getting on in years, his eldest son is doing poorly, and he has 2 younger children. Finding him a job will at least give him a way to make a living. Another point is that Liu Erzhu doesn't know who caused trouble for his master in his past life, burned his family's medical books, and killed his master. But it must have been someone from the village or a nearby village. So he simply kept him away from the village. As long as he didn't spread the word, the people in the county would definitely not know that he was a descendant of the imperial physician. In addition, by staying in the logistics department all day, he should be able to avoid death. Hearing his request, Liu Shengli was overjoyed, because Liu Erzhu finally needed his help, and this was a favor. Furthermore, the fact that Liu Erzhu gave up such a good opportunity as getting into the county hospital to his master shows that he is a person who values loyalty and righteousness. Making friends with someone like that would be the best thing ever. Seeing that Liu Shengli hadn't replied for a long time, Liu Erzhu felt that this matter might be difficult to handle, and said apologetically, "If brother Liu can arrange it well, I can give up the money for this pig." What kind of talk is this? Liu Shengli's face hardened. Do you still consider me, Liu Shengli, your older brother? I'm just helping you with something, and you expect such a big gift from me. Are you even human? Alright, I'm going to take care of getting your master into the county hospital. I know the vice president of the county hospital very well, so getting someone in shouldn't be a problem. By the way, how good is your master's medical skills? If possible, arrange for him to be a chief physician. If not, I suggest he be in charge of logistics, as it's very lucrative. After listening to Liu Shengli's words, Liu Erzhu hesitated for a moment before saying, "Let's arrange some logistical work." He wasn't worried about his master's medical skills being inadequate, but rather that his master would be targeted after the wind picked up. If you work in logistics, you don't have to face patients all day, and you're less likely to be remembered. Besides, with Liu Erzhu around, how could his master not manage the logistics properly? If you want vegetables, I'll provide them. If you want food, I'll give you food. If you want fruit, I'll give you fruit. If you want meat, there's plenty to go around. Liu Shengli had the same idea as Liu Erzhu, so he immediately grabbed his hat and scarf and said, "You have some coffee, wait for me for half an hour." "You have something to do? Then I'll be going now, I won't bother you any longer." Liu Erzhu got up to leave. Liu Shengli pressed him down into a seat. "I'm going to do something for you, just wait patiently." What a decisive and efficient action. Liu Erzhu was dumbfounded. I thought that given how inefficient these people were, the work would take at least half a month to complete. I never expected Liu Shengli to leave so suddenly. He really treats me like a brother. Liu Erzhu was touched and immediately reached into his bag, took out 2 large red apples and handed them over. "Brother, these are apples I brought from home, you can eat them." Liu Shengli looked at the apple with some surprise. It wasn't that he hadn't seen it before. After all, apples are a northern fruit and a winter essential, so many northerners like to store some for the winter. However, due to technological limitations during this period, there were very few varieties of apples, and the conditions for planting and transportation were also poor. As a result, the apples people ate were generally small, wilted, and many were even rotten. "This isn't a Kuoguang apple, is it?" Liu Shengli asked in surprise. "Yes, these are wild apples I found on the mountain. They looked good, so I picked some and stored them at home." "Brother, try it. If it tastes good, I'll send you some later." Liu Erzhu stuffed the apple into Liu Shengli's arms. Liu Shengli didn't stand on ceremony. After taking a bite, his eyes lit up. "It's so sweet, and so crunchy. There's such a good thing on the mountain? Aren't those wild fruits supposed to be small, sour, and not tasty at all? Maybe the apple tree I found just happened to be in a location with good soil and water," Liu Erzhu said with a laugh, trying to fool the situation. Liu Shengli didn't doubt it and nodded slightly. "Possibly, but this tastes really good. If you have any extras later, send over a batch. I guarantee I'll pay you more than the market price." Fruit cannot fill an empty stomach, so there are few people buying and selling it on the black market. It is mostly people with some wealth who eat it for fun, so the price is naturally not too high. But the textile factory has plenty of money, and the fruit really does taste sweet. If we share some with the leaders, they'll definitely be happy. Liu Erzhu readily agreed, watched Liu Shengli leave, and then took out a large apple and started eating it himself. At most, it will be half an hour later. Liu Shengli returned with the chef. As soon as he entered, Liu Shengli slapped a piece of paper in front of Liu Erzhu. "Here, work certificate. Have your master go to the brigade to get a letter of introduction, and then go to the police station to transfer your household registration. Moving to work in the county town will definitely require things like a grain ration book, but I believe you can handle these things more easily than I can." Liu Erzhu knew people at the Dongdaemun police station, so transferring his household registration was just a matter of a word. Upon seeing the work certificate, Liu Erzhu quickly stood up. Brother Liu, thank you for your hard work. I'll treat you to drinks with my master later. That's nothing. Liu Shengli was also very happy. This was a big favor, and if he needed anything from Liu Erzhu in the future, he certainly couldn't refuse. Even if Liu Erzhu can't help with other things, the textile factory's meat supply will definitely continue. Seeing that the two had finished their business, the chef quickly said, "My buddies are here, Zhu Ziyi, could you take a look at them?" "Sure." Liu Erzhu looked at Liu Shengli. "Brother, can I borrow this place for a bit?" "Why not? Let them in." Liu Shengli moved a chair over and sat down to watch Liu Erzhu receive treatment. As the head chef of the textile factory gave a shout, 4 people walked in, all covered in cooking fumes. In later generations, the smell of cooking oil would be repulsive, but nowadays people are proud to have the smell on them, mainly because it makes them feel at ease, which means they have food to eat. These days, cooks and drivers are very popular jobs. Men would kill to get them, and women would fight tooth and nail to marry them. These chefs usually boss everyone around when they're out and about. At this moment, they were all very awkward when facing Liu Erzhu, and dared not provoke him. One by one, they all came over with their heads bowed and eyes down, asking Liu Erzhu to examine them. Liu Erzhu sat there calmly, with a cotton hand warmer in front of him. "Line up and put your hands up here." The chefs knew the rules for seeing a doctor, so none of them dared to make a sound. They lined up and went over one by one. Liu Erzhu examined the group by observing, listening, inquiring, and feeling their pulse, and then quickly prescribed 4 medicines. "You're all pretty much the same. Years of flipping the wok have led to overwork and accumulated illnesses. However, due to differences in physical condition, the treatment methods and time required also differ. Take these 4 prescriptions back with instructions on how to take them, but don't share them with your colleagues, because if the medicine isn't right for your condition, it's just a waste of money." Liu Erzhu handed over the 4 prescriptions and said calmly, "Oh, thank you so much, little miracle doctor. Thank you, Dr. Liu. We brothers are finally able to live a good life. You saved my job and my whole family." The 4 chefs thanked him profusely, paid the consultation fee, and then carefully put away the prescription as if it were a priceless treasure. They trusted Liu Erzhu quite a bit. After all, the head chef of the textile factory had been their old partner for many years. They all had similar ailments, such as arm pain, shoulder pain, or back pain. They all suffered from illnesses that affected their work. The worst case was that they couldn't even swing a spoon anymore, and the apprentices usually did the work. In order to keep their jobs, the group often got together to discuss their symptoms and search for folk remedies in an attempt to cure the pain in their bodies. Unfortunately, despite taking countless medications, trying numerous folk remedies, and visiting countless hospitals, I still haven't gotten better. 2 days ago, the head chef from the textile factory suddenly approached them excitedly, saying that he was no longer in pain and even demonstrated his skillful wok flipping technique on the spot. This excited the group, and they all asked him how he had been treated. The head chef at the textile factory was originally going to administer the medicine directly, but luckily he asked Liu Erzhu a question, otherwise the medicine might not have been effective. Once the prescriptions were in hand, the group of people perked up again, showing off their work. "Dr. Liu, I'm the cook at the furniture factory. If you have time to come over, I'll treat you to a meal. If you're craving meat, just come to the slaughterhouse and find me, Li Xiaodong. There's plenty of meat there. I'm the cook at the county government. If you need anything, I can easily help you with something. I'm just an ordinary cook at a state-run restaurant. If you come to eat at my place again, I promise you won't have any trouble." Liu Shengli, who was listening nearby, curled his lip in disapproval, thinking to himself that the cooks were starting to show off. Liu Erzhu knew this was all thanks to his connections, so he politely stood up and said with a smile, "You don't need to be so polite. After all, I've already received a consultation fee. But even if you have the medicine, don't work overtime. You need to rest when you need to." The head chef at the textile factory chuckled, "Don't worry, these guys are lazy. Chopping, preparing vegetables, washing pots and dishes are all the apprentices' jobs. They just stir things up in the pot." The other 4 glared at the textile factory chef, as if you weren't one. Liu Erzhu wrote down the names and workplaces of the chefs and then saw them out. He knew that these 4 people were still a bit arrogant and thought their workplace was prestigious, so although they were polite to him, that was all. After all, it's not easy to get several adults, including chefs with connections and status, to show such respect to a teenager. But once they used his medicine and healed their injuries, they confirmed his skill. I dare not say that many people will respect him like a god, but they will definitely treat him like a king. Alright, Brother Liu, since there's nothing else, I'll be going now. I still need to help my master with the introduction letter and household registration. Liu Erzhu said goodbye to Liu Shengli. Liu Shengli immediately saw Liu Erzhu out of the factory and warmly invited him to come visit sometime. Seeing this, the doorman, Old Qin, hurriedly chased after him, saying, "Why are you leaving again? I haven't treated you to a meal yet." I really have something urgent to attend to today. I'll bring some wine and meat another day, and we can eat in the gatehouse together, Liu Erzhu said apologetically. Yes, this kid is busy with his master's work, Liu Shengli confirmed. Work is indeed important, so I won't delay it. But why are you bringing food and wine when I'm treating? Just come in person later. Grandpa Qin knew that Liu Erzhu hadn't intentionally refused to eat with him, so he let him leave. Liu Erzhu rode his bicycle straight to the Dongdamen police station. To change one's household registration, one needs to have a formal job in the city, a letter of introduction from the township, and sometimes even political background checks. If an ordinary person comes here to transfer their household registration, they'll be left waiting if they don't offer any gifts or treat others to a meal. But Liu Erzhu has connections, so there's nothing to worry about. He arrived at the Dongdamen police station. As soon as he entered, Li Xiangyang rushed over and said excitedly, "Hey, Zuz is here. Come on, have a seat." Liu Erzhu was somewhat confused by his enthusiastic attitude. Is this guy on performance-enhancing drugs? He was about to ask the other police officers, but he saw that they were even more excited. Zhu Ziyi is here. Quick, Lao Wu, make him a cup of tea. Come on, Pillar, have a Pegasus cigarette, we just seized it yesterday. Why smoke Pegasus? I have something new here. Ever seen a slim cigarette? I heard it's called Snow Lotus. You should try it. Do you have enough bullets left from here? Can I get you some more? Seeing so many police officers surrounding him with enthusiasm, feeding him like they were taking care of a giant panda, he was flattered but also quite bewildered. Finally, he found a moment to interject, "What are you doing? Are you short of meat? Just say so, I still have some in stock, I can send some over." To everyone's surprise, they laughed when they heard this. Li Xiangyang patted him on the shoulder and said, "Because of you, we all received a third-class merit award. How about we thank you a little? Besides, you haven't even met the director yet. He's probably thinking about giving you a kiss right now. He's about to get promoted, all because of those few spies you sent over." Liu Erzhu suddenly realized and quickly corrected him, "I only sent one. The rest were arrested by our many police officers through hard work." Li Xiangyang waved his hand, "Don't be modest. Without the spy you sent, no matter how many of us there are, we wouldn't be able to catch that bunch of animals. Also, do you still have the medicine you prepared before? Some of the prisoners aren't cooperating." "That medicine that makes people itchy?" Liu Erzhu asked. "What do you mean by medicine that makes you itchy?" "It's a medicine used to treat wounds and stop bleeding, it just has a slight itchy side effect," Li Xiangyang quickly corrected. Liu Erzhu couldn't help but give a thumbs up, "It has to be you guys." He grabbed a piece of paper and wrote down the recipe. After all, when asking for help, you always have to give someone something in return. Li Xiangyang was quick-witted and put the document away as soon as Liu Erzhu finished writing. He then said to his colleagues, "I'll go get some medicine and try it later." Smack! Someone kicked Li Xiangyang, startling him so much that he jumped up. Who the hell? Cough, the director. Li Xiangyang, who was angrily scanning his surroundings, quickly smiled apologetically at the director behind him. Director Liu stretched out his hand impatiently, "Give me the prescription." Yes, I was just about to send it over to you." Li Xiangyang immediately handed over the prescription with a smile. "You all go ahead and get busy. Zhu Ziyi, come to my office and let's talk." Director Liu ignored Li Xiangyang. He wanted to promote this kid, so he couldn't be too nice to him these past 2 days, for fear of being misunderstood or having his secrets discovered and causing trouble. Liu Erzhu agreed and followed Director Liu into the office. As soon as the office door closed, Director Liu immediately flashed an incredibly warm smile. "Zhu Ziyi, have a seat. We won't drink that lousy tea. I'll brew you another cup. From now on, treat this place as your home and come visit often." Looking at Director Liu, who was busy running around, Liu Erzhu said with a wry smile, "Uncle Liu, there's no need to be so polite. Alright, I won't stand on ceremony. It's not a problem for me to treat you like my own nephew, is it?" Director Liu smiled and handed over a cup of hot tea. "Don't leave tonight. Go home and have your aunt cook you something delicious." "I really can't come today. I actually came to the police station because I need your help with something." Liu Erzhu quickly got down to business. "I asked Brother Liu from the textile factory to arrange a job for my master at the county hospital, so I want to transfer my master's household registration here. I came to ask what procedures are required." Director Liu fell into deep thought. Seeing that he didn't speak, Liu Erzhu's heart skipped a beat, and he asked cautiously, "Is it difficult to handle?" "No, I wanted to ask you, is the brother Liu you just mentioned Liu Shengli?" Director Liu confirmed. Liu Erzhu nodded hesitantly. What's wrong?" Ha, you call Liu Shengli brother? Then I'm your uncle, which means I'm a generation older than that old guy. When I see him again, I must make him call me uncle." Director Liu was as happy as a naughty child who had deliberately peed on someone's shoe. Liu Erzhu looked speechless. "Uncle Liu, I'm talking to you about serious business." "What important business is it?" Why would you make a trip for something so trivial? Director Liu kept laughing. Don't worry about it. I'll have Li Xiangyang take care of it for you today. You can have your mentor get the letter of introduction ready later. Is this okay? I hope it won't be too difficult for you? Liu Erzhu asked somewhat embarrassedly. What's so difficult about that? Not to mention me, even if the police heard it was about you, they wouldn't make things difficult for you. By the way, what does your master teach you? How do you get to the county hospital? If he teaches you martial arts or hunting, you can have him come to the police station, Chief Liu asked with concern. He's my master who taught me medicine. His family has been practicing medicine for generations, so it was just right that he was assigned to the hospital, Liu Erzhu explained. Director Liu nodded slightly. You've been a doctor for generations? Your medical skills must be quite good, right? How much of it have you learned? Liu Erzhu hesitated for a moment, wanting to say that he had completely surpassed his master, but felt that it would be too arrogant to say that, so he humbly said, It's hard to say, but curing diseases is no problem. Can you cure rheumatism? Or can your master cure it? Director Liu asked. Last time he wanted to ask Liu Erzhu, but Liu Erzhu just said that he felt he could get into the provincial hospital and leave him speechless, so he didn't say anything. When he heard that Liu Erzhu was learning medicine from an old doctor who had been practicing medicine for generations, he couldn't help but ask. Even if Liu Erzhu doesn't know how to treat patients, his master can do it. Liu Erzhu pondered for a moment and said, I can't guarantee that, because there are many types of rheumatism. It depends on the specific type. But no matter what type it is, I can guarantee that it will relieve his pain. As long as he takes the medicine, he will be just like a normal person. At most, he will need to take the medicine for a long time. Director Liu was still a little worried after hearing that Liu Erzhu could cure the disease. How about I find someone to take care of your master's household registration first, and then you can take your master with you to see him? Liu Erzhu immediately understood. No wonder Director Liu had hesitated to speak when he heard that Liu knew medicine last time. Now he's seeking treatment from me, and he's saying he wants to bring his master along. So it turns out it was because they didn't believe in themselves. Liu Erzhu didn't say much, since it wasn't him who was sick. Okay, then I'll go back to the village first and get my master's letter of introduction. Director Liu realized his behavior had been somewhat inappropriate and said awkwardly, It's not that I don't trust you, it's just, I understand. Doctors have different strengths. Sometimes it's good to see several different doctors, just like comparing prices when buying something. Liu Erzhu didn't take it seriously at all. If it were him, he would also be a little skeptical if he saw a young man claiming to know medicine. Even the fraudulent drug advertisements on television in later generations like to use older people to impersonate doctors, because they know that people have a special trust in older people. Director Liu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Liu Erzhu was not angry, and quickly led him out of the office. Li Xiangyang, transfer Zuza's master's household registration and get a grain ration book from the street office while you're at it. Have Zuza bring the letter of introduction to complete the process later. Do it as soon as possible. Director Liu instructed. Liu Erzhu was a little embarrassed. After telling Li Xiangyang his master's name, he handed him a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, saying, Brother, you can have this. Li Xiangyang casually pulled one out and clipped it to his ear. What are we talking about, buddy? Besides, these are all minor matters. After saying that, he ran to the household registration police station and started working on it. Liu Erzhu handed over another pack of Zhonghua cigarettes. I'll need your help in the future. In a few days, I might need to get my brother into the furniture factory in the county town, and my sister-in-law needs to go to the department store. I'll have to ask you to help me with the household registration for both of them. Your sister-in-law is going to the department store? Li Xianjiang's eyes lit up. Then I can't accept your things anymore. We'll have to ask your sister-in-law for help when we need to buy things in the future. Director Liu was also quite surprised. Zhu Ziyi, are you serious? The department store is full of people with connections. I tried to find someone to get my niece in, but I couldn't find any. How did you manage to do it? I know the manager of the department store, I call him Uncle, Liu Erzhu explained. Goodness, you have uncles all over the world. Director Liu wanted to laugh, but then he thought, what's the point of laughing? Those are all his connections. Even as the head of a police station, I'm not as resourceful as him. Speaking of which, you're quite the planner, aren't you? First you took care of your master's family, then your own. You're not going to end up bringing the whole village to the city, are you? You'll have to bring all the stray dogs from your village to be police dogs, aren't you? Chief Liu couldn't help but tease. Sure enough, Liu Erzhu really had this idea, and he didn't hide it. If there are good jobs, we should definitely grab them first, otherwise they will all be taken by others in the future, and we won't have any left. In a few years, when a large number of students graduate and become adults, it will be found that there are too many people and that various industries in the country cannot keep up with the population growth, resulting in a shortage of job opportunities. As a result, various government agencies and state-owned enterprises are overhiring, hiring 3 people for a 1-person position, or 5 people for a 3-person position. This was far from enough, which is why educated youth were sent to the countryside. If the city can't support them, then let the farmers support them. That's why we call farmers grandpas. Liu Erzhu couldn't control the educated youth going to the countryside, but his thought was to first secure the positions he could, and ensure that his relatives and friends wouldn't starve. As the old saying goes, to manage one's own family, govern the state, and bring peace to the world, what are you talking about if you can't even take care of your own family? Director Liu deeply agreed, but due to his position, he couldn't say it out loud. He could only pat Liu Erzhu on the shoulder and say, "My niece is actually quite pretty. Let's have dinner together tonight, and you can meet her." "No, how did we end up going on blind dates again?" Liu Erzhu could only quickly reply, "Well, let me get my master here first." Director Liu watched him hurriedly get on his bicycle and ride away, and couldn't help but laugh. "You think you can get away, kid? You still have to bring me the letter of introduction, right?" After saying that, Director Liu rode his bicycle straight to his sister's house so that his niece could dress up nicely. That's why people always say the maternal uncle is one's own brother. He'll immediately think of his niece whenever there's something good happening. Liu Erzhu rode his bicycle back to his village. Upon entering Liuyutan, Liu Erzhu first went to Deshitu's house. After entering, he saw son Liu doing chores for his master's wife. The master's wife is sewing quilts for him at his house. Big Tongue was also fiddling with the herbs. When he saw Liu Erzhu arrive, he greeted him, "Zuza, these herbs are almost ready. You can start making the medicine now." "Master, I need to talk to you about something." "Let's go to the brigade and talk on the way," Liu Erzhu called out without even entering the door. Seeing his anxiety, the man with the lisp didn't think much of it, told his daughter-in-law son Liu, and quickly went outside. "Zhu Zi, what's wrong? Is there a problem with the medicine? Or did you get caught at the black market?" Big Tongue asked nervously. "You can blame the medicine on master. The black market incident shouldn't be too serious. Ask Liu Hai to put in a good word for you. Maybe we can get away with it." Liu Erzhu was speechless. "Am I that unreliable in your eyes? It must be a mistake for me to contact you." The man with the lisp said earnestly, "It's precisely because you're usually so reliable that I'm worried about you suddenly getting so anxious." Liu Erzhu smiled and said, "I like this explanation. But it's not a bad thing, it's a great thing. I got you a logistics job at the county hospital, in charge of the canteen. The starting salary is 35 yuan. The man with the lisp suddenly jumped off the back of the bicycle. "Huh? What did you say?" Liu Erzhu was startled and quickly slammed on the brakes. "My dear master, you scared me to death. Why are you jumping around like that at your age? You know your master is old, right? Don't joke like that." Big Tongue looked at Liu Erzhu nervously. "How can you play tricks on your own master?" "Of course I'm serious," Liu Erzhu said irritably. "Originally, I was thinking of getting you a doctor's certificate, but firstly, doctor's positions are not easy to obtain. Secondly, with me in charge of your logistics, you don't need to worry about that. And thirdly, this position is very lucrative, so I took the liberty of deciding it for you. Don't be upset." The man with the lisp gave a wry smile. "I'm not happy? Do I have that much nerve? That's a proper job in the county town, more than 30 yuan a month. I can't earn that much in a year, and I can even get extra money. That's something so many people dream of. But Zhu Zi, I can't take this job. I'm so old. What kind of work can I do? You should go, even if it's for your brother." Liu Erzhu patiently explained, "I plan to arrange for my brother to work in the furniture factory. Once he has worker status, no one will mention my family's landlord status anymore. I also reserved a department store sales manager job for my sister-in-law. That job pays much better than yours, so don't worry." Big Tongue stared intently at Liu Erzhu. Seeing that he looked calm and didn't seem to be lying, he felt a little relieved, but still turned and walked home. "I don't want to go. You can do that job yourself." "Master, please don't make things difficult for me. The police station has already transferred your household registration. If you don't go to work, you won't even be able to earn work points." Liu Erzhu spread his hands. The man with the lisp simply didn't believe it. "I didn't even send a letter of introduction. How could they transfer my household registration? Do you think your master is an idiot? Then you really underestimate your apprentice. With my connections at the police station, would it be difficult for me to help you transfer your household registration? Besides, I'm just taking you to get the letter of introduction. You can get it later. And another thing, don't refuse. Believe me, I can get the letter of introduction without you even having to go. Once it's sent to the police station, you won't be a villager anymore, and you won't be able to earn work points anymore. You'll be left starving." Liu Erzhu threatened. The man with the lisp stared blankly at Liu Erzhu, speechless. He believed that this righteous disciple was truly capable of doing such a thing. But Big Tongue's eyes were a little red, and he said in a trembling voice, "Pillar, what kind of disciple would ask his master for a job? Besides, your master has never given you anything good. Why didn't you give it to me? Without your family's heritage, where would I have found the muscle strengthening and bone treating pill? And how would I have gotten to know so many important people? You don't want a share of the profits from the pills I give you, so finding you a job isn't too much to ask, is it? Besides, if you don't think about yourself, you should at least think about Lily and Lele. You're getting old. If you don't leave them some money, how will they live in the future? Does this mean I, Xuanzi, am supposed to raise both my child and my younger brother? Even if my sister-in-law is the best person, she shouldn't suffer like this, right? Or you want me to raise your child? I'm too lazy to do that. I'm not going to raise your child, hee. Liu Erzhu's words were so slurred that the man with the lisp couldn't refute them, and tears streamed down his face. He knew that Liu Erzhu's last words were meant to comfort him, and that his purpose was to get him a job in the city. But this is not just about getting into the city. Liu Erzhu has found a way for him and his 2 children to survive. He even said that Lele could take over his job in the future, guaranteeing that he wouldn't starve. If it weren't for the inappropriateness of his status, Big Tongue felt that it wouldn't be too much for him to bow and kowtow to Liu Erzhu 3 times and 9 times. Seeing that his master didn't know what to do, Liu Erzhu didn't give him much time to think. Master, no matter how you want to thank me, let's get down to business first. The police station has finished processing the household registration, so we need to send the letter of introduction over as soon as possible. Please don't make things difficult for me. Okay. The man with the lisp got back into the car and followed the team to the brigade, wiping away tears all the way. This puzzled the villagers, who wondered what was going on. Those nosy people followed and came to the brigade headquarters to take a look. Before entering the brigade headquarters, Big Tongue suddenly became a little nervous and asked, what if Liu Hai doesn't want to release them? As Liu Tun's former doctor, Big Tongue had saved many people, and even people from far and wide came to him for treatment, so it's normal that Liu Hai was unwilling to let him go. Liu Erzhu was also a little worried. He weighed the options and decided that if all else failed, he would send more meat to the brigade headquarters, do some things for the village, and help develop the economy. Anyway, Master will definitely have to be sent away, otherwise Liu Erzhu will feel awkward if such a good person is really gone in the future. After arriving at the brigade headquarters, Liu Erzhu told Liu Hai about the situation. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Liu Hai looked at Liu Erzhu with some nervousness. Your master is going to work in the city? Then our village will be without a doctor. I'm not leaving, Liu Erzhu said hastily. Oh, that's fine then. Liu Hai readily provided the letter of introduction. He wasn't afraid of Dishi leaving, but he was afraid that Liu Erzhu would follow him. If this talented man left, it would be a great loss to the village. The man with the lisp felt incredibly embarrassed as he watched Liu Hai readily issue the letter of introduction. He thought he was very important in the village. Unexpectedly, Liu Hai only cared about Liu Erzhu and didn't care about himself at all. Once the letter of introduction is ready, Liu Erzhu carefully put it away, then quickly left the brigade headquarters with his master and headed straight for the county town. The man with the lisp was completely bewildered throughout the entire ordeal, especially after arriving at the county police station, where he bowed and scraped to everyone, displaying a servile demeanor. But the people at Dongdaemun police station treated him with even greater humility. Every time the man with the lisp said, "Thank you for your hard work," or "Thank you, police," the other party would respond with an even more polite attitude. In the end, even Liu Erzhu couldn't stand it anymore, so he hurriedly ran out with Dishi. There's an old saying that goes, master and disciple, father and son. Liu Erzhu truly treated Dishi Tou like his own father. He first took him to the textile factory, and then to the supply and marketing cooperative where Director Zhou worked, introducing all his connections to Dishi Tou. That means if someone with a speech impediment has a problem and can't find themselves, they can go to these people. Finally, Liu Erzhu arrived at the county hospital with the man with a lisp. Liu Shengli accompanied the two, and they were personally received by the vice president of the county hospital. Upon meeting, Vice President Su Guangtao shook the hand of the man with a lisp and said earnestly, "Our county hospital needs someone like you. We are finally fortunate to have you here to oversee things. No, I will learn a lot from you in the future." Although the doctor with a big tongue was outstanding in his medical skills, he still instinctively respected the leaders of the county hospital and hurriedly flattered the vice president with humility. Su Guangtao was indeed being polite to the man with a lisp because of Liu Shengli's influence. Liu Shengli promised Su Guangtao that Liu Erzhu could procure a large amount of food, especially meat. After exchanging pleasantries with the man with the lisp, Su Guangtao turned to Liu Erzhu and said warmly, "This must be Comrade Liu Erzhu, right? I've heard you're quite capable. You should come here often in the future." Liu Erzhu also greeted Su Guangtao politely. "Dean Su, don't worry, this is my master. I have to come and see my master often. Besides, I have a lot of vegetables and fruits that my master needs to sell to your hospital. How could I not come often?" After saying this, Liu Erzhu lowered his voice and promised, "Dean Su, don't worry, I dare not say that the county hospital will have meat at every meal, but if your family doesn't have meat for even a day starting today, I'll change my surname." Hearing this, Su Guangtao became even more excited, shaking Liu Erzhu's hand vigorously and laughing loudly. "I've long heard that Comrade Liu Erzhu is very capable. Seeing him today, I can see that he is indeed a talented man. From now on, your master will be the head of the logistics department of our county hospital, so we will be family. You must come often. Liu Erzhu was taken aback. Didn't the work certificate say he was a canteen manager? How did he become a section chief? You should know that the head of the logistics department of this county hospital receives a salary of level 15 to 19, but usually it is level 18, which is 87.5 yuan. That's more than double the 30-odd yuan salary of a cafeteria manager. Little did Liu Erzhu know that the vice president discovered that the man with the lisp hadn't even arrived yet, but his household registration had already been processed. The police station had even come to inform him that the county hospital would arrange a separate dormitory for him. That's why he trusted Liu Erzhu's abilities even more. Coupled with Liu Erzhu's promise, he was promoted on the spot. But Liu Erzhu was not going to refuse. He said without hesitation, "Of course. I will definitely come to the county to see my master in the future. And I happen to have a favor to ask of you. Recently, wild apples on Liutun Mountain have been plentiful. The village apples are overflowing. You must help me harvest 100 caddies first." As a doctor, Su Guangtao knows all too well the benefits of apples. They are definitely a good thing. It's nutritious and has benefits for treating cardiovascular diseases. Even eating a small amount can be very beneficial for diabetics. Although eating too much can make you hungry, the county hospital staff often eat constipating coarse grains and substitutes, and crave things like apples. So Su Guangtao was overjoyed. Great. Great. You and your master can set the price. You definitely won't lose out on the farmers. With just a few simple words, the job of the person with a lisp was settled. To show his sincerity, Liu Erzhu decided to first arrange for his master to stay, and then send a wild boar and 100 caddies of apples to the county hospital the next day as a welcoming gift for his master's new job. The next thing was easy: arrange a dormitory for the person with a speech impediment. Since the family of 4 will live together, the family with the tongue-tied person definitely needs to live in a separate house. The county hospital is staffed by locals who all have their own homes, so most of the dormitories are empty and easy to find. Liu Erzhu shamelessly found a small courtyard with 3 rooms for them. Looking at the large yard, which was even bigger than his own house, the man with the big tongue suddenly became a little nervous. "Zuzi, isn't it a bit much for us to take up such a big space?" "It's all right. If anyone has any objections, let them go talk to the dean." Liu Erzhu looked at the yard with satisfaction. "Master, I'm going to go to the textile factory and ask them to borrow a truck to pick up my master's wife and all the things from home." "Ha, we need to use a truck? Forget it, an ox cart will do." The man with the lisp dared not ask for anything more. Is that a truck something that ordinary people can afford? The leaders of the commune probably wouldn't need this truck when they move. Liu Erzhu didn't care and rode his bicycle to the textile factory. When Liu Shengli saw Liu Erzhu arrive again, he asked curiously, "Is there anything else?" Liu Erzhu put the bag he was carrying on the table and said, "Brother, can I borrow your truck? If you're going to use a truck, then use it. Why are you delivering things?" Liu Shengli said with a smile, opening his luggage bag and glancing inside before instantly freezing in shock. The luggage bag contained at least 10 kilograms of apples, 3 large watermelons, and 10 bottles of canned syrup. Whoosh! Liu Shengli closed his suitcase again and said incredulously, "What are you doing, kid? I want to use the truck to help my master haul goods in the village. You're busy using it right now, so I should at least do you a favor," Liu Erzhu said frankly. Liu Shengli said irritably, "Isn't that something I can decide with a single word? And what can the factory director say about you? I know the factory manager and brother Liu are both capable, but if I can promise the county hospital 100 caddies of apples, how could I possibly be inconvenient with you?" Liu Erzhu said with a smile. "You promised the county hospital 100 kilograms of apples? Is this how it's always done?" Liu Shengli asked in surprise. "Yes," Liu Erzhu nodded. Snap! Liu Shengli slapped his thigh in regret. "My goodness, why didn't I think of putting your master in the textile factory's infirmary? You know, even though he's the factory director, he can definitely get food and won't let his family go hungry. The food available wasn't very good either. You couldn't buy nutritious foods like meat, eggs, and dairy even if you had the money. Then there's this big apple. He hasn't seen one of such good quality in years. Even when he used to eat them, they were always the wilted kind. As for watermelons, these days, if you want to eat watermelons in autumn and winter, are you the president? Canned goods and syrup are even more remarkable. Even factory directors can't just eat and play without limits. They use these things as gifts. For someone of their level, or even a factory manager, these are considered quite presentable gifts." Liu Shengli is now filled with regret. He regrets that when Liu Erzhu suggested sending the person to the county hospital, he sent him there without thinking twice. Now that I think about it, if we had kept the person, wouldn't those 100 pounds of apples have belonged to the textile factory? Liu Shengli kept slapping his forehead. "I've been so busy with the expansion these past 2 days that I didn't even realize it was such a big deal. Don't worry, given our relationship, even if my master weren't here, I would still come often in the future. Besides, if it weren't for your help, my master wouldn't have become the head of the logistics department. How could I forget your help? Liu Erzhu comforted him. Lu Shengli nodded. That's the only way to think about it. Hey, wait a minute, if you have a master, then you must have a master's wife, right? How can you say that? Of course there is. Liu Erzhu said helplessly, you must be so busy that you're asking such questions. Lu Shengli quickly explained, what I mean is, if your master's wife doesn't have a job, she can come work for us. We need to hire people for our expansion. Liu Erzhu hesitated for a moment, but my teacher's wife has 2 children. If she goes to work, there will be no one to look after the children. What's there to be afraid of? Just send it to the school. Don't worry about it, I'll find someone to handle it for you. Quickly send a car to pick up your master and mistress. Lu Shengli was overjoyed and accepted the contents of the luggage bag without hesitation. Although these things are valuable, he could easily find a good job for Liu Erzhu's wife. Being a team leader earns you almost 40 yuan a month, isn't that great? Liu Erzhu never expected that borrowing a car would also lead to arranging a job for his teacher's wife. Big Tongue hadn't even recovered from the joy of having a job when he suddenly learned that he was now a dual-income family. He almost fainted from excitement, dancing around like Fan Jin after passing the imperial examination. After he calmed down a bit, he was put on a large truck and headed straight for Liutan. The trucks at that time were still the Jifang trucks, but by the time the textile factory got them, they were already second or third-hand vehicles. Although the driver had wiped the car body very clean, the seats were incredibly hard, practically made of sheet metal. Moreover, even though the driver took good care of the car itself wasn't very good, and the road surface was also bad, so the bumps were really deadly. Liu Erzhu absolutely refused to ride in that kind of vehicle, so he simply waited in the county town and didn't go back. He mainly knew that when he went back, the villagers would definitely ask him all sorts of questions. To avoid dealing with so many people, I'll just wait here. Just as he had predicted, the truck attracted a large crowd of villagers as soon as it entered the village. These people had only seen trucks in movies when the film projection team went to the countryside to show films before. This was the first time they had seen one in real life. The truck was surrounded by layers of people and couldn't move at all. The man with the lisp got off the bus, reluctantly took the 2 packs of cigarettes Liu Erzhu had given him, and led the villagers away. The villagers were still unaware of what was going on, and when they saw the man with a lisp get out of the car, they were all curious and asked him why. The man with the lisp just laughed and said, it's nothing, just moving. Why are you moving all of a sudden? A villager wondered. And using a truck to move, are you going to the city to become an official? Yeah, wasn't it Zhu Ziyi who took you away before? Where is Zhu Ziyi? If you ever become an official, you mustn't forget about us villagers. My son is quite capable. How about he comes to the city with you and helps you out? Iron Ball, get out of here. Didn't you see that the guy with the lisp didn't even bring his own son? Why would he bring yours? A group of people were talking all at once, and the lisp couldn't keep up, which made his son and daughter-in-law turn pale. However, the young couple didn't say anything and just kept their heads down, helping with the moving work. Seeing the 2 of them like this, the master's wife also felt somewhat uncomfortable. After everything was loaded into the car, she pulled the young couple aside and whispered, don't tell anyone what I'm telling you. Your dad and I got these jobs with Zhu Ziyi's help. We can earn a little over 100 yuan a month, so we can't ask for more. Besides, if the whole family leaves, the villagers will inevitably start to gossip. So your dad and I have discussed it and decided that you will live in the village from now on, and we will give you 30 yuan a month. The young couple, who had just been feeling dejected, suddenly looked up and stared at their teacher's wife in disbelief. Once he was sure his mother wasn't joking, Lu Mashuan knelt down with a thud, his eyes filled with tears. Mother, I know I brought shame to our family. I don't blame you at all for not taking me with you, I just feel that I can no longer be by your side to fulfill my filial duties. Sun Lu quickly knelt down with her child in her arms and said obediently, Mother, you don't need to give us money. We have hands and feet and can support ourselves. Alright, we're not doing this for the 2 of you, but for the sake of our eldest grandson. Although I've given you this 30 yuan, you can't show off. Just quietly enjoy your good life, or you'll bring trouble to Zhu Ziyi, understand? Also, if Zuzi ever needs anything in the future, you 2 have to help him with everything you have. If your father and I find out that you 2 dare to treat Zuzi badly, even if we're too old to move, your sister and brother can come back and deal with you. The master's wife gave him a cold warning, but her expression softened a bit when she saw the 2 of them nodding and promising. Looking at this family of 3, she was actually reluctant to part with them, and hugged and kissed her eldest grandson again and again. Unfortunately, no matter how reluctant she was, she couldn't take the whole family of 3 with her. After all, they haven't even settled down in the city yet, so where would they go with their family of 3? Besides, if they all move away, those who know them will think they're going to the city, while those who don't will think the whole family has run away. They might not be able to return to the village in the future. Elders believe in returning to one's roots, so the master's wife didn't want to end up unable to return to her ancestral graves. After the family had settled in, the man with the lisp led the nervous mother and her 2 children onto the truck. Because they didn't have much furniture, the wagon bed wasn't fully occupied, and the wagon compartment couldn't accommodate so many people. So the man with the lisp let the mother and her 2 children and the driver sit in the truck bed, while he and the workers smoked and chatted together in the truck bed. The truck rumbled back to the county town. Lily and Lele spotted Liu Erzhu waiting by the roadside from afar and waved excitedly from the car. After parking, neither of them wanted to get out of the car and wanted to stay in. Children always have boundless energy, they can even find themselves addicted to such an uncomfortable train carriage. Liu Erzhu let the 2 children play in the car and went to buy 5 boxes of Pegasus cigarettes for 27 cents each, which he gave to the workers who were helping him move. Smoking, if you really want to be picky, is indeed not something you should eat or drink, but it happens to be the best icebreaker in social situations. After all, you can't exactly bring a couple of ounces of meat to someone's door and say, "Hey buddy, wanna take a bite?" That's treating people like dogs, no wonder they'd beat you up. If you chat directly with them, they might be wary of you and suspect you're trying to scam them. Wouldn't it be awkward if they ignored you? With cigarettes, things are different. It doesn't matter if the cigarette is expensive or cheap, if you offer one to someone and they accept it, you can start a conversation. If someone says they don't smoke, it probably means they don't want to talk, and it wouldn't be too awkward for them to just leave. Especially for workers, being given a cigarette or a pack of cigarettes after finishing a job, regardless of their price, will make them happy, because it represents respect. Of course, if you encounter those cheapskates who never stop taking advantage and complain even when you have cigarettes, you shouldn't give them a single one. You can't indulge their bad habits. The workers were delighted to receive the cigarettes and quickly cleaned up the house, even taking away the trash they had collected. After they left, the 2 children ran around wildly in the yard and ran around to every room. The teacher's wife was overjoyed. She pulled Liu Erzhu aside, wiping away tears as she repeatedly expressed her gratitude. Liu Erzhu smiled and said, "Master's wife, don't just talk the talk, it's getting dark, please treat me to a meal." Big Tongue knew that Liu Erzhu wasn't really short of money for this meal, but just wanted to give them a way out and make them feel at ease staying there, so he quickly said, "Okay, let's go to a nearby restaurant to eat. You can eat whatever you want today." "Okay." Liu Erzhu led his master and his family out. There happened to be a state-run restaurant nearby, with 5 or 6 tables inside. Big Tongue had eaten at restaurants in the county town before and knew the rules here. He saw his wife sitting at the dining table waiting for her food and gently kicked her. "Do you think this is your home? Go to the counter to order, and then wait at the window." At the counter, the cashier was sewing clothes and didn't seem to care about the customers at all. Even when the master's wife walked over, she ignored her and said indifferently, "Put the money and tickets here, then write down what you want to eat, and wait at the window. Don't write anything wrong, or I'll have you shot." The teacher's wife was a little nervous and said in a low voice, I can't write." Hearing this, the cashier rolled her eyes impatiently and put down her work. "If you can't write, what are you doing eating at a restaurant? Tell me, what do you want to eat?" The master's wife glanced at the small blackboard hanging above, which listed today's menu, and immediately said, "Bring all of these dishes, along with a bottle of mutai and 6 steamed buns." The cashier glanced at the 5 people and said irritably, "5 people eating 6 dishes? How can you possibly finish that? Writing about 6 dishes is such a waste of time. Besides, these things add up to more than 5 yuan, and you also need meat coupons and grain coupons. Can these people afford to pay for them, or are they just freeloading?" Seeing his master's wife's awkward expression, Liu Erzhu immediately came over to say something. A chef poked his head out from the window and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, Dr. Liu? Why didn't you let me know you were coming?" Liu Erzhu looked over instinctively and recognized Dong, one of the 4 chefs who had come to him for treatment that day. He had previously said he was a chef at a state-run restaurant, but I never expected it to be here. "Brother Dong, I didn't expect you to be a chef here. My master brought me to a restaurant," Liu Erzhu said with a smile. "What a coincidence!" Dong exclaimed happily, leaning against the window. "Please sit down, everyone. This meal is on me. Your medicine really works. I only used it for 1 day, and the pain isn't as bad as before. As long as it works, try to do as little work as possible these next 2 days, Liu Erzhu reminded him. "Don't worry, my apprentice will handle the chopping and side dishes, I'll just stir-fry." Dong was overjoyed, and then shouted to the cashier, "Huar, be nicer, this is my benefactor." The cashier, who had just been looking annoyed, immediately smiled obsequiously and said, "I'm sorry, Grandma, I'm sorry, Uncle, I didn't know." Liu Erzhu was startled by the uncle address. After all, the female cashier was definitely in her early 20s, and the fact that she called him uncle instantly gave him a feeling of returning to his past life. The master's wife didn't say much, but was happy for Liu Erzhu. She truly treated Liu Erzhu like her own son, so the more connections Liu Erzhu had and the better he lived, the happier she, as his teacher's wife, became. The man with the big tongue also hurried over. "You mean Dong? Don't bother, I'm treating my apprentice to dinner today, you can treat him another day." Oh dear, you two see each other all the time, what's one more time? Give me a chance today, I must thank Dr. Liu properly. De Dong refused to Shili without hesitation and insisted on treating everyone. He now truly admires Liu Erzhu, utterly admires him. In the end, the man with a lisp didn't pay for the meal. De Dong not only cooked several hearty dishes for Liu Erzhu, but also brought out a bottle of his treasured Fenjia liquor. He enthusiastically joined Liu Erzhu at the table, showering him with compliments, completely abandoning the smugness he had shown that morning from his background in a state-owned restaurant, because he realized that Liu Erzhu was a true miracle doctor. He sought medical help everywhere, trying all sorts of folk remedies, almost ending up in the hospital, but none of them cured his ailments. After using the prescription given by Liu Erzhu, my symptoms improved significantly within a day. Big Tongue was overjoyed and proud to see Liu Erzhu promote his family's medical skills, so much so that he drank a few more cups of wine, and in the end, Liu Erzhu had to carry him home. After Liu Erzhu took the man home, he said goodbye to his master's wife and planned to go to the black market to see if there were any new or interesting things there. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Director Liu rushing over. It was a freezing autumn night, but Director Liu was covered in sweat from running. He complained to Liu Erzhu, "You run way too fast. If I hadn't gone to the textile factory to ask where your master lived, I wouldn't have been able to find you. What do you want from me?" Liu Erzhu asked curiously. "Good news, come on, follow me," Director Liu called out. Curious, Liu Erzhu followed, riding his bicycle in a winding path until he arrived at the Dongdaemen police station. As soon as he entered the door, he saw a girl in a floral patterned jacket sitting in the police station. He immediately had a bad feeling and turned to leave. Director Liu was prepared. He grabbed Liu Erzhu by the collar and dragged him into the duty room, shouting, "Dongmei, Zuzi is here. You two can go to my office and have a chat." It really was a blind date. Liu Erzhu secretly groaned. The girl looked at Liu Erzhu shyly. Seeing that he was handsome and tall, she blushed, lowered her head, and softly hummed in agreement. Clearly, they've set their sights on it. Liu Erzhu knew it was inappropriate to leave directly, so he looked helplessly at Director Liu. Director Liu glared at him, then said in a low voice, "Don't cause any trouble, kid. My niece is pretty, well-behaved, and skillful. I wouldn't say she's a perfect match for you, but she's certainly not the kind of wife you can't show off in public. Go talk to her quickly, and if it works out, I'll get the marriage certificate done with just one phone call later." Liu Erzhu quickly said, "Uncle, I didn't say your niece wasn't good enough, it's just, that's nothing, go on a blind date." Director Liu pushed the two of them to his office, closed the door, turned around and left, stomping his feet as he walked away. Then he quietly tiptoed back and eavesdropped through the door. In the office, Dongmei stood awkwardly by the wall, her head down, fiddling with the hem of her clothes, not daring to speak. She would only occasionally steal glances at Liu Erzhu, her face growing redder with each look. Looking at the girl, Liu Erzhu thought she was indeed quite pretty. Although she was a bit short, she had a good figure, with a prominent bust and buttocks. Among the girls Liu Erzhu had ever seen, she was considered above average. To put it simply, in modern times, without an apartment in the city, a car worth over 200,000 yuan, and a dowry of 300,000 yuan, this girl would be impossible to marry. But Liu Erzhu was really not in the mood for dating right now, especially since they are about to get married. He thought for a moment, then decided to start intimidating her. He sat down in front of the girl without any politeness and said, "Dongmei, right? Since this is a blind date, let's chat honestly. I won't hide it from you, I have a few minor flaws, I can't do without smoking and drinking." Dongmei lowered her head and said softly, "It's okay, my dad, my brother, and my younger brother are all like this." Liu Erzhu also knew that for people of that era, smoking and drinking were really no big deal. It was only in later generations that men would be considered to have caused a major upheaval if they even got involved in these things. He immediately raised his stakes. "I snore like a wolf when I sleep, it's terrifying." Dongmei didn't expect Liu Erzhu to talk about sleeping so directly. Her face turned even redder, and she said in a low, mosquito-like voice, "No, it's okay, I don't mind." Liu Erzhu hurriedly said, "My feet stink. They're the kind that can kill you. From now on, I'll wash your feet every day." Dongmei showed no disgust, probably because she had been used to being submissive since childhood. This left Liu Erzhu speechless. Although he wanted to refuse Dongmei, he couldn't continue to humiliate himself. After thinking it over, he gritted his teeth, got up, and walked out. Liu Erzhu opened the door, and Director Liu stumbled in, almost falling to the ground. "Ahem, well, I was just about to come in and ask how the conversation went," Director Liu said, straightening his uniform and trying to save face. Liu Erzhu pulled him outside the office and said with a heavy heart, "Uncle Liu, I'm only telling you the truth because I consider you my own uncle, so please don't be angry." Upon hearing this, Director Liu's heart sank, and he was somewhat displeased. "You didn't like it? You've got high standards, ha." "It's not that I have high standards, it's just that I don't want to get married so early," Liu Erzhu explained. "Come on, everyone's been this age. When I was your age, I was always thinking about finding women to sleep with. Just tell me the truth. What is it about my niece that you don't like? Or do you have someone else? Director Liu asked with a stern face. Seeing that he wouldn't give up, Liu Erzhu knew that telling the truth was useless. He thought of the misunderstandings he had with the people in the theater troupe before, took a deep breath and said, "Then I'll tell you the truth. I've been hurt in love before and I don't want to be in a relationship for the time being." What kind of heartbreak? Director Liu asked suspiciously. Liu Erzhu recounted the story of the broken engagement again, which deeply moved Director Liu. In the end, Director Liu patted Liu Erzhu on the shoulder and admitted his mistake. "It was my fault. I didn't expect you to have such an experience at such a young age. It's normal for you to be a little afraid of women. I'll help you find someone after you've calmed down a bit. But my niece is definitely not the kind of person who is materialistic and looks down on the poor. I know. She's obviously virtuous and reasonable. Besides, with an uncle like you, how could she be bad? It's my own conscience that I can't get over it. I feel I'm not good enough for that girl." Liu Erzhu sighed, which made Director Liu feel even more sorry for him. He personally lit a cigarette and saw him out. After exchanging a few more words, Liu Erzhu made an excuse to go home, got on his bicycle, and rode off. After he left, Director Liu went back to persuade his niece. A moment later, the sound of a wronged girl crying came from the police station's duty room. Liu Erzhu rode his bike back, feeling somewhat sorry for the girl and also a little wronged. Even though I didn't go on the blind date myself, why did I end up feeling uneasy? Without realizing it, Liu Erzhu thought of Chun'er. She works tirelessly at home every day, is proficient in all housework, does her best to take care of me, and never complains. She is gentle and obedient. More importantly, she doesn't allow herself to feel guilty. So, Chun'er is still the best. After leaving the county town, Liu Erzhu rode his bicycle to the black market first. He planned to exchange more tickets and money. After arriving at the black market masked, Liu Erzhu noticed that there seemed to be more people there. It's clearly a black market, yet it's packed with people. He was somewhat surprised and didn't dare to go directly into the black market, but instead listened from the side. A moment later, he understood. It turns out that winter is approaching, and people can't find wild vegetables or anything to eat, so they're all trying to stockpile food, even at great risk. Looking at those people dressed in tattered clothes, their faces pale and thin, desperately trying to find food, Liu Erzhu sighed softly. He went into the black market, but didn't dare to set up a stall selling grain, otherwise he was afraid that these people would eat him. Instead, he went to find the middlemen. Soon, he found a man wearing a military overcoat. Anyone who can wear this kind of military overcoat must have some connections, and this guy is also carrying a pistol, so he's obviously not an ordinary person. Liu Erzhu walked over and asked in a low voice, "Do you have any tickets?" The man glanced at Liu Erzhu up and down, and said warily, "I do have some, but I'll only trade it for grain." Liu Erzhu pretended to reach into his bag and pulled out a handful of cornmeal. "Is this okay? Let's go, let's talk somewhere else." The man was excited when he saw that Liu Erzhu had food, and his breathing became heavy. He then led Liu Erzhu away. "Everyone's having a tough time right now, having food is everything. No, even closer than a father. Wait a minute, tell me first how much you can eat." Liu Erzhu ignored the man's words and asked in a deep voice. The man was even happier. This meant a big shipment. He cautiously looked around, then lowered his voice and said, "I have 50 jin of grain coupons, 30 jin of meat coupons, 30 jin of sugar coupons, 50 jin of pastry coupons, 120 feet of cloth coupons, 300 jin of coal coupons, 10 soap coupons, 30 jin of oil coupons, 20 jin of fish coupons, 5 haircut coupons, sesame paste coupons, and 60 jin of non-staple food coupons." Listening to this guy rattle off a list of at least 20 different types of tickets like reciting a menu, Liu Erzhu looked at him suspiciously. "Are you the boss of this black market?" "No, but the owner here is my older brother," the man said with no small amount of pride. "That makes things easier. How much is the grain now?" Liu Erzhu asked again. The man immediately said, "It's still 1 yuan and 50 cents. The boss said we're all poor people struggling, so don't raise prices like that." Liu Erzhu looked at the man, his face full of speechlessness. "Do you think I'm stupid?" "Ahem, okay, actually my boss was afraid that if the price went too far, someone would burn this place down in a fit of anger. If we file a complaint in the county town, my boss isn't afraid. What I'm worried about is if it goes up to higher authorities and things get out of hand," the man said awkwardly, revealing the truth. "It's good that you're cautious. Come with me then, let's go get the grain." Liu Erzhu was quite satisfied. He felt more at ease doing business with someone like this. The man was wary. He was carrying a lot of money and tickets and was afraid of being robbed. Seeing that the man refused to follow, Liu Erzhu immediately said, "If you carry that ticket with you, it will be difficult for me to get food. Do you expect me to run and carry it over to see you?" "That's true." The man then reluctantly caught up, but he also held the gun in his hand and disengaged the safety. Liu Erzhu looked at him holding the gun to his chest and pouted, "Aren't you afraid it will go off accidentally?" The man gave an awkward smile and followed Liu Erzhu into the woods. Liu Erzhu found a dense patch of grass, squatted down, and while the man wasn't looking, threw a large bag of grain into the grass and then pulled it out. The man was overjoyed to see a large bag of grain. He checked it carefully and confirmed that it was full of cornmeal, definitely 100 pounds. Honestly, this was the first time he had ever seen someone so generous, and he couldn't help but look at Liu Erzhu. Brother, you're really capable. How did you get so much grain? Stop asking unnecessary questions, just tell me if you can eat it or not, Liu Erzhu asked bluntly. For such large transactions, he must appear confident, otherwise he is easily targeted by others. So Liu Erzhu not only spoke aggressively, but also intentionally or unintentionally showed off his browning shirt. The man's eyelids twitched when he saw the pistol. In their entire gang, only the leader had one of these guns. It was a symbol of status. The man knew that Liu Erzhu must have some connections, so he didn't dare to say anything more and took out all his receipts and handed them over. I have half of the receipts I mentioned earlier. Would it be convenient for me to have someone deliver them? You call out. Liu Erzhu drew his gun, alert. Hey! The man immediately imitated 2 bird calls towards the distant woods. 2 cuckoo calls came from the opposite side, then the trees swayed slightly, indicating that someone was moving away. 10 minutes later, a man walked over with his hands raised to indicate that he meant no harm, then put down the lunchbox he was carrying, which contained a pile of receipts. Liu Erzhu counted the receipts, then silently calculated the price, estimating it to be around 150 yuan. The main reason is that one of the tickets was a sewing machine ticket, otherwise these tickets wouldn't have cost over 100. Then let's settle the matter here. I'll be going now. Liu Erzhu got up to leave. Unexpectedly, the person who delivered the tickets whispered, Brother, my boss asked me to pass on a message. Liu Erzhu gripped his gun and turned around. What did you say? Please feel free to send us anything you need in the future, we'll eat anything, the man said with a smile. Anyone who dares to run a black market must have some connections. Especially considering that the police had raided this area once before, the fact that they dared to operate again suggests they have quite a powerful background. Liu Erzhu naturally didn't want to offend this kind of person, so he immediately said, no problem, no problem. May I ask your boss's surname? The messenger had clearly received instructions, so he immediately said, our boss's surname is Chien. I'm not joking with you, it really is his surname. The surname Chien is quite normal, but when a businessperson says this, it sounds like they're reminding others that they only care about money, hence the need for an explanation. This also shows that the other party is indeed sincere. Okay, my surname is Liu. I'll have Brother Chien keep an eye out for some interesting gadgets. Liu Erzhu also mentioned his surname to show his sincerity. Besides, he was really bored and planned to collect some interesting gadgets to pass the time. Seeing that the two had nothing more to say, Liu Erzhu turned and left. The two quickly carried the grain into the woods and approached a man wearing a mink cloak. They carefully recounted what had just happened. The man turned around, he was bald and had a long scar on his face. He reached out and picked up the grain. The 100-pound cornmeal seemed like a small chick in his hands, lifted with ease. After checking and confirming that everything was correct, he finally spoke in a gruff voice, that kid is willing to be my friend? Yes, Mr. Chien, he said his surname is Liu, the messenger said immediately. Old Chien revealed a satisfied smile, though the scar made him look somewhat ferocious. Alright, he's a straightforward guy. When he comes back, have him come here to trade with me. This kid is sure to have some good stuff on him. Mr. Chien, this kid seems to only like tickets, he doesn't seem like someone who's short of money. I'd like you to keep an eye out for some new gadgets, the messenger said. A new gadget? Okay, next time he comes, you can tell him I have some high-end foreign goods. If he asks what it is, just say Leica. If he says he doesn't know, then pretend I didn't say anything. If he's interested in trading, bring it to see me, Master Chien instructed. The underlings agreed in unison, but all looked completely bewildered. Leica? What kind of card is that? Unaware of Chien-yes arrangements, Liu Erzhu rode his bicycle back to Liuyutun. When he entered the house, he found that Chun'er was still there, sitting alone by the stove, her hands supporting her chin, staring blankly at the ground. Chun'er, why haven't you left yet? Liu Erzhu asked curiously after parking his bicycle. Upon seeing Liu Erzhu return, Chun'er immediately got up and busied herself, bringing a basin of water and a stool for Liu Erzhu. Brother Zhu, please sit down. I'll go back after I wash your feet. Liu Erzhu was speechless. You haven't come home because you're waiting for this. Chun'er lowered her head and gently hummed in agreement, tenderly washing Liu Erzhu's feet. After washing her feet and socks, Chun'er said goodbye to Liu Erzhu and went home. The two didn't exchange more than 3 sentences throughout the entire conversation, but Chun'er, just like her name, was gentle like the spring breeze. She seemed unremarkable, but she could always make people forget the day's troubles and feel much more comfortable. Moreover, looking at Chun'er's back, Liu Erzhu noticed that after feeding her for a while, the girl had gained some weight and her figure had become plump, unlike before when she was only big in the granary and buttocks while the rest of her body was so thin, making her look very unbalanced. Now she can be described as having a beautiful figure, sexy and alluring, and the way her buttocks sway when she walks makes people's hearts itch. Liu Erzhu shook his head, put on his shoes, and went into the house, only to find that his parents were still awake. Seeing him come in, Liu Honghua said irritably, "Son, look how good Chun'er is to you, why aren't you tempted at all? I admit that Chun'er is a good girl and would be a good wife, but if being good to Zuzi means marrying him, then how many maids would I have had to marry back then?" Lu Fuxian said impatiently. Liu Honghua was furious at being rebuked by her husband. She said, "Don't think I don't know. You've slept with those maids quite a bit. I've heard people say since I was a child that every night those maids take turns crawling naked into your bed, and they never do it the same thing twice." Lu Fuxian was furious. "What nonsense are you spouting in front of our son?" "I'm talking nonsense? Li Xiangziu from Yahua village was your maid before, wasn't she? Let's go ask her if you two slept together. Li Xiangziu has long said that you're a lewd little thing. You were already touching maids' breasts when you were 8, and you started asking which girls to sleep with when you were 10. You almost got a girl pregnant when you were 12, and you even got an abortion pill from a guy with a lisp, didn't you?" Liu Honghua revealed all the rumors about Lu Fuxian from back then, one by one. Lu Fu was furious and kept breathing heavily. Liu Erzhu hadn't expected such explosive news and couldn't help but look at his father with admiration. Seeing that even his son had misunderstood, Lu Fu was so angry he almost jumped up to hit him. "You little brat, you actually believed that? Those were all lies they made up back then to bring down me, the young master of a landlord. Putting everything else aside, would your great-grandfather allow me to ejaculate so early? It would affect my physical development, and getting married so early isn't a good thing either." Liu Erzhu thought that made sense. Although people advocated early marriage back then, his great-grandfather had high hopes for his father and would certainly not allow him to have such a chaotic private life and ruin his health prematurely. "Mom, don't overthink it. My dad is definitely not that kind of person," Liu Erzhu quickly explained. Liu Honghua snorted coldly. "Neither of them are any good." After saying that, she turned around and went to sleep. Lu Fuxian and Liu Erzhu exchanged a glance, utterly speechless. Nothing was said that night. The next morning, when Liu Erzhu got up, he found Nizai riding on his back, giggling happily. Xiao Hu was extremely anxious, repeatedly gesturing SHH to his sister and even trying to lift her off the ground. But Nizai thought Xiaohu was playing with her, and happily ran around on Liu Erzhu's back. Xiao Hu dared not chase any further and stamped his feet in frustration. Liu Erzhu was woken up by being stepped on and saw the girl riding on his back, laughing nonstop. "You little brat, you're going to break my back." Nizai looked at Liu Erzhu with hopeful eyes. "Uncle, shall we go play?" "Okay, wait for me to get dressed." Liu Erzhu smiled and turned his head, only to find Xiao Hu standing by the Kong with tears in his eyes. He asked in confusion, "Xiao Hu, what's wrong?" "I'm sorry, uncle. I was trying not to let Nizai wake you up, but I couldn't catch her," Xiaohu apologized, feeling wronged. Liu Erzhu smiled and patted his head. "It's okay, it's not your fault, it's just that Nizai is naughty." Nizai didn't realize the conversation was about her and was still making faces at Xiaohu, feeling smug because she hadn't been caught. Liu Erzhu got dressed and saw that Chun'er, who had woken up, had already heated up the food. A bowl of corn porridge, a steamed bun, and a dish of pickled vegetables. "The pickled vegetables are wild vegetables that my mother picked from the mountain yesterday. Brother Zhu, try them and see if they're good. If they are, I'll make more." Chun'er looked at Liu Erzhu with a nervous expression. Liu Erzhu picked up his chopsticks and took a bite. It was crispy and fragrant, salty, and quite appetizing. Chun'er's cooking is really good. It's delicious. Chun'er was overjoyed. "Then I'll marinate more for Brother Zhu later." For her, the greatest pain was not being able to help Liu Erzhu. Now that there's finally something that Liu Erzhu likes, he naturally tries his best to satisfy him. Liu Erzhu understood her thoughts and did not refuse, but instead asked, "Is there enough food left at home?" That's enough, Chun'er said quickly. Her parents had told her many times that she could no longer take anything from her brother Zhu's house. Liu Erzhu glanced at her and said, "Don't lie to me, or I'll be very unhappy." Chun'er nervously waved her hands repeatedly. "No, really no." "Okay, sure," Liu Erzhu said while eating. Nizai watched longingly from the side, waiting to go out and play with Liu Erzhu. After Liu Erzhu finally finished eating, Nizai cheered and jumped into his arms, pointing outside with her arm and straining her body in that direction. Liu Erzhu immediately took her out and played hopscotch with the two children for a while, then played hide-and-seek for a while. They were busy and sweaty, but they were quite happy. Nizai was also sensible. Seeing that Liu Erzhu was tired, she quickly ran into the house to bring him a glass of water, with a very obvious fawning expression on her face. "Uncle, you drink. That means you should continue playing with her after you finish drinking." It must be said that although the little girl is playful, she is quite good at making people happy. Xiao Hu watched Liu Erzhu drink water and whispered, "Uncle, if you have something to do, go ahead and do it. I'll take care of Nizai." Liu Erzhu really couldn't always play with Nizai, it was his master's first day at work, so he always had to go and check on her. Also, the department store opens tomorrow, and his sister-in-law's position as the counter manager can't be held for long, so he needs to smooth things over with the furniture factory as soon as possible. Once his older brother finishes making the scooter, he can go directly into the factory and move his sister-in-law there with him. Nizai, wait here. How about your uncle makes you a new toy? Liu Erzhu squatted down in front of Nizai and patiently discussed it with her. Nizai asked expectantly, what toy? You'll see in a bit. I'll go find something first. Liu Erzhu immediately went up the mountain to find some wood, put it into his mental space, and processed it carefully before taking out the toy. The toy is a 3-in-1 slide. Not only are there 2 slides, one tall and one short, but there is also an obstacle course in the middle that you can crawl through, and there is a swing underneath the course. This is quite common in urban communities in later generations, but at this time it was an absolutely novel thing. To make it easier to move, Liu Erzhu also installed 4 wheels on this big toy. After Liu Erzhu delivered the toy to her older brother's house, Nizai was overjoyed and kept jumping around the big toy, wanting to go up and play with it. Xiaohu watched longingly, but even though he had recovered and was in a much better mood, he was still so sensible that it broke people's hearts, and he didn't dare to do anything inappropriate. Liu Erzhu patted his head, then said to the dumbfounded Liu Daliang, brother, I made a toy for the 2 kids. You should figure out the scooter first, and then learn how to use this thing. Liu Daliang glanced at the half-finished scooter and knew that Liu Erzhu was doing it for his own good. He was also willing to learn more skills. Okay, I will definitely study hard. Well, you'd better learn to draw. It would be better if you could draw, Liu Erzhu reminded him. I'm already learning. Look at my drawing, how is it? Liu Daliang took out a piece of scrap paper with many lines drawn on it. Although it was a bit messy, you could still see that the composition of the parts was quite complete. For a beginner, this is considered to be quite talented. No wonder my older brother wanted to learn carpentry. It turns out he does have some talent. Although the first chair I made was a complete disaster. It's good, but it would be better if the design were a bit simpler. This drawing is not only for our own reference, but also for others to learn from, Liu Erzhu reminded him. Oh, what if others learn it? Liu Daliang asked with some concern. Don't worry, I won't hand over these blueprints until I get the job. As long as I can secure a stable job, I'll hand over the blueprints without a second thought. Otherwise, once someone else has figured this out, and you produce the blueprints, they'll just be a piece of waste paper. Liu Erzhu didn't know when the scooter was invented, but it was something that would be created sooner or later, and its structure wasn't difficult to make. It was easy for others to copy it, so there was no need to feel bad about handing over the blueprints. Liu Daliang agreed and immediately got to work, trying to finish polishing it as soon as possible. To speed things up, he even used a pound of meat to borrow a lot of tools from a carpenter in another village, since the carpenter was too hungry to work anyway, and the tools were just sitting at home. When Liu Erzhu left his older brother's house, Nizai and Xiaohu were already happily climbing on the slide. After leaving home, he rode his bicycle straight to the county town. Because he had too much stuff to give to the county hospital, Liu Erzhu rode his bicycle directly into the hospital, parked it, and then went into the hospital building to find the logistics department. When he arrived, the man with the big tongue had already started working and was getting familiar with his job. Liu Erzhu pushed open the door and poked his head in, just in time to see Delizy. A staff member from the logistics department frowned when he saw Liu Erzhu peeking around and asked, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Everyone turned to look. When the man with the lisp saw Liu Erzhu, his eyes lit up. He introduced him. "Everyone, let me introduce you. This is my apprentice, Liu Erzhu. If he comes here in the future, please do him a favor." Upon hearing this, everyone hurriedly and enthusiastically invited Liu Erzhu in. Especially the clerk who had just questioned Liu Erzhu, was fawned over and served a cup of tea. "So you're the section chief's apprentice, you're quite the handsome young man. Please don't mind my tone just now." Liu Erzhu took the teacup and said amiably, "It's all right." The clerk breathed a sigh of relief. The new section chief had just taken office and he had already offended his apprentice. He would definitely use him as the first target to establish his authority. Seeing Liu Erzhu's magnanimity, the clerk finally felt relieved. The man with the lisp asked curiously, "Pillar, what are you doing here? Didn't you say you were going to get a wild boar and 100 pounds of apples to improve everyone's meals? I found the item, but the owner doesn't want to meet strangers, so you'll have to find someone to bring it over on a tricycle." Liu Erzhu spoke with a sincere expression, like an honest child helping an adult. When the logistics staff heard this, they all stared wide-eyed in disbelief. A wild boar, 100 pounds of apples. They knew that these two items were a welcome gift from the newly appointed section chief, a way for him to make a strong first impression. But, is he really that powerful? How did he manage to get a whole pig? After 2 months of begging and pleading, the newly appointed head of the logistics department managed to scrape together 10 jin, 5 caddies, of meat, which wasn't even enough for the leaders to share. As a result, this person gained at least 100 or 200 pounds of weight as soon as he took office, so how could he be any less in the future? Big Tongue was also taken aback, but when he saw Liu Erzhu wink at him, he understood what he meant. Is this a gift to myself upon meeting you? While deeply moved, Big Tongue was also determined not to let Liu Erzhu suffer any loss. He waved his hand and said to his astonished subordinates, "Why don't you find a few people to help? I'll settle the accounts and have Zhu Zi deliver the money to them." The staff in the logistics department were overjoyed, knowing that the meat was definitely going to end up in their stomachs, and they trusted their new department head even more. Liu Erzhu, along with a few others, rode 4 tricycles in a winding manner until they arrived at the abandoned courtyard they had visited the day before. They then took the items out when no one was looking. Looking at the huge pile of meat and bright red apples at the base of the wall, the clerks all swallowed hard, their eyes gleaming with greed. "Hey guys, stop looking and let's load it onto the truck," Liu Erzhu urged with a smile. The group then realized what had happened, quickly loaded their belongings onto the tricycle, and furtively returned to the hospital. The main thing is to keep it from being seen by others, otherwise a bunch of other organizations will definitely come over to learn from it. The people in the canteen jumped for joy when they saw that huge pile of food, and the chef immediately started working on the pork without saying a word. Although Liu Erzhu managed to get the pig's blood out, he hadn't yet removed the pig hair or cleaned the internal organs. There were many things to do. Big Tongue had already done the math. He specifically asked Liu Shengli from the textile factory, and then gave the vice president a heads up. In the end, the price of pork was 5 yuan and 6 jin. The market price for apples is 18 cents per pound. Since they are not in short supply, the price cannot be too high. Big Tongue could only use the excuse of their good appearance to negotiate a price of 30 cents per pound, which was only 30 yuan in the end. Big Tongue took the money for the pork and apples, totaling 1,100 yuan, and handed it to Liu Erzhu. "Zuza, the price of the apples is a bit low. I'll make up the difference for you once master has established himself." Liu Erzhu quickly said, "No need, master. This money is more than enough. Besides, it's just a gift to mark our meeting. There's no need to worry about it. Of course we'll hold it against you, your master can't let you suffer a loss." The man with the lisp said it with utmost seriousness. Seeing his persistence, Liu Erzhu stopped talking and remembered Chief Liu of Dongdamen police station yesterday. "Master, you may have to take some time to come out with me today. Someone wants me to treat an illness, but doesn't quite believe in my medical skills and wants you to accompany them." "Okay, I'm free right now. Anyway, with your medical skills, treating patients won't take long." The man with the lisp immediately got up to leave. Anyway, he has plenty of excuses to go out. He can just say he's going to thank the person who gave him the meat. Who would dare say anything? Liu Erzhu didn't refuse much and walked out with his master. Upon arriving at the Dongdamen police station, Chief Liu saw Liu Erzhu and said irritably, "You still remember my business? I thought Dongmei scared you so much that you didn't dare to come." "No way, this is my master." "Uncle Liu, where is the patient you mentioned? Shall we go and see him?" Liu Erzhu asked. Director Liu first shook hands with the man with the lisp and exchanged a few pleasantries before leading the two men to a corner. He lowered his voice and said with utmost seriousness, "Gentlemen, I'm asking you to treat Director Qian of the Public Security Bureau. So when you meet him, be very careful. If you say the wrong thing or make a mistake, you too might be fined, but my future will be ruined." Liu Erzhu never expected that he would be going to treat the police chief's illness. He looked at Director Liu and said, "You really want to get promoted?" Director Liu glared at him awkwardly, "Are you making fun of your uncle? When you get to my age and you're still just a director, you'll understand. Never mind, with your abilities, you'll never just be a director in the future." In normal times, given Liu Erzhu's exceptional abilities, it would have been impossible for him to only be a director. But because of his background, even a college graduate like him can only be a worker. If he really wants to rise to prominence in this life, he will have to wait 80 years or more. Liu Erzhu didn't joke around with Director Liu, an elder, and rode his bicycle to the police station compound. Although the police station's family compound is also called a compound, and although it is far smaller than the compounds in Beijing that Liu Erzhu had seen in his previous life, life here is obviously much better than outside. Although the children's clothes were patched, at least they weren't emaciated from hunger, and they even had the energy to play football and run around wildly. Upon seeing the outsiders, a boy of about 7 or 8 years old suddenly drew a wooden gun from his waist and shouted, "Enemy attack! Comrades, follow me!" The children, who were playing football enthusiastically, immediately rushed over and surrounded Liu Erzhu and his two companions. These were all the sons of the bureau's leaders, and Director Liu didn't dare offend them. He quickly said to the boy in the lead, "You're Qian too, right? I brought a doctor to treat your grandfather. Why don't you go play football first?" The boy named Qian too had a buzz cut and was covered in dirt. Sweat was dripping down his face, leaving streaks of black sweat. He didn't care and ignored Chief Liu's words, pointing the wooden gun at him and shouting, "Password." Director Liu was speechless, but if he, an adult, played along with a child, people would say he couldn't even control a kid. So he threatened, "Stop messing around. Getting your grandfather treated is the important thing. If you delay, your dad will beat you again." Upon hearing this, Chien-tu shrank back, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. Just when Director Liu thought he would step aside, Chien-tu turned around and saw his friends staring at him. He immediately felt that backing down like this would be too embarrassing, so he stuck out his neck and shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. I'm not afraid of my dad. Give me the password right now." Director Liu had no idea what passwords a child could use, nor did he expect this brat to be so unruly. Not wanting to lose face in front of Liu Erzhu, he snapped, "Get lost. Have you forgotten how your father beat you until you cried and begged for mercy last time?" The children burst into laughter. They weren't afraid of making money. Chien-tu, humiliated by the laughter, pointed his gun at Director Liu, his face flushed and neck bulging. Anyway, without a password today, you're not getting in." Director Liu was furious and wanted to teach this kid a lesson, but he was afraid of offending Director Chien. Just as he was thinking of compromising and asking for the password, Liu Erzhu pursed his lips, patted Director Liu's shoulder, stepped forward, looked behind Chien-tu and pretended to be surprised, saying, "Old Chien, why are you carrying a leather belt? Don't hit the child, he didn't mean to stop us." Upon hearing this, Chien-tu didn't even bother to look back or argue with Liu Erzhu and the others. He turned and ran. He fears nothing but his father's belt. It really hurts when he hits him. When Chien-tu rushed to the gate of the compound, he mustered up his courage and looked back, only to find that his father had not followed him, nor had he even appeared. His friends pointed at his disheveled appearance and laughed so hard they almost fell over. Liu Erzhu and his two companions leisurely rode away on their bicycles. Chien-tu immediately realized he had been tricked, and angrily pointed at Liu Erzhu, shouting, "You just wait." Liu Erzhu ignored Chien-tu and went to the door of Director Chien's house. The three of them set up the car together. Just as Director Liu was about to enter the room, he noticed that Liu Erzhu hadn't moved, but instead took out a few pieces of candy from his satchel. Then, Liu Erzhu waved to a curious little girl watching from a distance, called her over, and asked, "Are you afraid of the future financial prospects?" "I'm not afraid," the little girl said, her eyes still fixed on the milk candy in Liu Erzhu's hand. Although she was also a Cotter's family member, there were many children in the family, and it was impossible for a little girl like her to always get to eat candy, so she was very craving it. Liu Erzhu immediately stuffed a handful of white rabbit milk candies into the little girl's hand and said, "Keep an eye on the car for your brother. If anyone dares to sabotage our 3 cars, go to Uncle Chien's house and call me. Shout loudly, okay? Okay." The little girl agreed earnestly, then happily ran to the side with a candy in her mouth to guard the bicycle. Director Liu saw through Liu Erzhu's purpose and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. The three of them then entered Director Chien's house together. After Liu Erzhu entered, he found that it was indeed the director's house, with a style reminiscent of the 1980s and 90s. There are 3 rooms. In the main room, there is an old ceiling fan, the walls are covered with posters of teachers and generals, a world map, and a radio. An elderly woman with silver hair was sitting in the main room mending clothes. Judging from the clothes, they were for children and were probably for making money. That kind of mischievous brat, if he doesn't wear out a piece of clothing every day, it's a disservice to his infuriating temper. "Auntie, is the director home? I brought a doctor with me. He says he can cure rheumatism." Director Liu walked over and greeted her respectfully with a bow. The old woman adjusted her reading glasses in confusion, and after a moment of recollection, she suddenly realized, "Liu Guan? It's been so long, I almost forgot who you were." If it were someone else, they might mistakenly think that this was a reprimand for not visiting or giving gifts often enough. But Director Liu knew that this family was extremely honest and incorruptible. People wouldn't even have the opportunity to give them gifts, let alone ask their subordinates for favors in any way. "Auntie, I was just afraid the old director would be too busy to bother him," Director Liu explained with a forced smile. The old woman then looked at the 2 people beside her. She glanced at Liu Erzhu first, complimenting the young man on his good looks, and then looked at the man with a lisp. "This must be the doctor, right? My old man's rheumatism has flared up again, and he's in so much pain he can't even get up." The man with the lisp quickly waved his hand. "I came with my apprentice. His medical skills are far superior to mine. He's the one who treated the bureau chief this time." The old woman believed no one would dare to joke like that about the family of the police chief, so she looked at Liu Erzhu in surprise. "Truly, heroes emerge from among the young. Your medical skills have surpassed your master's at such a young age? It's because my master taught me well. Let's go see the old director first. I'll stop his pain so he won't be in so much pain," Liu Erzhu urged. "All right, come with me." The old woman put down her clothes and led the 3 of them into the inner room. Inside the room, an old man was resting on a recliner, a blanket covering his legs. His square face exuded an air of authority, though his brows were slightly furrowed, clearly indicating that he was enduring pain. "Old man, Liu Guang has found a doctor for you. Wake up," the old woman called softly. Squeak! The old man on the recliner slowly opened his eyes and looked at the three people in front of him. Although he was old, his eyes were still sharp, giving Liu Erzhu the feeling of being on a battlefield, facing a hail of bullets. In that instant, he was certain that the old man had definitely been on the battlefield and had killed many people. Lu Guang hurriedly went over to help the old man, wanting to introduce Liu Erzhu's identity. Director Qian waved his hand and looked at Liu Erzhu with a smile. I know him, the little hero who caught the spy. I've met him before and even taken a picture with him. Liu Erzhu nodded. Yes, I didn't expect the old director to still remember me. How could I forget a young hero like you? I just didn't expect you could also cure diseases. Director Qian said with a smile. I know a little, Liu Erzhu said modestly, looking at Director Qian's legs. I wonder if it would be convenient for the old director to let me see your legs. Is there anything inconvenient? Also, I'm retiring soon, so please don't call me director anymore, just call me grandpa, Director Qian said with a smile. Liu Erzhu was immediately embarrassed. He realized that having a child late in life was indeed difficult to manage interpersonal relationships with. My father is very old, but I am young, so now I call Director Qian grandpa, which puts my father at a disadvantage. If I call him uncle, then I'll be on the same level as Director Liu next to me. However, in order not to let his father suffer any loss, Liu Erzhu decided to correct the way he addressed him. Director Qian, my father is not much younger than you, so I'll still call him grandpa. Director Liu's face darkened. Director Qian laughed and said, looks like your father had a son late in life? Fine, call me grandpa if you want. What you and Xiao Lu say is your business. Alright, then let me take a look at your leg, Uncle Qian. Liu Erzhu lifted up Director Qian's pants and discovered that it was a leg covered in scars. There were knife wounds, bullet holes, and more than a dozen other small wounds. It's probably because I'm too thin that my veins and blood vessels are so prominent, and my muscles are so tense from the pain. Liu Erzhu took out a gold needle case from his satchel. The silver needles are too soft, and they are difficult to insert when the muscles are tense. Upon seeing the packet of gold needles, Director Qian's eyes suddenly changed, and he said indirectly, you really are a man from a wealthy family. It must have taken a lot of effort to make these gold needles, right? You must be quite well off. Liu Erzhu was administering acupuncture and didn't bother to explain. The man with the list quickly said, Director, please don't misunderstand. This is a family heirloom, and I gave it to Zhu Ziyi. Moreover, using gold needles is not for showing off, but because some illnesses are suitable for using gold needles. Oh? There's such a saying? Director Qian asked in surprise. But then something even more surprising happened. Liu Erzhu had quickly finished administering the acupuncture and stood up, saying, how is it? Doesn't hurt anymore? Director Qian was so focused on studying the origins of Liu Erzhu's golden needles that he hadn't really noticed. He then felt it for a moment and immediately showed a look of surprise. It really doesn't hurt anymore, kid. Your medical skills are so good. Good medical skills are useless. If it weren't for these golden needles, I wouldn't have been able to cure you, Liu Erzhu said calmly. Director Liu's expression changed slightly, and he gently tugged at Liu Erzhu, signaling him not to talk nonsense. Director Qian also looked a little embarrassed, but he wasn't the kind of person to hold a grudge. He was quite easygoing and quickly apologized, I was being petty. I didn't realize there were different considerations when treating illnesses. Zhu Ziyi, please forgive my ignorance. Old woman, bring out that pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from the house and give it to Zuzi as an apology. The old woman had seen many doctors, but none of them could relieve her husband's pain so quickly. She was overjoyed that Liu Erzhu's medical skills were effective. She quickly grabbed a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes and handed it to Liu Erzhu, saying, Zuzi, don't take this old man's words to heart. He was a soldier his whole life and was in charge of classifying landlords, so he's a bit sensitive. Liu Erzhu wasn't really angry, but he didn't want others to misunderstand, so he softened his expression and said, we'll talk about the consultation fee later. Let me tell you about the illness first. Uncle Qian's illness is likely rheumatoid arthritis, which is caused by a problem with his autoimmune system. I will prescribe some medications for you to take long-term, as well as some physical therapy, such as hot compresses and rehabilitation exercises. Director Qian's eyes lit up. Manage it well? 10 courses of treatment, each course lasting 10 days. I will give you more painkillers in the early stages so that you can move around normally. After you finish taking the medicine, you'll most likely be completely cured. If not, come find me then. As Liu Erzhu spoke, he took the paper and pen handed to him by the old woman and wrote down the prescription, instructions on how to take the medicine, and various precautions. The old woman carefully put it away, then quickly walked outside to get the medicine. Liu Erzhu first removed the gold needles. Uncle Qian, this will last for half an hour, but long-term acupuncture is not good, so if it hurts later, just wait and take some medicine. Good. Director Qian quickly stood up and found that he could indeed walk freely. Although it still hurts a little, it's much better than before and it's not a big deal. Director Qian was overjoyed. Ever since he contracted this disease, he had suffered unbearable pain whenever it was about to rain or when it was raining, and he had been tormented by it for more than 10 years. Now that he finally has a chance to recover, he is so excited that he can't help but grab Liu Erzhu's hand and say excitedly, "Zuzi, from today onwards you are my own nephew, and no one can change that." Director Liu looked at Liu Erzhu with some envy. He knew that bringing Liu Erzhu along and curing the bureau chief would definitely bring him benefits. But Liu Erzhu's benefits are clearly greater. With a police chief acting like a big shot, won't he be able to do whatever he wants in the county? Liu Erzhu smiled slightly. "Okay, sir." Director Qian was very pleased and immediately said to Director Liu, "Little Liu, Zhu Ziyi, and this brother, don't leave today. We must have a drink together." As they were talking, a man and a woman hurriedly walked in. The man was tall and burly, like a large bear, with a scar on his face that made him look quite ferocious. The woman was also very tall, and her appearance was somewhat similar to that of people from Inner Mongolia. "Dad, I heard your leg is better?" The man happily put down his clothes and walked over quickly. "Yes, Zhu Ziyi cured me." Director Qian patted Liu Erzhu on the shoulder happily. Liu Erzhu quickly explained, "It's not completely cured yet. I need to take medicine for a while. It just means the pain won't be too bad for now." The man was very happy and patted Liu Erzhu on the shoulder. "He is also my family's benefactor. My name is Qian Hanyun. From now on, I am your uncle and you are my nephew." Bang! Qian Hanyun was kicked to the ground. He stood up, clutching his hip and grimacing. Despite being a tall, menacing-looking man, he looked at Director Qian timidly and asked, "Dad, why did you kick me?" "Zhu Ziyi calls me grandpa, and you call him uncle? What, are you going to become sworn brothers with your dad?" Director Qian glared and cursed. Qian Hanyun felt so wronged. The main problem is that he didn't know either. Who knew that Liu Erzhu was so young but of such a high generation? Shouldn't he be calling his father and grandfather? His wife, completely ignoring her husband, happily said to Liu Erzhu, "Brother, I'll go cook for you, and we'll have a drink later." She's definitely not a local woman. Although local women do drink, they rarely say they want to have a drink with other men, not even in front of their families. Liu Erzhu pondered this to himself, but didn't refuse, since he had nothing better to do anyway. Qian Hanyun also got up and said to Liu Erzhu, "Yes, let's have a drink together, brothers." The group was having a good time when suddenly a little girl burst in and shouted at Liu Erzhu, "Uncle Tang, Qian too is puncturing your tires." This little girl is the one who ate Liu Erzhu's candy and helped watch the car earlier. She didn't know Liu Erzhu's name, so she simply called him Uncle Sugar. Liu Erzhu coughed lightly and said to the girl, "Don't talk nonsense. How could Director Qian's grandson do such a thing?" The little girl stamped her foot anxiously. "It's true. You have to go and see." Liu Erzhu remained unmoved, only looking at Qian Hanyun. Qian Hanyun, on the other hand, had changed completely. He was now all too certain of what kind of person his son was. That little bastard is absolutely capable of doing that. As he walked out, he pulled out his belt and cursed through gritted teeth, "You little brat, you're asking for it every day." When Qian Hanyun came out, she saw Qian too, who had run away after hearing the commotion. At the entrance, there was Liu Erzhu's flattened tire. "Qian too, you fucking come back here, or I'll starve you for 3 days, believe it or not." Qian Hanyun roared like an angry black bear. Inside the house, his wife could be heard cursing as she chopped vegetables. 5 days. Starve him for 5 days. Putting aside the fact that Liu Erzhu was a guest, just the fact that he saved his father meant that Qian Hanyun and his wife would never let Qian Tu go. Qian Tu was dumbfounded and stopped running. For a child his age, being beaten would at most mean lying on the Kong, a heated brick bed, for a couple of days, and maybe his grandma would even feel sorry for him and secretly feed him canned food. But if he were to go hungry, it would be an absolute torment for him. Qian Tu walked back somewhat aggrievedly, pulled down his pants, and stuck out his buttocks towards his father. "It's just a flat tire, it's not like I broke any laws. Why have I been starving for so long?" Qian Hanyun wasn't the kind of person who would put on an act. She swung her arm and swung the belt down. Clap clap clap. After 3 blows, Qian Tu's buttocks were covered in bloody marks. Liu Erzhu, who had been watching the commotion from the sidelines, suddenly perked up at the sight and took 2 steps over to grab Qian Hanyun's arm. "Brother Yun, that's enough. What child isn't naughty?" "No, brother, you don't understand. My dad has been tormented by that leg pain for more than 10 years. Sometimes the pain is so bad that he can't sleep all night. As his son, I felt so sorry for him. You cured my father, you are my benefactor. This little brat dared to puncture your tires. I'm going to teach him a lesson he won't forget," Qian Hanyun said with utmost seriousness. Liu Erzhu quickly said, "What child isn't naughty? Just give him a couple of slaps to vent my anger. It wouldn't be good if you really hurt him." Qian Hongyun also felt that it was inappropriate to hit the child in front of outsiders, as it would embarrass the guests and seem like he was deliberately trying to get rid of them. So, after hesitating for a moment, he handed the belt to Liu Erzhu. You can hit him a couple of times too, to vent your anger. Liu Erzhu waved his hand to refuse. Qian Hongyun forcefully shoved the belt at him, saying, "Why are you being so polite? This kid's tough." As she spoke, Qian Hongyun kicked Qian, who was already squatting down, and cursed, "Bend up higher, or your uncle won't be able to hit you properly." Qian too, feeling wronged, stuck out his dark, chapped buttocks. Seeing that he couldn't refuse the hospitality, and wanting to end the matter quickly, Liu Erzhu symbolically pulled out 2 belts from Qian Tu. "Alright, this will teach you a lesson. Pull up your pants and go have some fun." Qian Tu turned back to Liu Erzhu in surprise and asked uncertainly, "Are you a woman? How come I don't feel any pain at all?" He was genuinely curious, but he also genuinely didn't expect that look to be so irritating. Liu Erzhu slapped him hard with a dark face, and Qian Tu howled in pain. "So, now you're sure I'm a real man, right?" Liu Erzhu mocked. Qian Tu pursed his lips, finally realizing that he really had a sharp tongue. Once Qian Tu was beaten into submission, Qian Hongyun took out 2 cents and handed them over to "Go and get your tire fixed." "All right." Qian Tu immediately stopped pouting, ignoring his leg pain, and excitedly pushed the bike away, limping along. "It costs 13 cents to patch a tire, and you'll have 7 cents left, enough to buy lots of fruit candies. If I borrow another penny from a friend, I can buy a pack of budget cigarettes." Although he doesn't smoke, because adults always smoke, the kids think that anyone who dares to smoke is an adult and very impressive. Even if they just smoke, they can command the crowd in the compound. Qian Hongyun saw through her son's thoughts but didn't bother to expose them. Even the children of cotters are raised in a free-range manner. Moreover, people these days think that boys should be a little mischievous, because being mischievous is the key to success. If someone is always quiet and reserved, never saying a word, it only makes adults more worried. After dealing with the unruly child, the group chatted for a while longer. The old woman returned with medicine, a basket of vegetables, and a piece of meat the size of her palm. "I shamelessly borrowed a piece of meat from someone, so we can all have some meat later," the old woman said happily. Upon hearing this, Qian Hongyun and the others all showed expressions of joy, and some even couldn't help but swallow hard. Liu Erzhu frowned slightly, thinking that the police chief shouldn't be suffering so much. Director Liu saw through his thoughts and explained in a low voice, "The director's family is very honest and upright. They send a lot of their salary to help the families of fallen comrades, so they live a relatively poor life. If those things in the house were not awarded by the state, the director would not keep them." Liu Erzhu suddenly realized that the old bureau chief was quite righteous. But, he actually had a bold idea in his heart. Because the bureau chief's family surname is Qian, and the previous black market boss also had the surname Qian, could the black market be run by the Qian family? After all, a black market that dares to operate even after being searched by the police station, and whose boss's surname is Qian, seems a bit abnormal no matter how you look at it. He hesitated slightly, but decided to give it a try anyway. While cooking, Liu Erzhu handed Qian Hongyun a cigarette. "What's your position at the Public Security Bureau, Brother Yun?" "I'm not from the Public Security Bureau, I'm just a section chief in the Commerce Bureau," Qian Hongyun said with a smile. "The Commerce Bureau? That's a great place. They always give you the best things first," Liu Erzhu said with envy. "Hee, serving the people, how could I dare to think of taking advantage?" Qian Hongyun took a deep drag on his cigarette. He was much taller than Liu Erzhu, so he looked down at him condescendingly. "But you just casually throw in a Zonghua cigarette, and you're so capable. Your family must be well off, right? By the way, you just said your surname is Liu." Liu Erzhu's heart skipped a beat. He sensed that Qian Hongyun's question was unusual and knew that he must have also connected it to something, but he did not back down. Instead, he looked at Qian Hongyun with deep eyes and asked, "Brother Yun, is your surname Qian?" Director Liu was drinking tea nearby when he heard this and retorted irritably, "Nonsense, what else would the old director's son be surnamed if not Qian? How can you talk like this?" Qian Hongyun wasn't angry, she just smiled at Liu Erzhu and said, "Yes, my surname is Qian." Liu Erzhu ignored Director Liu, having roughly confirmed his identity, and clasped his hands in greeting, "Brother Qian." For regular employees, the usual greeting is a handshake. A fist salute is a way for people in the martial arts world to greet each other. Running a black market is clearly something only people from the underworld would do. Qian Hongyun glanced at his father discreetly to make sure he wasn't paying attention before cupping his hands and greeting, "Brother Liu." Both of them were shrewd individuals. Even though they both understood each other's identities and had proven their own, they simply smiled knowingly. After confirming each other's identities, Liu Erzhu and his companion made an excuse to go outside and chat privately. Qian Hongyun was very familiar with the compound. She found a quiet corner and looked Liu Erzhu up and down. "You're something else, kid. Where did you get so much grain?" Liu Erzhu laughed and said, Brother Yun, if someone asks you where you get your goods, will you tell them? You're pretty tight-lipped, but it's okay if you don't tell. Anyway, you shouldn't have any problems. After all, what bad guy would provide the police station with interrogation materials? Before we even mentioned the commendation, those old police officers had already thoroughly investigated you. Although you come from a less than ideal background, you yourself are still a good person. Qian Hongyan trusted Liu Erzhu a lot, otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to reveal her identity. Seeing this, Liu Erzhu seized the opportunity and said in a low voice, I know you must have something good here, Brother Yun. How about we make a trade later? I heard you like new gadgets? Have you heard of Leica? Qian Hongyan said with a smile. A Leica camera? You have this new gadget? Liu Erzhu was quite surprised. No wonder you're a section chief in the Commerce Bureau. Can you show it to me? Qian Hongyan reciprocated with a friendly compliment, not at all, not at all. It's you who knows about foreign products like Leica cameras, but I don't have one. Liu Erzhu almost cursed. Isn't this just a typical case of fooling oneself? Qian Hongyan noticed Liu Erzhu's dark expression and quickly explained, what I mean is, I don't have it right now, but if you ask, I can find a way to get it for you. And those televisions, radios, motorcycles, even cars, as long as you pay enough, I can get them for you and even legalize them. Don't underestimate my dad's network of connections. He always thinks those things are precious and shouldn't be used casually, but in my opinion, he just doesn't understand that you have to cultivate relationships to get closer to people. Liu Erzhu's eyes lit up with surprise and delight. No way, Brother Yun, you're not kidding me, are you? I heard that TVs are really hard to come by these days. Many big factories can't even get one. You actually managed to get one for me and even legalize it? Didn't I tell you? My family has a wide network of connections. The depth of camaraderie in the military is hard to imagine. But then again, if you ask someone to do something for you, you're bound to use their connections, and some connections can't be bought with money. You know that many big factories can't get their hands on television sets. If they were to get one for you, it would take a huge favor. Qian Hongyan knew that Liu Erzhu was definitely not short of money, so she reminded him not to oversimplify things. Liu Erzhu nodded in deep agreement. Don't be fooled by his success selling meat and fruit in this small town. In the eyes of those higher UPS, Liu Erzhu is nothing but a speculator who deserves to be shot. Therefore, he must have real skills for people to even glance at him. For example, medical skills. Liu Erzhu realized Brother Yun wants me to use my medical skills to win over those people. Smart, you understand immediately. Qian Hongyan praised, however, I still need to plan this matter. I'll come to your house to discuss it in detail later. Okay, my home is in Liutan. You can find my house by asking around when you get there. Liu Erzhu knew in his heart that Qian Hongyan said she was planning something, but actually she just wanted to observe him for a while. His actions were tantamount to bringing himself into the social circle of his father's social class. Although the police had tested Liu Erzhu multiple times, there was no problem with his background. However, his character and conduct still need to be examined. His father's comrades in arms were all extremely upright and serious. If he were to introduce a scoundrel to them, Liu Erzhu would not only be in trouble, but he himself would also be kicked out of the circle. It means a group of people are kicking your big feet like crazy. The two returned to the house, where the meal was already prepared. It's called a dish, but it's actually a stew unique to northern China. It's even simpler than stewed pork. You just put some meat and cabbage together, add oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and the like. If possible, add some vermicelli. This is quite a rare delicacy in the winter season. The old director was going to take medicine later and couldn't drink alcohol, but he still opened a bottle of specially supplied Wulianjai and told Qian Hongyan and director Liu to make sure Liu Erzhu and Deshita were well taken care of. Even Qian Hongyan's wife poured herself a bowl of rice wine as a tribute to Liu Erzhu. Liu Erzhu didn't dare to be presumptuous, and drank with the others, always keeping his bowl slightly lower than theirs. Seeing his humble demeanor, the Qian family liked Liu Erzhu even more. Although they are a generous family and like generous men, but who wouldn't like a polite child like that? The dinner started as a gesture of gratitude, but it quickly turned sour. Qian Hongyan noticed that Liu Erzhu had drunk half a bowl of wine without any problems, so she thought he had a good alcohol tolerance and wanted to test how strong he was. He downed half a bowl of wine in 3 gulps. Liu Erzhu agreed to play along, but he habitually resorted to trickery and threw the wine into his spatial storage. As a result, Qian Hongyan's face turned red from drinking, while Liu Erzhu was still slightly tipsy. This time, Qian Hongyan was truly indignant. But Wulianjai couldn't be consumed like that, so he simply brought over some loose liquor and asked, Zhu Ziyi, we're kindred spirits, how about we drink this today? We won't leave until we're drunk. Seeing that Qian Hongyan was starting to get stubborn, the people around the table wanted to persuade her to stop. His wife, in particular, kicked him, saying, Zhu Ziyi is our father's benefactor, why are you making him drink so much? Liu Erzhu casually replied, "It's alright, I'll drink with Brother Yun, just 3.5 bowls, shall we?" "That's no fun, 1 bowl in 1 bite. If you've had too much to drink today, just sleep at my place, it'll be fine." Qian Hongyun was really drunk, and she was also unwilling to be intimidated by a child when she was over 30, so she made some harsh remarks. "Alright." Liu Erzhu poured wine for the two of them, then picked up the wine bowl, gulped it down in one go, and swallowed it into his spatial dimension. Qian Hongyun was stunned to see him drinking it so readily, as if it were water, and then, not to be outdone, she picked up a bottle and drank it all in one gulp. This is a strong liquor, so it's already quite potent. An ordinary person would be done for after just half a bowl, and even Qian Hongyun, who has a high alcohol tolerance, couldn't handle drinking this much. He downed a bowl of wine in one gulp, his face turned even redder, and his eyes became somewhat glazed. Liu Erzhu poured himself another bowl and downed it in one gulp. "Qian Hongyun, no, even though it's supposed to be a gulp, could you at least say a few words?" "Fine, I'll drink it." Qian Hongyun downed the rest of her drink in one gulp. Putting everything else aside, his alcohol tolerance is truly impressive, no wonder he has such a large physique. Along with the first bowl of Wulianjai, he ended up drinking 4 more bowls of sanbei, a type of Chinese liquor, before finally lying down on the ground and falling fast asleep. Liu Erzhu, without changing his expression, apologized to the Qian family. "I'm sorry, I got excited and drank too much." The Qian family members stared at Liu Erzhu in utter astonishment. Over the years, they had seen Qian Hongyun get others drunk and even take on 5 people at once without flinching. It was with this great capacity for alcohol that he managed to marry his wife without spending a penny. Yet, he ended up losing to Liu Erzhu, a mere kid. Without hesitation, the entire Qian family gave Liu Erzhu a thumbs up. As for Qian Hongyun, what a good-for-nothing. He can't even outdrink a kid. If he's drunk, he should just sleep on the ground for a while. I don't have time to deal with him, I have to take care of Liu Erzhu's meals. After a meal, both host and guests enjoyed themselves immensely. The main reason was that after Liu Erzhu got Qian Hongyun drunk, he actually drank 2 more bowls of wine with her. Northerners appreciate people with high alcohol tolerance, and this preference increases the further north you go. Therefore, Liu Erzhu not only earned the Qian family's respect with his medical skills, but also their admiration with his drinking capacity. Qian Hongyun's wife, in particular, warmly held Liu Erzhu's hand, saying, "If you had been born with us, my father would definitely love you very much, and you could choose either of my 2 little sisters." Liu Erzhu found it hard to bear Qian Hongyun's wife's enthusiasm, and at the same time wondered why people in this era were so keen on matchmaking. After exchanging a few casual words, Liu Erzhu and the other 2 left the Qian family's house. Director Liu and Big Tongue had both drunk quite a bit, their faces flushed, and they were swaying back and forth on their bikes, but they were both very happy, humming songs. Director Liu was pleased with his promising future. The man with the big tongue was pleased that his apprentice was so capable that even the bureau chief was toasting him, an old farmer. Liu Erzhu was worried about the 2 men, so he first sent them back to their respective workplaces before going home himself. He's going up the mountain to hunt. Previously, hunting was always small scale. Selling the catch to those organizations once or twice was fine, but if it was sold too often, people would start to suspect the origin of the goods. Now that Qian Hongyun has endorsed it, there's nothing to worry about. Just as Liu Erzhu was returning home, the man with the list staggered back to his office. As soon as he entered, a staff member rushed up to him and said urgently, "Oh dear, section chief, why are you only just getting back? Where did you go drinking? You reek of alcohol. Quickly, get some tea to soothe your breath. The vice president has been looking for you since this morning, but he hasn't seen you yet. He's probably angry." Looking for me? The man with the lisp had been drinking and his speech was even more unclear, but he could still distinguish between the king and queen. He pushed away the staff member who was helping him, staggered out, and arrived at the vice president's office reeking of alcohol, where he knocked on the door. "Come in," the vice president said from inside the room. The man with the lisp pushed open the door and swayed inside. Dean, you wanted to see me?" The vice dean was about to look up and speak when he was hit by a strong smell of alcohol. He then saw that the man with the slurred speech had a flushed face and glazed eyes, clearly drunk. His face darkened immediately. "Section Chief Liu, I'm not criticizing you, but this is your first day at work. How could you go out drinking? How are you going to convince the others?" The man with the lisp was unsteady on his feet and kept swaying, but because he had drunk too much, he didn't hear the vice president's annoyance. He was still boasting with a flushed face. I went to treat the police chief. His family insisted on treating me and my apprentice. The director's son and my apprentice are very close. They were so drunk that they couldn't even get up." The vice president's gloomy expression vanished instantly, replaced by surprise. "You went to Director Qian's house for drinks?" "Yes, my apprentice's medical skills are truly amazing." The man with the lisp proudly gave a thumbs up. "That guy went up there, and in just a couple of quick strokes, he cured Director Qian's leg, making the director jump for joy. The vice president of the hospital knew that Director Qian of the Public Security Bureau had a leg problem. After all, we've consulted countless doctors just for that illness. But either they can't diagnose the illness, or they say they can't do anything about it and can only provide temporary relief. Some even suggested that the former director go abroad to investigate. Now he's actually been cured by that Lisp's apprentice? The vice dean had been wondering where Liu Erzhu got his hands on the pig and hundreds of pounds of apples when he heard that Liu had delivered them today. He had intended to ask the man with the lisp about it, but now it seemed there was no need to. Putting aside the fact that Director Qian was incredibly resourceful and had many comrades in arms, he was parachuted into the County Public Security Bureau as its head and directly suppressed the former county party secretary, county head, and other trusted confidants. His son, Qian Hongyun, is also the head of the business section of the Commerce Bureau, in charge of procurement. Moreover, among the county's upper echelons, there has long been a rumor that he has a significant connection to the county's black market. Although no one has evidence, the fact that some things can spread among the upper echelons is already sufficient evidence. After all, how could mere rumors reach the mouths of the county's higher UPS? With a wealthy family backing him up, it was no big deal for Liu Erzhu to get these ingredients. The vice president's initial little scheme vanished completely, and he stood up with a reproachful look on his face. Section Chief Liu, I'm not trying to criticize you, but if you've had too much to drink, go back and rest. Why are you being so dedicated? What if you fall and get injured? Wouldn't that be a loss for our hospital? The man with the lisp was truly drunk and waved his hand, saying, Don't worry, Dean, I'll just go to my office and take a nap. The vice president smirked, Fine, I'll have someone get you a private room. Go lie down in the room for a while. After saying that, the vice president personally took the man with a speech impediment out of the hospital, called a nurse to prepare a ward for him, and also prescribed some hangover medicine. The nurses were dumbfounded. Seeing that the usually difficult vice president was being so easy to talk to today, they all subconsciously looked out the window. Did the sun rise in the west? After dealing with the speech impediment, the vice dean returned to his office, thought about it, and then went to the textile factory to find Liu Sheng, still feeling annoyed. They said they were best buddies who grew up together, but why didn't they tell me about the lisp master and his apprentice's impressive background sooner? But when he angrily confronted Liu Shengli with this, Liu Shengli was dumbfounded. Actually, he had been wondering before how Liu Erzhu, such a young man, could get his hands on so many good things. Although Liu Erzhu said he caught it on the mountain, who would believe him? The textile factory also had guns and a security department, and they often sent people up the mountain to hunt, but they only caught pheasants or birds occasionally. People were so happy to have caught a silly spore that they wanted to set off firecrackers to celebrate. Who else can deliver meat like Liu Erzhu? So it turns out Liu Erzhu is a member of the Qian family. Liu Shengli and the vice president discussed that they must cultivate a good relationship with Liu Erzhu in the future. Food is secondary, the Qian family is a powerful and influential family. Moreover, the county party secretary also treated Liu Erzhu differently. After careful consideration, the two realized, wow, Liu Erzhu's background is really something else. Liu Erzhu returned to Liuyutun, picked up his gun, and went up the mountain. Winter has arrived, and the weather is always gloomy, as if it could snow at any moment. This makes the already scarce prey on the mountain even scarcer. Animals that can hibernate have already gone into hibernation. Even the small animals started moving, heading towards places where they could find food. As Liu Erzhu ventured into the mountains, he finally saw traces of small animals living deep within the mountains. As usual, I'll make porridge. However, this time Liu Erzhu had an extra trick up his sleeve. He stewed meat. He had heard people say before that there were wolves in the mountains here, and that he could occasionally hear 1 or 2 wolf howls. There might not be many, but they could still exist, so Liu Erzhu decided to see if he could lure the wolves out with the smell of meat. After Liu Erzhu finished preparing the food, he climbed up a nearby tree to wait. It must be said that this hunting method is extremely effective. It didn't take long before there was movement in the distance. In the distance, a few somewhat thin pheasants ran over. There was also a silly road deer that ran incredibly fast. They were all attracted by the aroma. They must have been starving for a long time. Winter is coming, and these livestock have nothing to eat. It is said that in the past, there have been instances of wild boars coming down from the mountain in search of food and breaking into villagers' homes. But such things hardly happen now. I don't know if it's because fewer wild boars are being hunted by people, or because they all go deep into the mountains to forage. Liu Erzhu watched the pheasants and roe deer eat, but did not fire his gun. Instead, he waited quietly. He's waiting for the bulk shipment. Those little creatures really had no sense of caution. They ate by the food bowl for about 10 minutes and still hadn't left. And in the distance, the movement that Liu Erzhu wanted finally appeared. Several dark figures slowly approached, their gray fur inconspicuous among the trees. Fortunately, Liu Erzhu was standing on high ground, which allowed him to see them. There are 5 wolves. There really are wolves in the mountains. Liu Erzhu looked pleased. He wasn't interested in wolf meat. He'd heard that these creatures ate meat for a long time, which caused a special chemical substance in their bodies, making the meat taste sour, and that taste was hard to get rid of. But wolf pelts are a good thing, they can be made into clothes, hats, and other warm items. Liu Erzhu watched as the wolves slowly approached the bowl of meat, patiently waiting. Once he was sure he had enough time to shoot and kill all the wolves, he switched his shotgun to a Type 96 rifle and began firing. All 5 wolves were attracted by the meat and did not notice Liu Erzhu hiding in the tree. Just as they were about to feast, 3 of them were shot dead. The remaining 2 reacted quickly and tried to escape, but Liu Erzhu had been waiting and wouldn't give them the chance. He fired a few bullets and easily took care of the remaining 2. However, the commotion had already scared away the pheasants and roe deer. Liu Erzhu wasn't in a hurry. He jumped down from the tree, put the wolf away, and moved to another spot to continue the ambush. It's clear that the animals on this mountain are really starving. In just over 2 hours, as dusk fell, Liu Erzhu had caught 5 wolves, 7 pheasants, a large wild boar, and 3 roe deer. Liu Erzhu first put everything into his spatial storage. When he reached the foot of the mountain, he took out the 3 wolves that had been drained of blood. To facilitate transportation, Liu Erzhu gathered some wood on the mountain and made a small cart in his mental space. Although the wheels and axles of the cart are made of wood, making it inconvenient to use, it is still better for short-distance use than for one person to carry 5 wolves. It got dark, and everyone went home, so no one noticed Liu Erzhu. Actually, it doesn't matter if you notice it. Liu Erzhu didn't intend to keep the wolf meat for himself, he planned to give it to the village. Wolf meat doesn't taste good, so he doesn't plan to cook it for his family or the village. The villagers won't be picky about it. After returning home, Liu Erzhu habitually called out, "Chunner, come help me." Chunner rushed out of the house, her eyes red, clearly having just cried. Liu Erzhu frowned. "Chunner, what's wrong? Who bullied you?" "No one is bullying me. It's just that Mia is so pitiful. She's going to be sold to an old bachelor in the neighboring village," Chunner said with a sigh. At the same time, she looked at Liu Erzhu with gratitude. If it weren't for Liu Erzhu helping her family, and her father had really starved to death, she would probably have ended up the same way, sold to an old bachelor as a wife to support her younger siblings. Liu Erzhu frowned and asked, "Mia, is she Aunt Liu's daughter? I remember she's only 14, why would they sell a child?" "Yes, her family is struggling to survive." Chunner explained while working quickly. Mia's family has 3 children. Her father has been sick since he was a child, and her mother is not very bright. But fortunately, they have always worked hard to do what they can, and with the help of the villagers, they can barely make ends meet. But in the past 2 years, there has been a famine in the village, and things have become increasingly difficult for them. The villagers themselves can't even afford to eat, so they can't help them. I heard from Mia that her family had been out of food for 2 days and couldn't borrow any food from anywhere, so they were thinking of marrying her off. Actually, Mia was also willing to marry him because she couldn't stand the hunger at home anymore. But I heard that old bachelor is really fierce. He loves to drink and beat people. He's already driven away 2 wives. Mia is so thin, I'm afraid he'll beat her to death. Liu Erzhu also felt sorry for the family, but he was still a little confused. Why don't I remember them coming to my house to borrow grain? I borrowed it once before, but you weren't home. Aunt Hua gave me 2 jin of cornmeal, but we've already finished it. We can't keep borrowing from you, Chunner said softly. Liu Erzhu nodded in realization, then suddenly asked, "You're telling me all this because you want me to help Mia?" Chunner quickly explained, "Brother Zuzi, don't take it to heart. I didn't mean it that way. Aunt Hua was already being kind enough by giving us 2 jin of cornmeal. Just because you earn more money doesn't mean we can be so greedy and take advantage of you. I was just feeling really down and wanted to talk to someone, and you just happened to ask, so. I'm sorry, Brother Zhu, I promise I won't say anything more in the future, please don't kick me out, okay?" Seeing Chunner repeatedly apologizing and begging for forgiveness out of fear, Liu Erzhu patted her head and comforted her. "Don't be afraid, I'm not blaming you." Seeing that Liu Erzhu wasn't really angry, Chunner felt a little relieved and worked even harder, trying to help Liu Erzhu kill the wolf and skin it. Liu Erzhu stopped her, thought for a moment, and said to Chunner, "Take the flashlight and go call the brigade leader Liu Hai." Chunner quickly washed her hands and said, "I can see the road without a flashlight. Here, take it, don't fall." Liu Erzhu handed over the flashlight, then went inside to discuss something with his father. Inside the house, Liu Fuxian had obviously overheard the conversation and asked, "Zuzi, what do you want with Liu Hai? Are you planning to help Mia? They are fellow villagers from the same clan and village. If I couldn't help them, I would let it go. But this is a small matter that can be resolved with just a little bit of money. We can't just stand by and watch Mia jump into a fire pit," Liu Erzhu said, expressing his thoughts. "Then you should think this through. As the old saying goes, you can help in an emergency, but not in a long-term solution. The problems with Mia's family can't be solved by you feeding them a meal or 2, Liu Fuxian reminded him. "That's why I asked Liu Hai to come over and see if there's any way to stop the villagers from going hungry." Whether it's hunting in the mountains or raising livestock, we still have to make a living. Liu Erzhu frowned, thinking about how to improve the village's economy. Liu Fuxian looked at Liu Erzhu with satisfaction in his eyes. You brat, you really have your great-grandfather's spirit. When Liu Erzhu heard his father constantly comparing him to his great-grandfather, he knew that his father had a grudge. After all, his great-grandfather had raised him for so many years, yet in the end he ended up as a peasant. It's not that I look down on farmers, but if there's a chance to climb the social ladder and enjoy high-ranking positions and generous salaries, who would want to work from dawn till dusk? Moreover, my great-grandfather must have sensed that something was wrong, which is why he insisted that my grandfather go abroad to study. Unfortunately, plans can't keep up with changes. My great-grandfather never imagined that the political landscape in China would change so quickly, nor did he expect that his own grandfather would be betrayed by his beloved family. Thinking of this, Liu Erzhu couldn't help but ask, Dad, back then our family had such a large fortune, did great-grandpa really leave you nothing? Or did grandpa and the others take it all away? Speaking of this, Liu Fuxian looked dejected. Your great-grandfather reacted quickly and started selling off assets a long time ago. Before he died, he urged us to leave the country as soon as possible. So at that time, our assets were still relatively intact, and there was no need to hide any backup plans. Going abroad was enough. But he was extremely wary of outsiders, but he never expected that my father and his family would be so ruthless and hate me so much. Liu Erzhu smacked his lips, unsure of what to say. All I can say is, bizarre. How could anyone resent their own son being favored, or be jealous that their son is more capable than themselves? But thinking about it, you can understand the reason. The grandfather, whom he had never met, had worked hard his whole life but never gained the approval of his great-grandfather. In fact, his great-grandfather would appreciate his grandson. Anyone would feel frustrated and like they were just a tool for procreation. So, my great-grandfather wasn't wrong about him. A person who would be jealous of and harm even his own son is indeed not fit for a great responsibility. Just as the father and son were talking, Lu Hai's voice came from outside the door. Zhu Ziai, you were looking for me. Lu Hai pushed the door open and came in. Liu Erzhu looked over and saw that Lu Hai looked worried, with dark circles under his eyes, clearly having stayed up all night. Uncle Hai, please sit down, Liu Erzhu said, standing up. Sit down, there's no need for so many formalities. Chun'er said you wanted to see me, so hurry up and tell me. I have a lot of things to do on my end, Lu Hai said in a muffled voice, puffing on his cigarette. Is Uncle Hai worried about the malt? Liu Erzhu asked. Lu Hai glanced at him, then hesitated, as if he wanted to say something but didn't. Liu Erzhu asked in surprise, what? Is there something you can't say? There's nothing I can't tell you, but you're too generous. If I tell you these things, it's kind of like I'm pressuring you for money, so I don't know whether I should say it or not, Lu Hai said with a wry smile. With just this one sentence, Liu Erzhu also began to think more highly of Lu Hai. After all, those 5 wolves were right outside, so Lu Hai must have seen them. If it were a normal brigade leader, he would definitely have tried every means to get rid of it, but he didn't expect that the leader was afraid of him giving away meat. Lu Hai glanced up unintentionally and saw Liu Erzhu's expression. His face immediately darkened. What's wrong with you? Why do I feel like you're cursing me? I'm just being sarcastic because I'm bored, but I'm actually praising you in my heart, Liu Erzhu said with a laugh. Praise my ass. Lu Hai said irritably, it's fine if you scold me, I'm almost being scolded to death by the villagers, they all think I haven't managed the village well. Take the malt thing for example. I don't know how many people have been urging me to kill those 2 piglets so that the malt family can hold on for a while longer. But is that even possible? Let's not even talk about how our village raised them for a year and only had 2 half-grown pigs left. The higher UPS are already unhappy enough. If it weren't for the fact that you were getting commended, I would have been scolded, which would have been the least of my worries. So even if something really happens, it's uncertain how much of the meat will be left in the village. Most of it will definitely have to be handed over to the commune. Listening to Lu Hai's incessant complaints, Liu Erzhu knew that he had been under a lot of pressure lately, so he immediately said, Uncle Hai, that's why I called you here today. I think our brigade should find a way to improve the economy, at least to ensure that everyone stops going hungry. Lu Hai's eyes lit up, and he looked at Liu Erzhu with hopeful eyes. You have a way. I have a few immature ideas that I'd like to discuss with you. This time, it was Liu Erzhu's turn to hesitate. Lu Hai, however, couldn't wait any longer, because he knew that this kid was very resourceful and capable. After all, he is one of the few people in the village who can eat their fill every day, and even eat well, so he must have good ideas. Liu Erzhu organized his thoughts and said, I have 3 ideas: breeding, planting, and starting a side business. Lu Hai frowned. I've thought about all 3, but raising livestock requires feed, planting requires water, and starting a side business, we don't have the connections. I have some ideas about animal feed, but some initial investment is required. It is indeed very difficult to grow crops in water-scarce areas. If we have to carry water, the villagers will be exhausted. but we can grow some crops that do not consume much water. As for side hustles, we'll have to brainstorm ideas, such as hunting, gathering, or handicrafts. These are my 3 suggestions. Which one do you think is the most reliable? Lu Hai fell into thought, silently weighing his options. To be honest, if we're talking about reaching a higher level, the best way is still through animal husbandry. Because planting requires the use of arable land, the commune would absolutely not agree to it, even if it could increase the village's income. Because food is not just for the people of one village, but to ensure that the country has a sufficient food supply. If people switch to other crops and stop growing grains just because they can make money, then other villages will follow suit, and there will really be no grain to eat in the future. So there was no need to ask the commune. Lu Hai directly rejected the idea. I also have a side hustle. Picking, hunting, and handicrafts all sound like reliable options, especially since it's located near the mountains. But this mountain doesn't belong to Liu alone, people from other villages can also go up there. If everyone goes up the mountain to pick them, the wild vegetables will be almost completely harvested, and the mountain will be stripped bare. The same applies to hunting. There will come a day when all the animals are caught. People living near mountains have an unwritten rule: they must not plunder the mountain, or the mountain god will punish them and they will all perish. As for manual work, Lu Hai guessed that Liu Erzhu was using his connections to get things from factories and similar places. It's okay to use your face once or twice, but if you keep using it, you're just being shameless. Liu Erzhu can't just abandon everything for the sake of the village. After careful consideration, Lu Hai made a decision. Zhu Ziai, may I ask what you plan to raise if you were to start a livestock farm, what kind of feed you would use, and how difficult it would be? Liu Erzhu knew Lu Hai would make such a decision, and said in preparation, it's not difficult to make feed. It just uses some unwanted bone meal and some wild grass and vegetables. The resulting feed can accelerate the growth of pigs, shorten the time to market, and make them fatter than pigs fed with ordinary feed. The cost of feeding them is also much lower. Lu Hai's eyes lit up. Hey, why didn't you say you had this skill sooner? Tell me quickly, how do you make that feed? I'll give you credit for this. No, I'll give you a huge credit for this. You'll be a breeding expert, a big shot in our commune and even the county. Liu Erzhu no longer cares so much about his so-called celebrity reputation. He now has awards hanging on his wall, and the theater is arranging plays to promote him. Even leaders like the county magistrate and the public security bureau can attest that he has completely shed his landlord status. Of course, the more of this kind of good reputation for being considerate of the people, the better. Liu Erzhu didn't mince words and said, bone meal feed is made by grinding up some big bones that nobody cares about, then adding bran and some wild vegetables and grasses, and mixing them in a certain proportion to provide pigs with a lot of nutrition. In his previous life, Liu Erzhu met some people from meat processing plants in Beijing. While drinking, he heard that some people would buy bones and other similar items to process, which was considered a low-cost method of feeding animals. When Lu Hai heard that bones would be needed, he hesitated. Bran is easy to get, but there aren't many wild vegetables on the mountain, and bones are hard to come by. It's all right. I know some wild vegetable varieties that people can't eat. I'll tell the villagers how to find and dig them up. As for bones, that's easy enough. I can go to the county town and ask someone at the slaughterhouse. Those things won't be too expensive, but I definitely can't pay for them. Liu Erzhu wasn't afraid to spend money. After all, for him, this amount of money was just a drop in the ocean. However, when it comes to matters involving collective interests, one can contribute effort but will be suspected if one contributes money. How did Zhu Yuanzhang come to fear Shen Wanzan and eventually eliminate him? It was simply because he was bored and had nothing better to do that he actually helped Zhu Yuanzhang fund the construction of cities and palaces, and even dared to reward the 3 armies. Even though they say they have no ulterior motives, who believes them? Lu Hai nodded happily. Don't worry, how can we let you pay for collective matters? It's just that the team only has 1,000 yuan. I don't know if that's enough to buy pigs and feed. That's enough. Besides, it's not suitable to buy too many piglets at the beginning. And this money is not only for buying pigs, but also for building pigsties and ensuring a good living environment for the pigs, Liu Erzhu said with a smile. If people in later generations heard that pigs had a better living environment, they would surely lament that humans are inferior to pigs and curse. But during this period, that's all quite normal. Livestock are more precious than people. Putting everything else aside, those cows' heads are better than many ordinary people's homes. I wonder how many people envy those who raise pigs and cattle for being able to live in cows' heads. Lu Hai quickly discussed some specific details of the breeding process with Liu Erzhu. Once it was confirmed that Liu Erzhu's idea wasn't just a spur-of-the-moment decision but a genuine plan, the decision was finalized. I'll hold a village meeting later and tell the villagers about this. As for the pig quota, you don't need to worry about it. I've been on good terms with the people in the commune lately, so getting some quotas won't be a problem. It's just that you'll have to put in more effort to find bones and prepare the feed. No problem. Liu Erzhu readily agreed, but we have to do the side business as well, otherwise it will take at least a few months for a pig to be ready for market, and I'm afraid some people won't make it that far. Liu Hai nodded repeatedly, indicating his agreement. The two discussed the matter in more detail and decided on the development strategy for Liu Tun, which made Liu Hai very happy and excited. Seeing that the discussion was over, Liu Erzhu said, "Uncle Hai, take these wolves to the canteen later and stew the wolf meat for everyone to improve their meals. I'll keep the wolf pelts for myself." Liu Hai had anticipated Liu Erzhu's response and refused without hesitation. "No, you've already helped the village enough. We can't take advantage of this wolf meat. That wolf meat is a bit sour, I don't like it, so please take it. I have wolf pelts that I can use to make clothes and such, that's enough for me," Liu Erzhu quickly said. Liu Hai was dumbfounded. He had expected Liu Erzhu to try to persuade him, but he didn't expect him to say that. Wolf meat doesn't taste good, even Liu Hai knows that. But, I don't like it? Good heavens, there are still many people in the village who can't even afford meat, and they're already starting to be picky. After realizing what had happened, Liu Hai couldn't help but sternly reprimand him. "You've really gotten too cocky. Let me remind you, it's fine if you tell me about this, but don't say things like that outside." Liu Erzhu knew that Liu Hai meant well, so he handed him a cigarette and lit it for him. "Don't worry, Uncle Hai, I'm not stupid. I know what to say to whom. I know you're a steady guy, but I'm afraid you're too young and promising, and you might get carried away." Liu Hai took a deep drag on his cigarette, then looked at Lu Fuxian with envy. "I really envy you, having such a wonderful child. Looking at my kids, sigh." Lu Fuxian said with a smug look on his face, "Haizi, listen to me. Based on my experience over the years, when it comes to kids, don't compare them. Comparing them will only make you angry. Hey, you're getting all worked up after I just praised you a couple of times. It's just that Zhu Ziyi is successful, what are you so smug about?" Liu Hai said irritably. Lu Fuxian glared, "He's outstanding, isn't that because I'm a good seed?" Liu Hai was speechless after being rebuked, so he simply got up and walked outside to call someone to come and get the wolf meat. At the same time, he also needs to deal with the matter concerning Mia's family. With this wolf meat, Mia's family can have some time to recover, and they shouldn't be in a hurry to sell their child. Before long, the village bell rang. The people of Liu Tun knew that the brigade headquarters was going to announce something, so each household sent one person. When the villagers heard that the communal canteen would provide a meal of wolf meat every few days, they were overjoyed. Liu Hai didn't hide anything and told the happy villagers that the wolf meat was brought by Liu Erzhu and they should remember his kindness. Upon hearing that it was Liu Erzhu doing good deeds again, the villagers praised him loudly. These uneducated people, with their simple language and sincere feelings, praised Liu Erzhu, which sounded better and made people happier than those who used boastful words. Niu Honghua, who was searching for wild vegetables all over the mountains with the villagers, was initially unhappy when she heard that she would be given a share of her own meat. But seeing people praise Liu Erzhu made him genuinely happy. Who wouldn't want their son to be respected and popular in the village? Especially when she saw Mia's family, because they had wolf meat to sustain them for a while and wouldn't have to sell their daughter anymore. The whole family knelt in front of Niu Honghua, crying and expressing their gratitude. Mia's mother wasn't very bright, but she knew how to be grateful. She cried and kowtowed until her head was bruised and purple. If Niu Honghua hadn't been helping her, she might have fainted. Seeing the villagers' grateful expressions, Niu Honghua couldn't help but wonder if her son, Zuzi, would have a good chance of becoming the brigade leader in Liu Tun next time. When a village official comes from the family, that will be a great honor for the family. Who would dare to say that their family has a bad background? Liu Erzhu didn't think much about it, his mind was preoccupied with the pig feed formula. Although he spoke casually, he actually had a great lack of knowledge about aquaculture. To be on the safe side, Liu Erzhu decided to go to the county town tomorrow to get some books on aquaculture so he could study them. Anyway, he learns quickly, he can learn a book very quickly by simply throwing it into his mental space. Having decided on his course of action, Liu Erzhu stopped thinking about it and went to check on Nizai and Xiaohu in the neighboring yard. When he arrived, he found 2 children having a great time playing on the slide, while 7 or 8 other children stood timidly watching, their faces full of envy, wanting to play but too afraid to. Looking at the uneasy children, Liu Erzhu asked curiously, "Why don't you go up and play?" Each child gave their reason for not daring to go up. "I'm afraid I'll break the ladder, and my family can't afford to pay for it. My mother said that if I sit on this thing and wear out my pants, she will break my legs. I don't dare to compete with Nizai. Mom said I can only go up after Nizai and Tiger stop playing, otherwise she'll have dad beat me." The children's reason seemed so pitiful, which also showed the villagers' respect for Liu Erzhu. People know he dotes on Nizai and Xiaohu, so they can't take anything from them. Even little Snot was in the crowd, scolded by his father and too afraid to mess around with Nizai. Upon seeing Liu Erzhu, he scurried over and asked, "Brother Zhu, I've changed. I won't call Nizai wife anymore. Can you let me go up and play for a bit? Just for a little while." Liu Erzhu naturally wouldn't hold a grudge against a child, because he knew very well that every naughty child was the least ill one in the family, and the naughtiest ones were always the shameless parents. So when he saw that the little snotty-nosed child had indeed learned his lesson and even knew how to please people, he said to the children, "Go play, but you have to line up and don't fight. And those of you who are worried about ruining your pants can play on the swings, that's fine." The children's eyes lit up, and they all crowded around. Liu Erzhu went to see his elder brother again and saw that he was working hard to polish the parts and had already started making wheels. Having confirmed that his elder brother was right, Liu Erzhu reminded him, "Brother, these wooden wheels and bearings are ultimately not good enough. Iron is actually the best." Liu Daliang scratched his head sheepishly. "I know, but I have nowhere to get iron, and besides, I don't know how to forge iron." Little Tiger, who was having a great time, was startled by these words and looked over nervously. He thought the two of them were going to make him learn blacksmithing again, and he was somewhat resistant, but he didn't dare to say anything. Liu Erzhu noticed Xiaohu's nervousness, smiled and told him to continue playing, then said to his older brother, "I know you don't know how, but I'm just reminding you that when you go to work in the furniture factory in the future, you need to make this clear to others." "Oh, I got it. Is there anything else?" Liu Daliang quickly noted it down. "That's all for now." Liu Erzhu didn't expect his older brother to actually become a master carpenter. He was just happy if he could get a job with the design blueprints for the scooter. Although with his current connections, it wouldn't be difficult for him to directly arrange for his elder brother to get in. But if my older brother gets in on his own merit, he'll be more comfortable working in the furniture factory. Otherwise, given his temperament, he'll always feel inferior. After chatting with his older brother for a while, Liu Erzhu returned to his home and started making smoked meat. Later, when he lived in Beijing, he longed for this dish, but unfortunately, it only tasted good when smoked over a large stove, and it was hard to find such a thing in big cities. Now that he had the means, he simply made a pot of smoked meat himself. The pig's head and pork hock were smoked. After finishing, Liu Erzhu made a few more pancakes. Then roll the greasy pig's head meat into the flatbread, add chili or green onions, and take a bite and your mouth will be filled with oil, satisfying your cravings and filling you up. The family enjoyed the meal immensely, especially Nizai and Xiaohu, who ate so much that they had to have some hawthorn water made to help them digest. Lu Fuxian also exclaimed, "With your skills, you could have opened a restaurant decades ago." Niu Honghua was also delighted. "If you get married in the future, even if your wife is from the city, she definitely won't want to leave you." Chun'er, who was clearing the dishes, paused for a moment, then continued working as if nothing had happened. Liu Erzhu didn't respond, but used his mental space to make a few toothpicks and picked his teeth by himself. He was afraid that if he said too much, his mother would think he wanted a wife and would ask someone to act as a matchmaker, or even urge him and Chun'er to make it a fait accompli. Niu Honghua was a little unhappy that he didn't respond. "My son is good in every way, except that he doesn't care at all about getting married." Nothing was said that night. Early the next morning, Liu Erzhu rode his bicycle straight to the county town. The department store is finally opening today, and he's going on a big shopping spree. "Let's buy a radio first. It's so boring staying at home. I'll buy another sewing machine." Nowadays, clothes are all made of cotton, which wears out too easily. To make matters worse, there are two noisy little kids at home, and my mother and sister-in-law have endless clothes to sew every day. Having a sewing machine would make things much easier. I also need to buy another bicycle to store for later, so that my older brother can ride it to work when he moves to the city. After all, this stuff is hard to buy. Even if you queue up to order, you don't know when it will be available in your small county. I heard they'll be bringing in a Leica camera this time. I guess this is the Leica that Qian Hongyun told me he could get his hands on. This guy was hoping to use his connections to get it, but he didn't expect to be able to buy it himself, did he? However, Liu Erzhu also understood that these things could not be bought openly. He had to go to Director Zhou, no, now it should be said Manager Zhou, to buy them separately. Otherwise, buying so many things at once would attract too much attention. Those county officials knew he was innocent. They had all made deals with him, so they wouldn't dare report him. The more ordinary people know about themselves, the more trouble they become. Manager Zhou would definitely keep milk powder and malted milk powder for himself as well. With those things, her father would recover faster, and Nizai and Xiaohu could quickly replenish the nutrients they had lost over the past 2 years. Otherwise it would be difficult for them to grow taller. Nizai is a girl, it's okay if she's a little short. Little Tiger can't be too short, otherwise, with his name, people will probably call him Shorty Tiger in the future. As the saying goes, a happy occasion makes one feel refreshed. Liu Erzhu was so happy that he pedaled his bicycle so fast that he didn't feel tired at all. After entering the county town, he went straight to the department store in the center of the town. But when he actually got there, he was dumbfounded. Good heavens, red flags are waving everywhere, and there are crowds of people. To celebrate the opening of the county's first department store, many colorful flags were hung on the street, and firecrackers were set off to celebrate, filling the streets with the smell of gunpowder. The people in the county town were incredibly enthusiastic. Men and women, old and young, rich and poor, all came to watch the spectacle. The department store was packed inside and out. From time to time, the shouts of the sales clerks could be heard from the crowd. Some people took the opportunity to stir up trouble and try to take advantage of the situation, and you could hear tough old women shouting every now and then, "Who the hell touched my butt? Who grabbed my breasts?" The county government was forced to send police to maintain order, and warning shots could be heard. Unlike in later times, police officers cannot fire their weapons indiscriminately. The police these days are really daring to use their weapons. If anyone doesn't obey, they'll just lash out with their rubber batons. Only then were they able to barely restore order to the crowd and arrest a group of troublemakers and thieves who were trying to take advantage of the situation. Liu Erzhu stood on the street where the department store was located. He could clearly see the door of the three-story building, but he just couldn't get in. Just as he was struggling with what to do, a familiar voice came from the side. "Zhu Ziyi? What are you doing here?" Liu Erzhu turned around and saw Li Xiangyang. He immediately smiled and said, "Brother Li, I need to get into the department store. Can you help me?" "Easy." Li Xiangyang adjusted his hat, took out a megaphone, and shouted loudly, "Line up. Do you all even know what manners are? Don't you all know how to line up?" This was the first time Liu Erzhu had ever heard someone swearing and cursing while talking about manners and promoting new social norms. Fortunately, Li Xiangyang's police uniform did have an effect. The dense crowd in front of Liu Erzhu was forced to start queuing, but some people still argued about who should go first in line. Li Xiangyang went up and kicked both of them, glaring at them and yelling, "What are you doing? What are you doing? You're the kind of people who have to save up for half a month to buy a big bag, and you're arguing about who should go first? If we let you in, it'll seem like you can afford anything." The onlookers were somewhat embarrassed by his words, and one of them couldn't help but shout, "Comrade, we can't afford it. Are we not allowed to go in and take a look? Who told you not to watch? Come on, tell me the person by name, and I'll beat him to death on the spot. Who dares to stop our lovely people?" Li Xiangyang shouted, pointing a rubber baton at the man. The speaker shrank back in fright and chuckled awkwardly, "Nobody's here, nobody's here." "Nobody here? Then what the hell were you talking about? Get to the back of the line and join the queue." Li Xiangyang cursed. He must stop these people from talking back, otherwise, if they think he's easy to talk to, no one will be afraid of him anymore, and it will be troublesome to manage them. The man who had just spoken looked distressed and seemed about to beg for mercy, but Li Xiangyang led Liu Erzhu straight ahead. When they arrived at the department store, Liu Erzhu walked straight in without queuing. This caused some people to become dissatisfied, and they loudly questioned Li Xiangyang, "Officer, you told us to line up, how can you bring people to cut in line? What queue cutting? What queue cutting?" That was a young officer from our police station who went inside to verify the situation. "Who told you he cut in line to buy something? You need to provide evidence, or I'll sue you for defamation and slander. Why aren't you saying anything? Why are you looking down? You know you're wrong, right? Go to the back of the line and rejoin the queue." Li Xiangyang stared wide-eyed, spitting everywhere. The person who spoke was only 2 meters away from the door. When he heard that he was to go to the end of the line, he looked back at the 100-meter-long line and immediately slapped himself in the face. "Why are you so foul-mouthed?" Liu Erzhu didn't care about any of that and swaggered into the department store. The department store was packed with people, with groups of people at every counter. The sales clerks were exhausted and dizzy from being bombarded with price inquiries, their faces dark and their mouths foul. But this was the first day of business, and for publicity, people from the newspaper came to take pictures. As soon as the camera pointed at a salesperson, that salesperson would immediately beam with the happiest and most sincere smile and greet the customers with warmth and concern. Liu Erzhu took in everything, shook his head slightly, and wanted to go upstairs. The manager's office is on the 3rd floor. To their surprise, when they arrived at the stairs, they found that there were quite a few people there, and the stairs were crowded with people. Those below can't get up, and those above can't get down. Liu Erzhu looked at the stairs and was worried that they might collapse. "Forget it, I probably won't see Manager Joe today. Anyway, he knows to keep things for himself. I'll just come back tomorrow." "Pillar, pillar." Manager Joe's voice came from afar. Liu Erzhu turned around and saw Manager Joe standing at the warehouse door, waving at him. "Manager Joe, what are you doing here?" Liu Erzhu walked over quickly, somewhat surprised. Hearing Liu Erzhu's address, Manager Joe couldn't help but feel a little smug, and led him into the warehouse. Surprisingly, there was a small table and tea in the warehouse. Judging from the aroma of the tea leaves, it shouldn't be a cheap product. Liu Erzhu glanced around and, sure enough, spotted an open tea canister. He couldn't help but tease, "Hey Manager Joe, you're enjoying yourself already? What's there to enjoy?" Manager Joe poured Liu Erzhu a cup of tea, pretending to complain but actually showing off, "Didn't you see I can't even go back to my own office? Those people are like madmen, they clearly can't afford it, but they still insist on crowding here, it's so annoying." "Great, these are all your achievements." Liu Erzhu smiled, took a sip of tea, and his eyes lit up immediately. "It smells so good, what kind of tea is it?" Famous tea, Longjing, tastes good, doesn't it? Take a can with you later, I'll report the loss. Manager Joe waved his hand, daring to give away Longjing tea so casually. Liu Erzhu shook his head. Never mind, you've just taken office, I don't want to make things difficult for you. What's so difficult about it? Manager Joe felt looked down upon and glared at her, saying, don't I, a manager, have the right to report losses? Besides, do you think you can let me suffer a loss? Tell me, how much stuff are you planning to buy this time? I'll see if I can give you a discount. Liu Erzhu really intended to take a lot of things this time, and he took out piles of banknotes and bills that he had previously obtained from the black market. Give me 3 sewing machines, 3 bicycles, and 4 or 5 radios. If you have a TV, just give me 1. I know the production volume is small, so I don't need many. Washing machine. I know that's even rarer, but it would be best to give it to us if you could. And milk powder, malted milk powder, seasonings, white sugar, rock sugar, I want it all. Liu Erzhu clenched his fist and made the classic gesture of the leopard head emoji. From the moment he uttered his first words, the smile on Manager Joe's face slowly disappeared, growing increasingly tense and unsightly until finally he looked completely broken down. Looking at him, who was covered in sweat, Liu Erzhu asked curiously, Uncle, are you hot? It's not hot, it's just that my face hurts. Manager Joe smiled wryly, I just wanted to put on a show in front of you, but I didn't expect you to slap me in the face like that. You think a sewing machine is like buying needles? You want 3 right off the bat? You need 3 bicycles too? My shop only sent 5 to make a good impression. There are only 3 radios. And you even dare to ask for a television? Do I look like a television to you? Finally, what exactly is a washing machine? Liu Erzhu looked at Manager Joe, who was full of confusion, and expressed his understanding, but also some regret. Currently, China's domestic industry is too weak, making it difficult for these technological products to keep up. It's estimated that there are very few washing machines in the whole country, and if there are, they will definitely be prioritized for the important figures in the sea. It seems that department stores aren't omnipotent, so Liu Erzhu had to settle for second best. You still have to give me a sewing machine or something, right? My authority is limited to a sewing machine, a bicycle, and a radio. I'll give you one of each, but I can give you 2 cans of milk powder and malted milk powder. As for the other little things you mentioned, no problem. I'll make sure you have them first and allocate them all for you. How about that? Manager Joe was proven wrong right after boasting, and he felt it was a bit unfair, so he decided to give Liu Erzhu some more things. However, after he said that, Liu Erzhu's expression still seemed dissatisfied. To save face, he had no choice but to painfully bring out his treasured personal items. Manager Joe was seen rummaging around in a corner of the warehouse, moving rolls of cloth and boxes. Liu Erzhu watched him busy himself and asked curiously, Uncle Joe, what are you looking for? Let me help you find it. No need, just sit still. Uncle will show you something new in a bit, Manager Joe said confidently. Liu Erzhu hesitated for a moment. You didn't hide the Leica camera here, did you? How could that be? If that thing isn't displayed outside, wouldn't it lose its significance as the store's prized possession? Manager Joe said without turning his head. That makes sense, Liu Erzhu nodded, then became even more curious about what Manager Joe was looking for. Judging from that, this is an item even rarer than a Leica camera. Could it be an antique? That should be kept in an antique shop. Splash! Manager Joe finally found what he wanted from under the warehouse. Ignoring the goods that had fallen to the ground, he carefully carried the box over. Looking at the exquisite little box, Liu Erzhu asked curiously, could it be an imported watch? Manager Joe chuckled, good stuff, the kind that will absolutely make men ecstatic. After saying that, he opened the box, inside which was a pair of sexy long black stockings. Liu Erzhu looked at Manager Joe speechlessly, staring at the lewd smile on his face. Are you looking for a public denunciation? What kind of talk is this? If you don't say anything and I don't say anything, how will anyone know we have this thing? Manager Joe looked around cautiously before lowering his voice and saying, I managed to get 3 pairs this time. I'll keep 1 pair for myself, give you 1 pair, and give 1 pair away later. With your handsome looks, you must have a lot of girls secretly in love with you. Go and make them wear these black stockings, I guarantee you'll have a blast. After saying that, Manager Joe revealed a lewd smile that any man would understand. Unfortunately, black stockings were a taboo item that brought great pleasure at that time, and they were absolutely unavailable in China. But Liu Erzhu, who had returned from the future, had seen too much of it and was already bored with it. However, looking at those black stockings, Liu Erzhu couldn't help but wonder what Chunner would look like if she wore them. I have to say, those long legs, if they gained a little weight and wore those stockings. Ouch, the black silk is so tight it's like a curse. Liu Erzhu was genuinely tempted. It's true what they say about old people pressuring each other to get married, they just weren't using the right methods. Dress up a girl sexily, put her in bed, and who can resist? Seeing Liu Erzhu deep in thought, Manager Joe couldn't help but chuckle. Well, not pretending to be serious anymore? You like it, don't you? Well, since you've already brought this out, I can't very well let you take it back, so I'll just buy it now. But isn't there anything decent to eat? This stuff is neither food nor drink, and it's a waste of energy. Liu Erzhu accepted the stockings without changing his expression and stuffed them into his bag. Manager Joe pursed his lips, then turned around and rummaged through the box again, picking it up. Take a look, do you recognize it? Liu Erzhu glanced at the box, which had a line of English writing on it, liquor-filled chocolates. You've eaten it? Manager Joe asked in surprise. How did you know before even opening the box? It's not like I can't read, Liu Erzhu said irritably. Words? What words are on this? It's just some foreigner's scribbles. Manager Joe looked at the box over and over, then suddenly realized something was wrong. He looked at Liu Erzhu with surprise and envy. You don't know any foreign languages, do you? Seeing that Manager Joe was no outsider and that the black stockings had already been shared, Liu Erzhu figured there was nothing to hide, so he nodded and said, I know a little. You're pretty good, kid. You even know English. I heard the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is hiring in Beijing. Why don't you give it a try? That's a job that can lead to instant success, and you can even live abroad for a long time. Think about those countries, skyscrapers, cars everywhere, lots of yachts and airplanes, and even many vacations a year. I heard that you don't have to take responsibility if you sleep with a woman there. I always hear people say that those foreign women are so fair-skinned, and many of them like to shave their pubic hair. They're shameless, hee. Manager Joe spoke with great longing. Liu Erzhu smiled wryly. You overestimate me. With my skills, I'd struggle even to be a teacher, let alone go to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He can at best know English, read and write it, but he's far from qualified to be a translator or a teacher. Manager Joe took Liu Erzhu's words as mere modesty and lamented, It's a pity that your uncle doesn't have enough connections to introduce you to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, otherwise I would definitely recommend you. By the way, you can continue your studies and go to university. With your talent, you'll definitely be highly valued once you graduate. College graduates are quite scarce these days. As soon as they leave campus, they are bound to be key cadres to be cultivated, or even directly appointed as leaders of a certain place. In his previous life, Liu Erzhu thought the same way, believing that studying and going to university would allow him to escape his current situation, but he was still affected by his background. Even if he is talented, capable, and even had excellent grades in college, he still cannot be trusted by those people. Especially after the wind picked up, no one dared to hire someone with such a problematic background. If you're not careful, you'll get burned and your whole family will suffer. If Liu Erzhu hadn't been quite diligent at the factory at the time, he probably would have been subjected to criticism and struggle sessions as well. And it was precisely because of this that, despite his good looks and strong abilities, he could only marry a widow in the end, because no one else dared to marry him. Thinking of this, Liu Erzhu waved his hand with a wry smile. Going to school is out of the question. Not to mention that the teachers are too hungry to teach. I also prefer a carefree life. To be able to describe skipping school as something as romantic and carefree, you're really something, kid. Manager Joe gave a thumbs up. Liu Erzhu coughed lightly, trying to change the subject. Let's not talk about that. Besides liqueur-filled chocolates, do you have anything else new? There's really nothing newer out there. I was just wondering if you had anything new for me. I've heard that you've been selling a lot of stuff lately. You've even started wholesaling wild boars. Manager Joe said he was asking for something, but he was actually reminding Liu Erzhu not to be too presumptuous, as it would easily arouse suspicion. He truly regarded Liu Erzhu as a junior, and also as a benefactor. After all, if it weren't for the wild boar this kid gave him, he wouldn't have gotten this manager position, so he didn't want anything to happen to him. Liu Erzhu remained calm and composed, having already prepared an escape route. He said mysteriously, Do you think I'm a god who can get so much meat by myself? Do you know the black market outside the east gate of the county town? I know, I heard it's money, cough cough. Manager Joe was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly coughed violently, but the cough was obviously fake, and he was obviously trying to cover up that he had said something wrong. Liu Erzhu smiled slightly. It seems you also know who owns that place? Then you should know that person can definitely get a lot of good stuff, right? Manager Joe stared wide-eyed in disbelief, gasping, So, after all this time, you're working for him. What do you think? Liu Erzhu said modestly, How could I have such great ability to get so many good things? Manager Joe looked at Liu Erzhu with envy. You should have said so earlier. If I had known you two had this relationship, why would I have bothered giving gifts? The gift still needs to be given, but don't tell anyone about it. I don't want too many people to know, Liu Erzhu said mysteriously. He knew that human nature was so base, the more something was forbidden to be spread, the more people wanted to spread it. So he said it on purpose, so that Manager Joe would inevitably spread the word and make others think that he was doing things for Qian Hongyun. That way, the origin of your things won't be questioned. In this county town, no one dares to doubt a police chief. Even if people doubt it later, or if things go wrong. He just shrugged and said, "Anyway, we have nothing to do with each other. How can you make baseless accusations against me?" In this era before voice recorders and surveillance cameras were commonplace, who could produce evidence? Manager Joe nodded, paying even more attention to Liu Erzhu. After all, the Commerce Bureau is the direct superior of the department store, and Qian Hangyun, the head of the business section, is the direct superior within the direct superior. If someone can make you run out of goods to sell with just one sentence, what's the point of opening a store? Manager Joe quickly picked up the teapot and filled Liu Erzhu's cup with tea. "Zuzi, have some tea." "Hey." Liu Erzhu casually picked up his teacup, then suddenly remembered something. "Do we have chive blossoms here? Or sesame paste or something like that?" "Mahjong? That stuff is a bit dangerous. If you're not careful, it could be considered gambling. Besides, people can't even afford to eat. Who has time to play mahjong?" Manager Joe said, frowning. Liu Erzhu rolled his eyes. "I meant the sesame paste for hot pot." Manager Joe was immediately embarrassed. "Hey, you should have said so earlier." "Of course I have some. How can we not have this stuff when winter is coming? But mutton is hard to come by." "Wow, you even have mutton?" "No, I just kept some sesame paste on hand, just in case I need it later," Liu Erzhu said casually. Unfortunately, Manager Joe wasn't stupid. He pleaded with Zhu Zi, "Please share some with me. I don't need much, just 2 jin of mutton. I've been craving it for so long." Liu Erzhu asked in surprise, "With your status, wouldn't the people at the slaughterhouse be begging you for favors? When they buy bicycles or radios, don't they all have to give you gifts?" It's true that some people give gifts, but they're all things like pig hearts and livers, which are terribly unpalatable. I asked them for mutton, but those bastards said that mutton is not as expensive as pork, nor is it as oily, so farms usually raise pigs. Once we finally manage to get some sheep, even those high-ranking leaders can't keep up with the demand, let alone me. I do have people willing to give me lamb offal, but the problem is, how do you cook that stuff in a hot pot? Manager Joe looked at Liu Erzhu with pleading eyes, then made up his mind. "If you're willing to give me 2 pounds of mutton, I'll sell you an extra radio, okay?" Liu Erzhu wanted to ask for more, but seeing Manager Joe's pained expression, he decided to stop and immediately nodded. "Okay, it's settled then. When you're not busy tonight, have someone deliver the goods to the east gate of the county town. I'll deliver the mutton then." Manager Joe was overjoyed. "Okay, I'll personally deliver it to you. When it comes to meat, you can't trust anyone else to handle it, especially lamb that you've gone to great lengths to get." The two agreed that Liu Erzhu would ask Manager Joe to calculate the amount of money in cash needed. A Woody brand sewing machine costs 180 yuan, and you also need to purchase a sewing ticket or an industrial voucher. A Hien brand medium shortwave radio costs 200 yuan, and you need a receipt to purchase it. A bicycle costs 150 yuan, and we also brought 5 jin of all the cooking ingredients. Rock sugar and white sugar are rare items. Although department stores have them, they don't have much, and can only sell 1 pound to Liu Erzhu. Many leaders wanted to buy milk powder and malted milk powder, but Manager Joe forced Liu Erzhu to keep 2 cans for themselves. Malted milk powder and milk powder are about the same price, around 8 yuan per can. Finally, there's the Leica M3 camera. Although you can't use it openly, it's good for taking family photos at home. It costs $600 in foreign countries, which is more than 1,400 yuan according to the exchange rate. However, because this is an imported product, it goes through many customs checkpoints in China, and the price skyrocketed to 1,800. Finally, Liu Erzhu also got some cigarettes, canned goods, cloth shoes, and Dacron clothing, which added up to more than 3,000 yuan. If Liu Erzhu hadn't managed to sell some wild boar meat these past few days, it really wouldn't have been enough. Liu Erzhu gave the money and receipts to Manager Joe, settled the bill, and then left satisfied. He wasn't afraid of this guy messing with him, unless he dared to offend the Commerce Bureau. Besides, I helped him, and even if he's heartless, he wouldn't betray me. Otherwise, if word got out, he wouldn't be able to stay in this state-owned enterprise anymore. Liu Erzhu was beaming with joy when he went shopping. After leaving the house, Liu Erzhu looked worried and distressed. Because the money in the mental space only had about 1,000 yuan left. "Sigh, I'm so poor." As Liu Erzhu was sighing, Li Xiangyang leaned over and asked curiously, "Zuzi, why do you look so worried? Didn't you buy anything?" "I bought it, but I'm out of money," Liu Erzhu sighed. "Oh, I thought it was something serious. Just tell me how much money you need, and I'll borrow it for you." Li Xiangyang patted his chest with an air of chivalry. Liu Erzhu looked at him with disdain. "You talk so generously, I thought you would give it to me, but it turns out you just want to help me borrow money." Li Xiangyang was a little embarrassed. "My family doesn't have any spare food. I've been wanting to buy a radio, but I haven't had the chance yet." "Alright, go ahead and get busy. I just ran out of money after I bought what I needed, not that I didn't have money to buy anything," Liu Erzhu said, waving his hand. "Alright then, I'll go maintain order first. Just let me know if you need anything." Li Xiangyang saw someone quietly cutting in line and immediately rushed over, waving a stick and cursing. After he left, Liu Erzhu was about to leave when he heard a pleasant, soft voice, Liu Erzhu. Liu Erzhu turned around and saw that Song Yenying was riding her bicycle over and stopped in front of him. The girl's pretty, innocent face was covered with fine beads of sweat. She was slightly out of breath from riding for so long, and her full breasts were heaving a little too fast, making Liu Erzhu take a second look. This girl has such an innocent face, how come her figure is so hot? It's such a mismatch. Song Yenying, unaware of Liu Erzhu's subtle gaze, asked curiously, "Are you here to buy something?" "I've finished buying and am about to leave. Also, I suggest you don't go today, it's impossible to squeeze in. Be careful someone takes advantage of you." Liu Erzhu looked at Song Yenying's pert peach-shaped buttocks, which anyone would want to pinch and pat to test their elasticity, so he kindly reminded her. Song Yenying glanced back at the long queue of people waiting to sightsee outside the department store, feeling a little intimidated, and wisely gave up. "Okay, where are you planning to go?" "Me? I'm planning to find somewhere to hang out for a while." Liu Erzhu shrugged, he wanted to wait until dark. Song Yenying hesitated, clearly wanting to say something but too embarrassed to speak. Liu Erzhu asked curiously, "What do you need?" "Just say it. As long as you ask, there's nothing I can't refuse." "Then thank you." Song Yenying was about to say thank you, but suddenly realized something was wrong. She looked at Liu Erzhu blankly, her little expression combined with her pretty and innocent face was just too cute. Song Yenying was not used to Liu Erzhu's way of speaking. However, she found it quite interesting, unlike other men who either fawned over her with insincere compliments or became so nervous around her that they couldn't even speak. Their covetousness was written all over their faces, as if they were afraid others wouldn't know. Song Yenying wasn't very interested in those people, she preferred someone like Liu Erzhu, who was someone she could communicate normally with. Because of Liu Erzhu's deliberate interruption, Song Yenying became less nervous and said, "I was planning to go to your house after shopping at the department store, but now that you're here, it's much easier. The troupe is going to make a theatrical performance about you, right? My mother has been chosen as your fiancé, so they hope you can go to her house and tell her your love story. They want to learn more about the characters so they can better portray that feeling." Liu Erzhu looked puzzled and asked repeatedly, "Are you kidding me?" Song Yenying was also a little embarrassed, otherwise she wouldn't have found it so difficult to speak just now. When Liu Erzhu pressed her for answers, she didn't dare look at him. She turned her head to look at the ground and forced herself to explain, "It's all just opera. Besides, my mother works in the troupe. Whatever the leaders assign her to act in, she has to act in. Isn't her boss your father?" Liu Erzhu retorted. Song Yenying pursed her lips, "It's my dad's idea. He thinks that although this character is very hateful, he is also very easy to remember, just like Huang Shiren and Yang Beilao. Although he was scolded fiercely, he was very famous. When my mom becomes famous, she may be able to be transferred to work in the art troupe." Liu Erzhu nodded, "That's true." Chen Qian, who played Huang Shiren, was Chen Pc's father. He was very popular at the time, starred in many movies, and was also an artist. To be fair, Song Yenying's father had good judgment, but Liu Erzhu always felt that this guy might have some kind of special fetish. If it were Liu Erzhu, he would never let his wife play the role of a little kid's fiancé. Liu Erzhu shook his head and refused. "Song Yenying, I won't go to your house. Tell your mother that it's not my love story, it's just something I made up. Just let her act a little more assertive and mercenary." Feeling a little uncomfortable with the rejection, Song Yenying said in a low voice, "My mom won't treat you badly, and if you're shy, my dad and I can make room for you too so you can chat alone." Liu Erzhu felt even more strongly that this family must have some kind of peculiar hobby. Real married couple seeking single men? "Are you afraid of my dad?" Song Yenying suddenly asked when he hesitated to answer. "No," Liu Erzhu said instinctively. Song Yenying sighed, "You don't need to pretend anymore, I know everything. My dad misunderstood that you encouraged me to study philosophy, so he made trouble for you. This is his fault, and I apologize to you on behalf of my dad. But my mom really likes you, and she really wants to do a good job in this play. If you're willing to help, can I kick my dad out?" "What a good girl." Liu Erzhu was getting a little tired of being pestered, but since it was just a chat anyway, he simply agreed, "Okay, let's go to your house then." Song Yenying was overjoyed and looked around. "Where's your bicycle?" "My bike tire went flat, so I took it to get it repaired," Liu Erzhu said casually. His bicycle was in his mental space, so he couldn't take it out in person. "Then get on, I'll give you a ride." Song Yenying patted the back rack of her bicycle. Liu Erzhu flatly refused. "I'm afraid people will say I'm a gigolo. I'll take you with me instead." Song Yenying was afraid that Liu Erzhu would change his mind, so she didn't dare to argue and obediently agreed before going to the back seat. Liu Erzhu got on the bike, shouted, "Sit tight and hold on," and pushed off hard. The bicycle instantly sprang into motion. Caught off guard, Song Yenying in the back seat gasped in surprise and instinctively grabbed Liu Erzhu's waist tightly. Hearing the scream, Liu Erzhu slammed on the brakes, and Song Yenying, out of control, crashed into his back again. So soft, so bouncy, such a great ball. Even wearing a thin cotton coat can't hide the feeling of being pressed down by the elastic fabric. City people are really well nourished. Song Yenying was also hurt by the impact. She frowned, wanting to rub it but not daring to touch it. At the same time, she felt ashamed of the close contact between the two of them and whispered reproachfully, You don't do bad things, ride properly. What do you mean? I already reminded you to start, and I stopped because I was afraid you would fall, Liu Erzhu explained. Song Yenying didn't believe it, but she didn't dare to say more, afraid of angering Liu Erzhu and leaving. She could only swallow her anger and say, then you should ride quickly. Okay, sit tight and hold on tight, Liu Erzhu shouted again, and sped forward once more. Sitting on the back seat, Song Yenying watched him ride so fast, the scenery rushing past. Startled, her pretty face paled slightly, and she instinctively grabbed Liu Erzhu's waist. Slow down, I can't take it this fast. This is fast? It's not even my maximum speed yet. Liu Erzhu pouted, but slowed down a little. Guided by Song Yenying, the two quickly arrived at her home. When they arrived at their destination, Song Yenying hesitated to get out of the car, which made Liu Erzhu curious. What's wrong with you? You've made my legs a little weak. Song Yenying was still shaken and couldn't stand up at all. This man was too fast and too fierce. Towards the end, he even stood up and pedaled his bicycle. They go at such a high speed, without considering whether others can handle it. The two men's voices startled Song Quan and Zhao Qing inside the house. Zhao Qing walked out of the house, asking as she went, Yingying, is that you? Didn't you go to the department store? Why are you back so soon? When Zhao Qing saw Liu Erzhu, her eyes lit up. Zuzi, you're here. Liu Erzhu carefully examined Zhao Qing. She was wearing a black cheongsam popular during the Republic of China era, which perfectly outlined her hot figure. In particular, the slit in the skirt was quite high, revealing her long, beautiful legs. She was wearing a pair of high heels, which made her look even taller. Liu Erzhu was at a loss for words when he saw her attire. Even if she dressed like that now, let alone a few years from now, this woman probably wouldn't dare to go out. Otherwise, I'll definitely be cursed to death. Seeing Liu Erzhu scanning his wife, Song Quan, who had just walked out of the house, coughed lightly, stepped forward, put his arm around Zhao Qing's slender waist, and said smugly, how about it? Haven't you ever seen someone dressed like this before? Pretty, right? She's quite pretty, Liu Erzhu casually complimented, but Song Quan took it as envy. Today I'll show you what a woman is like. Alright, it's so cold outside, let's go inside and talk. Zhao Qing was only wearing a cheongsam and couldn't stand the weather outside. Song Yenying quickly said, Dad, Liu Erzhu seems a little embarrassed to talk about the play in front of us. Let's go outside first and let Mom talk to him alone, okay? Liu Erzhu looked at Song Quan, wondering if he would agree. Without hesitation, Song Quan nodded and said, okay, then let's wait in the yard and let him talk to your mother alone. I have to say, those who have studied abroad are really different, they're so generous. Liu Erzhu was deeply moved, and he couldn't help but recall the masterpieces he had read in his previous life. 1,000 Cranes. The English Patient. Husband's Current Crime. Liu Erzhu and Zhao Qing returned home together. The father and daughter were standing in the yard enjoying the cold wind. After entering the house, Liu Erzhu casually closed the door and habitually bolted it shut. He's been leaving early and returning late every day lately, always the last one to come home, so he's gotten into the habit of blocking the door after closing it when he gets home. Zhao Qing was stunned. Why did you lock the door? I'm used to it. Liu Erzhu quickly opened the door, otherwise something might happen and he wouldn't be able to explain it clearly. Zhao Qing gave Liu Erzhu a deep look. The phrase I'm used to it had caused her to misunderstand. Does this guy often go home with girls? That makes sense, he's so handsome and talented, what girl wouldn't like him? Zhao Qing used to perform in the countryside frequently, and she heard a lot of gossip about the rural areas. It is said that people often engage in adultery for a little bit of food, and some brigade leaders even have a large number of wives and concubines in the village, and no one dares to interfere. After all, they control the allocation of work and work points. If they're unhappy, they might stop you from earning work points, and then how will you survive? You must have a lot of boyfriends, right? Zhao Qing couldn't help but ask as she thought about it more and more. No, Liu Erzhu said, somewhat puzzled. Why do you ask that? You're so handsome, how could you not have a girlfriend? Zhao Qing asked, her face full of disbelief. Liu Erzhu was speechless. Whether I have a girlfriend or not has nothing to do with our discussion about the play. Besides, even if I were to find a girlfriend, I wouldn't have to find a lot of them, would I? While picking up her notebook and pen, Zhao Qing said, I think that with your good looks, there must be a lot of people who want to date you. No, I'm quite virtuous. Liu Erzhu noticed there was even a sofa in the main room. Life for artists is indeed quite comfortable. He casually sat down, adopting a relaxed, lounging posture, and said, let's get down to business first. Zhao Qing noticed that Liu Erzhu didn't like talking about this topic, so she sat down in the chair opposite him, crossed her legs, and her cheongsam skirt had a high slit, which couldn't hide her pair of plump, snow-white, long legs. Zuzi, how did you meet that girl? Which girl? Liu Erzhu's gaze shifted from Zhao Qing's fair and slender legs. It's the one who called off the engagement. Tisk, I already said I wasn't jilted, whatever, think what you want. Liu Erzhu was too lazy to explain, so he simply said what was on his mind. You just want to understand the character's personality. If you simply want to play a villain, then play her as vicious, greedy, stingy, and mercenary. If you want to portray a more well-rounded character, you need to show her helplessness and tragedy. Wait. Zhao Qing quickly stopped her, his expression strange. She's already broken off the engagement, what's with all the helplessness and misery? Liu Erzhu sighed, is it possible that it wasn't her who disliked me? It was her parents who disliked me. Ugh, they disliked the protagonist of the story for being poor. You could say she was also a victim of the feudal marriage system. We should advocate free love, and the girls in the show should be more self-reliant and independent, not dependent on men. After all, the teacher said that women hold up half the sky. Zhao Qing's eyes lit up, and his face was full of approval. Yes, what you said makes so much sense. I just wanted to find out if there was something going on between the girl and you breaking off the engagement, but I didn't expect there to be such a thing. If these plot points and character backstories were added, my performance would be much richer. Why didn't you mention this when you were revising the script? Liu Erzhu spread his hands. What you want is a thrilling plot. Simply describing her as a bad person is more exciting than a rich character. What is a cool novel? It's just illogical masochism. Who would have thought that the daughter of a war god would live in a doghouse? Who can understand why those big shots like to be live-in sons-in-law, not uttering a word when wronged, silently giving money to their wives' families every day, and still being looked down upon? These things wouldn't happen if you put a little logic into them, but it's precisely because they're illogical that they're so infuriating. Even now, Liu Erzhu doesn't understand why some people call stories where the protagonist suffers all sorts of abuse feel-good stories. Zhao Qing thought Liu Erzhu made sense. She leaned down slightly, her peach blossom eyes, which seemed to look at a dog with such deep affection, staring at him up close. She even admired him a little. You're really talented. Thank you for the compliment. Liu Erzhu was close to Zhao Qing and smelled her faint fragrance, which seemed to be snow cream, or perhaps the unique body fragrance of a young woman. He subconsciously crossed his legs. Control the gun. Do you mind if I have a cigarette? Liu Erzhu tried to suppress his anger. You smoke? Wait a minute, I have some good cigarettes here. Zhao Qing immediately swayed her shapely hips and ran to the gift shop, her high heels clicking loudly. A moment later, she ran back, carrying an exquisite wooden box. Looking at the wooden box, Liu Erzhu breathed a sigh of relief. If it had been a cardboard box, he would have thought it was another pair of black stockings. After all, it's not unusual for such a fashionable woman to have a pair of black stockings. Take a look at this, do you like it? Zhao Qing handed over the box in her hand. Liu Erzhu casually opened the package and found 5 well-packaged Cuban cigars inside. Wow, this is an extremely rare high-end product in China. If you were to give these as gifts, it would definitely make you look good. In fact, if you were to give these 5 cigars to your boss at a crucial moment, you might even get a promotion. Liu Erzhu looked at Zhao Qing in surprise. Are you kidding me? Giving me something this nice? Be careful, your man beats you up. My husband won't hit me. Zhao Qing smiled charmingly. It seems you like it. Then you can take it. I bought it specially when I went abroad to study. This is indeed quite valuable. Liu Erzhu was still embarrassed to accept it. I didn't give it to you for nothing. You really inspired me this time. And when my daughter came back last time, she made a cake and cooked Sichuan food for me. She said you taught her those skills. They are the specialty of many chefs. You were willing to teach her them. Consider this tuition fee from my daughter and me. Is that all right? Zhao Qing said with a smile. Liu Erzhu was much more accepting this time. Okay, I'll take it, but I still have to pay you back. After all, this thing isn't cheap, is it? $50. Zhao Qing quoted the price to show that he valued Liu Erzhu. After converting the exchange rate, it's over 120 yuan. Liu Erzhu silently calculated the price, then looked at the thermos. I'm a little thirsty, could you pour me some water? Zhao Qing quickly apologized. I'm so sorry, I was so busy chatting with you that I didn't even pour you some water. While she got up to pour water, Liu Erzhu slipped 130 yuan into the sofa. It's okay to owe someone a favor, but it depends on who you owe them to. Whether it's Manager Zhou from the department store, Liu Shengli from the textile factory, or Director Qian from the Public Security Bureau and the county party secretary, he can easily owe them favors. The more favors these people owe, the deeper their feelings become. But he really didn't want to get involved with this family. He especially disliked Song Quan, so he was unwilling to be friends with him. What happened to the section chief? Do I know too few section chiefs? After Zhao Qing poured the water, Liu Erzhu talked to her about the character design. With his extensive knowledge from so many years in later life, he could easily fool even an old woman, let alone Zhao Qing who was almost 40. To put it bluntly, if he weren't afraid of being executed for hooliganism, Liu Erzhu could have used all the knowledge in his head to seduce countless young girls. The two chatted inside, while the father and daughter outside were practically frozen to death. Song Kwon, in particular, was shivering from the cold because he had forgotten to wear a coat when he came out. Seeing that his nose was running and he looked like he was about to catch a cold, Song Kwon couldn't help but peek through the window, and what he saw made him furious. The two people inside were sitting on the sofa, chatting and laughing. Even Song Kwon had never seen his wife so happy in front of him before. Moreover, Song Kwon knew that although his wife had been educated with Western methods for more than 10 years and had even been abroad, she still had a bad habit from her childhood that she could never get rid of. Whenever she was happy, she would take off her shoes and sit cross-legged. At this moment, she was barefoot, leaning against the armrest of the sofa, her body trembling with laughter at Liu Erzhu's words, not even noticing that her skirt was revealing herself. This shows that Song Kwon really doesn't have any special fetishes. Because he felt a bit annoyed, he went straight up and knocked on the door. "Wife, are you done talking? I'm freezing to death." In the past, Zhao Qing would have immediately rushed out, draped a coat over him, and offered words of comfort and concern. At this moment, Zhao Qing did come over, but she simply opened the door and said to Song Kwon, "I forgot about you too." Zhu Ziyi's words are so interesting. "Let's have him stay at home for dinner today." Song Kwon glanced at Liu Erzhu and said irritably, "We didn't prepare any extra dishes at home." "Then go buy it. It's not like we're short of money," Zhao Qing urged. "I think Comrade Liu Erzhu must also have his own things to do, right?" Song Kwon glared at Liu Erzhu. Liu Erzhu was also too lazy to stay, so he said to Zhao Qing, "I have something to do, so I won't stay." Song Yening understood the implication in her father's words and stopped Liu Erzhu with dissatisfaction, saying to Song Kwon, "Dad, my classmate rarely comes here, and it's to help my mother. Can't you be a little more generous?" Good grief, here comes the thrilling novel. The first time Liu Erzhu saw Song Yening argue with someone was when she argued with the father of one of his classmates. Song Kwon was clearly stunned by the rebuttal and was about to speak. Zhao Qing chimed in, "Yeah, honey, be more generous. Go buy some groceries, Yingying, and I will have a good talk with Zuzi at home." After saying that, Zhao Qing pushed Song Kwon out the door and pulled Zhu Ziyi to sit down on the sofa. She hadn't finished chatting with Liu Erzhu yet. Listening to Liu Erzhu talk was so interesting, it felt like listening to a cross-talk performance. It's just that there were a lot of the things he said when commenting on other people that she didn't quite understand. For example, the fairy, or the evil cherry. Liu Erzhu didn't expect the mother and daughter to be so enthusiastic, not wanting him to leave once they arrived. Song Kwon never expected to be pushed out like this. He stood there stunned at the door for a long time until the cold wind made him shiver. "No, even if I'm selling vegetables, you still have to give me my coat." Song Kwon pushed open the door with a dark face, put on his coat, and saw his wife and daughter sitting on either side of Liu Erzhu, chatting and laughing, making him seem like the head of the household. However, he couldn't afford to offend his wife and daughter, so Song Kwon made his decision. "Didn't you tell me to sell vegetables? I'll buy a bottle of strong liquor later and get this brat drunk. I refuse to believe that a mere kid like you can outdrink a section chief like me, who works within the system." Song Kwon felt happy at the thought of Liu Erzhu making a fool of himself after drinking too much. He smiled and handed his wife and daughter to Liu Erzhu to keep them company before striding out the door. Liu Erzhu glanced at his watch and realized it was still early before dark. Besides, he was indeed being held back by the two women and couldn't leave, so he decided to stay and chat peacefully. Two stunning beauties, one mature and juicy, mature and charming, the other pure and lively. Being surrounded by them, it's easy to lose track of time. Zhao Qing, being a trained opera performer, was pleased by Liu Erzhu's flattery and even got up to sing a song. Hebei Bangzi Opera has 4 main roles: Sheng, male lead; Dan, female lead; Jing, painted face; and Zhou, clown. Zhao Qing specializes in the Hua Dan, young female lead, role, and her skills emphasize lightness, speed, and charm. At this moment, as she twisted her waist, waved her arms, and changed her posture with her long legs, she moved as easily as a butterfly. Coupled with her outstanding beauty, it made people want to applaud and cheer. Liu Erzhu was somewhat glad he hadn't left. Although he didn't understand opera, he did understand young women. This young woman's movements are far more attractive than those of internet celebrities in later short videos, and her beautiful face and figure are unedited, so there's no risk of time distortion. Watching this beautiful young woman perform for me is indeed a rare and entertaining activity. Seeing Liu Erzhu staring intently at her mother, Song Yening suddenly felt uncomfortable. She gently nudged his arm and whispered, "Why are you staring at my mother like that?" "Nonsense, your mom's putting on a show. If I don't watch her, wouldn't that be disrespectful? If you go up and perform, I'll be watching you," Liu Erzhu explained without turning his head, while crossing his legs again. Song Yenying thought there was some truth to that, but looking at Liu Erzhu's appearance, she always felt that this guy's motives were not pure. When the play ended, Zhao Qing was slightly sweaty, and some strands of hair fell down, sticking messily to her face, creating a unique, fragmented beauty. She smiled sweetly at Liu Erzhu. How was it? My basic skills are pretty good, right? I'm not embarrassed to play your fiancé, am I? Liu Erzhu nodded. No, it's fine. Just then, Song Quoan returned and urged as he entered, wife, go cook 2 dishes. I also asked someone to get some eggs from the theater's canteen. Go cook a plate of them, and Zuzi and I will have a drink. Well, that's more like it. Zhao Qing was very happy with her husband's enthusiasm for Liu Erzhu, and happily took the groceries to the kitchen. Song Quoan stared at Liu Erzhu and said, I'll have a drink with you later. You have to give your elder's face, right? Liu Erzhu saw through his ill intentions at a glance, but he was not afraid at all. Fine, I'll give you plenty of face today. Actually, he had no grudge against Song Quoan, but this guy was always targeting him, so he decided to teach him a lesson so that he wouldn't bother him for no reason. Seeing Liu Erzhu's provocative attitude, Song Quoan became even more furious. When the first dish was cooked and served, he disregarded the usual rule of waiting for his wife and daughter to sit down before eating and directly called Liu Erzhu to the table for drinks. To teach Song Quoan a lesson, Liu Erzhu didn't drink in the same way he did at the Qian family's house, but instead sipped his liquor in small sips. In order to intimidate Liu Erzhu, Song Quoan would deliberately take a big gulp each time, then frown at Liu Erzhu and say, You're no good either. My daughter always praises you for being so outstanding, but you're so slow when you drink. Song Yenying hadn't paid any attention at first, but now that she heard this, she sensed something was wrong and looked at Song Quoan with suspicion. Dad, you. It's alright, I'll have a drink with Uncle Song. I'll have 1 cup, you can have half a cup, okay? Liu Erzhu seemed to be provoked, and poured the cup to the brim and drank it all in one go. A smug look flashed in Song Quoan's eyes. He was just a greenhorn after all, and he had angered him with just a few words. But he pretended to be generous and did not agree directly. Instead, he advised, Oh, don't do that. Young people are just impulsive. What, uncle, you're not afraid to drink it, are you? Liu Erzhu glared, as if he had lost his mind from anger. Alright, since you like to drink, then I'll keep you company. Song Quoan reluctantly agreed. Upon hearing this, both the old man and the young man's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and the same thought appeared in their minds at the same time. That fool, he's taken the bait. Seeing that Song Quoan had taken the bait, Liu Erzhu also began to leave no room for maneuver. He picked up a glass of wine, gulped it down in 2 gulps, and poured it into his mental space. Seeing him drink like that, Song Quoan was even happier, thinking that he would go on a drunken rampage in no time, so he immediately drank half a cup as well. Although drinking half a cup at once is very uncomfortable, it can make Liu Erzhu collapse, and he can handle it. Liu Erzhu quickly filled a glass, downed it in 1 gulp, and then remained calm and composed, without even turning red in the face or getting out of breath. Song Quoan stared at him and drank the rest of his half cup. At this moment, Song Quoan's face turned extremely red, his stomach felt like it was on fire, and his face and neck were red and thick. He thought Liu Erzhu would be in more pain than him, but he found that the guy simply poured both of them full of wine and then drank it down. Song Quoan vaguely sensed something was wrong, and he slowed down his drinking pace. Liu Erzhu stood by the table, looking at him disdainfully. Uncle, you're not impotent, are you? For a man, the worst thing is to be told he can't do it. Especially in front of his wife and daughter. Song Quoan gritted his teeth in anger, suddenly stood up and said, It's just drinking, do you think I can't outdrink a little kid like you? Keep drinking. He bet Liu Erzhu was just putting on an act and would pass out after less than 3 drinks. 5 minutes later, Song Quoan collapsed to the ground with a thud, unconscious. Song Yenying was startled and rushed over. Dad, are you alright? Seeing that the girl was almost in tears, Liu Erzhu went over to take her pulse and then said, It's nothing, she just drank too much. Seeing her father's furrowed brows in discomfort, Song Yenying was still worried and asked with reddened eyes, Should we take him to the hospital? No need, I'll be fine after a good night's sleep. Liu Erzhu waved his hand. Don't worry, my master works at the county hospital, how could I not know how to treat patients? Seeing that Liu Erzhu didn't seem to be lying, Song Yenying felt somewhat relieved. Zhao Qing had just finished cooking and came out when she saw Song Quoan lying on the ground, reeking of alcohol. She was stunned and asked, What happened to him? My dad insisted on having a drinking contest with Liu Erzhu, and he ended up collapsing. Song Yenying did not side with her father, but chose to tell the truth. Zhao Qing frowned, not understanding why her husband had become so unreliable. But she didn't criticize Song Quoan in front of outsiders. Instead, she put down the dishes and asked Liu Erzhu, Zuzi, could you help me move him to the bed? I can't move him. No problem. Liu Erzhu led Song Quoan to the bed in the inner room. Looking at the Western-style furniture and some obviously antique ornaments in the inner room, there was even a record player. This house alone is enough to make the couple, who have been criticized and denounced by the corrupt officials hundreds of times, Seeing that Zhao Qing had treated him fairly well, Liu Erzhu reminded her, "Aunt Zhao, if outsiders see the things in your house, they might think you're a Western worshipper. Be careful not to attract jealousy and cause trouble." He casually reminded him, thinking Zhao Qing wouldn't care, but Zhao Qing sighed and said, "Yes, I found out. Recently, our troop leader went to a meeting in the province and heard that some theaters were vandalized by the people for praising how good foreign countries are, and the theater staff were also beaten. I heard that the troop leader was even labeled as an old rightist." Liu Erzhu recalled that the left-leaning tendencies were already quite serious during this period, but they were still brewing and had not yet fully erupted, although some people had already begun to suffer from their poisoning and harm. "Then you should try to get rid of these things," Liu Erzhu said, pointing to the record players and Western-style furniture. "I'm just displaying it at home. They won't barge in, will they? I won't wear this cheongsam out. I'm just trying it on at home," Zhao Qing said with a smile. Seeing this, Liu Erzhu said no more. He could tell that Zhao Qing was actually on guard. "All I need to do is give her a heads up, and when the problem gets worse, she'll remember my warning and put those things away beforehand, perhaps even escaping disaster. But if she doesn't realize the problem by then, Liu Erzhu will be helpless." It can only be said that this was Zhao Qing's destiny. "Alright, let's go eat first." Zhao Qing took off Song Quo's shoes, covered him with the blanket, and then took Liu Erzhu's hand to go out for dinner. "Although I had two beautiful women with me, chatting and laughing from time to time, which felt quite nice, it was still not as enjoyable as eating at home." Liu Erzhu ate a little hastily, then made an excuse to leave. After leaving Song Yenying's house, Liu Erzhu rode his bicycle aimlessly, waiting to pick up the goods after dark before leaving. Liu Erzhu was surprised to find so many beggars in the county town. They were all shivering in the cold wind, their faces pale and bluish, begging along the street with broken bowls in their hands. Many of the people also clearly spoke with accents from other places, suggesting they had come as refugees. Liu Erzhu kept his head down, sped up on his bicycle, and tried to find a quiet place to stay for a while. Looking at these beggars, he felt a tightness in his chest, but he didn't have the power to help them. Just as Liu Erzhu turned into a small alley with his head down, a figure suddenly rushed out from inside. Neither of them saw each other, and neither had time to stop, so they collided head-on. Liu Erzhu quickly braced himself with his feet and managed not to fall. The other party was in a terrible state, letting out a mournful cry as they collapsed to the ground. "Is this a staged accident scam?" The thought popped into Liu Erzhu's mind subconsciously. But when they saw that the person lying on the ground was a thin woman, and that she was tightly protecting the little girl in her arms when she fell, they knew that it was probably not a case of deliberately staging an accident. He quickly propped up his bicycle and went over to help the woman up. The woman was badly injured, her brows were furrowed, and tears were visible in the corners of her eyes. But after Liu Erzhu helped her up, she repeatedly bowed and apologized, saying, I'm sorry. This isn't your fault. I didn't see the road clearly either. Are you and the child all right?" Liu Erzhu looked the woman up and down. The woman quickly glanced at the child in her arms, who was less than a year old. The child was very thin and small, wrapped in an old swaddling cloth. His little face was red, and he was groaning in pain. He was obviously sick and looked very pitiful. Liu Erzhu touched the child's face and found it burning hot. He immediately realized the child had a fever and asked, "Are you going to the hospital?" "Yes, my daughter has a fever, and we're out of medicine." The woman's eyes were filled with tears as she hugged her child tightly, looking utterly helpless. She wanted to leave quickly, but she had bumped her leg earlier and it was in so much pain that she couldn't take a step. Seeing her condition, Liu Erzhu immediately said, "I'll take you there." The woman lowered her head, looking very conflicted. She thought that Liu Erzhu would be able to take her there quickly since he had a bicycle, but since they were complete strangers, she was too embarrassed to ask. Liu Erzhu saw through her thoughts at a glance, turned the bicycle around, and patted the back seat. "Come on, let's get the child treated first." "Thank you." For the sake of her child, the woman disregarded her slight embarrassment and quickly climbed into the back seat with her child in her arms. "Hold on tight." Liu Erzhu pedaled his bicycle and sped off, heading straight for the county hospital. 7 or 8 minutes later, we arrived at the entrance of the county hospital. The woman quickly got out of the car, holding her child, and bowed deeply to Liu Erzhu, saying, "Thank you, kind man." Then, she limped into the hospital carrying her child. Seeing that it was still early and he had already arrived at the county hospital, Liu Erzhu decided to go find his master for some tea. After he parked his bicycle and entered the hospital, he saw a woman kneeling on the ground, pleading with a nurse. "Sister, please treat my child first, I'll go home and borrow money later." The nurse was also in a dilemma and dared not agree. Paying for medical treatment is a matter of course. As a nurse, she couldn't help open a back door, otherwise, if the woman recovered and ran away, she would have to cover the medical expenses. She wasn't from a wealthy family, so naturally she wouldn't dare agree to the woman's request. "Sister, this is my only daughter. She really can't be hurt. I promise I won't run away. Please get her some medicine first. I can borrow money and I can work. I'll do anything as long as you're willing to treat my daughter." The woman cried and kept kowtowing for help. The nurse was even more helpless and could only keep trying to avoid them. Some patients were also strolling around the hospital, and when they saw this scene, they all showed expressions of pity. But everyone is struggling, so while we sympathize, there's nothing we can do. Liu Erzhu didn't look at the wailing woman, but at the child in her arms. It's probably because the high fever lasted too long that the child started to convulse. This is a seizure. If left untreated, it may leave lifelong sequelae, and there is a high possibility that it could even turn one into a mentally disabled person. Liu Erzhu couldn't help but think of how his mother and sister-in-law had cried and begged for help when Nizai was sick in his previous life, and he felt a pang of sadness. He strode over, took out 5 yuan and stuffed it into the woman's hand. Take this to pay for your child's medical treatment first. The woman who was crying wanted money, but when she saw the 5 yuan, she was startled and cried, "It's too much, I'll just borrow 1 yuan. Take these first, just in case they're not enough," Liu Erzhu said softly. Even in such a desperate situation, they still refused to take more money from others. They are truly an honest family. Upon hearing Liu Erzhu's words, the woman cried even harder, repeatedly kowtowing to him. Thank you so much. What's your name, my benefactor? I'll definitely repay you the money later. My name is Liu Erzhu. We'll talk about the money later. Liu Erzhu glanced at the nurse. Please give her child the medicine first. The child can't take it anymore. Hey. The nurse stopped dodging, looked at Liu Erzhu with admiration, and ran to find the doctor with the child in her arms. Actually, she had been unable to stand it for a long time, but she had no money in her pocket, so how could she do good deeds? The woman kowtowed to Liu Erzhu 3 more times, her forehead turning blue, before she limped away with the nurse. Everyone around looked at Liu Erzhu, their eyes filled with admiration and respect. This young man is really something. That mother and daughter have met kind people. That's wonderful. Young man, you've done a good deed, you'll surely be rewarded. Yes, young man, which unit are you from? We'll tell that woman to send her a thank you letter and put in a good word for you. For state-owned enterprises, a letter of thanks or a banner is a great honor at any time. It would be of great help if you wanted to get a professional title or promotion. Liu Erzhu smiled and said, I'm just a farmer. People simply didn't believe it. It wasn't that they looked down on farmers, but everyone has a few poor relatives, and everyone knows that farmers couldn't possibly come up with such a huge sum of money to help others all at once. They all thought that Liu Erzhu was most likely a cadre from a commune or brigade. Liu Erzhu went straight to his master's office and saw that Dashi was drinking tea, so he immediately went over and ate a cup. After the two chatted until dark, Liu Erzhu estimated that it was about time, declined his master's invitation to dinner, and strode out to pick up the things he had ordered. But as soon as he arrived at the parking spot, he noticed a dark figure crouching next to his car in the darkness. Is someone else trying to deflate their car tires? Could this be retaliation by spies? Liu Erzhu's expression tightened, and he immediately pulled out his gun, pointed it at the dark figure, and quietly approached. The shadowy figure had his back to Liu Erzhu and was busy with his work, so he didn't even notice Liu Erzhu approaching. Once they were within firing range, Liu Erzhu suddenly shone his flashlight on the man and shouted, "Don't move. Put your hands behind your head and lie face down." The dark figure was startled, but instead of doing as instructed, it turned around and asked, Who is it? It was a woman's voice, filled with fear and weakness, and it sounded somewhat familiar. Liu Erzhu shone his flashlight on the woman's face and found that it was the woman he had bumped into during the day. She was holding a rag in her hand. "Oh, it's you. What are you doing?" Liu Erzhu asked, somewhat puzzled. "My daughter took her medicine and is sleeping right now. I was thinking of coming out to return the rest of the money to you, but I don't know your name or where you are. So I'm waiting here by the car. I just noticed your car was a bit dirty, and since I had nothing else to do, I wiped it down for you." The woman was somewhat flustered and nervous, thinking she had done something wrong. Liu Erzhu breathed a sigh of relief and went over to take a look. The car was polished to a shine, even the spokes were wiped clean one by one, and even the mud on the wheels had been scraped off. "Thank you, I thought someone was causing trouble," Liu Erzhu explained. The woman breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that she hadn't done anything wrong, and quickly waved her hand, saying, "My benefactor, don't thank me. I should thank you for saving my child's life. The doctor said that if we had come any later, my child would have been driven to mental illness by the fever." "Oh, right, here's the rest of the money. Please keep it safe, my benefactor. I've also written you an IOU with my home address on it." Liu Erzhu looked at the 3 yuan and 60 cents that the woman handed him, along with a note. The handwriting on the note was very neat and beautiful, clearly written by a cultured person, and definitely not by a doctor. What doctor writes so clearly? Looking at the name Liu Zion on the IOU, Liu Erzhu raised an eyebrow. "It seems you come from a cultured family. Your handwriting is quite good." Liu Zion breathed a sigh of relief and smiled when she saw him accept the money and IOU. "I graduated from a vocational school, so I can write a few words." Liu Erzhu was about to leave when he paused, turned around, and said, "You graduated from a vocational school? You should be in charge of job placement, at least a coder position. Lu Zion gave a bitter smile, then hesitated to speak. Liu Erzhu instantly understood, and looked at the woman with a look of sympathy. Bad class background? Liu Zion nodded bitterly. The only reason a vocational school graduate wouldn't be accepted is due to their family background. After all, ideology is highly valued now, unlike in later years when people would randomly throw around 500,000 yuan online and not only would no one mind, but there would always be some brainless people eager to be scammed. What did you study in vocational school? Liu Erzhu asked curiously. Water conservancy engineering. Liu Zion sighed softly. My father said this industry is lucrative, and as long as I learn it, I will never have to worry about finding a job. But I never expected that my background would hold me back. But my benefactor, don't worry. No one here knows I have a bad background, and I won't implicate you. No one knows we're related. Liu Erzhu waved his hand. I don't come from a good background either, but since you studied water conservancy engineering, you must be very professional in surveying water sources, right? I wouldn't dare say I'm an expert, but I have studied groundwater exploration. Is there anything I can help you with? Liu Zion asked, somewhat curious as to why Liu Erzhu was asking this. Liu Erzhu's eyes lit up. Then could you come to our village and help with the survey? If you're willing to go, I'll cover all your daughter's medical expenses, and you won't have to pay me back. If you can help us dig a well, you'll be a benefactor to our entire village. You can live and eat in the village if you want, and our village will provide for your whole family. The biggest reason for the 3-year famine was drought and water shortage. In addition, there were too few professionals in water conservancy engineering during this period. So many areas were unaware of whether they had groundwater, and no one was able to explore them. The lack of talent was the biggest pain point in China during this period. Otherwise, why would anyone who graduated from a vocational high school be appointed as a coder? Unfortunately, even the most talented people cannot be born into a bad family or choose the wrong side during this period. How many technicians have been killed off these days? Liu Erzhu's invitation was so unexpected that Liu Zion could hardly believe it. To be honest, it was only because Liu Erzhu helped Liu Zion that this happened. Otherwise, Liu Zion would definitely think she had encountered someone who had kidnapped her. After all, there's no such thing as a free lunch. As soon as they heard that I was in the water conservancy engineering field, they invited me to explore water conservancy projects and even said they would provide me with meals. Liu Zion hesitated for a moment. My benefactor, it's not that I don't trust you, but you're not very old. Can your word be trusted in the village? Liu Erzhu said confidently, don't worry, I always keep my word in the village. Even if I don't, as long as we can dig a well, I'll still support you. Liu Zion blushed, somewhat embarrassed. My benefactor, you can't say things like that. What do you mean by you're supporting me? People will think there's something between us. Well, I'm just too happy. It's not easy to find a vocational school student majoring in water conservancy. When can you come to our village? Tomorrow. Liu Erzhu was very much looking forward to it. Seeing how eager he was, Liu Zion immediately said, okay, then I'll have my husband come and look after our daughter tomorrow. That would be perfect. Just wait for me at the hospital tomorrow, and I'll come pick you up. Liu Erzhu happily stuffed 3 yuan into Liu Zion's hand. Consider this your travel fee for asking you to go on the scouting trip. I'll come pick you up on my bike tomorrow. No, I don't need the money. Liu Zion hurriedly tried to return it. Liu Erzhu ignored it and rode away on his bicycle. Liu Zion watched his retreating figure, her eyes filled with gratitude. She felt she had to repay Liu Erzhu properly, but having been out of work for years, she had forgotten some of her knowledge, so she quickly entrusted her child to the nurse and went home to find her husband. She wanted her husband to help look after the children so she could review her school books. When she got home, she found her husband drunk. He yelled at her, "Where have you been, you stinking woman? Why didn't you heat the heated brick bed? Did you want to freeze me to death so you could remarry with that good-for-nothing?" Liu Zion was afraid of being beaten and didn't dare to argue with her husband. She whispered, "Yan has a fever. I took her to the hospital. Could you go and stay with her?" Sick again? I knew it when I said she was a money loser. If you had a son for me, would you be sick all the time and wasting my money? Let me tell you, I don't have any money to treat that good-for-nothing. If you dare touch any of the family's money, don't blame me for hitting you. The man's cursing made Liu Zion swallow her words. She dared not let the man stay with her daughter, so she first heated the a traditional heated brick bed, then boiled water for the man, before rummaging through drawers and cabinets to find a few books. Those were her books from when she was in school, along with some class notes and such. Over the years, she has never dared to take it out once, for fear that her husband would sell it for money. This is the only evidence she can recall of that beautiful period of her youth. After receiving the book, Liu Zion hesitated for a moment, then changed into a cleaner set of clothes with fewer patches. Tomorrow I'm going to help someone survey water conservancy projects, so I can't dress too poorly, otherwise people won't believe me, and I'll lose face for my benefactor. The woman's strange behavior alerted the drunken man on the heated brick bed. Why are you changing your clothes in the middle of the night? Isn't this what you wore at your wedding? Lu Zion didn't want her man to know about Liu Erzhu. Firstly, she was afraid he would steal the 3 yuan she had left. Secondly, they were afraid he would cause trouble for Liu Erzhu. My clothes are dirty. Lu Zion made up a lame excuse and hurriedly walked out. The man wasn't stupid, he knew how much she treasured this outfit and wouldn't just wear it casually. He also saw her carrying something as she walked out, and immediately had a bad feeling. His friends often told him that he couldn't trust women from the city, as they might cheat on him or even elope with him someday. So, he was often instigated by his friends to teach this woman a lesson, so that she wouldn't dare to have any other thoughts. Now that she sees that the money-losing girl that this stinky woman cherishes isn't home, she runs back, puts on her best clothes, and runs away so fast with her things in her arms. The man sensed something was wrong. Fueled by alcohol, he scrambled to his feet, rushed out the door, grabbed the woman's clothes, and yelled, "You bitch, where are you going? What are you doing?" "I'm going to the hospital to be with my daughter." Lu Zion felt guilty as her clothes were being tugged, and she thought he had discovered her money. But her guilty look only made the man more suspicious. He immediately snatched the book from the woman's arms and began to rummage through it haphazardly. "Going to the hospital? I think you're trying to run away. I don't remember ever having a book at home before. Did you hide your train ticket in this book to run away? Give it back to me, don't break it, I still need it." Lu Zion said anxiously, quickly reaching out to grab it. "You dare to steal it, you son of a bitch." The man kicked Lu Zion to the ground, grabbed the book and tore it to shreds, then cursed and straddled Lu Zion, giving her a good beating. Lu Zion screamed repeatedly, but dared not resist. She just covered her face tightly, not wanting to be beaten black and blue and unable to face anyone. Unexpectedly, as the men were hitting each other, the money Lu Zion had hidden in her pocket fell out. The few coins that fell to the ground made the man even angrier. "So, you really did hide my money and were trying to run away, weren't you?" "I didn't. This was lent to me by my benefactor for my daughter's medical treatment," Lu Zion quickly explained. "What benefactor? Which benefactor is so generous as to lend you several dollars at once?" the man questioned. I. Lu Zion couldn't answer. The man became even more furious. "I knew you were up to something, you slut. You must have been cheating on me behind my back, otherwise who would be so kind as to give you $3? You cheap slut, you're actually worth a lot of money? You got this much money for sleeping with people a few times. Take me to him, I'm going to kill him." Even if Lu Zion didn't know where Liu Erzhu lived, she wouldn't bring this madman along to cause trouble. She yelled, "My benefactor is gone. Here's the money, just stop making trouble, okay?" To everyone's surprise, the man became even more agitated. "I usually have a hard time getting a single penny from you, but now you're willing to give me so much for some random woman outside, is that it? Wait a minute, that bastard gave you so much money to treat this worthless woman, could it be because she's your illegitimate child?" Lu Zion's expression changed drastically. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Her sudden change in expression only made the man feel that he had guessed correctly. He stormed into the house, grabbed a kitchen knife, and dragged Lu Zion out, yelling, "Come on, let's go to the hospital. Since you two are trying to run away, that bastard will definitely come looking for you again. If I see him, I'll chop him up." Normally, Lu Zion wouldn't be afraid at all, because she was upright and had nothing to hide. At worst, the man would lose face and she would get a beating. But Liu Erzhu said he would come again tomorrow. If this madman really mistakenly believes that he has a relationship with him, wouldn't he be harming his benefactor? Lu Zion turned pale with fright and struggled desperately. "I won't go to the hospital. Let me go. There's no other man, and the daughter is your own." "You're not going? Then go to hell." The man grabbed a kitchen knife and slapped Lu Zion on the head. He was still somewhat rational. He didn't use the blade directly, but rather the side of the knife. That kitchen knife was made of pure iron and was very heavy. When it came down, it knocked the malnourished Lu Zion unconscious. The man ignored her, spat, stuffed the kitchen knife into his coat, and went to the hospital to find his daughter, staking out Liu Erzhu, this wild man. Liu Erzhu had no idea that a few dollars had caused him and Lu Zion to be misunderstood. He quickly rode his bicycle to the east gate of the county town, but they found that Manager Joe was already waiting. He even borrowed a truck and parked it on the side of the road. Seeing a swaying flashlight beam approaching, Manager Joe leaned out of the cockpit window and tentatively asked, "Is that Zhu Ziyi?" "It's me," Liu Erzhu replied. Upon hearing the voice, Manager Joe happily got out of the car. "You finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for half an hour." Liu Erzhu didn't hesitate. He glanced at the contents of the car and, finding them correct, took out a bag of mutton and handed it over. 5 caddies. "Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Joe." Manager Joe glanced at the tender mutton in the bag and was overjoyed to find that they had given him 3 extra pounds. "I'll pay you." "No need." Liu Erzhu pressed down on Manager Joe's hand, which was about to take the money, and laughed. "As your nephew, you're giving me a small gift. Why would I need money?" Manager Joe frowned slightly. This gift is too much. Even if mutton is not as good as pork, it can still sell for 2 or 3 yuan per pound on the black market. Liu Erzhu didn't care. Do I need that little bit of money? Hurry up and have someone unload the goods, then go home and have hot pot with my aunt. The pot is all ready, isn't it? Manager Joe chuckled. Yes, but I'd better have someone send the things back to you. Otherwise, how are you going to transport all this stuff? These things weren't for my own use. It wouldn't look good if people saw them, Liu Erzhu said in a low voice. Manager Joe suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing who was behind Liu Erzhu. I suppose the person who wants this batch of goods is Chien Hong-yun? That's definitely not something outsiders should see. Okay, then I'll head out first. Manager Joe immediately urged the people in the truck to unload the goods. After all the large items were unloaded, the truck roared away. Liu Erzhu stood still, lit a cigarette, and waited quietly for a while. After confirming that there was no further movement, he put everything into his mental space and then quickly rode away on his bicycle. By the time I got home, it was already too late, and my parents were already asleep on a heated brick bed. Chun'er was so sleepy that she kept dozing off. After washing Liu Erzhu's feet and filling the thermos, he hurriedly left. Nothing was said that night. Early the next morning, Liu Erzhu was in a hurry to pick up Liu Xian to explore the groundwater, so he didn't take out the large items. He only took out the milk powder to make water for his family. Nizai and Xiaohu run to this yard every morning. Even if there are toys, they will still come to look at them. After all, the two of them were very close to Liu Erzhu and wanted to come over and play with him for a while. Just then, Liu Erzhu had already prepared the milk powder when they arrived. The room was filled with the aroma of milk, making the two children's mouths water. Nizai even leaned over the table, staring longingly at the large bowls. Even the two adults, Liu Fuxian and Liu Honghua, couldn't help but stare at the bowls, curious about what they were. Chun'er glanced at it and then walked away on her own. Although she didn't know what milk powder was, she knew that something that smelled so good must be a good product. It is very impolite to keep moving closer to others when they are eating. Before she could even leave, Liu Erzhu had already walked over, grabbed her thin arm, and forcibly pulled her back. You're so thin, you should eat some more. Chun'er was a little nervous. No, I've already eaten breakfast. Her family is still short of food, but she is the only one entitled to breakfast. Even her younger brother can only eat what she leaves behind. Chun'er's parents were worried that she wouldn't have the strength to work here. To repay their kindness, this family thought of every possible way. Liu Erzhu ignored them, took out some white sugar, put it into the milk, and said to the group, drink up, 1 bowl each. This is good for your health. If anyone dares to refuse, I'll feed it to the chickens. There are 2 pheasants in the yard, but because it's cold in winter, neither of them has started brooding. But in order to have eggs to eat next year, Liu Honghua did not slaughter them and planned to breed them into chicken but banks. Liu Honghua, who originally wanted to refuse milk powder, had no choice but to pick up the bowl. But she used a clever trick. After drinking a third of it, she swallowed cold air forcefully, forcing herself to burp incessantly. I can't take it anymore, Zhu Ziai, I really can't drink anymore. After saying that, she poured the milk powder directly into Xiaohu's mouth. This reveals the woman's character. Although she loves Nizai, Xiaohu is ultimately her grandson. Xiaohu didn't dare to drink it and cautiously glanced at his uncle. Liu Erzhu saw through his mother's cheating and poured another spoonful of milk powder into her bowl. Mom, let's see if you can stuff Xiaohu and Nizai to death today. Liu Honghua. Liu Fuxian didn't stand on ceremony and finished the milk powder in 1 gulp. He said irritably, you're such a woman, all talk and no action. What's the use of saving your money? You might as well take care of yourself and live a couple more years. When Liu Erzhu's child is born, you can help him take care of the baby. Your daughter-in-law will be grateful to you. It has to be said that Liu Fuxian understands his wife well. As soon as the topic of helping Liu Erzhu take care of his child came up, Liu Honghua dared not refuse to drink. She was afraid that if she died too young, she wouldn't be able to take care of her second daughter-in-law's child, and people would blame Liu Erzhu in the future. At that time, having a car and a house was a good thing, but being orphaned was not as desirable as it is in later generations. Don't be fooled by the fact that many mothers-in-law are difficult to get along with. Once you give them a grandson, they'll be all set to raise him for you, saving you a lot of trouble and giving you time to earn work points. As for Nizai, she didn't care what the adults said. When she saw her grandma giving her brother milk powder, she didn't make a fuss. After all, Xiaohu really dotes on her. Seeing that grandma was being biased, he even smiled innocently at his brother, his big eyes curving like crescent moons, and his chubby face with cute dimples. Brother, drink up, it's so sweet. Liu Erzhu patted Xiaohu's head and smiled gently at him, which made Xiaohu dare to drink. As for Chun'er, she sipped her drink slowly, and when she saw that Nizai's bowl was empty, she sneakily moved over there, wanting to secretly share some with her. Liu Erzhu stared straight at her, making Chun'er blush. She habitually lowered her head and covered her face with her hair, drinking all the milk powder in small sips. She even accidentally let out a burp, feeling embarrassed and not knowing what to do. Liu Erzhu handed the remaining milk powder to Liu Honghua. Mom, when my brother and sister-in-law come back from work, make them 2 bowls as well. From now on, our whole family will drink a bowl of milk powder every morning and evening. Liu Honghua took the milk powder can and noticed that it was much less than before, feeling a little distressed. This stuff smells so good, it must cost $1 a can, right? Although Liu Erzhu had been spending lavishly during this period, Liu Honghua still couldn't believe that something that was neither gold nor silver nor meat could sell for several yuan in such a small jar. Liu Erzhu coughed lightly. It's just a little more expensive than a pound of pork. A pound of pork? I heard from Grandma San in the village that her daughter brought 2 ounces of pork, saying it was 65 cents a pound. This milk powder won't cost $1, will it? Liu Honghua exclaimed in surprise as she did the calculations, her face full of heartache. You can buy a lot of things with just $1. Yes, it's 1 piece. Liu Erzhu readily admitted, no longer daring to let Liu Honghua guess higher. But to his surprise, even so, Liu Honghua was heartbroken and kept muttering to herself as she started looking for a place to hide the milk powder. Liu Erzhu looked on helplessly. Liu Fuxian watched his wife's retreating figure and muttered, what a naive and ignorant woman. He didn't understand commodity prices, but he knew that milk powder could never be this cheap, and he also knew his son, so he knew that the price of this milk powder should be several times that of 1 yuan. However, Liu Fuxian didn't expose him. He had been wealthy before, and although he could live a poor life, he wouldn't be like those disappointing parents who endured hardship without any real suffering. Seeing his mother nagging on and on, Liu Erzhu didn't dare to stay any longer. He turned around and walked out, saying to Chunner, go to the brigade headquarters later and tell Uncle Hai that I've invited a water conservancy expert from the county to explore the groundwater. Tell him to prepare to welcome him. Okay, I understand. Chunner quickly agreed, afraid that if she was too slow, Liu Erzhu would misunderstand that she was unwilling. Liu Erzhu rode his bicycle straight to the county hospital. He pedaled the bike so fast that it flew, and soon arrived at his destination. But as soon as he arrived at the hospital, he noticed that the people there were looking at him strangely and pointing at him. Look, it's him. He stole someone else's wife and still dares to come here. I knew no one would be so generous as to lend out several dollars at once. Turns out they were an adulterous couple. This guy doesn't look very old, but he's really not learning anything good. Humph, he must have no manners. He doesn't look like a good person at all, Tui. Liu Erzhu looked completely bewildered upon hearing the murmurs. However, exploring for groundwater was the priority, so he simply headed towards the ward. He remembered that Liu Xion and her daughter were in ward number 3 yesterday. Just as Liu Erzhu was about to push the door open, he was stopped by a nurse. The nurse, the one Liu Xion had begged her to go in yesterday, looked at Liu Erzhu with disgust and said, you can't go in. What's wrong? Liu Erzhu asked, puzzled. There are patients inside, is it inconvenient? Your lover's husband is here. If you two start fighting, disturbing the patients, or breaking things, I'll have to deduct your salary. If you're really a man, take him out and solve the problem, the nurse said irritably. A lover? Who is it? Liu Erzhu was even more confused. The nurse got angry. Her husband has already come, what are you pretending for? If it weren't for the fear of disturbing other patients, do you think I'd bother with you? Get out of here. After saying that, the nurse turned and left. Yesterday she thought the young man was quite handsome, and was thinking that today she could ask him his name, where he lived, and whether they could start a relationship. I never expected him to be such a scoundrel who stole someone else's wife. The nurse felt nauseous just thinking about wanting to date him last night. Liu Erzhu glanced at the nurse with a look of disgust, then at the onlookers around him, and wondered if Liu Xion's man had misunderstood him. After thinking about it, he decided to go in and explain things clearly. After all, it's not easy to find someone who understands water conservancy, so we really don't want to let this opportunity slip by. Liu Erzhu pushed open the door and went inside. There were 5 hospital beds in the room, but only 2 people were there. A baby was lying in bed, crying loudly. A man with bloodshot eyes sat next to him, holding a kitchen knife in his arms. Upon seeing Liu Erzhu enter, the man's fierce gaze swept over him, and when he noticed that Liu Erzhu wasn't wearing a white coat, he roughly guessed who he was. Liu Erzhu didn't see Liu Xion and asked worriedly, where's Sister Liu? Fuck your mother, it really is you, you adulterer. You actually dare to come here? You still dare to see that bitch? I'll fucking chop you up. Upon hearing Liu Erzhu's words, the man flew into a rage, grabbed a kitchen knife, and charged forward. Liu Erzhu's expression changed slightly, and he immediately shouted, you've misunderstood. We're not in that kind of relationship. It's your mother. The man brandished a kitchen knife and chopped at Liu Erzhu's forehead, ignoring his explanation. The pistol in his mind space instantly appeared in Liu Erzhu's hand, with the safety always off. He then pulled the trigger. Pang! A gunshot rang out, instantly stopping the man in his tracks. He stared in horror at the smoking gun barrel. The bullet grazed his face. If it had been just a fraction off, he would have died. Those waiting outside the ward to see what was going on were also startled. Why are they using guns? Hearing the commotion, the young nurse rushed over and carefully pushed open the door to take a look. The two men were standing still. The man, holding a knife, stood frozen in terror, his legs trembling uncontrollably, and his crotch was soaked, the stench of blood filling the ward. Liu Erzhu, on the other hand, was holding a gun, his face ashen. When everyone saw that it was Liu Erzhu who fired the shot, they finally understood why he dared to barge in even though he knew the person in charge had arrived. It turned out he was fearless because he had nothing to lose. However, everyone despised him even more. He stole someone's wife and then shot and killed her? They're even more despicable than the Japanese devils. Liu Erzhu looked coldly at the man. Can you listen to me properly this time? I've already said that I don't have the kind of filthy relationship with Sister Liu that you think I have. I just wanted to ask her to come to our village to explore the groundwater. That 5 yuan was a deposit I paid her in advance. These people misunderstand me because their hearts are dirty, so they see no one as a good person. But you misunderstood me. I just don't understand. Sister Liu is such a kind person, how could you think of her so badly? Upon hearing Liu Erzhu's words, the onlookers' expressions immediately turned sour. That one sentence was practically an insult to them. Someone retorted angrily, "You're the one with the heart. She's just a woman, what does she know about groundwater exploration? It's obvious you two are having an affair, you're both lying." "Yes, that's exactly what I think. You're the one who's filthy when you talk like that. How dare you scold me at my age? Where are you from? Where are your parents? Call them here so I can ask them how they raised you. You don't understand anything." Taking advantage of their numbers, the onlookers hurled insults and curses at Liu Erzhu, seemingly confirming that he was indeed an adulterer. Hearing this, the man felt even more aggrieved, but dared not move. He just glared at Liu Erzhu with eyes blazing with anger. "She's my wife, don't I know that? What does she know about exploring groundwater? You two are having an affair." Liu Erzhu laughed in anger. He had seen too many scoundrels and ruffians, and given Liu Ziyun's poor background and the limited number of men she could marry, he could already tell what kind of person she was. Immediately, he pointed to the crying baby on the bed and said, "You say you understand your wife? Fine, then let me ask you, what day was your daughter born?" "Ha!" The man was stunned, not expecting Liu Erzhu to ask such a question, because he really didn't know. Seeing that he was speechless, Liu Erzhu sneered, "You say you know Sister Liu? You don't even know when she gave birth to your child. What do you know?" The man, embarrassed by the remark, retorted angrily, "This bastard child was born from the two of you, how would I know when it was born? I gave birth to him? Putting aside how much this child's features resemble your useless face, the key point is that I'm not as cowardly as you, unable to even support a family. If Sister Liu were really my woman, wouldn't it be better for me to take her and run away with her? Why would I make her serve a good-for-nothing like you? I won't say anything else, but looking at your reeking of alcohol and your already depleted body, I can tell you do nothing all day but smoke and drink, and you don't even have a job, right? If Sister Liu really had ulterior motives, why would she stay with trash like you? You just wet your pants, so take a look at yourself and the piss on the ground. What is there for her to miss?" Liu Erzhu was really furious, and he kept cursing without stopping. The man was speechless after being bombarded with his arguments, and even found them reasonable. If Liu Ziyun really had another way out, she would have left long ago, given how he beats and scolds her all day long. Why would she stay until now? Liu Erzhu looked at the man, speechless, then turned to the onlookers and said coldly, "And you lot, you're so good at gossiping about your wives that you don't even have a brain. You believe whatever people say, and you even call me Sister Liu's lover? If I were really the adulterer, I would have taken the mother and daughter and run away with them after treating the child last night. Why would I leave her here for you fools to watch? And who was it that just now, acting all high and mighty, asking me how my parents raised me? Let me tell you, my parents always told me not to be a fool and believe everything I hear. You believed a drunkard's words, is it because you're like him? And another thing, are you all so angry because you can't stand the word adulterer? Have you been traumatized by this before? Let's see who's questioning me. Come out and tell us your story so we can all have a laugh." After Liu Erzhu said this, no one dared to speak, and they all stepped back. Nobody wants others to think they've been cheated on. The young nurse was so scolded that she couldn't lift her head, realizing that she must have really misunderstood Liu Erzhu. Just then, Liu Ziyun rushed in from outside the door, looking disheveled. After being knocked unconscious, she remained in a coma in the yard all night due to her weakness. "If it weren't for my worry for my daughter and my strong will to survive, I probably would have frozen to death by now." At that moment, she rushed in and saw Liu Erzhu confronting her husband. She panicked and cried out, "My benefactor, are you all right?" "I'm fine, you should go check on the child." Liu Erzhu felt very sorry for the child who was crying incessantly. Liu Ziyun rushed over, picked up her daughter, and soothed her with a tearful voice. The child hadn't seen his mother all night, and was both hungry and scared, so he kept crying. No matter how Lu Xian tried to coax her, she kept crying. Seeing this, Liu Erzhu immediately reached into his bag, took out a can of malted milk powder, opened it, and then made a cup from the thermos in the ward, handing it to Lu Xian. "Give this to the child first, she must be hungry." The sweet aroma of the malted milk powder stunned everyone inside and outside the ward. This is not something ordinary families can enjoy. In this small county, only a few high-income people can afford such a good thing. They are now even more certain that Liu Erzhu is not the kind of person who would cheat on someone. Someone who can casually pull out this thing doesn't seem like someone who can't find a wife. Although Lu Xian has a good temperament, she is not the kind of person who is particularly beautiful, so she would not be coveted by a rich man like Liu Erzhu. Lu Xian glanced gratefully at Liu Erzhu and quickly fed her daughter malted milk powder. With the delicious malted milk powder, the child finally stopped crying and hurriedly drank it, but tears still lingered in his big eyes, making the child's heart ache. After the child finished a bowl of malted milk powder, he finally felt better and fell asleep in Lu Xian's arms. Seeing that the child was alright, Lu Xian cried even harder, not knowing how to repay Liu Erzhu. Liu Erzhu glanced coldly at the man and said to Lu Xian, "Sister Liu, you take the child out first, and I'll take you and your child to the village later." Her husband already knows the child is here, and it's not safe for him to leave the child here any longer. Anyway, the child's fever has subsided. At worst, he can go back to the village and get some medicine for the child, which might help him recover even faster. Knowing she still had to do things for Liu Erzhu, Lu Xian didn't even look at her husband and walked out with her child in her arms. When the man saw her leave, he finally started to panic. He had a feeling that his wife had truly grown cold-hearted and might want a divorce. Without hesitation, the man took 2 steps forward, trying to stop Lu Xian. Liu Erzhu pointed his pistol at him. "If you dare to take another step, I'll cripple you today." The man froze, but remained defiant. "That's my wife." "Now you know she's your wife?" "Too late. I won't interfere in your family affairs, but Sister Liu is going to help me with some work right now. You dare to harass her during this time?" Liu Erzhu made a cold threat, but his tone convinced people that he really dared to cripple the man. The man felt even more aggrieved, but he was also shameless, and actually said, "You can take this stinky woman away if you want, but you have to give me that malted milk powder. Consider it her wages for working for you." Upon hearing this, the onlookers realized what they had just been siding with and immediately regretted it. A can of malted milk powder cost several yuan. How dare this man ask for it? Dare to covet my things? Who do you think you are? Liu Erzhu sneered and turned to leave. The man saw him about to leave, his face full of resentment, but he dared not stop him. After he left, the man dared to spit on the ground and cursed viciously. "What a piece of trash. If you've got the guts, put down your gun and let's fight one-on-one." Liu Erzhu had already walked far away and did not hear these words. The onlookers realized that the man was deliberately provoking Liu Erzhu with a voice that Liu Erzhu couldn't hear, and they looked down on him even more, so they dispersed. Only the nurse who misunderstood Liu Erzhu hesitated for a moment before chasing after him out of the hospital. Liu Erzhu is good-looking and seems to be rich, so she wants to date him again. Although I misunderstood him before, he was also at fault. Why didn't he explain things clearly? Besides, I'm not bad-looking, so how could he not like me? The young nurse quickly chased after them, not even glancing at Lu Xian and her daughter sitting in the back seat. Her face flushed, she said to Liu Erzhu, "Comrade, my name is Sun Kui, what's your name? What's wrong?" Liu Erzhu frowned, thinking that Lu Xian's medical bills hadn't been settled. "No," the nurse said somewhat shyly, "I think we're about the same age. If you're willing, you can find a matchmaker to come to my house to propose marriage. I'll agree to it." Liu Erzhu scoffed, "But I won't agree." After saying that, he got on his bicycle and rode away. The young nurse was left standing there, bewildered and embarrassed. She was actually rejected? And he was rejected in such a disdainful tone? This made her feel extremely humiliated, especially since passers-by were giving her strange looks, clearly having never seen such a shameless girl before. The nurse couldn't hold back anymore, covered her face, and ran away crying. Liu Erzhu hurried home with Lu Xian. Worried that the mother and daughter would get cold, he took out 2 clean wolf skins and wrapped them up. He originally planned to make this wolf skin into a cloak to wear when going into the mountains, as it would be both warm and imposing. But seeing Lu Xian wearing it now, he was surprised to find it had a rather fashionable and beautiful look, which immediately changed his mind. "I'll have Mom make clothes with a sewing machine later, one for each of Xiaohu and Nizai. They'll look like little wolf cubs, beautiful and imposing. My own child has to be good-looking." Lu Xian, sitting in the back seat, didn't think much of it. Holding the child, she looked at Liu Erzhu's back and suddenly felt a very shameful thought. If only this were really my man, and he was taking me home. Having a man like that would be wonderful, wouldn't it? But soon, Lu Xian suppressed these inappropriate thoughts. Because of her poor family background, she married late. Although her child is not even a year old, she is actually 30 years old, much older than Liu Erzhu, and dares not have any interest in such a good man. She even moved back a little, away from Liu Erzhu, to avoid any misunderstanding. Soon, the two returned to Liutan. Liu Hai, the brigade leader, was already waiting with 3 production team leaders. Many villagers came after hearing the news, eager to see what the expert was like. Even people from neighboring villages heard the news and rushed over, hoping to find an expert to dig a well in their village as well. The crowd waited anxiously, occasionally standing on tiptoe or even climbing trees to look out, or pacing back and forth, unable to contain their impatience. "He's here! Brother Zhu is back!" Suddenly a child shouted from a tree. Immediately, everyone became excited and stood up to wait. Sure enough, they spotted Liu Erzhu from afar, but before they could approach him, they discovered a woman sitting behind him, holding a child. The expressions on everyone's faces turned strange. Was this a trip to pick up an expert? It looked more like taking a wife back to her parents' home. Liu Erzhu rode his bicycle over and saw a lot of people waiting. He immediately said to Liu Hai, "Uncle Hai, I've brought the experts." Upon hearing that Liu Zion, this woman, was actually an expert, everyone present changed their expressions. The people of Liutan were alright, even if they felt that Liu Erzhu had been deceived, they didn't dare to say much. But the village head from the neighboring village, who had come to join the fun, immediately turned hostile. "Liu Hai, are you kidding me? This woman is an expert? More like a baby-giving expert." The villagers in the neighboring village were also extremely disappointed and complained one after another. "That's right, look at her, she's not even as energetic as our village's women's director. The people of Liutan are all braggarts, let's go." "Don't go. I want to see more fun. If this female expert finds a cesspool while searching for groundwater, that'll be hilarious. Who would play house with a woman on such a cold day? I'd rather go home and play with my wife. Everyone says Liu Erzhu is reliable, but I see he's just a little kid." The people of Liutan actually believe him. They must be crazy. Standing next to Liu Erzhu, Liu Zion had long lost her self-confidence due to the oppression she had endured over the years. Seeing that the villagers didn't trust him, he became even more nervous, holding his daughter and not knowing what to do. Liu Erzhu looked at the people from the neighboring villages with a displeased expression. "Who told you to believe them? They weren't experts hired for you. Liu Erzhu, how can you talk like that? We are all your elders, and we were worried you were being scammed, so we came to check on you." The village head from the neighboring village scolded him angrily. One of the production team leaders scoffed, "This woman is obviously a liar. Even if you want to hire her for us, we don't care." Exactly. I don't think this is an expert at all. Is this some mistress you kept somewhere? Liu Hai, you guys always say how great Liu Erzhu is, but I don't think he's that great. When people from neighboring villages go out to find wild vegetables in the mountains, they always hear the people of Liutan praising Liu Erzhu. They've heard it so often that their ears are practically calloused. They were initially quite curious about Liu Erzhu, but now that they saw it, they realized it was all a fabrication. So they all started laughing at the people of Liutan, calling them fools for being deceived by such a child. Before Liu Erzhu could speak, Liu Hai turned around and glared at the village women. "You're all always shouting and arguing about this and that, but now that Zuzi is being bullied, you've all become mute?" The women of Liutan couldn't wait any longer. They didn't care whether Liu Zion was a real expert or not. Even if he was a fake expert, even if Liu Erzhu was deceived, that was an internal matter of Liutan. Why should outsiders be allowed to criticize him? Now, upon hearing Liu Hai's command, a group of old women rolled up their sleeves and rushed forward, pointing at the person from the neighboring village who had just spoken and launching into a tirade of abuse. They weren't swearing, they were just pointing out each other's shortcomings. For example, Liu Erzhu, your wife says you finish in 2 or 3 strokes. For example, Li Sanyeo once wanted to touch a pig's breast and was even paraded around with a hat on his head. And who did this family's daughter-in-law sleep with? And who did that family's mother have an affair with? In this poor rural area, where there are no other forms of entertainment, people often gossip about each other. Everyone knows who else. Moreover, these women not only tell the truth, but also make up lies and spread rumors. Those truths, though infuriating to hear, but absurd lies are even more infuriating. The villagers of Ligia village were furious and immediately called on the old women of their village to step in. The women from Ligia village were no pushovers either. They immediately stepped forward and began shouting and cursing. The two sides argued fiercely, hurling insults at each other, and neither of them took a break for 10 minutes. Liu Hai ignored these people and said to Liu Erzhu, "Let those women keep cursing, let's get down to business." "Yes, let's get down to business first." Liu Erzhu quickly pulled over Niu Honghua, who was shouting and cursing in the crowd. "Mom, you and sister-in-law, please help Dr. Liu look after the child. The child had a fever yesterday and hasn't fully recovered yet. Her husband is a scoundrel, so she brought the child here." Looking at the thin, pitiful child, Niu Honghua felt a pang of heartache. "Oh dear, how did you get so thin?" Upon hearing this, Liu Zion felt somewhat guilty, feeling that she had let her child down. Liu Erzhu then said to his sister-in-law, "Sister-in-law, you and Chun'er go and get the kettle from home, pour some water for the villagers, don't strain your voices." "Okay, Chun'er, let's go get the thermos first, and then we'll come back and scold these shameless people." The sister-in-law immediately ran home to get water and bowls. After arranging things, Liu Erzhu led Lu Xian into Liutan. Lu Hai and 3 production team leaders accompanied Liu Erzhu, following behind him. Once inside the village, Liu Erzhu asked Lu Xian, "What do we do next? Should we walk through the village first?" "Well, I need to observe the terrain first," Lu Xian said, though she was actually a little guilty. She wanted to use the opportunity of observing the terrain to recall the knowledge she had learned. However, she was also holding a grudge. Those people didn't believe she was alright, but their insults towards Liu Erzhu made her want to prove herself and that Liu Erzhu hadn't misjudged her. Liu Erzhu naturally accompanied her unconditionally. He didn't actually know if Lu Xian was capable, but he had to give it a try. Lu Hai was initially quite apprehensive, but seeing how much Liu Erzhu trusted him, he obediently followed along. He felt that Liu Erzhu was so capable that he couldn't have misjudged him. Lu Shilin and the other 2 production team leaders did not actually trust Lu Xian, but they did not dare to say anything. So what if Liu Erzhu trusted the wrong person? They were just trying to do what was best for the village, but they were too anxious and got fooled. "We ate so much of their meat, and then just went for a free walk around. Consider it as making Zhu Ziyi happy, it's no big deal." Lu Xian walked around the village, stopping here and there, looking at this and that, measuring the village with her own 2 feet. Fortunately, like Liu Erzhu, she studied very hard to make up for her wrongful birth and change her fate, which resulted in a solid foundation of knowledge in her mind. Even though I hadn't used this knowledge for over a decade, looking at those terrain features now, I could still recall those points bit by bit. After exploring the entire Liutan village, Lu Xian had regained all the knowledge she had learned before, and she became much more confident. She said to Liu Erzhu, "Can I look at it again?" "Sure, as long as we can find groundwater, we'll look at it 10 or 100 times. Liu Erzhu laughed. Lu Hai was displeased. He didn't trust Lu Xian to begin with, and now his brows were furrowed. Lu Shilin didn't mince words and asked Lu Xian, "Expert Lu, you just walked around and didn't see anything." Liu Erzhu frowned and looked over, just about to speak. Lu Xian confidently preemptively said, "I can see some of it. There should be groundwater here, but I'm not sure of the location, so I need to keep looking." "Really?" Liu Erzhu turned around in surprise, ignoring Lu Shilin. The others were also energized, unable to believe it. "Yes, there's an 80% chance that there's groundwater, but I'm not entirely sure yet, so I need to keep an eye on it to avoid wasting time digging a well," Lu Xian explained. Look all you want. See if anything bothers you, and I'll clean it up right away." Lu Hai shouted excitedly. "No need for that, but it would be best if you could bring a bowl of water," Lu Xian said. Upon hearing that Lu Xian had water, Lu Shilin, though skeptical, immediately said, "Oh, I'll go get some water for you, Dr. Lu. What kind of tea do you like? It's not for drinking, it's for measuring groundwater." "Half a bowl is enough, preferably cool water," Lu Xian reminded, "because hot water produces steam, which will affect the observation." "Please wait a moment, I'll be right back." Lu Shilin immediately ran off. A short while later, he returned with half a bowl of water. Lu Xian wanted to take it, but Liu Erzhu knew she was weak and already out of breath after walking for so long, so he helped her hold it, saying, "I'll hold it for you. Where do you think I should put it?" "We need to take another look," Lu Xian said quickly. "Okay, you can watch for as long as you want." Liu Erzhu picked up his bowl and followed. Lu Xian then led a few people for a stroll around the village. Finally, under the eager gazes of the group, she stopped behind Liutan village. This place is backed by several mountains, and it is usually a place where people go up the mountain to pick wild vegetables. The ground is covered with various fallen leaves and pebbles that have rolled down from the mountain. "There's water here? Really?" Lu Shilin couldn't help but question. Liu Erzhu looked at him speechlessly. "Uncle, can you shut your mouth?" Yes. Lu Shilin noticed that everyone was looking at him with displeasure, so he quickly admitted defeat. When Lu Xian heard the question, he explained, "There is an old saying that goes, when 2 mountains enclose a mouth, there is a spring underground. The 2 mountains behind our village form a situation where 2 mountains enclose a mouth, so there may be water here." Lu Hai was also a little confused when he heard this. "You can believe folk rhymes. Captain, you are also an ordinary citizen. It's inappropriate for you to say such things. Ordinary people may not be well educated, but they have accumulated a lot of experience over the years. Putting aside other things, the proverb 'swallows flying low and snakes crossing the road mean heavy rain is coming tomorrow' is a folk saying that you can say is useless." Recalling her past knowledge, Lu Xian became bolder and dared to talk back when questioned. Lu Hai immediately apologized. Yes, I overlooked the wisdom of the masses, but shall we dig a well here?" "No, this is just identification based on a large area of terrain. I need to confirm it more carefully." Lu Zion began to study the surrounding terrain and vegetation. The location of the water source can be determined by the types and conditions of the vegetation growing there. This is the professional knowledge she learned in vocational school. Before that, the teachers told them some unconventional tips and tricks, which were only useful when they were aimlessly casting a wide net to find water. After testing the surrounding vegetation, Lu Zion's face lit up with joy. Quick, get a shovel, dig this up, let me see the soil underneath. Lu Shilin was the most enthusiastic. He took off running and soon brought back 3 shovels from the village. The group dug in the spot Lu Zion had pointed out, and soon they had dug a pit that was half a meter deep. Lu Zion jumped in, grabbed a clod of earth, crushed it, felt the moisture, and her smile became even brighter. That's when the bowl of water came in handy. Lu Zion, barely suppressing her excitement, told Liu Erzhu to bring the water over and place it on the ground. Don't make any noise, this is the final step of the test. Upon hearing this, the group immediately retreated several meters away, not daring to even breathe. Lu Zion squatted in the pit, found a flat spot to put the water down, and watched quietly. This is also an old method. In windless weather and when there is no disturbance in the surrounding environment, place a bowl of water on the ground. If the water in the bowl shows ripples or vibrations, it means that there is likely water flowing underground, which causes the ground to vibrate and thus causes the water to ripple. Actually, this step could have been skipped entirely, because from the inspection just now, Lu Zion had already roughly determined that there was water here. However, just in case, she decided to use all the methods she could. It's okay if I lose face, but I can't let my benefactor lose face because of me. Half an hour later, Lu Zion stood up from the pit and excitedly waved to the group. Come on over, right here. There's definitely groundwater here. Liu Erzhu and his group were overjoyed and rushed over immediately. Unable to contain himself, Lu Hai asked, really? There really is water here. There is definitely water, and I estimate it's drinkable, but not much. Although Lu Zion was also excited, she calmly informed him that the stock might be very small. How much can we be sure about? Liu Erzhu asked hesitantly. It's hard to say for sure, but the villagers will most likely have no problem getting drinking water for the next few years, Lu Zion said. When they heard that there might not be much water, Lu Hai and the others were somewhat disappointed. But now that I know there's enough for the villagers to drink, I'm quite happy. You should know that normally, villagers have to travel a long way to fetch water by hand. Now that the village can save some effort and have access to well water, we're satisfied. Then it's worth digging for. Liu Erzhu looked at Lu Hai. Uncle Hai, what do you think? Ultimately, the decision on this matter rests with the brigade leader. Lu Hai nodded without hesitation. Go ahead. I'll go and submit a report to the commune right away, including our pig-raising plan. Liu Erzhu nodded slightly, then suddenly thought of something and looked at Lu Zion. If there are enough people to use, would it be possible to cultivate on a small scale? Lu Zion hesitated and asked, how small a range? 3 to 5 acres, I suppose, Liu Erzhu said after a moment's thought. That might reduce the lifespan of the groundwater. For example, this water might have been enough for the villagers to drink for 8 or 10 years, but if you use it like this, it might be gone in 2 or 3 years, Lu Zion warned. Liu Erzhu looked pleased, because this was enough. Lu Hai looked at him with a puzzled expression. Zhu Ziai, what are you going to do? What can you do with just 3 or 5 acres of land? It's barely enough for the villagers to eat, but the commune won't agree to this. No, I don't want to water the land, I want to grow vegetables and fruits. Liu Erzhu said seriously, Uncle, I know a special technique that can grow fruits and vegetables that cannot grow in this season, or things that are unique to the south. Those things can be sold at a high price, and there is demand in the market. There's such a technology? Lu Hai asked incredulously, but then, as if remembering something, he glanced at the people around him, pulled Liu Erzhu aside, and whispered, is it safe? Will it cause any trouble? Just tell the commune that this is a pilot project. If it works well, we'll promote it throughout the entire commune. Then they can expect to be commended by the city, the province, and even the capital. Moreover, this technology has already appeared in northeast China and has shown initial results. The higher UPS are looking to promote it here. We've just been a little ahead of schedule. Lu Hai, however, showed no joy. Instead, he was incredibly nervous. How do you know there are any in the northeast? Who have you contacted there? Liu Erzhu was taken aback by the question. He looked at Lu Hai's wary expression and quickly realized what was going on. My great-grandfather's family's roots were actually in northeast China, so my family must know some people there, and they might even be people from older generations who didn't have good backgrounds. Lu Hai was worried that he had come into contact with people who had a negative influence. He immediately explained, I heard it from a classmate in the county town. He has relatives in northeast China, but I don't know anyone from northeast China. Really? Don't lie to me. You can't contact those people. Our good life is hard one, you have to cherish it. Lu Hai reminded him with a worried look. He wasn't afraid of anything else, except that Liu Erzhu was too young and might be deceived. But since he is so capable, it's inevitable that some troublemakers will try to contact him and do things they shouldn't. Liu Erzhu immediately said to Liu Hai, let's put it another way, even if someone wanted to contact me to do something bad, they wouldn't provide me with this kind of technology, right? This is a good thing that benefits the people. After thinking about it carefully, Liu Hai realized that it made sense. Those landlords, rich people, or capitalists all intend to monopolize resources and enjoy them alone. How could I possibly share something so good? Relieved, Liu Hai became happy again. If Liu Erzhu's idea really works, it will solve the village's food shortage problem and generate income, so the villagers won't have to suffer from hunger and poverty. Alright, I'll go discuss these matters with the commune, Liu Hai said happily. Liu Erzhu agreed, and then said to Liu Xian, Expert Liu, why don't you stay in the village for the next few days? You can help guide us when we're digging the well. Liu Xian looked at Liu Erzhu with gratitude, because she understood that Liu Erzhu was doing this to protect her. Her husband had just been reprimanded, and if she went back now, she would inevitably become his punching bag. Thank you, my benefactor, Liu Xian said, moved. Liu Erzhu didn't say much, and first took Liu Xian back to the village. At this point, the verbal battle between the two villages was nearing its end. The people from Liya village have fallen silent, it's all the people from Liutan who are cursing. Because the people of Liutan had hot water provided to moisten their throats, they could keep shouting, while the other side's throats were already hoarse from shouting. Although the people in Liya village were also providing water, they couldn't compete with the people in Liutan who were supplying water from several thermos flasks at once, and their hearts weren't as united as those in Liutan. Seeing that the damage had been done, Liu Hai stepped forward and looked triumphantly at the people of Li family village. So, Captain Li, have you given in? When Captain Li saw that his men had lost the argument, he first glared at the women in his village before angrily replying, what do you mean you lost? We were just waiting to see you get played. So, Captain Liu, did you find any water? You're so uncultured, don't you even know what surveying is? We're just here to investigate, Liu Hai retorted. Captain Li, in any case, didn't believe Liu Erzhu and Liu Xian, thinking they were just swindlers, and immediately said, okay, have you found anything yet? Why should I tell you? Liu Hai wasn't stupid, he would never say anything before things were settled, otherwise these people might try to sabotage him. Even after the well is dug, he plans to build a small hut nearby and have someone guard it to prevent people from stealing water. Although there's talk of sharing resources, sharing within one village is fine, but sharing with other villages is something no one is willing to do. When Captain Li heard that Liu Hai didn't dare to speak, he became even more certain that they hadn't found a water source. But knowing he couldn't argue with Liu Hai, he simply turned his attention to Liu Erzhu. Zuzi, I heard you're still a middle school student. How come you're so stupid, being fooled by this woman, and still calling her an expert? So what? Do you think I'd call you an expert? You can't even pee on the ground anymore, let alone find underground water sources, Liu Erzhu retorted. Captain Li was taken aback, not understanding what it meant to not be able to pee on the ground. A woman from Liya village nearby immediately explained, Captain, he's saying you're old and can't hold your pee, so you wet your pants all the time and can't pee on the ground. It would have been better if he hadn't explained it. Once he did, everyone burst into laughter. Even the people of Liutan gave Liu Erzhu a thumbs up. No wonder he's a cultured person, even his insults are entertaining. Captain Li was also furious, glaring at Liu Erzhu and cursing, don't you have any manners? How can you talk to your elders like that? My uncle Hai is an elder, and you are an elder too. How come he manages Liutan so well, while you manage Lijiakan so poorly? Fellow villagers, tell me, if we really want to respect our elders, should we respect Uncle Hai or this Captain Li? Liu Erzhu shouted to the crowd. The people of Liutan naturally sided with Liu Hai and shouted loudly, of course we should respect our Captain Liu. Captain Li, you're really not ashamed to argue with a child like this, especially since you've been outdone by someone else. Exactly. If I were you, I'd be too ashamed to show my face. Captain Li, hurry home and have your wife wash your pants. You're so angry you can't hold your pee again, aren't you? No wonder you were so lewd, it's disgusting. Under the pressure of the crowd, Captain Li turned red in the face and couldn't utter a word. He even couldn't help but look down at his crotch to make sure he had really wet his pants. This caused even more confusion among the people of Ligia village. What is our own brigade leader looking at? Could it be that Liu Erzhu was right, that he really is so old that he can't hold his pee anymore? Liu Erzhu didn't bother with the people of Liya village and shouted to them, fellow villagers, you've all worked hard. Let's go home. People now like and respect Liu Erzhu very much, so they all listen to him and chat happily as they go home. That argument just now will be enough for the people of Liutan to talk about for half a month. Liu Erzhu also took Liu Xian back to his home. As soon as they arrived, they found his father chatting with Wang Jianjun from the Dongdamen police station. Wang Jianjun wasn't wearing a police uniform, he was drinking tea and chatting and laughing with Liu Fuxian, as if they were very familiar with each other. Niu Honghua and her sister-in-law were playing with Liu Xian's child on the side. The child wasn't shy at all. Because he was so thin from hunger, his big eyes were blinking as he looked around at everyone in the room. His adorable appearance made Liu Erzhu and her sister-in-law laugh non-stop. Liu Erzhu curiously approached the edge of the con. "A heated brick bed, Brother Wang, what brings you here?" Wang Jianjun glanced at him, then immediately stood up and said to Lu Fuxian, "Then I'll go talk to Zuzi first, and I'll leave in a bit. You can rest." "Okay, drive carefully," Lu Fuxian said warmly. Wang Jianjun agreed and led Liu Erzhu into the courtyard. He lowered his voice and complained, "Why did I come here? You're incredibly bold, aren't you? You dared to fire a gun in a place like a hospital?" Liu Erzhu raised an eyebrow. "That bastard dared to call the police." "No, did you insult other patients at the hospital?" One of them was so upset that he went to the police station to report it. "Fortunately, we went to Dongdaemun police station. When we heard that they were calling to arrest someone named Liu Erzhu, and that the description sounded a bit like you, we put the matter aside. That's why the director told me to come and ask you what's going on. To put it bluntly, this matter could be a big deal or a small deal. If we're in the right, it'll be easier to talk things out." As Wang Jianjun spoke, he took out his notebook to take notes, and reminded Liu Erzhu to speak in a way that was reasonable. Liu Erzhu explained, "I'm actually in the right here, that kid tried to kill me." He then recounted the whole story. Upon hearing Liu Erzhu's words, Wang Jianjun flew into a rage. "No wonder the person you bullied didn't call the police, but the bystanders did. How can there be such a bastard in the world? Never mind him, I'll teach him a lesson later." Wang Jianjun is a family man who would rather give up his future than take risks for his family, so he despises Liu Zion's type of man. Liu Erzhu knew that Wang Jianjun had a plan, so he didn't say much. "Okay, then I'll trouble you, Brother Wang. But what if the person who reported the case causes trouble?" "Easy to handle." Wang Jianjun sneered, "This kind of coward is too easy to deal with. You don't know, this bastard covered his face when he came to the police station, as if he was afraid of being seen. When we get back, all I have to do is ask him if he dares to confront you, and he'll drop the case immediately, believe it or not." "Brother Wang is really experienced," Liu Erzhu flattered. "Alright, stop embarrassing your brother. I understand. You can go about your business now." Wang Jianjun put away his notebook, got on his bike, and rode away. This is the advantage of having connections. If Liu Erzhu didn't know anyone at the police station, he would have had to go with them for questioning, and at the very least, hand over his gun. But now, he was only asked a couple of questions and then left. Wang Jianjun was even afraid of affecting Liu Erzhu, so he didn't wear a police uniform when he came to inquire. After watching him leave, Liu Erzhu went into the house and looked at Liu Zion, saying, "Expert Liu, I'll take you to the brigade headquarters to find Uncle Hai and ask him where you'll be staying tonight. My benefactor, you can just call me Lao Lu or Zion from now on. That's what everyone in the county calls me." "I don't deserve the title of Expert Liu," Liu Zion quickly said. "Alright, from now on I'll call you Sister Liu, and you can call me Zuzi," Liu Erzhu said with a smile. Liu Zion hesitated. Liu Erzhu quickly said, "Zion, it's alright. Otherwise, it's kind of awkward for you to keep calling me your benefactor." "Alright," Liu Zion could only agree. Liu Erzhu led her out with satisfaction, heading straight for the brigade headquarters. Liu Hai was writing an application report to inform the commune of the matter, but he hadn't forgotten about Liu Zion's situation either, and had already instructed the women's director to handle it. Upon seeing Liu Erzhu arrive, the women's director first poured Liu Zion a glass of water, then pulled Liu Erzhu aside and whispered, "Zuzi, I plan to arrange for Expert Liu to stay at Gangzi's house." "Gangzi? Liu Taigon?" Liu Erzhu thought for a moment, then his expression changed immediately. "Isn't that a bachelor?" "Yes, but I heard that this Expert Liu's husband treats her badly and they'll get divorced sooner or later, so I arranged for her to stay at Gangzi's house. If they spend more time together, they might develop feelings for each other. This way, we can solve Gangzi's single status and also find a good match for Expert Liu," the women's director said with a delighted expression. Liu Erzhu's face immediately darkened. "Auntie, I remember you're Liu Taigon's cousin, right? You're really thinking of your own family. But don't you know what kind of person your brother is? He's a complete lazy bum, utterly hopeless. Expert Liu is highly educated and has been kind to our village. Aren't you afraid that outsiders will say we Liutan people are ungrateful for treating her like this?" The women's director's smile vanished instantly, replaced by embarrassment. "Zuzi, how can you say that? Gang Zi said he'd work hard once he got married. Besides, Expert Liu is divorced and has a daughter, no good family would want him." Liu Erzhu was genuinely angry. He was trying to find a place for Liu Zion to stay, not a home for her. But since the women's director was an elder, he couldn't say anything directly. So he simply said to Liu Zion, "Sister Liu, my master's family has just moved away. I'll have my mother get you some bedding, and then you can stay at my master's house tonight." Liu Hai looked up in surprise. "Why arrange an empty house? There are so many households, can't you even find a place?" "It's settled then, Sister Liu, you have no objections, right?" Liu Erzhu said firmly. Lu Zion sensed that the atmosphere was not right, so she didn't dare to say anything and got up to agree. Alright, then Sister Lu, please wait outside for a moment. I need to get something. Liu Erzhu politely invited her out. Then, he returned and looked at Lu Hai, who had a bewildered expression, and said, Uncle Hai, my aunt wants to arrange for Sister Lu to stay at Lu Taigang's house, but I definitely can't agree to that, so let's arrange for her to stay at my master's house instead. After saying this, Liu Erzhu strode away. He hadn't gone far when Lu Hai's furious shouts echoed from the brigade headquarters. Lu Xia, if you're capable of being the women's director, then do a good job. If you're not, there are plenty of people to replace you. Liu Erzhu didn't know how Lu Xia humbly apologized, nor did he care. He took Lu Zion to his master's house and helped with the cleaning. Looking at Liu Erzhu bustling around, Lu Zion asked nervously, Zuzi, am I causing you any trouble? No trouble at all, Liu Erzhu said decisively. Lu Zion sighed softly, unsure of what to say. She had long since resigned herself to her fate, only thinking about tolerating that bastard and protecting her daughter as she grew up. But who would have thought that the collision at the alley entrance yesterday would give her a glimmer of hope? Liu Erzhu was her hope. She instinctively clung tightly, trying to save herself and escape that hellish home. However, she was unwilling to cause trouble for Liu Erzhu because of her selfishness. Just as she was pondering this, Women's Director Lu Xia, looking dejected, led a group of women in and began cleaning. Lu Xia leaned closer to Liu Erzhu and whispered an apology. Zuzi, I was bewitched before. The brigade leader has already scolded me. Please don't take it to heart. Liu Erzhu glanced at her and said, you should apologize to Sister Lu, not to me. Wouldn't it be bad if Expert Lu found out about this? What if she gets angry and leaves? Lu Xia was very nervous. I think your apology now is more effective than her apologizing later when she finds out about it. There are no secrets in this world. Who knows when she'll find out about your plans? If she gets angry and leaves, that would be a real problem. Liu Erzhu reminded him. Lu Xia felt that what he said made sense, so she had no choice but to bite the bullet and walk over, bow to Lu Zion, and apologize repeatedly. Lu Zion was surprised when she heard her words, and she understood why Liu Erzhu had been so angry before. She felt a warmth in her heart and was even more grateful to Liu Erzhu. Liu Erzhu saved her a second time. After all, in such an unfamiliar place, if she were to be forcibly taken to that bachelor's house by the villagers, she would have no way to escape and would have no choice but to stay there in grievance. So although Lu Zion was very angry about Lu Xia's arrangement, she chose to forgive her because she and Liu Erzhu were from the same village. Lu Xia breathed a sigh of relief and cleaned even more diligently, not even letting Liu Erzhu interfere. Liu Erzhu simply went to the side to smoke and rest, but saw Lu Zion carrying the child and walking over with a grateful look on her face. He immediately put out the cigarette he had just lit. Sister Lu, no need to say more. I brought you here, so it is only right that I protect you. If you want, you can stay in the village forever. No one will dare to cause you any trouble. He thought that if he said that, Lu Zion would understand. Unfortunately, Liu Erzhu didn't understand Lu Zion and didn't realize that this was truly a life-saving grace for her. So Lu Zion knelt down before Liu Erzhu with a thud, and kowtowed 3 times while holding the child. Liu Erzhu quickly helped the man up, glanced at the surrounding villagers, and frowned, saying, don't kowtow so easily, it's not a good example. Lu Zion choked up and said, Zuzi, I really don't know how to thank you enough. From now on, whatever you ask me to do, I will agree to it. There are so many implications in those words. They seem to imply entrusting one's life to someone. Liu Erzhu looked at the voluptuous young woman in front of him and coughed lightly. Don't say such things, it's easy to misunderstand. Lu Zion blushed and turned her head away, avoiding Liu Erzhu's gaze. She silently explained to herself that there was no misunderstanding. Liu Erzhu saved her daughter's life and gave her a chance to escape her suffering. He also protected her just now. She truly has no way to repay him. Anyway, I'm already a spent woman, so if Liu Erzhu likes me, he can use me however he wants. However, as a woman, she couldn't say these words openly, so she could only let Liu Erzhu guess. Liu Erzhu didn't even want to guess. He went straight to his own house to get the bedding. The main reason was that Lu Zion was kowtowing and crying, which was simply unbearable. After he brought the bedding, he also brought some firewood, rice, oil, salt, and daily necessities. Knowing that Lu Zion had another child to raise, they not only provided her with fine cornmeal, but also prepared some fatty wild boar meat and some herbs to promote lactation. He doesn't lack these things, and Lu Zion deserves them. These days, it's not easy to find vocational school graduates, especially those in water conservancy. If this well digging really yields water, then Lu Zion will be Lu Tun's benefactor, and it's only right that he be supported. Even if no water comes out in the end, with the solid knowledge she just demonstrated, she will be able to find other water sources. This is a real treasure for people in water-scarce areas. Such a precious girl, just because of her bad background, is forced to marry a scoundrel. Liu Erzhu will never allow such a waste of talent. When Lu Xian saw what Liu Erzhu brought, her feelings became even more indescribable. She had forgotten how long it had been since she had seen so much grain. Even before she met Liu Erzhu, she had been eating only one meal a day for several months. I was forced to be assigned to this beast by my superiors. I thought that as long as I worked hard, I would never have to worry about food and drink. Unexpectedly, this man only went out drinking heavily and did nothing of importance. Moreover, he would easily be instigated by his cronies, who would then fabricate baseless accusations against him and beat him up. Even during her pregnancy, she was beaten quite a bit. If she hadn't desperately protected her belly each time, she and her unborn child would have died. After the child was born, Liu Xian was devastated when she found out it was a girl. She wasn't sexist, rather, she was well aware that in this era of male chauvinism, having a daughter was a sin. Sure enough, the man became even more agitated after learning that she had given birth to a daughter. He does 3 things every day: ask for money, beat her up, and drink. Liu Xian had thought about suicide many times, but when she saw the innocent child in her arms, she could never bring herself to do it. In the end, she could only compromise and think about raising her daughter. As a result, just yesterday, he almost lost his daughter. Liu Xian thought that yesterday was the day she and her daughter would die. Unexpectedly, they escaped from a desperate situation and met a kind person like Liu Erzhu. If it weren't for the many people helping out in the yard, she really wanted to tell Liu Erzhu, "Don't leave tonight." She had no intention of relying on Liu Erzhu, she simply wanted to repay him. Liu Erzhu, however, was only thinking about going home to share the good things he had bought, so he left as soon as he put down his things, leaving only a group of women chatting with Liu Xian. After leaving the house, Liu Erzhu ran all the way home, and only after making sure no one had seen him did he hurriedly retrieve the sewing machine and radio from the doorway. "Mom, come help me quickly," Liu Erzhu called out softly as he carried the things into the yard. Liu Honghua came out of the house and was about to ask Liu Erzhu why he was speaking so quietly when she saw 2 things on the ground and her eyes widened immediately. She was naive and unsophisticated, but she recognized sewing machines and radios. She had seen these 2 items before when the village ransacked her husband's house. Later, they were sent to the county town, and that was the end of it. Upon seeing these 2 items again, still brand new and in her own home, Liu Honghua was so excited she almost fainted. With these 2 items, their family now has all the essentials: a turntable, a sewing machine, a radio, and a smart speaker. This is something only city dwellers can afford for their weddings. Looking around the surrounding villages, who else has this kind of lifestyle? From now on, Liu Erzhu can marry whichever girl he wants. We're good enough for the daughters of directors, brigade leaders, and commune cadres. Liu Honghua was so excited her legs went weak, and she hurriedly urged Liu Erzhu, quickly ask your brother to help move things, they'll freeze if left outside." "Hey!" Liu Erzhu hurriedly went to the neighboring yard to call for help. Liu Daliang was also surprised when he saw the 2 large items in the yard. "Zuzi, when did you buy them?" "I bought it last night. I got back too late and was afraid of disturbing you so you wouldn't be able to sleep, so I left it at my master's house first." "Didn't we just send expert Liu over? We were afraid of being discovered, so we secretly brought him out." Liu Erzhu had already prepared a perfect answer, and he spoke it fluently. Liu Daliang didn't ask any more questions and carried the sewing machine into the house with Liu Erzhu. Chun'er picked up the radio as if it were a bomb and carefully entered the house. After she put the radio on a heated brick bed, she breathed a sigh of relief and realized that she was already covered in sweat from walking just a few steps. The main problem is that this thing is too precious. Even for city dwellers, it would take a year and a half's salary to buy it. If it gets broken, it would be a big deal. Liu Fuxian saw the radio and his face lit up with joy. "Hey, this will be so much fun for me at home." Liu Honghua stared nervously and excitedly at the 2 large items in the room, touching the sewing machine one moment and the radio the next, unsure which one she wanted to have more attention from first. The eldest sister-in-law also came after hearing the news. Looking at the 2 large items in the house, she was filled with envy and sadness. Liu Erzhu, who is unmarried, has already bought all the major items. "I've been married for almost 10 years and haven't bought a single thing yet." Liu Erzhu had a sharp eye and immediately noticed that his sister-in-law was unhappy. He said, "Sister-in-law, when you and my brother go to the city, you can buy one too." "Forget it." The sister-in-law curled her lip. "Even if your brother becomes a worker, he'll only earn 30 or 40 yuan a month. He'll need a lot for food, clothing, and other necessities. Besides, I've already said that half of his salary is yours, and I won't touch it. Don't worry, you'll definitely be able to afford it then." Liu Erzhu didn't mention that he had also given his sister-in-law a job. These 2 big items will have a significant impact on the family. As for work, he's worried that his mother and sister-in-law might get involved, so he'll wait until his older brother finishes making the balance bike before making any decisions. "Mom, we happen to have a sewing machine at home. Why don't you make clothes out of the wolf pelt for Nizai and Xiaohu?" Liu Erzhu suggested, seeing that his mother really didn't know which one she wanted. "Okay." Liu Erzhu was eager to try out the sewing machine. My sister-in-law stopped doing housework and instead helped with the chores. After Liu Erzhu explained the basics of using the sewing machine to the two women, he left them to figure it out on their own. He went to the edge of the con, a heated brick bed, to fiddle with the radio. Liu Fuxian and his son Liu Daliang have looked at it over and over again, but they dare not do anything carelessly, so they haven't opened it yet. Liu Erzhu turned on the radio and searched for a signal. As he adjusted the radio, the crackling static gradually transformed into clear human voices. Look at this piece of cloth, it can withstand washing and drying, it can be laid out and covered, it can be pulled and stretched, it can be kicked and stomped on. It's cross-stock! Liu Fuxian exclaimed excitedly. After carefully recognizing the voice, he became even happier. Hobayalan. It's the cross-stock master Hobayalan. I've heard him perform cross-stock before. Liu Daliang knew what cross-stock was, but he had never actually heard it, so he listened with great curiosity. After calling out their names, Liu Fuxian didn't say anything more, but listened carefully to the two performing their cross-stock. As they listened, smiles unconsciously appeared on their faces. Even the three women busy with their sewing machines slowed down, listening to the cross-stock and occasionally bursting into happy laughter. Liu Erzhu had heard the story of selling cloth scraps hundreds of times. He knew the lines by heart and understood the jokes perfectly. But what defines a master? What defines a classic? Even if you know the entire script of a cross-stock performance, you can never get tired of hearing it when it's spoken by him. Even after the cross-stock performance ended, the entire room remained completely silent. Everyone deliberately lowered their breathing, as if they were still wanting more. Liu Erzhu wanted to change the channel to see if there were any other channels broadcasting cross-stock. Liu Fuxian slapped his hand away. Why change the channel? What if it's still showing later? The signal won't be lost. We can just switch it back when it's back. Besides, what if other channels have cross-stock or opera? Liu Erzhu said helplessly. These words made Liu Fuxian slowly withdraw his hand. That made sense. I haven't used this rare gadget in years, I'm a little dazed. Liu Erzhu was adjusting the channels, but found that there were only 7 channels left. Some sounds were quite muffled and could not be heard clearly without careful listening, but the family listened with great interest. Seeing that they were happy, Liu Erzhu didn't disturb them and went outside to start preparing for dinner. He plans to have hot pot tonight. He can use his mind to slice the mutton fresh. He has also prepared chive blossoms, fermented bean curd, and sesame paste. When I came back from the county town before, I also bought a copper pot from the state-run restaurant that I knew before. The owner of that restaurant was a chef, and his house was fully equipped, which is why he had a copper pot. When it comes to hot pot, Liu Erzhu still feels that it has to be a copper pot. It just feels right. Everything is ready now, except for the charcoal. Liu Erzhu went up the mountain. Trees can also be used as medicinal materials, and some prescriptions have certain requirements for the temperature and type of firewood. Therefore, Liu Erzhu has some knowledge of firewood. He quickly found a type of firewood that produced very little smoke when made into charcoal and had a faint fragrance. Once everything was ready, Liu Erzhu happily returned home. When it was time for dinner, Liu Erzhu specifically stopped Chun'er from cooking and then set out the copper pot. Liu Fuxian was pleasantly surprised. Hot pot? Do you have sesame sauce? Liu Erzhu laid out freshly sliced mutton, chive blossoms, sesame paste, and fermented bean curd on the table and said with a smile, enough to go around. Oh, that's wonderful. I've been craving this for ages. I used to eat this a lot when I was a kid in northeast China, and I still eat it occasionally when I go to Beijing. Back then, I went to Don Lishan, and the taste was absolutely amazing. By the way, do you have pickled garlic? Liu Fuxian looked at Liu Erzhu with great anticipation. Liu Erzhu had been holding back for a long time, but finally couldn't take it anymore. She glared at Liu Fuxian and cursed, "Are you ever going to stop? I ask you to have a meal and you want this and that. Why don't you just ask Zhu Ziyi to take you to eat in Beijing? Do you really think you're still that young master?" These words were so forceful they pierced Liu Fuxian's lungs, rendering him unable to utter a single word. Liu Erzhu quickly made peace and promised his father that he would definitely get some pickled garlic next time. Garlic is nothing special, but white sugar is. Using something as precious as white sugar to pickle garlic is a waste for many people. Therefore, this kind of non-staple food is not easy to find, except in a few specific places. Liu Fuxian was somewhat disappointed, but also quite satisfied, since these things were perfect enough. Once his father stopped talking, Liu Erzhu started putting meat into the hot pot again, then preparing dipping sauce, and serving meat to everyone, keeping himself very busy. The group ate with great relish, and even the 2 children ate heartily. The fresh mutton was indeed tender, and even the child could chew it. Of the group, only Chun'er was too shy to eat, but Liu Erzhu kept feeding her, so she had no choice but to eat her fill in the end. At first, Liu Erzhu was scolding Liu Fuxian for being too fussy, but after finishing the hot pot, she realized that she had used the most seasonings. She even asked Liu Fuxian curiously, "I think this food is delicious enough. Would it taste even better with pickled garlic?" Lu Fuxian ignored her, but now he knows to ask? Go ahead and wonder about it by yourself. Seeing this, Niu Honghua became so angry that she started cursing again, but Liu Erzhu turned on the radio to defuse the situation. Because of the radio, no one in the family wanted to go to sleep. The eldest brother and sister-in-law didn't go home either, and they didn't leave until the program was over. Even Chun'er, for the first time ever, shamelessly stayed a little longer. Life was quite simple for the next few days. Liu Erzhu went up the mountain and made a pair of crutches for his father so that he could go out for a stroll. Liu Daliang's progress in making the scooter has also accelerated considerably, with only the last part missing. It was much faster than the 2 or 3 months I had expected, which surprised Liu Erzhu. Could it be that my elder brother is truly born with the divine physique of an ox or horse, making him suitable to be a worker? Lu Hai was always going back and forth between Liutan and the commune, applying for things like well drilling, aquaculture, and planting. Although Liu Erzhu, a little hero, was there to ensure things went well, and Lu Hai had vowed to do his best, the commune was still having a hard time making a decision, mainly because they were afraid that other brigades would cause trouble. Lu Zion, on the other hand, has been doing quite well in the village these past few days. In fact, because she has plenty of food and drink and doesn't have to be beaten, her complexion has improved a lot. Niu Honghua also used several wolf skins to make clothes for Nizai and Xiaohu. They looked fluffy and like 2 little wolves, very cool. However, just when Liu Erzhu thought things would continue as planned, Lu Hai found him with a gloomy face and urged, Zhu Ziai, you have to come to the commune with me. Those damn brigade leaders are causing trouble. They insist on stopping us from digging a well, raising livestock, and planting crops. The commune can't make up its mind right now, and I can't persuade them either. You're good with words, go and give them a piece of your mind. Liu Erzhu was puzzled. Why are those brigade leaders causing trouble? Whatever we want to do, as long as it can be promoted, it's a great thing. There are all sorts of opinions. Lu Hai said with a gloomy face, some people don't believe we can do it well, saying we're wasting resources, others say we're just trying to attract attention, and still others want to try it out on their end first. Liu Erzhu immediately understood. Those who are truly worried about things going wrong are a minority. Most people are actually afraid that if Liu Tun does well, he will become the big brother of all the brigades, and they will only be the little brothers in the future. Come on, I'll go with you. Liu Erzhu wanted to ask the commune what they really meant. This is clearly a good thing, so why not approve it? Why does it need the approval of those brigades? Although the commune claimed to be democratic, it was never this democratic. Liu Erzhu pushed his bicycle out the door. Just as he was about to tell Lu Hai to get on, he remembered the painful experience of almost breaking his leg when he went to the commune to receive an award last time. He immediately sat on the back seat and said, Uncle Hai, let's ride our bicycles. Lu Hai agreed, then hesitated and said, shall I ride it? Don't you know how to ride a bicycle? Liu Erzhu asked back. I can, but aren't you afraid I'll break it? Lu Hai was eager to try, as he couldn't easily ride this thing. Liu Erzhu waved his hand dismissively, it'll be fine, just ride it. If it breaks so easily, I'll go and cause trouble for the supply and marketing cooperative. Lu Hai immediately became happy. He hadn't ridden one in a long time and found it quite novel, so he immediately got on the bike and pedaled hard. The car sped off, but it was quite stable. It seems Lu Hai is a pretty good driver. Liu Erzhu sat comfortably in the back, smoking, and enjoying the winter scenery. Having someone as a driver must be so comfortable, but riding a bicycle is a bit uncomfortable, and the cold wind blows quite a bit, so it would be better to have a car. Wait a few years, and once the hype dies down, I'll immediately buy a comfortable car. It has to be imported, that's what makes it comfortable. At that time, domestic cars did not pay as much attention to configuration as they do in later generations. Due to technological limitations, the basic requirement was simply to be able to drive and run. Foreign countries have begun to pursue true comfort, so they have many fancy features. As Liu Erzhu was pondering this, he suddenly realized that they were almost there. He was very surprised. Uncle Hai, how come you pedal so fast? It's not far. Although Lu Hai was sweating profusely from all the pedaling, he didn't look like Liu Erzhu was about to collapse from exhaustion last time. I realize I still lack exercise. Because he had only recently been reborn, Liu Erzhu felt quite weak and wanted to nourish his body first. He wasn't too saddened by the fact that practicing martial arts was good for his health. I think it's about time, I'll go find a martial arts manual later. As Liu Erzhu pondered this, he walked into the commune. The brigade leaders hadn't left yet, they were still waiting for Liu Erzhu in the assembly hall. The commune's main cadres were all present, drinking tea and waiting, whispering among themselves. When the hall door was pushed open and Liu Erzhu walked in, everyone's eyes turned to him, each in a different way. Because Liu Erzhu was wearing that woolen overcoat and a watch, he was dressed impeccably and had an excellent demeanor. Although everyone was from a farming background, Liu Erzhu, with his equipment, overshadowed everyone else, making it seem like a high-ranking leader was on an inspection tour. Several battalion commanders even instinctively stood up to greet them. Liu Erzhu walked with a stern face to the first row of seats below the high platform in the hall. There were no seats left in the first row, they were all standing. After all, they were all diligent farmers who delivered grain regularly, and every year and quarter they would report a yield of thousands or tens of thousands of caddies per mu. They deserved to sit in the front row. Even though their own village is starving, they look down on people from other production brigades. They don't dare to report their output and don't care about the country. Excuse me. Liu Erzhu took a picture frame out of his bag. The framed document contained his commendation documents, and below the frame was a group photo of him and the county leaders. It was delivered personally by people from the county government. They didn't even dare let it pass through the hands of the postman. When Liu Erzhu brought out this powerful weapon, the captains had no choice but to reluctantly move to the sides, making room for 2 more seats and even squeezing 2 captains to the back. Then, Liu Erzhu pulled Liu Hai down to sit down in a grand manner, placed the commendation documents on the table in front of them, and said, "Everyone, please sit down." The captains who had instinctively stood up to wait for him to sit down realized something was wrong. When they saw the strange looks being cast at them by the people around them, they became somewhat embarrassed and angry. This little brat actually intimidated them. "Do you really think we welcome you?" When the commune director and secretary on the high platform saw Liu Erzhu's assertive manner, they knew that he had probably come with the mindset of success is inevitable. They couldn't help but exchange a glance and remain silent. After all, Liu Erzhu was a meritorious official commended by the county, and his proposed plan did not appear to have any problems on the surface, so they could not interfere too much and could only turn around and put pressure on their subordinates. Left with no other option, the deputy director of the commune could only look at Liu Erzhu and say in a friendly tone, "Comrade Liu Erzhu, are you here to speak on behalf of the Liu-Tun production brigade?" Liu Hai quickly interjected, "Everything Zhu Ziyi says next is what Liu-Tun means." Upon hearing this, bursts of sneers came from behind. Some people couldn't help but mutter under their breath, "A production brigade of several hundred people, letting a child make the decisions, Liu-Tun really has the nerve." Liu Hai just stood up and asked who said it. Liu Erzhu pressed down on his shoulder and said calmly and preemptively, "We are a democratic society." What is democracy? It means that every citizen has the right to speak and vote. If I were 10 years old, it would be fine if you called me a child. But I am already 15 years old, and my education level is even higher than that of everyone here. You still call me a child? Then I think you're not disgusted by me because I'm a child, but rather because you want to oppose democracy and have a strong tendency towards individualism. Everyone was taken aback by these words. This is a huge accusation. If you dare to admit it, you'll be criticized and denounced at best, and sent to a labor camp at worst. The brigade leader who had just criticized Liu Erzhu as a child hurriedly stood up and explained, "Secretary, Director, I guarantee that I absolutely did not mean to oppose democracy. I don't object to Liu Erzhu speaking anymore. Let him say whatever he wants." The others also looked at Liu Erzhu with surprise and uncertainty. "I thought this was just a lucky kid who ran into a starving spy and got credit for his service, but I didn't expect him to be so quick-witted." With just one sentence, he silenced everyone. The commune secretary, not wanting things to escalate, stepped in to smooth things over. "I believe Captain Neo didn't mean that. Comrade Liu Erzhu, you should state your purpose. Others shouldn't interrupt." Looking at those honest and obedient team leaders, Liu Hai was incredibly surprised and full of admiration for Liu Erzhu. Because he had a very low status here before, every time he spoke, these people would either deliberately interrupt or make sarcastic remarks, which made him furious, but he couldn't argue back. Unexpectedly, Liu Erzhu easily intimidated these people as soon as he arrived. This made Liu Hai very proud. It was a real comeback for him. Liu Erzhu stopped targeting the brigade leaders and got down to business, saying seriously, "Secretary, Director, leaders, I am Liu Erzhu. The well-digging, pig-raising, and greenhouse planting initiatives proposed by brigade leader Liu Hai are all plans I put forward to improve people's livelihoods. In my opinion, all 3 plans are entirely beneficial to the country and the people, and there is nothing wrong with them. I don't know why the commune disagrees." The deputy director of the commune coughed lightly. "It's not that we disagree, but as you said, we need to emphasize democracy now, so naturally we need all the brigade leaders to vote before we can decide whether to approve it." "Oh ho, using your own spear against your own shield?" Liu Erzhu sneered inwardly, but he didn't understand what these people from the commune were up to, so he didn't rush to refute them. Instead, he looked at the other brigade leaders and asked, "Then why do you all disagree with this? Is it because you don't want Liu-Tun to have a better life? Or do you not want us to use this method to supply more grain to the country and help the country share its burdens?" Seeing another serious accusation leveled against him, an elderly captain with white hair stood up and said with dissatisfaction, "Liu Erzhu, why do you, a mere comrade, like to label people? When did we ever say we didn't want you to share the burdens of the country? We have no objection to digging a well, but spending so much resources and manpower to dig a well only to feed your village is just selfishness. Secondly, there's pig farming. There are only so many quotas each year. You guys get to take them all and make money, but what about the other brigades? We can't let you get all the good things, can we? And that greenhouse farming plan, it actually says that southern things can be grown in the north? Putting aside whether you've ever been to the south, I've never heard of such technology, so I'm skeptical about it. The other captains nodded in agreement, and some even gave the veteran captain a thumbs up. These words were both insightful and respectable, befitting an old comrade, and immediately suppressed Liu Erzhu's arrogant attitude. Liu Erzhu listened silently while observing the expressions of everyone present. He realized that the old captain had indeed voiced the concerns of most people. It seems that these people are not just deliberately causing trouble, but are genuinely skeptical. That makes things easier. Liu Erzhu cleared his throat and slowly began, I will explain each of the questions regarding this old comrade one by one. First of all, the well we dug was only enough to feed the villagers, so what? I think you guys are overthinking things. You think eating a sip of saliva is just personal hedonism? If that's what you're saying, then let's not use oxen to plow the fields anymore, and just do it ourselves. After all, buying and raising oxen is quite expensive. If our village had water, do you know how much time we could save? Whether it's for our own household water, raising livestock, or greenhouse cultivation, we all need this groundwater. When we no longer have to travel long distances to fetch water like before, the time saved can be used to better manage the farmland and crops. Isn't that great? You can't stop us from digging wells just because your village doesn't have groundwater. Besides, you can easily invite expert Liu over to explore the area. Then there's pig farming. I actually have a better feed and breeding method that can get pigs to market quickly. So this is really an experiment. If we get good results, the commune will naturally promote it. If we get bad results, I will take full responsibility. Finally, there's greenhouse cultivation. You may not go out much and not know that it's already being promoted in northeast China, and even the government is promoting it to most parts of the north. It's just that the promotion is progressing too slowly and hasn't reached there yet. If you don't believe me, find someone who knows someone in northeast China, send a telegram and ask, and you should be able to find out. Hearing Liu Erzhu speak so eloquently, the village head of Lijiakan, who couldn't stand seeing him do well, immediately interjected, I don't know about anything else, but you just mentioned that expert Liu, and I have to tell everyone, she's just a woman. Liu Erzhu looked over and saw that it was the head of the neighboring village. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him and cursed him as an idiot in his heart. Sure enough, the next moment a figure on the platform slammed his hand on the table and stood up. It was the commune's women's director, who pointed at Captain Li and questioned, Comrade, what do you mean by that? What's wrong with women? Captain Li immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He wasn't afraid of a women's director, since their jobs didn't overlap, but this women's director is the commune secretary's own daughter-in-law. If someone whispers something in your ear, seeing that the secretary's face had turned sour, Captain Li hurriedly apologized to the women's director. Director Hao, please don't misunderstand, I didn't mean that. I meant that the woman seemed unreliable and probably wouldn't be able to dig a well. They have a vocational school diploma. Liu Erzhu was prepared, so he had Liu Xian secretly retrieve the vocational school diploma beforehand. At this moment, he took out his graduation certificate and placed it on the stage. The commune leaders circulated the document among themselves. Although none of them had graduated from vocational school, and some didn't even know many characters, they could still recognize the official seal. Seeing that the official seal was correct, the secretary believed it and nodded slightly. He is indeed a graduate of a vocational high school. It seems that this expert Liu's academic qualifications are not a problem. That was a clever way of putting it. The secretary only acknowledged that Liu Xian's academic qualifications were correct, but he didn't admit that her skills were up to par. Liu Erzhu looked at the secretary with some confusion, only to find that the secretary turned his head away and refused to meet his gaze. Now Liu Erzhu understood. The fact that the brigade leaders were dissatisfied clearly shows that it was the secretary who was unwilling to accept it, which is why the matter was suppressed. But why? Let's not even talk about the fact that I have no grudge against the party secretary. He was well aware of his connections with the county and that they shouldn't want to make things difficult for him, unless there's some unspeakable reason behind this? Thinking this through, Liu Erzhu stopped talking and began to stall for time. He sat down directly, letting Liu Hai and the other captains engage in a heated exchange of words. They waited until lunchtime, by which time everyone was parched and starving. The commune secretary then took the opportunity to tell everyone to go eat first, and then hold the meeting after they finished eating. Liu Hai took a sip of the cold tea and then pulled Liu Erzhu to leave, saying, Come on, Zuzi, let's eat first. I'll wait a bit. My legs are getting numb from sitting for so long, Liu Erzhu said, making excuses to delay. Then I'll stay here with you. Liu Hai was still very loyal, but unfortunately, he lacked tact. Liu Erzhu shook his head. Uncle Hai, you can go out first. I want to be alone. Well, alright then. Liu Hai knew that Liu Erzhu must be unhappy that such a good suggestion was being targeted by so many people. While he was annoyed with the others, he decided to let himself calm down here. Soon, everyone in the room left, leaving only Liu Erzhu alone. 5 minutes later, the closed doors of the venue reopened. The commune secretary walked in, saw Liu Erzhu was still there, and immediately laughed. "I knew you would be waiting for me here, you little devil." Liu Erzhu knew that the party secretary definitely had something to discuss with him. Upon seeing him arrive, he proactively poured him a cup of tea. The party secretary is so understanding and righteous, he couldn't possibly not support Liu Tun's work. "Since you haven't agreed, there must be some unspeakable reason, so I must be more sensible." The secretary was even more satisfied with Liu Erzhu's attitude. "You are much better than Liu Hai. When that kid gets into trouble, all he does is get anxious at me or slam his fist on the table and glare at me. He has no backbone at all. I think he will be removed from his position as brigade leader sooner or later. It would be better to hand over the management of Liu village to you." Liu Erzhu laughed and said, "Uncle Hai is just eager to do things for the villagers. He's not a bad person. Besides, if he were really stupid, would he have called me here to report to you? You have such a silver tongue. No wonder the party secretary specifically sought me out to praise you when we went to the county meeting last time. To be honest, given your relationship with the party secretary, there's no way I wouldn't do your thing. But even if you change to any other village, I can make a decision immediately. It's just that Liu Tun is very troublesome. Because your village has performed poorly in recent years, the yield per mu has been slow to increase, and you have always been dragging down the commune. If you do things like this, and I still give you special privileges to conduct operational experiments, how am I supposed to lead this team?" The secretary took a sip of tea and then shared his thoughts. Liu Erzhu understood. "This is telling myself that if I want to get approval, I have to go along with the crowd. Like other villages, they frequently report yields of thousands or even tens of thousands of caddies per mu. But Liu Erzhu had a concern. What if they actually submitted the application and then couldn't get it submitted? The party secretary noticed Liu Erzhu's hesitation and frowned slightly. "I just praised you for being smart. How come you've acted stupidly now? Or are you unwilling to make a commitment to the commune to deliver grain to the state and alleviate the state's financial burden?" No wonder he's an official. Liu Erzhu was scheming all the way here before he started accusing people. This secretary really knows how to spout off without hesitation. Liu Erzhu couldn't possibly go against the commune secretary, otherwise, the secretary wouldn't dare to deal with him, but he would certainly be able to handle the people of Liu Tun. Moreover, even the county government couldn't easily handle Liu Tun's matter, since they were the ones who were in the wrong first. Liu Erzhu could only weigh the pros and cons for a moment before suddenly reaching into his satchel, pulling out a Cuban cigar and handing it over to the secretary. "Would you like to try this cigarette?" The party secretary was stunned. "Good heavens, is that a smokescreen or a cannon? These are foreign cigarettes, a gift from the theater. Please try them." Liu Erzhu took out a match and a candle. "If you try to light this thing with a match, you'll barely be able to light it even after using up a whole pack of matches." Seeing that it required a wax to light it, the secretary became even more curious. "You've got a bunch of new gadgets, huh? It smells pretty good. How do you smoke it?" "Just take a puff, don't inhale it all the way into your lungs," Liu Erzhu reminded him. This young man doesn't even dare to inhale the smoke from his cigar. If the party secretary didn't know, he might faint after taking a puff of smoke, which wouldn't look good. The secretary took the cigarette, took a puff, and his eyes lit up slightly. "This tastes really good. You're quite something, kid. You only gave me this good stuff when you were about to fail. If I had just agreed to your offer, you wouldn't have given me this cigarette, right?" No, Liu Erzhu quickly explained, "I just remembered. Furthermore, I believe you can understand that a yield of 1,000 or 10,000 caddies per mu is definitely impossible with current technology." The secretary's expression changed, and he immediately stood up to reprimand the man. Liu Erzhu continued, "But I can guarantee that this technology will be a historic reform that can greatly alleviate the pressure of famine and make our commune a model commune. The higher UPS will definitely be satisfied." Seeing his serious expression, the secretary's face softened. He took a couple of puffs of his cigar before slowly saying, "Zhu Ziyi, you're still too young. Some things aren't as simple as you think." Liu Erzhu looked at him in confusion. "This technology doesn't cost much. At most, it would just require some vacant houses in our village. Why not?" The secretary didn't speak, he just kept smoking. Seeing his expression, Liu Erzhu could only guess. He pondered for a while, then suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. He handed over the commendation document and said sincerely, "Secretary, I use this as a guarantee that if any problems arise during the experiment, I will take full responsibility." The secretary then looked up and gave Liu Erzhu an appreciative look. "It's good that you have courage, but taking responsibility isn't something that can be done with just a few words." Liu Erzhu was really getting impatient. Nothing was acceptable. They didn't say exactly what they wanted. Making people guess is a load of rubbish. He couldn't wait any longer and asked directly, "Then tell me, Secretary, what else do you need? I can do it all. You little rascal, why can't you sit still?" The secretary said helplessly, but immediately added, approving your experiments isn't the problem, but it's no use for an ordinary person like you to take responsibility. If you had a position, there wouldn't be any problem. Liu Erzhu was taken aback. So, after all this time, you want me to work at the commune? The commune had invited him before and had Liu Hai talked to him several times, saying they would arrange a good job for him, but Liu Erzhu didn't want to be tied down by a job. Besides, if he wanted a job, it would be great to go to the county town. Whether it's the Public Security Bureau or the county government, how could you not find a job? They would be overjoyed even if they could just become doctors in one of those two places. Liu Erzhu instinctively wanted to decline, but then he heard the commune secretary say, if you're willing to come, I can make you the head of the clinic. At your age, you can't become the head of a clinic in the county town. And if you agree, I'll give you a salary of 50 yuan a month. Of course, we also have a transportation team. If you'd like, I can let you join. Anyway, you like to travel around and you can drive ox carts or even ride horses. If you have the ability to get cars or something, I'll promote you to captain immediately. Seeing the secretary's attitude that left him with only two choices, Liu Erzhu frowned slightly. Why do you always want me to work here? I'm not that outstanding. You're too modest, kid. The county party secretary has praised your medical skills and said many times that he wanted to get you transferred to the county hospital, the secretary said with a smile. Liu Erzhu blurted out, then aren't you competing with the county party secretary for people? The secretary looked somewhat uneasy, turned his head slightly to look out the window. Although the county party secretary values you, even if you go to the county seat, he may not be able to guarantee you a promotion and wealth. Once he is transferred, you may not be able to come back even if you want to. Oh, I understand. The commune secretary's superiors and the county party secretary were not from the same group. So when the county wanted to recruit people, the commune refused to let them go, even resorting to using technology promotion to hold them back and force them to join the commune. P.S. The serial number in the previous chapter was wrong, please forgive me. Secretary, I have something to ask you. Will Director Qian be transferred anytime soon? Liu Erzhu didn't want to get into the heart of the power struggle, because he knew that such power struggles were very dangerous, and that taking the wrong side even slightly could lead to being labeled. Among those who were criticized and denounced, some held high positions. How did they end up in such a predicament? It was because they were tormented by their political enemies. Director Qian of the Public Security Bureau? The commune secretary was somewhat surprised. You have this connection. Seeing his expression, Liu Erzhu knew things were going well. The fact that the party secretary showed neither hostility nor closeness, but simply surprise, suggests that Director Qian is likely neutral, not belonging to either camp. It's not really about connections, it's just that I helped Director Qian with his medical treatment, and he has already ordered me to go and help him. I've already agreed. I can't afford to offend such an important person. Liu Erzhu spoke very humbly, but it made the commune secretary's expression very unpleasant. The secretary remained silent for a long time, realizing that this kid probably wouldn't be able to get the commune. He immediately reached for the commendation document, thinking that having this would be fine, but another hand was faster than him. Liu Erzhu grabbed the commendation document and put it in his satchel, then said with a sincere expression, what do you think is the best way to get the 3 things Liu Tun applied for? The party secretary stared blankly at the empty table, then at Liu Erzhu's sincere face, and couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. You little brat, are you trying to pressure me with money, director? How could that be? Liu Erzhu said nervously. I didn't mean that. Besides, if I used Director Qian to pressure people, Section Chief Qian Hanyun of the Commerce Bureau wouldn't agree to it. During the conversation, another bombshell was dropped, leaving the secretary completely stunned. If the connection between the commune and the Public Security Bureau is not too great, there is no need to be too wary. With Qian Hanyun in charge of the business department, the commune really dared not act recklessly. Because the commune needed fertilizers, pesticides, and various other daily necessities, especially the commune's supply and marketing cooperative, which required approval from the Commerce Bureau for all kinds of supplies. In addition, some agricultural and sideline products of the commune also need to be collected and sold through the Bureau of Commerce. Therefore, the Commerce Bureau is absolutely not to be offended. The commune secretary glanced at Liu Erzhu helplessly and said meaningfully, you rascal, you're really cunning. So, about this matter. Liu Erzhu probed. Okay, I approve it, but just like you said, if it doesn't work, you have to take full responsibility. The commune secretary could only nod in agreement. As for the objections from those brigade leaders, if you're so capable, then don't eat or drink. Offending the Commerce Bureau means even the county government can't protect them. Liu Erzhu smiled. To be honest, if I had known it was this easy, I would have just brought out that father and son to scare people. However, that would likely completely antagonize the public. His actions now let the commune know that he doesn't want to fall out with the commune, he just doesn't want to join any faction. Even if he's not in the commune, he won't go to the county government, and that's enough. Sure enough, although the secretary was somewhat displeased, he still patted Liu Erzhu on the shoulder and said, "You are a talented person. Although the commune can't keep you, it would be good if you could work in the Public Security Bureau or the Commerce Bureau. Okay, shall we go eat together, you and I? I still have some mutton here, shall we try some mutton pilaf?" Liu Erzhu slapped him but then tried to give him a sweet treat. Lamb pilaf? Sounds a bit like Xinjiang cuisine? I have a comrade there who often complains to me about how hard life is. The secretary's attitude softened considerably. "You're quite sensible, kid. It took me a lot of effort to convince those brigade leaders. This lamb pilaf is well worth it." Liu Erzhu immediately went to the canteen to borrow kitchen tools and vegetables such as carrots. He had 3 large pots of steamed rice in his mind's eye. He casually took out 2 lunchboxes and then reached into his bag to take out the rice. The chef was dumbfounded. "Why do you carry rice with you everywhere you go?" "We're here to give gifts, how can we not bring them?" Liu Erzhu explained casually. "Yeah, you're really generous, kid." The chef kept swallowing as he looked at the white rice. Although the commune had food to eat, they didn't eat much of this kind of rice. He wanted to cook some rice to take home, but he didn't want to cook it himself, so he said to Liu Erzhu, "Let me cook the dishes for you, so we don't waste these 2 servings of rice." Liu Erzhu saw through his thoughts, smiled and shook his head, then skillfully chopped and prepared the vegetables, and began to toss the wok. The chef saw him chopping vegetables, turned around, and left, because he could tell at a glance that this was definitely a veteran and didn't need his help at all. Although it is said that if a cook does not steal, the harvest will not be good, a cook can steal from the boss or the company, but he cannot steal from his colleagues. When the 2 servings of mutton pilaf were served, the secretary took a sniff and his eyes lit up. "Wow, it smells so good. If this were an estate-run restaurant, it would cost 2 or 3 yuan. It's not that bad, please try it." Liu Erzhu humbly handed over a spoon. There were no disposable plastic gloves, and since the party secretary was a leader, it wasn't appropriate to grab the food directly with his bare hands. He decided to use a spoon instead. The secretary didn't stand on ceremony and scooped up a spoonful. The rice was plump and fragrant, the mutton was tender yet chewy, and the carrots and onions were crisp and fragrant. One bite almost made the secretary chew his own tongue. "It's so delicious." He didn't even bother with posing, he just kept eating, spoonful after spoonful. Since the meeting was scheduled to continue in the afternoon, Liu Erzhu didn't dare let the secretary drink alcohol. Instead, he took out 2 apples from his pocket and placed them on the table for the secretary to moisten his throat later. The secretary quickly finished his meal, then picked up an apple, wiped it, and took a bite. The sweet juice instantly cuts through any greasiness. He patted his belly with emotion and looked at Liu Erzhu. "Now I'm even more reluctant to let you leave, kid. You have so many skills, you'll be a treasure wherever you go." Liu Erzhu was afraid that this guy would really change his mind, so he quickly said, "Once you approve the Liutan development plan, you can come and inspect it whenever you have time. I will treat you to more delicious food then, including fruits from the south." "You little rascal, you've been plotting against me, haven't you?" the secretary said with a laugh, but he was clearly pleased. He glanced at his watch, felt it was about time, and immediately stood up. "Let's go." "Where to?" Liu Erzhu asked instinctively. "Go and get things done that you've been longing for." The secretary led Liu Erzhu to the Great Hall of the People. The Great Hall was already full of people, they had all finished their meals and returned home. Liu Hai was also sitting in the first row. When the 2 entered, everyone turned their attention to them, and their expressions turned somewhat strange when they saw them come in together. The party secretary patted Liu Erzhu on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Go back now." Seeing his attitude, many of the captains felt a chill run down their spines. The commune leaders also seemed to be deep in thought. The party secretary returned to his seat and looked down at the numerous team leaders below. "Now that you're all back, let's continue the meeting. Our commune has always valued democracy. Although Lutun's application is a great thing that benefits the country and the people and will greatly help the development of our commune, I think everyone should vote. I hope everyone will vote seriously from a fair perspective." The secretary's words were so obviously biased that everyone present understood his meaning and was completely baffled. In the morning, they opposed Lu Tun's application, and Secretary Mingming tacitly approved it. Why did the party secretary change his mind after just one meal? What did the 2 of them talk about in private? Even Liu Hai felt the surprise came too suddenly and was a little caught off guard. "Alright, let's begin the secret ballot." The secretary sat down and gestured for the commune staff carrying the ballot box to come over. The person carrying the ballot box immediately stepped forward, but it was really just a formality. "The party secretary has spoken, who dares to disagree?" When the ballot box was collected, the person counting the votes kept shouting agreed. In the end, all the captains who had just been vehemently opposed the idea received more than 2/3 of the votes in favor. Only a handful of people, hoping that an anonymous vote would deter them from interfering with the party secretary's authority, expressed their disapproval. But it's like throwing a few pebbles into the ocean, it only causes ripples, which are quickly and completely submerged. The village head of Liu village was one of those who voted against it. His face darkened as he looked at the large number of tally marks below the word agree on the blackboard. He hated Liu Erzhu and Liu Hai very much. Those two bastards. When I asked them if they had found a water source, they refused to say, which made me mistakenly believe that Liu Tun hadn't actually found the location of the water source before I came here. That's why I was caught off guard. Otherwise, he could have spread rumors as soon as he arrived, saying that the well could not be dug, or that if it was, it would be acidic and smelly water, and not so many people would agree with that. And the party secretary, that old guy must have taken bribes from Liu Erzhu, otherwise why would he change his attitude? Damn it, I'll report this old bastard sooner or later. Liu Erzhu saw through the thoughts of the village head of Liu village, and when the secretary looked at him, he pointed it out to him. The secretary looked in the direction Liu Erzhu was pointing and saw Captain Li, whose face was ashen and who was muttering something under his breath. The shape of his mouth was so obvious, you could tell at a glance that he was cursing. The secretary's face immediately darkened. He knew that his decision would certainly displease some people, but Captain Li's blatant cursing in front of him was also a slap in his face. After pondering for a moment, the secretary came up with a plan to deal with Captain Li. After the voting ended, people left the Great Hall of the People. Captain Li was about to leave when he was stopped by the commune director as soon as he stepped out the door. Go quietly to the secretary's office later. The party secretary spoke to me privately? Captain Li looked surprised. Then he wondered if it was to make up for him? After all, Liu Tun got all the benefits, while the neighboring Li family village got nothing. The secretary must have felt guilty and wanted to make amends. As for how to make up for oneself instead of others, Captain Li hadn't thought of that yet. Having a private meeting with the party secretary is an honor that many brigade leaders don't even have. Captain Li was overjoyed and went straight to the secretary's office. Before entering, he carefully looked around to make sure no one was there, and then slipped inside. Secretary, you wanted to see me. Looking at Captain Li's obsequious smile, the party secretary said expressionlessly, you were quite unhappy when I approved Liu Tun's application just now, weren't you? Captain Li's smile vanished abruptly, replaced by a hint of hesitation. He didn't know what the secretary meant. That's good. What can I do to you? The secretary glanced at him, picked up his teacup and took a sip, then picked up the cigar that had been extinguished earlier and lit it again. Captain Li glanced curiously at the cigarette in the secretary's hand, having never seen anything like it before. Secretary, what are you smoking? The cigarettes are foreign made, a little guy gave them to me, the secretary said calmly. He thought that by saying this, Captain Li would understand his attitude. After all, who else here can be called a little guy besides Liu Erzhu? Unfortunately, Captain Li was a bit slow on the uptake and didn't think that a kid like Liu Erzhu could get his hands on such foreign goods. He continued to flatter, that little guy is really capable. He must be a junior member of your family, right? Only the secretary's family could produce someone like that. The secretary scoffed, speechless. You still haven't answered my question from before. Are you dissatisfied with my decision? I wouldn't call it dissatisfaction, but Liu Tun really doesn't deserve your trust. Captain Li spoke his mind, especially that Liu Erzhu. Don't you know that his father is the son of a landlord? That's a capitalist. According to their records, their family is now classified as poor peasants, the secretary reminded them. So what? Captain Li frowned. Being from a capitalist background means you can't trust him. So you're saying I'm senile? Or that the person who assigned him the identity is senile? The secretary bluntly stated his thoughts, somewhat annoyed. Captain Li hurriedly explained, No, I just think that the three things Liu Tun has done are all unreliable, and you must have been deceived by them. Seeing that this guy was still rambling on and on, the secretary lost all patience and simply said, I think Captain Li, you're not young anymore. It's time to replace you with a younger person. I'll send someone from the commune to go back with you so that your production brigade can hold a vote and elect a new brigade leader. Captain Li was dumbfounded. He looked at the secretary and realized that he didn't seem to be joking. Only then did he understand what the secretary meant. So, they wanted him to bow down to Liu Tun? If you don't back down, you'll have to replace someone else? Although everyone in Liu village is surnamed Li and they are relatively united, they might not necessarily refuse to elect a new brigade leader. Many people are eyeing their own positions. After all, the brigade leader could embezzle quite a lot of good things every year. Although he dared not expose it on the surface, Brigade Leader Li was the only one in the whole village who could eat meat regularly, and also one of the few families without patients suffering from edema. Once this position is lost, all the benefits gained now will disappear. Captain Li panicked and hurriedly begged for mercy. Secretary, I agree with Liu Tun's plan, I agree with it 100%. Is that so? The secretary asked casually, exhaling a smoke ring. Captain Li was so frightened that he kept making promises, almost kneeling down to pledge his loyalty. He was crying with tears streaming down his face, repeatedly saying that he was wrong. Seeing that he was quite frightened, the secretary sneered. He also didn't want Captain Li to be removed from his post, otherwise this guy and Liu Erzhu would become mortal enemies, and he would inevitably cause trouble in the future. Now, just give him a scare and let him know he's afraid, that'll be enough. So the secretary pretended to hesitate for a moment before slowly nodding. Considering that you have shown some sincerity, I will let it go for now. However, just because I don't say something doesn't mean I don't know. The things you did may not stand up to the commune's investigation. So I don't want to hear about you and Liu Tun going against each other again in the future, especially not interfering with their plans to get rich. The commune secretary thought those 3 applications were feasible and that they should actually be profitable. The reason I deliberately made things difficult for him before was just to win over Liu Erzhu. Now that we've promised them we'd run the business properly, we naturally don't want anyone else to cause trouble. Captain Li also admitted his mistake with utmost apology and said that he would never cause trouble again. Only after being kicked out of the office by the party secretary did he realize how much he was suffering. I thought I was being called in to make amends, but I ended up being lectured instead. What benefits did that kid give the party secretary? At the same time, Lu Hai stared at the bicycle, his face full of excitement as he led Liu Erzhu back. The commune has approved their application. The next step is to drill the well. Once the well is dug, they will be able to easily get drinking water and then embark on the road to prosperity. Thinking about the bright future, Lu Hai smiled excitedly, his smile stretching almost to the back of his head. Liu Erzhu was thinking about what to do next. I had already said that I was going to take up a post in the county town, and if I didn't go, the commune secretary would definitely not agree. But if he were to take up a position in the county seat, Liu Erzhu was afraid that it would have an impact in a few years. Once the wind picks up, if we're in the village, most of the villagers are kind-hearted and certainly won't bully my family. But things might be different once we go out. As Liu Erzhu was deep in thought, he felt the car suddenly stop and instinctively braced himself with his foot. Wait a moment, I'm going to the cooperative to buy a pack of cigarettes, Lu Hai explained, before disappearing into the cooperative by the roadside. This is a cooperative project of the county supply and marketing cooperative, designed to help rural development and meet the daily needs of rural residents. There was only one such family in the entire commune, and they didn't have much stuff. Looking at the cooperative, Liu Erzhu had an idea. Is it possible for me to open a supply and marketing cooperative? That's a great idea. Opening a cooperative in the village not only allows for the supply of daily necessities, making the villagers feel closer to you, but also enables you to promptly transport the products grown in your greenhouses to the county town for sale in the future. Moreover, during this period, supply and marketing cooperatives were under the jurisdiction of the Commerce Bureau. If you opened your own cooperative, you would be considered as working for the Commerce Bureau. Most importantly, he found an excuse to renovate his house. He can then use the excuse that the Commerce Bureau wants to build a supply and marketing cooperative here, and then build his own house to look nice and grand. No one will dare to object. After all, this wasn't just about my own enjoyment, it was the Commerce Bureau's decision. Liu Erzhu was very satisfied with his plan. Seeing Lu Hai come out, he immediately urged him to go home. Upon returning to Liu Tun, the two of them went straight to the brigade and convened a meeting to discuss the well-digging project. One went back to his own home to discuss building a new house. Liu Erzhu shared his thoughts with his father. Liu Fuxian, that cunning old fox, also showed a pleased expression. Great, your idea really works. As long as you can convince the Commerce Bureau, no one can find fault with us. There's no problem with the Commerce Bureau. I'll just send some good stuff over later. Liu Erzhu was overjoyed to see that his father approved of the plan. As the father and son were talking, Chun'er ran in excitedly. Brother Zhu, come and see big brother, he's finished making the scooter. So fast? Liu Erzhu was very happy and immediately followed Chun'er outside. When he came out, Nizai was riding a wooden scooter, creaking and swaying as she glided forward. Since it was handmade, and the older brother was reluctant to use oil for lubrication, the scooter made a friction sound when it ran. But Liu Daliang had already put a lot of effort into it, not only making all the structures very smooth and flat, but even carving a few ugly little flower patterns on them. Seeing Nizai happily driving, Liu Daliang's face showed excitement. When Liu Erzhu arrived, he stared with huge dark circles under his eyes and said, Zuzi, I finally finished making the car. You stayed up all night? Liu Erzhu asked. The older sister-in-law said with some concern, staying up all night? He hasn't been on the bed during this period. When he's tired, he just dozes off next to the car for a while, and when he wakes up, he continues working. Otherwise, how could he finish so quickly? Liu Erzhu knew his older brother was under a lot of pressure and didn't want to waste the opportunity he had given him, so he worked day and night, which explained why he finished so quickly. Okay, I'll take this scooter to the brigade later and have Uncle Hai open your letter of introduction first. We'll go into town today, Liu Erzhu arranged. We're going into town today? Liu Daliang asked nervously. Shouldn't we make some more arrangements? It'll be too late to arrange it now. I got my sister-in-law a job as a sales clerk at a department store, and I'm afraid someone will take it if we go too late, Liu Erzhu explained. Upon hearing this, the whole family was dumbfounded. The eldest sister-in-law was the most incredulous, staring at Liu Erzhu, her voice trembling as she said, "Brother, you mustn't scare your sister-in-law, this is no joke, I'm easily frightened." "Why would I scare you? You can read, right? You'll be a store manager, no problem," Liu Erzhu said with a smile. No. Tears welled up in the sister-in-law's eyes. "I can read, but that's a department store. I've heard it's very grand and powerful. Many important people in the county go there to buy things, and people are fighting tooth and nail to get a job there. How could I, a country bumpkin, possibly qualify?" Liu Erzhu said seriously, "Sister-in-law, don't think like that. Our job is legitimate. You can't always feel inferior to others, otherwise you won't be able to manage people in the future. Besides, don't worry, I have a good relationship with the department store manager. When you go there, just call him uncle like I do." The eldest sister-in-law finally realized that Liu Erzhu wasn't joking with her, he had really found her a really awesome job. She burst into tears instantly, her legs buckled and she knelt down. "Zuzi, your sister-in-law kowtows to you." Liu Erzhu was startled and hurriedly dodged, saying, "Mother, please help my sister-in-law." Niu Hua, her eyes also reddening, said, "Why should I help them? It's what I should do. You help them become city dwellers and a dual-income family. This is a tremendous blessing that many people can only dream of. Your brother should kowtow to you." Liu Daliang was even more honest and knelt down with a thud. Liu Erzhu rushed over and helped the two up. Looking at the couple who were crying incessantly, he said helplessly, "Brother, sister-in-law, you are my family. Of course I'll think of you when I have good things to do. If you kowtow like this, we'll become estranged. Besides, I'm not giving up my job to you. I have ways to make money, and I'll be getting a better job soon." That one sentence effectively shut down what the sister-in-law was about to say. The eldest sister-in-law was indeed thinking of letting Liu Erzhu do the job. She was content to be able to come to the city with Liu Daliang and dared not ask for more. Hearing that Liu Erzhu had a better job, she was relieved after confirming that he wasn't just saying it to comfort her. Seeing this, Liu Erzhu didn't want to say anything more, otherwise the two of them would have to kowtow again. "Mom, I'm taking my brother and sister-in-law to the county town. You two look after Nizai and Zayahu. We'll talk about moving once the job is settled and the housing situation is confirmed." Liu Erzhu greeted his mother and patted his car. "Sister-in-law, you sit in the back, brother, you sit on the crossbar." Can the car handle it?" Liu Daliang asked, somewhat worried. "Even if the three of them are thin, they still weigh around 300 pounds combined." Liu Erzhu said confidently, "Don't worry, get in the car." At this time, people dared not be careless with the materials they used when making things, everything was very sturdy. The three of them got on the bus together. Liu Erzhu rode his bicycle and first went to the brigade headquarters to hand over the scooter. Then, after Liu Hai opened the letter of introduction in shock, they headed straight for the county town. After entering the city, Liu Erzhu went to the department store first. His sister-in-law's job was the easiest to arrange, so he planned to get her onboarding first. What he didn't expect was that after he led his people to Manager Zhou's office and talked about the onboarding process, Manager Zhou looked embarrassed and guilty. Zuzi, do you want to find your sister-in-law a different job? Or a different position, like starting as a teller?" Liu Erzhu's smile vanished suddenly, and he frowned at Manager Zhou. "Uncle Zhou, are you joking with me? I brought them all here and vouched for them, they're my own brother and sister-in-law." Manager Zhou quickly poured Liu Erzhu a cup of tea and comforted him. "Zuzi, don't be angry." "I'm not angry, I just want to resolve the issue." Liu Erzhu said earnestly, "Someone took this position, right? Tell me who it was, and we can discuss how to resolve it." Manager Zhou said helplessly, "It's true that someone has taken this position. It's the niece of Deputy Director Ma of the Transportation Bureau. You know, we often have to do transportation work, and we can't afford to offend her." Liu Erzhu was even more puzzled. Why would a deputy bureau chief's niece come to work at a department store? Wouldn't it be better for her to go to the Transportation Bureau? Manager Zhou sighed softly. "To tell you the truth, I reckon she's after my position, thinking she'll take my place in the future." Upon hearing this, Liu Erzhu understood. Take, for example, the niece of a deputy director. She could have made a great career in the Transportation Bureau, but she insisted on becoming a section chief. There must be something fishy going on. So, his plan was to get familiar with the place for a few years and then find a way to take over the store manager's position? After a moment's thought, Liu Erzhu looked up and asked, "Are you willing to accept this?" "Of course I'm unwilling, but I can't afford to offend you." Manager Zhou smiled bitterly. "If you can help me think of a solution, you will be my great benefactor. I will remember your kindness for the rest of my life, and the store manager position will definitely be your sister-in-law's." Sure enough, leaders are all good at making empty promises. They're even losing their position as counter-manager, let alone their position as store manager. Liu Erzhu pursed his lips slightly, but instead of directly confronting Manager Zhou, he lowered his head and pondered a solution. He really didn't know anyone at the Transportation Bureau. However, it's not impossible to socialize if you want. Has my niece already started working? Liu Erzhu asked to confirm. Not yet. I was just thinking you might have a solution, so I've been waiting for you to come. The Transportation Bureau is already quite unhappy. If you have a solution, you must resolve it as soon as possible. Manager Zhou reminded him. Liu Erzhu nodded and immediately said, then invite Deputy Director Ma out, and I'll have a private talk with him. You? Manager Zhou asked suspiciously. Why don't you go find Section Chief Chien? Deputy Director Ma will definitely give him face. If I really call Section Chief Chien over, let's not even talk about whether his status can intimidate Deputy Director Ma. Even if he can, I'll have offended Deputy Director Ma to the core. When they want to get back at you, they won't be so polite. The only way to resolve this is for the two of us. You should arrange to meet them in a quiet place so we can have a proper talk. Liu Erzhu said in a deep voice. Manager Zhou wanted to try to persuade him again, but seeing his resolute expression, he could only sigh and make a phone call. Department store managers are naturally provided with a telephone. After he dialed Deputy Director Ma's number, he invited him to the Patriotic Hotel to have a chat. Patriotic Hotel is the largest state-run hotel in the county. It existed before liberation, and its predecessor was called Wuxiang Restaurant. The head chef worked at Fengjiuan Restaurant in Beijing for 5 years and was very famous locally for his excellent cooking skills. Later, it was converted into the Patriotic Hotel after being jointly owned by the public and private sectors, but the prices were still relatively high. Manager Zhou really went all out, willing to treat everyone to a meal there. Deputy Director Ma naturally knew what Manager Zhou wanted to talk about, and he did not refuse. After all, who wouldn't want to eat for free? Let's go, Zhu Zi. Manager Zhou stood up and invited Liu Erzhu to go out. After Liu Erzhu went out, he looked at his brother and sister-in-law who were waiting anxiously outside and said in a casual tone, Brother, sister-in-law, Manager Zhou and I are going to help you with your household registration and work certificates. You can leave your things in the office and go downstairs for a stroll. We'll be back soon. No, we'll just wait here. Liu Daliang didn't want to cause any trouble, so he quickly waved his hand in refusal. How about this, you two come to my office and have some tea. Feeling guilty, Manager Zhou quickly invited the two in, poured them tea, and filled the thermos. Liu Erzhu and Manager Zhou left quickly, leaving the two sitting awkwardly in the office. After going downstairs, the two rode their bicycles straight to the Patriotic Hotel. When they arrived, they were surprised to find that Deputy Director Ma was there, smoking and waiting at the restaurant entrance. Next to him was a young woman with braids, sitting in a sidecar motorcycle. Upon seeing the man, Manager Zhou hurried over and apologized. Director Ma, you came too fast. We just hung up the phone and pedaled our bikes as fast as we could, but we were still a step behind you. Deputy Director Ma wasn't very old, around 40 years old, and said with a faint smile, I came by motorcycle, so of course it was fast. Manager Zhou looked at the green motorcycle parked next to him, his face full of envy. Is that your motorcycle? It's really impressive. I wonder when I'll be able to ride a motorcycle like you. Liu Erzhu also took another look at the green motorcycle, which should be a Changjiang 750, and it did look cool. Deputy Director Ma merely chuckled at Manager Zhou's flattery, then looked at Liu Erzhu and asked, Is this your friend? Manager Zhou didn't dare to introduce it now, but said, Let's go into the restaurant first, and I'll introduce it to you then. Alright, let's go. Deputy Director Ma gave Liu Erzhu a deep look before leading the woman beside him into the restaurant. Perhaps because the owner manages things well, the staff at the Patriotic Restaurant are more courteous than those at many other state-run restaurants. Upon seeing the group enter, they even greeted them with a smile. After being seated, Manager Zhou reluctantly ordered a few hearty dishes. Unfortunately, the chef at the Patriotic Hotel, who learned the braised sea cucumber with scallions from Fengjiuan Restaurant, was unable to make it due to financial constraints. Otherwise, Liu Erzhu really would have liked to order it. After Manager Zhou finished ordering, Deputy Director Ma asked again, Old Zhou, aren't you going to introduce the dishes? Manager Zhou immediately pointed at Liu Erzhu and said with a smile, This is Liu Erzhu, the little hero who wiped out the spies in our county. You should have heard of him, right? This is him. This introduction lessened Deputy Director Ma's displeasure, and he looked at Liu Erzhu with much gentler eyes. So it's you. I've heard of you, but I've never seen you before. You are quite a handsome man. Beside her, her niece blinked her big eyes, curiously sizing up Liu Erzhu. Liu Erzhu replied politely, Director Ma, you flatter me. Deputy Director Ma just smiled and said nothing more. He was the one who was invited, but he wouldn't say anything even if he had something to say. Manager Zhou looked at Liu Erzhu, wondering why he wasn't speaking. Little did they know, Liu Erzhu was using traditional Chinese medicine techniques to observe Deputy Director Ma's complexion. The best way to build a relationship with someone you don't know and who holds a high position is to prove your abilities, especially in terms of medical skills, because no one wants to offend a doctor, especially an elderly person. The four of them fell into an awkward silence. Manager Joe tried several times to lighten the mood, but he didn't know what to say. Fortunately, the food was served quickly. When the first dish was served, Manager Joe breathed a sigh of relief and found a way to start a conversation. "Director Ma, please try it and see if the chef's skills have declined. And this is our niece, right? Please don't be shy." Deputy Director Ma naturally wouldn't be polite. He knew the two men's purpose, but their silence made him feel relieved. Anyway, he won't voluntarily give up that counter manager position. This dish is stir-fried pork kidneys, one of Feng Jiwan's signature dishes, which was adopted by Aguo Restaurant. Just as Deputy Director Ma was about to pick up a piece with his chopsticks, Liu Erzhu spoke up. "Director Ma, you'd better not eat the kidneys." Deputy Director Ma looked at Liu Erzhu with a half-smile and said, "If you have something to say, just say it. It's impolite not to let the guests touch their chopsticks." Liu Erzhu smiled calmly. "I'm not stopping you from eating, but lately have you been experiencing frequent backaches, fatigue, and occasional dizziness and headaches, especially after a long day at work, even if you haven't done anything?" Deputy Director Ma's expression gradually turned serious. He slowly put down his chopsticks and stared at Liu Erzhu. "You kid can even treat illnesses." "I know a little," Liu Erzhu said modestly. "I didn't expect you to be able to treat illnesses at such a young age. So tell me, what illness do I have?" Deputy Director Ma asked directly. "Zhu Ziyi, do you want to take his pulse and take a closer look?" Manager Joe knew that Liu Erzhu was skilled in medicine, but he was also very nervous as he looked at him, afraid that he would say something wrong and anger the bureau chief. "All right." To be on the safe side, Liu Erzhu had Deputy Director Ma take his pulse and then said confidently, "Chronic nephritis, no doubt about it." Manager Joe immediately looked at Deputy Director Ma, anxiously awaiting his reply. Deputy Director Ma gave a meaningful smile. "All right, I do have nephritis. I didn't expect you to investigate so thoroughly." Upon hearing his admission, Manager Joe instinctively showed a pleased expression, but upon hearing the second half of the sentence, he realized something was amiss and hesitated, saying, "Director Ma, what do you mean? We didn't investigate you." Seeing Director Ma's mocking smile, Liu Erzhu immediately realized that he had misunderstood and explained, "I diagnosed it based on my medical skills, not by investigating your condition and then showing off." "All right, enough with the nonsense. The county hospital has my medical records. If you two are so keen to check, you can find them." Deputy Director Ma interrupted their explanation with considerable displeasure and said seriously, "As for the counter-manager position, if you had taken it, I certainly wouldn't have said anything, but I've kept it for you for so long without any action from you. It's only natural that my niece would take it. So don't try to make trouble anymore. Lily's gone, so let's skip this meal. Who can't afford a meal?" Manager Joe was extremely anxious. He never expected that Deputy Director Ma would suddenly turn hostile and leave after they had been talking so well. Liu Erzhu was also somewhat surprised, but he reacted quickly and immediately stood up and said, "Director Ma, you have a medical record at the county hospital, does your niece have one?" Deputy Director Ma sneered, but didn't stop walking. Manager Joe was extremely anxious. "Zhu Ziyi, you have to think of something quickly." Seeing this, Liu Erzhu immediately chased after him, leaned close to Deputy Director Ma, and whispered, "I can treat your niece's infertility." Deputy Director Ma abruptly stopped, his face turning ashen, his eyes blazing as he glared at Liu Erzhu. "Liu Erzhu, don't think you can spout nonsense just because you're a little hero." The young woman, Lily, also suddenly looked at Liu Erzhu, her face full of resentment. She didn't want to take someone else's job, but it was her uncle's arrangement, and she couldn't do anything about it. "But this guy threatening me with something like this is really shameless." Seeing the two men's anger, Liu Erzhu immediately said, "It seems you haven't been to the county hospital for this, and given your attitude, you certainly won't publicize it, so I couldn't have found out from your investigation, right?" These words did bring Deputy Director Ma to his senses somewhat. Lily still glared at Liu Erzhu with resentment. "Who knows where you heard that from? Maybe you heard it from my mother-in-law." "If I heard it from your mother-in-law, I would only mock you, not say it could cure you," Liu Erzhu explained earnestly. Lily was taken aback. Deputy Director Ma, his breathing rapid, stared intently at Liu Erzhu and demanded, "Can you cure it? I'm here to talk to you about work issues, and my goal is to get the counter-manager job. If I couldn't handle it, would I bother saying things like this to deliberately offend you and make you hate me?" Liu Erzhu said seriously. Lily was at a loss for what to do, looking at her uncle. Deputy Director Ma stared at Liu Erzhu with immense excitement, almost growling, "You really can cure him? You swear it. Let me take your pulse before you can swear an oath. I'm a little unsure right now," Liu Erzhu explained. "Take her pulse. Then take her pulse." Deputy Director Ma was extremely anxious about his sister's daughter and was unwilling to let go of any opportunity. Moreover, he had also considered that Liu Erzhu wouldn't dare to offend him like this if he wasn't confident. Since he said it, it must be possible. What's wrong with letting him try? Seeing that her uncle had agreed, Lily didn't say anything more and immediately returned to the table, reaching out her hand. Liu Erzhu took a cotton pillow out of his bag, placed it under Lily's wrist, and carefully took her pulse. He put a lot of effort into this job, using all the traditional Chinese medicine methods of observation, listening, questioning, and palpation. After examining and using his centuries of medical experience, he smiled and said, "It's treatable. 3 courses of treatment, at most 20 days, and I'll be fine." If Liu Erzhu had simply said that he would be cured, Deputy Director Ma and the other two might not have believed him. But when he mentioned this time, the two of them still held on to a sliver of hope. "Are you kidding me? This is my own sister's daughter. I was raised by my sister. Do you understand what I mean?" Deputy Director Ma said coldly. "I understand. I know how close even a maternal uncle is. Besides, you are the Deputy Director of the Transportation Bureau. If you really want to cause trouble, a department store manager and I are no match for you. Why would I risk offending you to the point of death over a job? To put it bluntly, I could easily ask Uncle Joe to arrange a job for me at a department store, so why take such a big risk to fight for a sales manager position?" Seeing Liu Erzhu's serious expression, Deputy Director Ma believed him, but still looked at Manager Joe. "What do you say?" What could Manager Joe say? He just hesitated and dared not make a guarantee. Liu Erzhu said directly, "What's the relationship between Deputy Director Ma and the Public Security Bureau Chief? Go ask me about my medical skills. I cured his rheumatism." "Director Chien? Then wait a moment." Deputy Director Ma immediately walked to the front desk of the Patriotic Hotel. "I remember you have a telephone here, right? Can I borrow it for a moment?" That telephone was installed in the early days of the People's Republic of China and is still in use today. Deputy Director Ma really needed to ask Director Chien, because this matter was extremely important. He had to confirm it again and again. The call was quickly answered. Suppressing his excitement, Deputy Director Ma asked in a deep voice, "Director Chien, I heard your rheumatism has been cured. Hey, you're pretty well informed, aren't you? You're definitely doing much better now. I can even play ball now. Shall we arrange a game sometime?" Director Chien's hearty laughter came from the other end of the phone. "Great, great, great." Deputy Director Ma was even happier than Director Chien, laughing non-stop. "Let's meet another day. I have something to do, so I'll hang up now." As soon as the phone call ended, Deputy Director Ma rushed to Liu Erzhu, grabbed his hand tightly, and said excitedly, "Comrade Liu Erzhu, I was blind to your greatness just now. Please don't hold it against me." Seeing her uncle so excited, Lily quickly stood up, behaving properly yet very nervously. Liu Erzhu smiled slightly. "It seems you two trust my medical skills? May I take your pulse then?" He only noticed that Lily's complexion was a little off, but he didn't know the specific cause of her illness. Lily quickly sat down in front of Liu Erzhu and reached out her hand. Liu Erzhu carefully took her pulse and then asked her a few questions in a low voice. These questions, which concerned the private matters of the couple, made Lily blush. If anyone else had asked her these questions, Lily would have felt that the other person was being indecent. But in order to get treatment, she could only bite her lip and endure it. Finally, 5 minutes later, Liu Erzhu finished taking the pulse and said to the nervous uncle and nephew, "The problem has been figured out. It's not too difficult to treat, but there are some internal blockages that need to be cleared with acupuncture and massage." Acupuncture and massage? Deputy Director Ma wasn't ignorant. He had worked in the health industry before, so he looked at Liu Erzhu with some hesitation. "Are you here to give Lily a massage?" It's called a blockage, but everyone knows that the blockage is what prevents a woman from having children, and that's where the massage is needed. But to have a man give the massage? Lily blushed and whispered, Is there any other way?" "Yes, then take the medicine, it just takes a while to see results." Liu Erzhu knew what these people were thinking. Not to mention this period, even in later generations, many women cannot accept being massaged by men. Of course, this excludes men with 8-pack abs who look like young heartthrobs. Lily breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that she could take the medicine. Deputy Director Ma then pressed further, "Do I need to take off my clothes for acupuncture?" "No need, but I still need to take off some of my pants, around this position." Liu Erzhu stood up and gestured about 10 centimeters below his navel. Deputy Director Ma immediately gave up. "What's the difference between this and stripping naked? The pants were so low that you could see all the hair." "Alright, I'll prescribe the medicine for you. You'll need to take it as prescribed. It will take about 6 months to see results after 10 courses of treatment. I suggest that you come to me for regular check-ups. If there are any changes in your condition, or if you recover quickly, we will need to change your medication." As Liu Erzhu wrote the prescription, he thoughtfully offered some reminders. As if receiving a royal decree, Deputy Director Ma accepted the prescription and exclaimed excitedly, "Thank you so much, Dr. Liu." Lily was also moved to tears. "Thank you, Dr. Liu. If it weren't for you, I might have never been able to hold my head up in my husband's family for the rest of my life." In this day and age, not being able to give birth to a son is a sin. Being unable to have children is a capital offense. However, Lily's opinion may not be so certain. In a few years, she should be able to turn her life around. When the family planning policy is implemented, once she declares that she will not have children, and with the help of her uncle, the deputy director, she will definitely become a model role model that all units will strive to emulate. When the time comes, getting a section chief or director position in the family planning department will be a piece of cake. Of course, there's no need to say that, keeping your job is the priority. Manager Joe stepped in at the right moment to ease the tension. Director Ma, Lily, let's sit down and eat first, and chat while we eat. Yes, let's eat. This meal is on me. If you dare to take it from me, Manager Joe, I'll fight you. Deputy Director Ma said hurriedly. Isn't that inappropriate? Manager Joe hesitated. Deputy Director Ma waved his hand and said, there's nothing wrong with it. I'll treat you. I already feel bad enough about competing with Dr. Liu for work. Consider this meal my apology. Upon hearing this, Manager Joe knew that the work matter was settled. Liu Erzhu refused, saying, Director Ma, you shouldn't drink alcohol during this time. I'll prescribe some medicine for you to treat your kidney disease. Otherwise, it will turn into uremia in the long run, which is very difficult to cure. These words startled Manager Joe, who put down the bottle of mutai he had just opened. Liu Erzhu wrote out a prescription and instructed the two on what to pay attention to when eating. The two, one a deputy bureau chief and the other from a powerful family, listened obediently like elementary school students. After teaching them for a while, the group ate a few more bites of food and then quickly parted ways. After all, brother Liu Erzhu and his wife are still waiting. Although none of them were short of money, they didn't stand on ceremony when faced with this table of food, and each took out their lunchboxes to pack it up. After all, these days, even a deputy director wouldn't dare to waste food. After everyone had packed their meals into their lunchboxes, Deputy Director Ma took Liu Erzhu's hand and said apologetically, this matter was my fault. Consider it a favor I owe you. Please feel free to contact me if you need anything in the future. No problem, no problem. Liu Erzhu was very happy that he had gained another connection. Is having money important these days? Important. But if you don't have a ticket, you can't spend your money. What's truly most important is connections. With a large network of connections, you can get anything you want. For example, Liu Erzhu looked at the motorcycle outside the door with envy. Director Ma, can I buy one of these motorcycles? Don't worry, I'm definitely not buying it for myself. I'm going to open a supply and marketing cooperative and use it to haul goods. Director Ma laughed and said, you can enjoy it yourself, that's fine. What are you talking about? But buying this thing is really not worth it, it costs several thousand yuan. Here's what you're doing. You want to set up a supply and marketing cooperative, right? This was arranged by the Ministry of Transport. When the time comes, have the Bureau of Commerce submit an application to the Ministry of Transport to borrow a motorcycle, and I'll give you the approval slip. Will this work? Liu Erzhu hesitated. Won't it have any negative impact on you? Deputy Director Ma said confidently, it's just a motorcycle. Besides, aren't you going to haul goods? I'm supporting rural development and ensuring the supply of materials for the vast number of farmers. Who would dare to complain or cause trouble? Wouldn't that be disrespectful to farmers living a good life? Wouldn't that damage the friendly relations between urban and rural areas? Liu Erzhu was truly impressed. There's definitely a reason why he became a leader. These little words, they come in sets. Alright, thank you very much, Director Ma, but I can't let you help me for nothing. To return the favor, Liu Erzhu took out a box of muscle-strengthening pills and handed it over, lowering his voice to say, it's for strengthening the body. It'll take effect in the time it takes to smoke a cigarette, and it'll last for at least half an hour. When Deputy Director Ma first heard that it was for health and wellness, he wanted to refuse, feeling that he didn't need it. But the fact that it took effect in the time it takes to smoke a cigarette made him instantly understand what it was. He glanced to the side, put the pills away, and said, okay, I don't need this stuff either. I can give it as a gift later. Yes, this doesn't conflict with the medicine I prescribed for you, but you only need one pill a day, and it will gradually and subtly strengthen your body, Liu Erzhu said with a smile. Deputy Director Ma was even happier. Okay, then I'll head back first. Come find me for a motorcycle ride another day. Liu Erzhu agreed and watched Deputy Director Ma and Lily leave before turning to Manager Joe. All done, shall we go back and complete the onboarding procedures? Manager Joe breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, thank you so much for this. Please feel free to ask if you need anything in the future. Because this not only saved Liu Erzhu's sister-in-law's job, but also his. If Lily were to actually work at the department store, she would be forced out within a few years. Liu Erzhu didn't say much and took Manager Joe back first. Upon returning to the department store, Manager Joe summoned someone to complete the onboarding procedures. Although the formalities haven't been completed, my sister-in-law can still go to work first. To ensure the tellers would follow orders, Manager Joe personally brought the woman to the counter, announced her identity, and sternly addressed all the tellers, "This is the newly appointed counter manager. Everyone must cooperate with her. If anything goes wrong, don't blame me for being ruthless. The tellers aren't stupid, they can tell at a glance that this person has connections, and they all cooperate by putting on smiles." Liu Erzhu also went all out, taking out several packs of Zonghua cigarettes and handing them out, giving one pack to each person. "Thank you all for your help. This is my sister-in-law." Seeing that this customer was immediately buying Zonghua cigarettes, the tellers understood that he must be someone of high status, and they became even more polite to him. The two kind-hearted older women even pulled their sister-in-law aside and whispered among themselves. The eldest sister-in-law was a little reserved at first, but women are naturally inclined to gossip, so she quickly integrated into the group by talking about some interesting things. Especially in the countryside, there's a lot of gossip: who's cheating on whom, who's having an affair, and whose child is borrowed. Once these tidbits were shared, the eldest sister-in-law quickly blended into the crowd. Liu Daliang was initially very worried that his wife would not be able to adapt. Seeing her chatting happily with people made me feel much more relaxed, but then I started to worry about my job again. Liu Erzhu noticed his nervousness and said, "Don't worry, brother, everything will be fine. I'll take you to find one of my classmates." He had an old classmate named Guo Ming, whose father was a 5th-grade carpenter in a furniture factory and held a high position in the factory. With his introduction, I'll definitely be able to get into the factory easily. Actually, Liu Erzhu did consider using Liu Hai's connections at first, but Liu Hai only had a distant relative who was an apprentice in a furniture factory, so the relationship was practically non-existent. Liu Erzhu didn't know where Guo Ming lived, but he was sure he was at school. When he arrived at the county middle school on his bicycle, he heard the sound of the bell. "Get out of class is over." Liu Erzhu told his older brother to wait at the entrance while he swaggered in through the school gate. When the school security guard saw him, he tried to stop him. Liu Erzhu said his teacher's name and was let in. When they arrived at their previous classroom, they saw Guo Ming coming out of the classroom. Guo Ming was also very happy to see Liu Erzhu and called out, "Zuze? What brings you here? You're not here to see Song Yenying, are you?" "No, I came to find you. Let's talk as we walk." Liu Erzhu noticed the strange looks from the people around them and immediately led Guo Ming toward the school gate. Once the two met Liu Daliang, the matter was cleared up. Guo Ming patted his chest and said, "I thought it was something serious. Come on, I'll take you to find my dad." Since Guo Ming also has a bicycle, it's convenient. Liu Erzhu rode his motorcycle with his older brother, chatting and laughing with Guo Ming, towards the furniture factory. At the entrance of the furniture factory, the old gatekeeper was about to call out when he saw it was Guo Ming. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "It's you, you little brat. Get inside." Guo Ming chuckled, "I often come to see my dad. This old man knows me, and I've even gotten a few cigarettes from him." Upon thinking of this, Liu Erzhu glanced at the luggage bag in his car and secretly stuffed 2 large watermelons and a small wild boar into it when he got out of the car. The factory had just closed for the day, and Guo Ming's father came out with his apprentice, heading to have dinner. Upon seeing Guo Ming arrive, he scolded him impatiently, "You little rascal, didn't I tell you to eat at school? Is the school running out of food again? Enough, enough." Guo Ming chuckled sheepishly. "Dad, I brought a classmate to see you. His older brother got something new and said you'd definitely be interested." Guo Tianxiang looked at the Liu brothers and immediately frowned. He guessed that the two men were probably looking for connections to get into the factory. "I never expected that these two people would target my son." Guo Tianxiang was immediately annoyed, but he still had to give his son face, so he asked irritably, "What is it?" "Don't blame me for not reminding you, the factory's quota is full, it won't be easy to get in." Liu Erzhu quickly stepped forward and handed him a Zonghua cigarette. "Uncle, please smoke this, let my brother show you." Upon seeing that it was Zonghua cigarettes, Guo Tianxiang scoffed, "You're quite willing to spend money. Show it off." Liu Daliang quickly put down the scooter that Liu Erzhu had made. He had initially intended to take his own, but he hadn't done a very good job, so he used Liu Erzhu's to fill the gap, since it wasn't like he couldn't do it. However, once the car was put down, it became a bit of a problem, as he was too big to sit on. Liu Daliang scratched his head and asked cautiously, "Are there any children here? Or thinner ones? I made this toy for a child, it can run around by itself." "Run by yourself? Toys?" Guo Tianxiang frowned even more, but then looked at his little apprentice behind him. "You go." This young apprentice is only 14 years old, and he's as skinny as a monkey, perfect for the job. He rushed over, got on the scooter, and hesitated, asking, "How do I use it?" "This is called a twist car. Twist it back and forth like this." Liu Daliang pointed to his little apprentice, and after teaching him for a few minutes, the little car started moving on its own. Guo Tianxiang was arrogant and only intended to go through the motions. He had no intention of keeping the two brothers. But when he saw his little apprentice riding the little car forward without his feet touching the ground, Guo Tianxiang was dumbfounded. What kind of vehicle is this? How can it move by itself? Guo Tianxiang curiously went over, pulled his apprentice aside, and began to examine the car. Liu Erzhu didn't speak, but instead glanced at his older brother. Liu Daliang understood, and somewhat nervously explained, stammering, This is called a twist car. It relies on skill. By twisting your body, you propel the car forward. Because the scientific principles of friction and centrifugal force are not yet widely known among the general public, and no one would believe Liu Daliang, an old farmer, if he said such things, Liu Erzhu taught him to say it this way on the way here. With a clever trick, all scientific principles were explained. Guo Tianxiang did not investigate further, but instead tried someone else. After confirming that this was a novel gadget, he, who had just been dismissive of the two brothers, was now all smiles and affection. You two brothers are quite capable to have been able to research this thing. It wasn't me who researched it, it was my older brother who researched it, Liu Erzhu quickly said. But Liu Daliang was an honest man and didn't want his younger brother to suffer, so he said, I learned all my skills from my younger brother. Guo Tianxiang was surprised to see the two brothers being so courteous to each other, but he didn't say anything, because in this era, work is absolutely the most important thing. Two brothers in one family fought tooth and nail over who would take over the family business. Guo Tianxiang just didn't expect that the two brothers would be so humble, each wanting the other to get the job. Alright, you two stop arguing. Guo Tianxiang interrupted their argument and asked seriously, Can you draw blueprints? Can you draw blueprints for this thing? Yes, my older brother drew the blueprints, Liu Erzhu said immediately, while glaring at his older brother. Is this the time to be modest and yielding? What if they actually take a liking to me? How am I supposed to arrange my job then? Liu Daliang remained silent as usual, but he still obediently took out the blueprints, otherwise others would think that the two brothers were lying. Guo Tianxiang glanced at the somewhat rough blueprints, then looked at Liu Daliang. Your job is secure. You'll be a worker here from now on. Uncle Guo, Liu Erzhu immediately stopped Guo Tianxiang. Can we go over there and talk? Guo Tianxiang glanced at Liu Erzhu and frowned slightly. Guo Ming pulled him to a secluded spot. After arriving at a secluded place, Liu Erzhu walked over with his luggage bag and said to Guo Tianxiang, Uncle, we country folk don't have much of a good stuff. I don't know if you'll like these things. When the duffel bag was opened, it contained apples, watermelons, and pork. These are all extremely rare and sought-after items on the market. Despite being only a 5th-grade carpenter, Guo Tianxiang was a prized possession of the furniture factory, and they always gave him the best of everything. But watermelons, which are out of season, are a rare sight. Such a large apple is extremely rare. Not to mention pork. Guo Tianxiang's eyes widened when he saw these things. Guo Ming, drooling uncontrollably, stammered, Zhu Ziai, where did you get this? The apples were picked from the mountain, the pork was wild boar meat, which we hunted, and the watermelon was given to us by my friend. But don't worry, these are all from legitimate sources, otherwise I wouldn't dare to take them out as gifts in broad daylight. As long as Uncle Guo can help my older brother get a job in the factory instead of just being an ordinary carpenter, we don't lack these things. Liu Erzhu reminded him with a smile. Guo Tianxiang naturally wanted this very much, but he knew that Liu Erzhu's demands wouldn't be low either, so he said in a deep voice, What kind of position do you want to get for your older brother? What do you think, workshop director? Liu Erzhu asked. Think it through. He has neither a foundation nor any connections. If he becomes a workshop director, he'll easily be targeted by the veteran workers, Guo Tianxiang reminded him irritably. A novice carpenter, who is at most an apprentice, wants to become a workshop foreman right away. What is he thinking? Liu Erzhu said earnestly, the basics are easy to handle. My older brother is a very good learner and learns very quickly. As long as Uncle Guo is there to guide him, I believe he will be able to adapt very soon. I can train him, but I can't handle so many old workers on my own, Guo Tianxiang sighed, already struggling with whether or not to refuse the gifts. Liu Erzhu immediately said, That's easy. My sister-in-law is the department store manager, and the department store manager is my uncle. Uncle Joe, if you and those old workers need anything, just go to the department store to buy it. We have our own people here. We guarantee you can buy things that outsiders can't. Guo Tianxiang, who was already about to refuse to help Liu Erzhu, suddenly widened his eyes and looked incredulous. You kid, you're not joking with me, are you? What good would it do me to joke with you like this? I'd end up offending you too, and my brother wouldn't be able to stay here any longer, Liu Erzhu retorted. Seeing that Liu Erzhu didn't seem to be lying, Guo Tianxiang finally showed a happy expression and grabbed Liu Erzhu's hand. Oh dear, nephew, why didn't you say so earlier? A talent like your brother should be the workshop director. Seeing his father's expression change, Guo Ming wasn't surprised at all. Instead, he happily squatted down, took out a big apple, and started eating it, saying indistinctly, Zhu Ziai, thank you for giving my family so much stuff. Of course. Uncle Guo has helped us so much, how can we not thank him? Also, Uncle Guo, after you meet the factory manager later, could you please let him know that I have a whole wild boar from my hometown that we can bring to the factory to improve our meals? I also have acquaintances at the county hospital. If someone in the factory has a headache or fever, we can get medical treatment in advance. Liu Erzhu was afraid that the matter would not be accomplished, so he kept increasing his stakes. If it weren't for the fact that the Public Security Bureau wasn't a suitable place to use this, and the relationship with the Transportation Bureau wasn't still unstable, Liu Erzhu would have brought it out to show off. Guo Tianxiang's expression gradually became serious upon hearing about Liu Erzhu's connections, and he even became somewhat nervous by the end. He looked at Liu Erzhu with some confusion. You two brothers are really from peasant backgrounds. Of course, it just means I know a little more people now, Liu Erzhu said with a smile. That's a little over $1 billion. Guo Tianxiang was almost hesitant to accept the bag of things, and forced a smile. Zuzi, why don't you take the things back? I'll definitely get this done for you. Ha! Why? Guo Ming exclaimed anxiously, as he was hoping to have braised pork for dinner. Guo Tianxiang was furious and slapped Guo Ming on the back of the head. Get the hell away from me. Guo Ming felt extremely wronged and left obediently. He was genuinely afraid of his father using a belt. Liu Erzhu quickly replied, Uncle Guo, please don't be so polite. My family isn't short of these things. My brother will need your help a lot in the future. Knowing that Liu Erzhu had extensive connections, Guo Tianxiang would inevitably have to ask him for favors in the future. Therefore, he hesitated to accept Liu Erzhu's gifts. After much haggling, Liu Erzhu finally persuaded him to accept the gifts. Guo Tianxiang didn't waste any words and immediately took the things to see the factory manager. He couldn't possibly convince the factory manager with just empty words. These watermelons and meat are what truly convinced the factory manager. Sure enough, when the factory manager saw the large bag of things that had been brought to his office, he was also stunned. Given his status and position, getting apples wouldn't be difficult for him, and he could easily get some meat as well. But these big watermelons are really hard to find in the dead of winter. After hearing that Liu Erzhu had so many connections, he still asked incredulously, Old Guo, you're not kidding me, are you? This kid has so many connections, why did he bring his older brother to our furniture factory? Couldn't he find a job at a department store? Couldn't he find a job at the county hospital? Guo Tianxiang had just asked Liu Erzhu this question, and immediately explained. Zuzi told me that his older brother has some talent for carpentry, but he is rather honest and simple-minded, not the kind of person who is good at social maneuvering. So it is just right for him to be a worker, but he would not be suitable for doing anything else. An honest man? That's great, he won't do anything reckless, the factory manager said with a smile. Workers need to be honest and hardworking. Those who are slick and slippery are less likely to listen and may even cause problems. To get the factory manager to agree, Guo Tianxiang added fuel to the fire. Factory manager, Zhu Ziyi told me that he knows people in the Commerce Bureau. Those people said that even outside, these scooters aren't sold, not even abroad. If we mass-produce them, we could potentially earn a lot of foreign exchange. The factory manager, with his keen eye, immediately nodded. That's right. To put it bluntly, this thing is an automatic vehicle that doesn't need to burn oil. If we can study it, it might be useful for short-distance transportation. Moreover, foreign capitalists love this kind of novelty, so earning foreign exchange won't be a problem. Then what about Liu Daliang's matter? Guo Tianxiang said expectantly. You little rascal, you've tried to tempt me with foreign exchange and a big wild boar, how could I refuse? The factory manager laughed and scolded. Keep the man here for now, I'll make arrangements for him tomorrow. Guo Tianxiang's face lit up with joy, and he quickly took out a large watermelon and several apples and placed them on the table. Factory director, please eat first. Zhu Ziyi will definitely treat us to some good things later. After all, his brother will also be eating here. How could we not be allowed to have good food? Haha, alright, I'll accept it then. You should also help out that Liu Daliang guy out a bit, so he doesn't think we're taking the benefits without doing anything in return. The factory manager was even more satisfied. Guo Tianxiang readily agreed and left the office. He found Liu Erzhu and told him that the matter had been completed. Liu Erzhu happily offered a cigarette and said to Guo Tianxiang and Guo Ming, thank you both. I'll cover the cost of the bicycle Guo Ming needs for his wedding. Hey, you want to be my dad, huh? Guo Ming glared and cursed. Bang! Guo Tianxiang kicked his son aside, angrily saying, can't you tell the difference between good and bad people? Guo Ming covered his buttocks, not daring to speak. Guo Tianxiang then looked at Liu Erzhu again. Zuzi, there's no need to be so polite. You two are classmates, just treat each other as good friends. A bicycle is too expensive, no need. Liu Erzhu shook his head. You said we're good friends, so giving a friend a little something is nothing. Guo Tianxiang thought Liu Erzhu was just boasting in a moment of joy. Seeing him now, I'm quite surprised that he can actually produce a bicycle. What does this kid's family do? How do they make so much money? Liu Erzhu didn't explain much. His brother and sister-in-law's jobs had been arranged, but the housing issue still needed to be resolved. However, both furniture factories and department stores can arrange housing. What he wants now is to see which house is better, and also find an opportunity to send the wild boar over. Because he almost lost his position as the department store manager, Manager Joe felt very guilty, so he specially put aside his work and took Liu Erzhu to see a place to live. It was a fairly large courtyard with 3 rooms, originally intended for 4 families. However, Manager Joe made the decision privately to give the courtyard to Liu Daliang's family to live in, and even said that all the things they bought for the family would come from the department store. Give away what can be given away, sell what cannot be given away at the price of defective products. Liu Erzhu was naturally very happy. When Manager Joe went out for a smoke, he put the radio and bicycle he had prepared in advance into the house, and left a note for his elder brother and sister-in-law to surprise them later. After everything was taken care of, Liu Erzhu left the house and locked the door. "Uncle Joe, thank you for your help. I'll go deliver some things to the furniture factory first and finalize the job situation," Liu Erzhu said, pushing his bicycle. Manager Joe, however, was unwilling to let him go. "Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Come to my house and have a chat." He had already made arrangements, his niece was waiting at home, and Liu Erzhu could go on a blind date as soon as he arrived. But after what Director Liu had done, Liu Erzhu had become wary. "I've developed a psychological aversion to visiting other people's homes, especially during the day." He quickly refused, got on his bike and rode off, infuriating Manager Joe, who kept cursing him as a little brat. Once they reached a deserted place, Liu Erzhu stuffed a large wild boar into his luggage bag and quickly arrived at the furniture factory. When he asked Guo Tianxiang to take him to unload the goods, Guo Tianxiang was stunned when he saw the big wild boar. Although Liu Erzhu said he would get a big wild boar, he really didn't expect to get one so quickly. The furniture factory's canteen was also in an uproar. The chef and his apprentice were working like donkeys pulling a millstone, circling the wild boar in excitement, discussing which piece of meat to use for what dish. Even the factory manager was so shocked that he forgot about his work and rushed to the canteen. Upon seeing the large wild boar, he was as happy as if he had seen his new bride, grinning from ear to ear. He rushed over to Liu Erzhu, grabbed his hand, and shook it vigorously, saying, "Comrade Zuzi, how can I thank you enough?" "Why are you thanking me, factory director? This is what I should do," Liu Erzhu said politely. Thank you. Well then, don't leave for lunch today. Stay here for lunch, and I'll use this pig to make some dishes so we can have a good drink together," the factory manager warmly invited. Liu Erzhu quickly said, "Uncle, it's not that I'm not giving you face, but my brother and sister-in-law still have to go back to move. Once they're done, I'll treat you to a meal at the patriotic restaurant." The factory manager slapped his forehead. "It was my oversight. Moving is the priority. This way, your brother and sister-in-law can go to work tomorrow. I'll send a few people to help you. The factory also has trucks that can bring everything over in one go." Liu Erzhu's eyes lit up. "That's great. I was just thinking about whether I should borrow a car from the textile factory." The factory manager was incredibly surprised. Good heavens, this kid has connections in the textile factory too? He really wanted to keep this kid on and give him any job in his factory. The furniture factory borrowed a car and took Liu Erzhu, his brother, and his sister-in-law back to Liuyutan. This was the second time a truck had come to Liuyutan, once again attracting the attention of the entire village. As the car pulled up in front of Liu Daliang's house, the people who had come to watch the spectacle were even more astonished. As soon as Liu Erzhu got out of the car, an old woman pulled him aside and asked, "Zuzi, why is there another car coming to your house? What's it for?" Everyone else also pricked up their ears to listen. Liu Erzhu laughed and said, "My brother is capable. He found a job in the county town, and the factory lent him a car to help him move. He didn't take credit for it, partly to save face for his brother, and partly because he was afraid that others would think he could easily arrange jobs in the county and would flock to him for help." Arranging for his family and his master's family to move to the city was already enough of a headache for Liu Hai. If all the able-bodied men in the village leave, the crops in the fields will be left unattended, and the development of the village will be neglected. I'm afraid Liu Hai will start cursing. When the villagers heard that Liu Daliang was going to the city, they were all extremely envious. They bypassed Liu Erzhu and pestered Liu Daliang to ask if he wanted an apprentice. They all have sons or grandsons in their families. If they can become Liu Daliang's apprentices, no matter what skill they learn, they might have the opportunity to go to the city in the future. Liu Daliang knew he couldn't just agree, but he wasn't good with words and stammered, unable to get the words out. In particular, most of these villagers are related by blood or marriage, and some even said that Liu Daliang drank their milk when he was a child. These sentiments made it even harder for Liu Daliang to refuse. It was sister-in-law Li Qiqi who stepped in to smooth things over, smiling at the villagers and saying, "Everyone, please be quiet. You all know what kind of person Liangzi is. He certainly won't abandon the villagers. But we haven't settled down yet, so please wait until we go to the city and settle our affairs before we talk about taking on apprentices." The villagers thought about it and realized it made sense. The man's job wasn't stable yet, so how could he take on apprentices? So they shouted that if you want to take on apprentices, you can consider your own home first, and then they all went to help move. Liu Honghua stood by, watching her eldest son and daughter-in-law move, her eyes reddening, feeling a little reluctant to leave. Lu Fuxian, leaning on the crutches Liu Erzhu had made for him, stood on one leg at the door, watching. Nizai, however, didn't know what it meant. She only knew that she was going to ride in a big truck, and she happily ran around the truck. Xiao Hu followed closely beside her, afraid that she might hurt herself. Mom, why are you crying? My brother and sister-in-law are just going to the city, it's not like they're never coming back, Liu Erzhu gently comforted his mother. Liu Honghua wiped away her tears. I'm happy. I'm really happy to see your brother and sister-in-law's lives getting better and better. Don't worry, our family's life will get better and better, and so will the villagers, Liu Erzhu said with a smile. My son is capable, I believe in you, Liu Honghua said earnestly. Lu Fuxian sighed with emotion. Now that we've moved to the city, your brother and sister-in-law are doing better and better. Our family is finally back on track and doesn't have to drift through life like I did. Seeing his expression, Liu Erzhu knew that Lu Fuxian was still reminiscing about his youth, and said in a low voice, Father, don't worry, I will fulfill great-grandfather's last wish and revitalize the family. Once the storm passes and reform and opening up begin, Liu Erzhu will surely earn just as much money as his great-grandfather. Lu Fuxian glanced at him. Who told you that your great-grandfather's last wish was this? Liu Erzhu looked completely bewildered. Elderly people of that era, especially those who had experienced great wealth and prosperity, were very concerned about the prosperity and wealth of their families. Being forced to flee the country must have made my great-grandfather very unhappy. Was his last wish not to restore the family's glory? Seeing his son's confused look, Lu Fuxian said, your great-grandfather wasn't the kind of shallow person who only cared about money. He was educated and knew that history is always like this, what rises must fall. No one, whether an individual, a family, or a country, can stand at the top forever. So he never clung to protecting the so-called family glory. What he wanted was for everyone in his family to be well. Liu Erzhu scratched his head. Then why did my great-grandfather insist on choosing you as his successor instead of my grandfather? Because your grandfather is too eager for quick success and instant benefits. If you let him take power, he will squander the family fortune sooner or later, and cause the family to be destroyed and die. In fact, your great-grandfather wasn't wrong, was he? Lu Fuxian explained in a very soft voice. That's true. Liu Erzhu felt that if his grandfather could abandon his own son out of jealousy, then if he were to take power, everyone in the family would probably become a tool for him to use. In the end, everyone will be sacrificed for the sake of family glory. It may seem like the family will continue, but in reality, only he himself will live a comfortable life. You have to admit, my great-grandfather had excellent foresight. It's a pity he died too young, otherwise, he could have prevented the family tragedy from happening. Liu Erzhu admired his great-grandfather more and more as he thought about it, and asked curiously, Dad, where is my great-grandfather's grave? I'd like to sneak over and pay my respects sometime. In the northeast, there's a small grove of trees about 10 miles east of Fengtian City. It's buried there. I guess I won't have the chance to go there. If you have the chance when you're old, you can go and see it. Of course, that's assuming the grave is still there. As Lu Fuxian spoke, he suddenly gave a bitter laugh. He knew, in fact, that grave couldn't possibly still be there. Liu Erzhu wasn't sure if the grave was still there, but in a few years, it definitely won't be there anymore. Those bastards even dared to dig up Yu Fei's tomb and whip his remains. They probably won't let a lonely grave go. Soon, everything that could be moved from Liu Daliang's house was loaded onto the truck. Some of the things that couldn't be moved were brought to Liu Erzhu's house by his sister-in-law. Liu Daliang patted Liu Erzhu on the shoulder and said earnestly, when I'm not home, you have to take good care of our parents. If anything happens, go to the county town to find your brother. Li Qiqi rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. Isn't Zuzan more sensible than you? He found you a job, why would he come to the city to find you? Liu Daliang was a little embarrassed and didn't know what to say. However, seeing the whole family together, Liu Erzhu suddenly had an idea and said, let's take a family photo. Upon hearing this, the whole family looked on with anticipation. Taking photos is a luxury in rural areas. With just $1 or $2, how much rice or flour can you buy? Even at weddings, people don't take photos. So when they heard that they were going to take a family photo, the whole family was really looking forward to it. But after thinking about the money, Liu Honghua shook her head and refused. Forget it, it's too expensive. It's not like we'll never see each other again, there's no need. Li Qiqi chimed in, Mother is right, there's no need to waste this money. No need to waste money, I've borrowed the camera. Liu Erzhu reached into his bag and took out his Leica camera. He didn't dare say he bought it, otherwise his family would definitely ask how much it cost, and his mother would probably faint from anger if she found out the price. Outsiders would also be extremely jealous if they heard about it. even though Liu Erzhu had already tried to be very discreet and said it was borrowed. Seeing the camera in his hand, the whole family was extremely surprised and gathered around. But Liu Fuxian knew his son all too well, and shouted, "Don't move." Then, he walked over excitedly, leaning on his crutches, and almost tripped and fell. Liu Erzhu was so frightened that he almost dropped his camera and went to help his father. Liu Fuxian leaned closer, glaring at the whole family. "Stay away, all of you. How dare you touch this treasure? What if you break it?" Niu Honghua nodded repeatedly. Yes, everyone step back, it would be terrible if we got it dirty and didn't go back. Liu Erzhu quickly said, "No, the person who lent me the camera is my good friend, and besides, this thing is very sturdy." "Stop talking nonsense." Liu Fuxian glared at him and said in a low voice, "You can fool them, but can you fool me? How much did you buy it for?" Liu Erzhu's face stiffened. He hadn't expected his father to be so clever. He whispered, "It's not much money." Seeing that he wasn't telling the truth, Liu Fuxian guessed that the price must be high, and his eyes were complicated. "What kind of business are you in, kid? Tell me the truth." "It's definitely not an illegal business," Liu Erzhu assured him. "Get lost. There's no such thing as making money in a legitimate business. Do you really think your father has no experience at all? When I was navigating the gray areas, you weren't even a seed. Tell me, what kind of business do you run?" Liu Fuxian was genuinely angry. He's seen the world and knows that only shady businesses can make that much money. But gray market businesses can make money quickly, but they can also fail quickly. He feared that Liu Erzhu would lose control of himself, eventually turn to crime, and then be shot. Seeing that he couldn't get away with it any longer, Liu Erzhu could only say, "I'm doing business for people in the Commerce Bureau, but don't worry, I cured that section chief's father, and he's also the one who's going to help me start a cooperative." Liu Fuxian's expression softened a bit. "If there is such a relationship, then it's better, but remember, don't get too involved in some things. Gray business is a cesspool. Once you fall in, you'll never be able to wash off the stench." "I understand, Dad." Liu Erzhu obediently accepted the lesson. If you ever have any questions later, ask me. Your old man knows a thing or two about shady business. I used to outsmart those foreigners," Liu Fuxian whispered in his ear. Liu Erzhu nodded in deep agreement. Just from the fact that his father could tell at a glance that the camera was one he had bought, he knew that the old man was not someone to be fooled. After whispering to each other for a while, Liu Fuxian said to the others, "All right, let's take a family photo." Although Niu Honghua and the others didn't get to touch the camera, they were very happy to hear that they could take pictures. They kept tidying their clothes and hair, afraid that they wouldn't look good. Seeing this, Liu Erzhu said, "Why don't you go change your clothes or something?" Niu Honghua used the fabric she had bought earlier to make a set of rather formal clothes for everyone. They were reluctant to wear them normally and originally planned to wear them during the Chinese New Year. Hearing that they were going to take photos, they felt like it was almost Chinese New Year and rushed to change their clothes. After changing their clothes, washing their faces, and applying face cream, they all looked much more refreshed. Nizai hadn't changed her clothes, she was still wearing the wolfskin outfit. She had 2 pigtails on her head, and Niu Honghua had gotten some red paper from somewhere, which made Nizai's little face look rosy. She looked just like a doll in a New Year's painting, extremely cute and pretty. Xiaohu got a quick haircut, but luckily his mother's skills were pretty good, and it turned out fairly neat. Seeing that the whole family was ready, Liu Erzhu immediately set up his camera and ran over quickly. His intention was to put his arm around the shoulders of his family, but to his surprise, everyone except Liu Fuxian stood stiffly upright with serious expressions, not daring to move. Liu Erzhu was speechless and could only say, "I see you guys are really not used to it, let's shoot individual shots first." When she heard that it was time to take solo photos, Nizai was the happiest. She ran over and rode the scooter her dad made. "Uncle, I want to be the first to take a photo." "Okay, I'll take a picture of Nizai. You guys can learn from this." Liu Erzhu ran over with his camera and took a picture of Nizai. Although Nizai doesn't know how to make a peace sign or anything like that, she was riding her bike and laughing happily, looking very relaxed. Liu Erzhu couldn't help but take more than a dozen pictures of her beautiful appearance. When the family saw Nizai taking pictures, they were all a little envious and secretly thought that they should cooperate well with Liu Erzhu later. After taking pictures of Nizai, Liu Erzhu started taking pictures of Xiaohu. Xiaohu was also a little uneasy, but Liu Erzhu patiently taught him, which gradually made him relax and show a genuine happy smile instead of a fake one. In this way, Liu Erzhu taught everyone how to take photos little by little, and finally took a family photo. It took almost 2 hours and used up 2 rolls of film. By the time the photos were taken, the truck driver was already impatient. If Liu Erzhu hadn't given him 2 packs of cigarettes beforehand, he probably would have urged him to hurry up. The Liu family of 4 reluctantly climbed onto the train carriage, waving goodbye to Liu Fuxian and his 2 companions through the window. Niu Honghua also waved goodbye with reluctance. Seeing their expressions of farewell, Liu Erzhu was speechless. "It's only a short distance from here to the county town, I don't know why they're so reluctant to leave." After the move was finished, Liu Erzhu accompanied his father back to the courtyard. Lu Fuxian returned to the Khan, a heated brick bed, and looked at Liu Erzhu, who was giving him acupuncture, and said, "Chunner, haven't you taken a picture yet? Go and take one for her in a bit." "Okay." Liu Erzhu did not refuse. It's not a big deal. He wouldn't mind taking 10 pictures, let alone one. But to everyone's surprise, Liu Fuxian went a step further and said, "You two take a photo together." Liu Erzhu looked up and stared at him speechlessly. "Dad, when did you start pressuring me to get married? You don't know anything. I think Chunner is a good girl. She works like a slave in our family without complaining at all. Besides, when Lu Hai came to my house yesterday to listen to the radio, he quietly told me that someone wanted to arrange a marriage for Chunner. Such a wonderful girl, if you don't keep her, she'll marry someone else." Liu Fuxian said irritably. Upon hearing that Chunner wanted to arrange a marriage, Liu Erzhu was taken aback. "She's half a year younger than me, isn't she? What marriage? This isn't the pre-liberation era. This is the countryside. Do you think it's the city? Why are you making such a fuss? She's 14. Getting married is early, but it's not necessarily a bad thing. By the way, try to spend less time alone with expert Liu outside of official business." Liu Fuxian suddenly brought up another matter. Liu Erzhu was taken aback. "Why? You silly boy, you don't understand. Your old man has seen it all. These past few days, expert Liu has been coming here all the time. He's always eager to do any chores around the house, and he takes care of your mother and me like he's his own parents. When he talks about you, he can't hide the light in his eyes. Don't glare at me, I know you have no feelings for her. But you really don't understand how irresistible women of this age are to young men. Back in the day, I always thought I could control myself, but when I went to the opium den, that woman lighting a cigarette just stuck out her big, fat ass, and I threw $500 at her. Even after we broke up, I still couldn't help but savor the memory for 6 months. That's why I told you two to spend less time alone together in the future. Otherwise, if you're alone together, it's like drywood meeting a raging fire, and you'll eventually lose control. That was really fun, but you never know how much trouble a man can get himself into with that little shutter." Liu Fuxian's words silenced Liu Erzhu. The father and son were silent when Chunner walked in from outside the door. She was carrying a basin of hot water, which she used to clean Liu Erzhu's silver needles. These silver needles need to be thoroughly cleaned after each use. But in reality, Liu Erzhu's actions were only superficial, because his true cleansing involved soaking silver needles in the small river within the space. That little river is cleaner than any other water, it can wash away all germs. After Liu Erzhu soaked the silver needles in the water, he looked at Chunner and asked, "Are you getting married?" Chunner was waiting quietly to the side. Upon hearing this, she immediately panicked and hurriedly explained, "No, I didn't. I have no intention of getting married. Fourth aunt asked me to go on a blind date, but I didn't agree." Liu Erzhu nodded slightly. "It's better not to get married. Getting married so early won't do you any good. Let's wait another 2 years. When Chunner saw that Liu Erzhu wasn't angry, she breathed a sigh of relief and obediently replied, "I understand." After soaking the silver needles, Chunner carried the water out, and Liu Erzhu followed her out. He was going to the brigade headquarters to ask how the well digging was going. Before he could even get there, Liu Hai came running up, panting heavily, but his face was beaming with excitement. "Zuzi, we've made contact with the well digging team. They're in the next county, and they'll be here tomorrow." "Great." Liu Erzhu was also very happy. Now that the well digging project is on the agenda, let's start selecting a suitable greenhouse for planting. "Okay, I remember you said you wanted a house. There are a few vacant houses in our village." Liu Hai immediately took Liu Erzhu's hand and went to see them. Liutan is not small, it has at least several hundred households. Some people went to seek refuge with relatives because of the famine and have not returned to this day. There are also old bachelors who never get married and end up without a house to belong to. Then there are those families who move to other places. After wandering around the village, Liu Erzhu and his companion found 18 empty houses. Some of these empty houses have leaky roofs and holes in the walls, but they can still be used after some repairs. "Uncle Hai, later you can find a few people to repair these houses, make sure they don't leak wind and rain, and also build a few stoves to keep the indoor temperature warm. Also, once this greenhouse is built, it will inevitably require burning firewood and coal. My suggestion is to find a few people to supply firewood for the greenhouse on a long-term basis." Liu Erzhu kept offering suggestions, while Liu Hai took notes with a pen and paper. In the end, they found that they needed quite a few people. Each greenhouse requires 3 guards, working in 3 shifts around the clock to watch over it and prevent any accidents. Then there's the woodcutter. You need at least 2 people to take turns delivering firewood to a greenhouse. Adding all of these together, there are more than 90 people. The well digging team also needs manpower. After all, they only need to dig the well, but the soil they dig out, as well as all the materials needed to reinforce the well walls, all have to be obtained by the villagers, which will probably require dozens of people. The pig farm also requires a lot of manpower for feeding and caring for the pigs. After the two discussed it, almost all the able-bodied men in the village found jobs, which immediately made Lu Hai beam with joy. Winter is already tough because it's hard to earn work points, so people should be happy to have so much work to do. Uncle Hai, I can only offer some general suggestions on these matters, you'll have to handle the rest of the details. Next, I'll get the bone meal and the seeds and the like. Liu Erzhu did not take on everything himself, but instead planned to divide the work with Lu Hai. Lu Hai was quite confident in his ability to mobilize people, and immediately said, "No problem, I will definitely handle things perfectly for you." As he said this, Lu Hai didn't even realize that he had started to follow Liu Erzhu's orders and had even made a pledge to him, treating Liu Erzhu as his superior. Liu Erzhu didn't think too much about it, and as it was getting late, he went home to sleep. Little did he know that his elder brother and sister-in-law in the county town were having trouble sleeping. As soon as they moved into their new home, they saw the radio, bicycle, and a small alarm clock left behind. The couple knew that Liu Erzhu must have left these things behind, otherwise who would leave these three treasures lying around? They were incredibly moved and found it all very novel, tinkering with it until midnight before finally figuring it out. After they figured it out, they were too afraid to sleep, worried that their things would be stolen. Even the next day before going to work, she would first hide her things in the closet and lock them before leaving the house with trepidation. If they lost these three big items, they would feel like dying. Early in the morning, Liu Erzhu came to the courtyard, where Chun'er had already taken out the medicinal herbs to dry. After Dishi Tung entered the city, the place for drying medicinal herbs was moved to Liu Erzhu's house. Chun'er's parents were responsible for helping to pick the medicinal herbs, while she helped to dry them. Liu Erzhu watched Chun'er busy at work, walked over and popped a candy into her mouth. "Your little face is all rosy now, you look prettier than before, but don't overwork yourself, be careful not to exhaust your body." Chun'er's mouth was sweet, and her heart was also filled with sweetness from Liu Erzhu's words. She blushed, lowered her head, and whispered, "Brother Zhu, I am willing to work for you, and I am not afraid of getting tired. We can't let them get too tired. Also, tell your parents not to go up the mountain to collect herbs anymore," Liu Erzhu said with a smile. "Ha!" Chun'er looked up abruptly, her face pale, and asked nervously, "Did my parents do something wrong? Or is there a problem with the medicine? I'll go back and tell my parents to be more careful. It's winter now, and there's nowhere to earn work points. Picking medicinal herbs for Liu Erzhu will at least provide 2 meals a day. If she loses this job, her family will go hungry again, which is why Chun'er is so scared." Seeing that she was about to cry, Liu Erzhu quickly explained, "No, I didn't mean that. It's just that there aren't many medicinal herbs on the mountain in winter, and the animals are all starving. It's easy for your parents to run into trouble if they go up the mountain. But don't worry, I'll arrange their work. There are a lot of tasks coming up in the village recently, and they can all go. Also, if your family is out of food, I can lend you some. What are you afraid of?" Chun'er breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that it wasn't because her parents hadn't done a good enough job, but tears still clung to the corners of her eyes, and her pitiful appearance softened people's hearts. Liu Erzhu took a second look and realized that the girl had indeed become more beautiful. "Previously, I was always hungry, which caused me to become pale and thin, with poor complexion and skin. Now that he's fattened her up a bit, her face has become rosy and fair, and she's actually a standard oval-faced beauty. Her figure is also slender in the right places and voluptuous in the right places, which fits the Chinese people's impression of a beautiful woman. I never expected there to be such a beautiful peony in the mountains." Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the courtyard gate. It was Liu Xian. Expert Liu Erzhu greeted him, his attention immediately diverted. Liu Xian took a deep look at the well-behaved and pretty Chun'er, then smiled at Liu Erzhu. "I heard from Captain Liu that you're going to the city, Zuzi." "Yes, you're going to the city too?" Liu Erzhu asked in surprise. "Well, the brigade headquarters gave me some money and receipts. I don't have any clean clothes or much food left, so I want to go into town to buy some things. Can I go with you?" Liu Xian asked expectantly. Liu Erzhu looked at her, remembering what his father had told him last night to keep some distance between them, but Liu Xian was indeed unfamiliar with the place and the people there. Besides, he needed to buy necessities, not go there for fun, so it wouldn't hurt to take care of him. "Okay, but I might be staying in the county town for a long time today," Liu Erzhu reminded him as he pushed the cart out. "It's alright, I've asked the aunt next door to help take care of the child. I'll stay with you for as long as you want," Liu Xian said softly. Chun'er didn't hear what she said. Liu Xian sensed that something might be going on between the two of them. She wanted to repay Liu Erzhu and find a backer, not to take revenge. There was no need for her to deliberately ruin Liu Erzhu's relationship with other women. "Surely I can't force Liu Erzhu to marry a widow?" After leaving the house, Liu Erzhu got on his bicycle, and Liu Xian sat on the back seat. At first, she behaved very well. But as soon as he left the village, Liu Erzhu felt a pair of arms wrap around his waist, and a warm, soft body pressed tightly against his back. The heavy pressure made Liu Erzhu clearly feel the broad chest of the woman behind him. Liu Erzhu's body stiffened instantly. He's not a young man anymore, he's tasted the flavors of women in his past life and has long since developed a taste for them. In this life, I've been so busy making money that I haven't thought about this matter at all. But now, because of his experience as a married man and his pent-up desires, he instantly showed the highest respect for Liu Xian's figure. Liu Xian was holding Liu Erzhu's waist, thinking about how to repay him, when she suddenly noticed something was wrong. That's a donkey. Liu Erzhu also gasped, and seeing someone driving an ox cart past in the distance, he immediately roared, "Stop!" Liu Xian blushed deeply. She cursed herself inwardly for being so bold. In broad daylight, outside, how could she dare to? Liu Erzhu was also feeling extremely upset about this woman, but he couldn't do anything about it, so he could only put all his strength into pedaling the bicycle. He managed to reach the county town twice as fast as usual, and didn't even feel very tired. Seeing Liu Erzhu's amazing stamina, Liu Xian's legs went weak when she got off the ground. She thought to herself, if anyone marries him, wouldn't they be tortured to death in a few years? Standing at the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative, neither of them moved or spoke, unsure how to handle the awkward situation. In the end, someone at the supply and marketing cooperative complained that they were in the way and asked them what they were doing there. Liu Xian, her pretty face burning, fled into the supply and marketing cooperative. Last night I was determined to take the initiative to repay Liu Erzhu, but I didn't have the courage. Liu Erzhu quickly got on his bicycle and headed straight for the slaughterhouse. In this era of meat shortage, slaughterhouses are practically the big brother of all units in the county. People from various organizations are stationed here year-round. As soon as meat is brought in, it's immediately snatched up. Workers at all levels in the slaughterhouse received so many gifts that their hands cramped up, and even the gatekeeper had many people trying to curry favor with him. When Liu Erzhu arrived, he attracted the attention of many people around him. He pushed his cart to the entrance of the slaughterhouse and asked the gatekeeper, "Sir, I'd like to buy some bones that you don't want anymore. Could I see the manager?" The gatekeeper, who was reading a newspaper, said without looking up, "The manager is busy." Liu Erzhu tossed over a pack of Dakianman cigarettes. "Grandpa, I don't want meat, I just want bones, the kind with absolutely no meat. You guys won't need them anyway." Seeing that it was Dakianman, the gatekeeper reluctantly glanced at Liu Erzhu, but was still annoyed, who said bones are useless? Do you know how many people beg to buy bones to make soup? You're so young and don't know anything, yet you're spouting nonsense to an old man like me? Liu Erzhu immediately explained, "I don't want the ones that can be used to make soup, but you can sell me the broken ones." No, get out of here. The gatekeeper was getting impatient and shooed people away like flies. Liu Erzhu wanted to say a few more words, but a man next to him pulled him aside and kindly reminded him, "Brother, this is not how you buy things. These people at the slaughterhouse have been spoiled by various units and look down on everyone. If you don't treat them like royalty, you won't be able to get through the gate. If you want to see the manager, you'll need at least 100 yuan worth of gifts." A gift worth 100 yuan? Why don't they just rob us? Liu Erzhu was very unhappy. What can you do? They have the meat, they have people's lives in their hands. Even those people from the grain department won't offend the slaughterhouse too much. Don't provoke that security guard again. If you really anger him, we'll all get yelled at. The older brother carefully tried to persuade him. "Okay, thanks for the reminder, brother. I'll think of another way." Liu Erzhu pondered how to buy this batch of bones. Should we ask the people from the commune to help negotiate? I doubt the slaughterhouse would give them any face. It's not worth using connections with the Public Security Bureau or the Commerce Bureau. While it's true that relationships require reciprocity, if you use other people's connections for every little thing, they'll think you're petty and won't want to associate with you anymore. Liu Erzhu thought and thought but couldn't find a good solution, so he simply went to attend to his own business. Since the matter of buying pigs hasn't been settled yet, and ordering feed so early is pointless, I might as well go and take care of my own business first. He rode his bicycle straight to the Commerce Bureau to find Qian Hongyun. This time, getting in was much easier. I just told the gatekeeper Qian Hongyun's name, and I was able to get in smoothly. When he finally arrived at Qian Hongyun's office after asking around, he found the guy leisurely drinking tea. Upon seeing Liu Erzhu, Qian Hongyun happily stood up. "Zuzi is here, please sit down." "Brother Qian, don't be so polite. I'm here to ask you for a favor, so it's my turn to be polite," Liu Erzhu said with a smile. "Go to hell. What kind of outsider are you to your brother?" Qian Hongyun cursed with a stern face. "Brother Qian, you really deserve to be beaten. Isn't my uncle your father?" Liu Erzhu shook his head and sat down in the chair. Qian Hongyun's face stiffened, then she nervously ran to the door to check, making sure no one had heard her before letting out a sigh of relief. "You little brat, are you trying to screw me over?" "Okay, what's up?" "I want to set up a supply and marketing cooperative in the village," Liu Erzhu said, revealing his intention. "I thought it was something serious. It's easy to talk about. But with your abilities, running a small cooperative is a waste of your talents. Why don't you come to the county town? Whether you want to manage the supply and marketing cooperative or go into the department store, it won't be a problem. Qian Hongyun found it strange that someone as talented as Liu Erzhu would stay in that village all the time. Liu Erzhu said earnestly, I don't want to go to the city for the time being, and I have done several projects in the village. With this cooperative, it will be easier for me to collect the output of those projects. Oh, okay then. I'll make the arrangements right away. It's just a matter of setting up a cooperative in your village. It might be a bit troublesome in other villages, but I believe you can definitely manage it well with your abilities. Who knows, I might even benefit from your success, Qian Hongyun said with a smile. Supply and marketing cooperatives are state-owned entities, and in principle, they shouldn't be assigned positions arbitrarily. Otherwise, if they were placed everywhere, it would create chaos. Qian Hongyun knew Liu Erzhu's abilities, so he was willing to help make the connection and arrange the matter. He was able to withstand all the pressure from the beginning. Once Liu Erzhu has developed the cooperative, all the troubles will be resolved. Liu Erzhu also knew that Qian Hongyun's casual remarks would inevitably attract a lot of questioning and criticism. He earnestly assured him, don't worry, brother Qian, I definitely won't let you down. I believe you. Qian Hongyun immediately went to submit the application. After he finished working on the application and was waiting for the approval, he said to Liu Erzhu, I was careless last time we drank together. How about we have another drink this time? Let's have another contest. It seems that the last Waterloo was a big blow to him. After all, a grown man lost to a little kid. This really made Qian Hongyun lose face. He's become the laughingstock of his family now, and his wife teases him about it all the time, so he's eager to turn things around. Liu Erzhu said helplessly, I have important business to attend to. Stop talking nonsense. This permit won't be approved anytime soon. Give your brother some face and have lunch here with me. Qian Hongyun directly made the decision for Liu Erzhu, not allowing him to refuse. Liu Erzhu was still trying to decline. I brought people with me this time, so it's not convenient for me to drink. A person? A man or a woman? Your wife? Qian Hongyun asked curiously. No, it's a newly hired water conservancy expert who helped us dig the well, Liu Erzhu said seriously. Then let's invite the experts to drink together. Qian Hongyun said nonchalantly. His competitive spirit kicked in, and he had no intention of letting them go. Seeing his persistence, Liu Erzhu couldn't refuse him, so he could only agree, alright, then wait for me to bring the person over. I can't just leave them outside unattended. Go ahead, but don't try to run away, or I'll chase you home, Qian Hongyun threatened. Liu Erzhu shook his head and went out to the supply and marketing cooperative to pick up the person. Upon arriving not far from the supply and marketing cooperative, I found a group of people gathered in a circle, seemingly watching a spectacle. Screams and cries, along with the sounds of men hitting and cursing, could be heard from the crowd. Liu Erzhu recognized the crying voice. It sounded familiar, like Liu Zion's. He quickly ran into the crowd. Sure enough, Liu Zion was being beaten on the ground by her man, but she clung tightly to the grain and money in her arms and refused to let go. Stop! Liu Erzhu shouted and rushed over. Without even looking up, her husband yelled, Get lost. It's none of your business if I hit my own wife. Liu Erzhu kicked the man away, his face full of anger as he cursed, You dog, you don't even deserve a wife. The man was furious and was about to get up and fight back when he realized it was Liu Erzhu who had hit him. He was immediately startled and turned from a tiger into a little mouse, shrinking his neck and saying fearfully, Why are you here again? Liu Erzhu ignored the man, helped Liu Zion up, and looked her over. He found that she only had a few footprints on her body and her hair was a little messy, but she hadn't suffered any serious injuries. Her man was probably drunk, so he looked fierce when he hit people, but he was actually weak and could only bully women. When Liu Zion saw Liu Erzhu, she burst into tears, feeling even more aggrieved. Zuzi, he tried to steal my things and my money. I told him it was money given to me by the village and that I had to take care of my child, and then he started hitting me. Liu Erzhu's face turned ashen as he glared at the man. The man was so frightened that he took several steps back. The hangover was starting to wear off, and he hurriedly said, She's my wife. Isn't it only right that she gives me money? Well, everyone, you all should be the judge. Whose money isn't managed by the man? Is it wrong for me to ask for money? Some onlookers nodded in agreement, while others scoffed. They could all tell that this man was clearly not a good person. Even an upright official finds it difficult to settle family disputes, and it's indeed not appropriate to meddle in other people's business. Liu Erzhu took in everyone's attitudes, then looked at the aggrieved Liu Zion and the man who was all bark and no bite, and made a decision in an instant. Isn't it said that even an upright official finds it difficult to settle family disputes? Let's make this no longer a family matter. Liu Erzhu stared at the man coldly and said, You want to manage the money? Then find someone else to manage the money. Starting today, you two are getting a divorce. Upon hearing the word divorce, Liu Zion suddenly looked up, staring at Liu Erzhu in disbelief. The people around were in an uproar. Divorce? To be honest, this word is not well liked these days, because people believe in the saying marry a chicken, follow the chicken, marry a dog, follow the dog, and they all feel that divorce is a very shameful thing. For the sake of saving face, even if some women are beaten black and blue, they dare not mention divorce. If you get divorced, you won't be able to stay at your husband's family home, and your own family will also be reluctant to see you because they're afraid of losing face. Then you'll really have nowhere to go. So even though Lu Zion hated this man to the core, she still felt a shiver of fear instinctively when she heard about the divorce. Liu Erzhu looked at her and gently comforted her, "Don't be afraid, you'll live in Liutan from now on." Upon hearing these words, Lu Zion instantly felt that her heart had found its home, and tears streamed down her face, but she felt no fear at all. The man, on the other hand, panicked a little. He didn't want a divorce. Because of his character, he definitely won't be able to find a wife after a divorce. Besides, even if he were to marry a wife, she might not be as easy to bully as Lu Zion. "No, I won't get a divorce. Honey, come home with me. I promise I won't drink anymore, and I'll take good care of you and the kids, okay?" The man suddenly knelt on the ground, shamelessly begging. Liu Erzhu frowned as he looked at Lu Zion, afraid that she would soften her heart because of this little trick. If Lu Zion gives up on divorce, then Liu Erzhu really won't be able to intervene. Fortunately, Lu Zion knew this man too well. He had knelt down and apologized countless times before, only to steal money from home and drink heavily again within 2 days. Before, she had no powerful backers and didn't dare to really push a man to the brink. Now that she has Liu Erzhu to rely on, she has made up her mind. "We must get a divorce." Seeing that the woman beside him had made up her mind to get a divorce, Liu Erzhu immediately asked, "Have you two gotten your marriage certificate?" "No, he's just unwilling to spend that little bit of money," Lu Zion said sarcastically. "That makes things even easier." Liu Erzhu looked at the man and said, "Now, as a member of Lu Zion's family, I hereby announce that you two are divorced. You all." The man was even more anxious because Lu Zion's family had suddenly appeared, but he couldn't think of a reason for the moment. In desperation, he could only shout, "If you want a divorce, you have to give me back the bride price, a pound of cornmeal." Given Lu Zion's humble origins, it was already a blessing that someone was willing to marry her. She certainly didn't dare to ask for too much in dowry. Hearing that this scoundrel of a man even wanted a pound of cornmeal, Lu Zion cried in anger, "All these years I've been your slave, doing your laundry and cooking for you, I even gave birth to your child, and now you want a pound of cornmeal from me?" The onlookers originally intended to persuade the couple to reconcile rather than separate, and they also wanted to talk to Liu Erzhu, telling him not to act impulsively and take the person away. But when she heard this man being so shameless, after serving him for so many years, and now he wanted to take back even a pound of cornmeal, she couldn't help but feel disgusted. Even the most saintly person would think that this man is better off without. Men know how embarrassing and shameful it is, but when it comes to food, saving face is useless. Without hesitation, Liu Erzhu reached into his satchel, retrieved a pound of cornmeal from his mental space, and tossed it over. "Here's your pound of cornmeal. I prepared it for you a long time ago. Now come with me to the street." The couple got married but didn't register their marriage, although they were registered at the local street office. Now they need to go to the street office to register for divorce. After receiving the grain, the man realized that Lu Zion was determined to divorce him. He was no match for the man, so he could only glare at the two of them resentfully before obediently following them to the street. The neighborhood committee doesn't really want men to get divorced, because it doesn't sound good if there are more bachelors in the neighborhood. Liu Erzhu took out 2 cans of syrup and gave them to the street director, who then happily complied. After receiving the divorce certificate from the neighborhood committee, Lu Zion was filled with excitement and disbelief. She never imagined that she would escape her misery like this. She even felt that the kicks the man had given her earlier didn't hurt anymore, and that she wouldn't mind if he kicked her a few more times. Of course, all of this is thanks to Liu Erzhu. Lu Zion sat on the back of the bicycle, looking at the man pedaling hard, her eyes filled with gratitude and tenderness. She really didn't know how to repay Liu Erzhu. She had nothing but this withered, broken body. Liu Erzhu brought Lu Zion to the Commerce Bureau. As soon as they met, Qian Hongyun slapped a license in front of him. "Things are settled. You can choose a location later, and I'll help you set up the cooperative. The address is chosen, it's at my house, but I plan to renovate my house a bit," Liu Erzhu said with a smile. "Whatever you want, let's ignore that for now and have a drink." Qian Hongyun was already impatient. When Lu Zion heard that the two wanted to drink, her expression changed slightly. "Drinking in broad daylight?" She thought Liu Erzhu was just like that man, a drunkard who drank from day to night. "But I didn't realize Liu Erzhu had this hobby before." Qian Hanyun glanced at Lu Zion, then at Liu Erzhu. "Why is she acting like a busybody? Is she really an expert, or your wife?" "No, her ex-boyfriend was an alcoholic who would beat her when he was drunk, so she's a little scared." Liu Erzhu noticed Lu Zion's fear and explained, "Don't worry, Sister Lu, neither of us are alcoholics. It's just that Brother Qian was upset about losing to me before." "Yes, it's all right, expert Liu. Neither of us would hit anyone even when we're drunk, Qian Hongyan assured her. Liu Xian frowned, still somewhat frightened, but didn't interfere much. Seeing this, Liu Erzhu felt it was better to get Qian Hongyan drunk as soon as possible, so as not to frighten Liu Xian. He immediately said, Brother Qian, I do have something to do in a bit. How about we go straight for it and each of us drink from one bottle to the other, and see who goes down first? Sure, whatever. Qian Hongyan was fully prepared this time. Not only was she full, but she was also in good spirits and confident that she would not lose to Liu Erzhu. After setting the rules, the two opened the bottle caps and started drinking. Seeing the two of them drinking water as if it were water, Liu Xian became even more nervous and retreated. Glug glug. Soon, Qian Hongyan finished a bottle of wine, and her face turned red. Even though he can drink a lot, he couldn't withstand being forced to drink like that. Liu Erzhu also entered the mental space with a bottle of wine, without even turning red in the face or panting. Qian Hongyan stared wide-eyed at Liu Erzhu. You're a real heavy drinker, aren't you? How come you're completely unaffected? And you don't even smell of alcohol? Liu Erzhu's heart skipped a beat. He realized that he couldn't just lie like that. If people smelled no alcohol on him, they would become suspicious. Why would I want any more alcohol? Let's have another one. Liu Erzhu opened the second bottle and took 2 big gulps of it this time. After a couple of sips of wine, his face immediately turned red, and the smell of alcohol began to emanate from his breath. Qian Hongyan thought he was dying, so she excitedly picked up the second bottle of wine and was about to start drinking. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Section Chief Qian? This is Lao Hao, the manager of the slaughterhouse. Are you in your office? A polite voice came from outside the door. Upon hearing this self-introduction, Liu Erzhu paused. Qian Hongyan also showed his displeasure. He dared not linger for too long, for fear that this time would allow Liu Erzhu to sober up. He immediately said to the person outside the door, I have something urgent to attend to. We can talk about it another day. No, I have something urgent to tell you. Old Hao said anxiously, lowering his voice, I also brought a pig's head with me, what do you think? Qian Hongyan, who runs a black market, what interest could he possibly have in a pig's head? But Liu Erzhu was very interested in this Director Hao, and immediately said to Qian Hongyan, let him in, I need to talk to him about something. What do you want with him? Qian Hongyan asked curiously, but still let him in. When Director Hao entered, he was taken aback by the strong smell of alcohol in the room and the 2 men holding bottles. He then realized his mistake and said with a forced smile, so I've disturbed Section Chief Qian's enjoyment. It's my fault, but it's not easy to see you, so I had no choice but to swallow my pride and come in. Hee, what Director Hao said is quite something. It's not easy for others to even see you, is it? Liu Erzhu teased. Ha! Director Hao was a little confused, wondering how he had offended this young man. But seeing that he could drink with Qian Hongyan here, and even make Qian Hongyan not want to see outsiders, he knew that he was an important person, so he quickly smiled and said, I don't know what this young brother means. I don't think I know you? Of course I don't know you. I came to you before to buy something, but I couldn't even get into your slaughterhouse. I heard that you have to give your people gifts worth at least 100 yuan to see you in person. The gates of your slaughterhouse are much harder to enter than the gates of this commerce bureau. Liu Erzhu had just taken 2 big gulps of wine, and the effects of the alcohol were now kicking in, making him less tactful than usual and causing him to speak somewhat rudely. Upon hearing that her brother had been mistreated at the slaughterhouse, Qian Hongyan immediately became displeased. She narrowed her eyes and said, Director Hao, you're putting on quite an air. My brother has to spend over 100 yuan to see you and give you gifts. Director Hao was sweating profusely and hurriedly explained, I didn't know about this. It's all because the people below are so ignorant. I'll deal with them when I get back. I'll definitely hold a meeting to severely criticize them and eliminate this bad trend. And this young man, are you here to buy meat? How much meat do you need? As soon as the slaughterhouse receives the goods, I'll deliver it to you. Seeing that Director Hao's attitude was so humble, Liu Erzhu stopped putting on airs and softened his tone, saying, I don't want to buy meat, I want to buy some of the broken bones that nobody cares about in your area. Ha! Director Hao hesitated for a moment. You're not kidding me, are you? What's the use of that thing? Then don't worry about it. I really only need the broken bones, and I can give them to you at market price. Oh, don't worry, this was bought by our production brigade. Liu Erzhu knew that selling things nowadays wasn't something that could be done casually, especially large-scale sales, and that it was necessary to know where the goods were going. When Director Hao heard that it was the production brigade that was buying, he breathed a sigh of relief and said to Liu Erzhu, okay, it's no problem. Give me an address later and I'll send you a batch first. There's no rush, we'll have to wait a while before deciding, Liu Erzhu said calmly. Alright, come find me anytime you need me, Director Hao said with a smile. After the two finished speaking, Qian Hongyan looked at Director Hao and said irritably, let's talk about your daughter's matter again. I told you, I also have to go through the procedures for her to get into the Commerce Bureau. You want me to arrange a position directly? I need to have the ability to do that. Manager Hao said with a forced smile, I know, that's why I came to ask if there's anything I can help you with. I'd like to lend a hand. What help can you possibly offer? Qian Hongyun asked, clearly annoyed. Slaughterhouses are really something else. However, the Commerce Bureau is in charge of all commercial operations in the county and is also responsible for allocating resources. Even the various types of meat from slaughterhouses are allocated by the Commerce Bureau, so while slaughterhouses can act arrogantly and presumptuously with other units, they can only bow and scrape before the Commerce Bureau. After dawdling for a while, Director Hao was finally kicked out by Qian Hongyun. After he left, Qian Hongyun said to Liu Erzhu, his daughter is actually not bad, but that's the problem. Our deputy director's son took a liking to her and wanted to date her, but the girl disliked the deputy director's son because he was disabled and refused to go through with it. So do you think she can still get into the Commerce Bureau? Tisk, I don't know whether to call it lucky or unlucky, Liu Erzhu sighed. Why are you talking about that? Let's drink. Qian Hongyun urged, seeing that Liu Erzhu seemed to be sobering up a bit. The two of them started tilting their heads back and chugging the liquor again. One person finished all 3 bottles of wine, and the drinking ended with Qian Hongyun collapsing onto the table with a thud. Liu Erzhu simply wiped his mouth, his face slightly flushed. Liu Xian looked at Qian Hongyun lying down and walked over anxiously. Zhu Ziyi, are you alright? It's alright. Liu Erzhu smiled at Liu Xian, which reassured her somewhat. However, Qian Hongyun couldn't ignore it. Liu Erzhu found one of his clerks, wrote a prescription, and asked him to brew the medicine for Qian Hongyun to sober up. After finishing all this, Liu Erzhu went out and left with Liu Xian. Seeing that he was riding his bicycle in a straight line, Liu Xian breathed a sigh of relief, saying, Zhu Ziyi, you have a good alcohol tolerance. It's alright, Liu Erzhu replied casually, heading straight for Liutan. After returning home, he first took Liu Xian, who was carrying a lot of things, home. He had intended to just drop it off at his doorstep, but Liu Xian said to him, Zhu Ziyi, there's a lot of stuff here, I can't carry it all. Could you help me carry it home? Liu Erzhu didn't think much of it and helped carry the things inside. But as soon as he entered the house, Liu Xian, who followed him in, closed the door and bolted it shut. The child was being looked after at the neighbor's house, leaving only the man and woman alone in the house. Liu Erzhu turned around in surprise and found that Liu Xian had already taken off all her clothes. In those days, women didn't wear underwear. Once she took off her top and untied the rope around her waist, her snow-white body appeared before Liu Erzhu. She's curvy where she should be, slim where she should be, and her snow-white legs are firm, well-proportioned, and incredibly long and straight. Liu Xian walked over naked and knelt before Liu Erzhu, her face flushed with shame, but she looked up at Liu Erzhu with determination. Zuzi, I really can't repay your kindness to me. Why don't you take me? This is the only way I can repay you. Don't worry, I won't pester you or force you to marry me. From now on, whenever you want a woman, just come to me. I'll only serve you at night, okay? Looking at this delicate and beautiful young woman, Liu Erzhu stared wide-eyed, his heart pounding wildly, and he kept swallowing. The slight alcohol effect that the cold wind had just suppressed was now surging back up, making him somewhat out of control. Liu Xian knelt in front of Liu Erzhu and clearly saw his reaction, but Liu Erzhu just wouldn't make a move. Liu Xian wanted to use a method that her former man always forced her to use, but she absolutely refused. Just as Liu Xian opened her sexy red lips, the sound of a baby crying came from outside the door, along with Aunt C's greeting, Expert Liu, is that you back? The child misses her mother and can't be comforted no matter what. Come and hold her. Liu Xian panicked immediately, let go of Liu Erzhu, and scrambled over to put on her pants. Liu Erzhu was also startled, his IQ regained its high ground, and while cursing himself for what he had done, he pulled up his pants. He just couldn't calm down for a while as he watched Liu Xian sticking out her plump, white buttocks to put on her pants. Seeing that Aunt Si was about to come over, he quickly turned around and pretended to do his work. Liu Xian unlatched the door and went out to greet her. Auntie, I just got back and I'm tidying up the house. Please give me the child. Aunt Si handed the child over, somewhat curiously asking, Expert Liu, why is your face so red? Is it red? Maybe it's from working too hard. Liu Xian hurriedly gave a perfunctory answer and then turned around to take the child back into the house. Aunt Si felt something was strange and casually glanced into the house, only to find a man squatting in the corner working. One look at that back view and you knew it was Liu Erzhu. And then, remembering how Liu Xian's face was so red when the door was closed inside the room. As someone with experience, fourth auntie immediately guessed what was going on. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly went out to gossip with her old friends. Seeing that Aunt Si had left, Liu Erzhu quickly stood up and said, Sister Liu, I'm leaving too. Don't, Liu Xian said, her head bowed, her voice filled with shame as she tried to stop her. No, we can't do that, I have to go now. Liu Erzhu thought she was going to take off her naked body again, so he hurriedly tried to run away. Lu Zion was extremely embarrassed and said through gritted teeth, "Don't go, that thing hasn't gone down yet, what if someone sees us?" Liu Erzhu looked down and was immediately embarrassed. That good for nothing. He turned his head and looked around. He saw a vat of cold water, ran over, grabbed the ladle, and drank 7 or 8 mouthfuls, which finally calmed his anger. Liu Erzhu then hurriedly ran away. Watching his retreating figure, Lu Zion's pretty face flushed red, her eyes filled with self-blame and worry. She secretly regretted her boldness earlier, daring to do that to the pillar in broad daylight. She was also afraid that Liu Erzhu would think she was shameless and would never come looking for her again. Unfortunately, Liu Erzhu lived with his parents. Otherwise, Lu Zion would have dared to strip himself of his pride and sneak over to Liu Erzhu's bed in the middle of the night to deliver sex to his door. As Liu Erzhu left Lu Zion's house, he saw Aunt Si and several other women in the distance, all with gossipy smiles on their faces, pointing at him and talking to each other. This scene made Liu Erzhu's heart tighten. He knew it was all over. "I reckon my gossip will spread throughout the whole village tomorrow. The problem is, I didn't get to eat any meat, and even Lu Zion didn't get to eat any of my meat, yet gossip has already spread. I'm really at a loss." However, this matter couldn't be explained. The more he tried to explain, the more confusing it became. Liu Erzhu could only go home first. For the next period of time, Liu Erzhu stayed home a lot to avoid gossip and to work on renovating his house. Liu Hai would always come running to him excitedly, saying that the drilling team had arrived and asking how the drilling was progressing. Also, the houses have been repaired, and stoves and other equipment have been built. The first batch of piglets has already arrived. Everything is ready now, except for Liu Erzhu getting through the final hurdle. There's another matter that has also been settled. The troupe's adapted opera Hero Captures the Enemy is also coming to Liutan for its first performance. Liu Hai came to find Liu Erzhu and said to him as Liu Erzhu was cooking, "The troupe is coming today. You must see this play. The well has been completely finished today, so let's celebrate with this performance." Without looking up, Liu Erzhu said, "I don't think I'll have time to go. I'll go to the county town today to get the seeds I need for planting." "Hey, they're acting out your situation. What kind of behavior is it if you don't go watch it?" "Oh, are you afraid the villagers will laugh at you and expert Liu? I've already told them not to spread rumors." Liu Hai kindly tried to comfort Liu Erzhu, but this only made Liu Erzhu more embarrassed. Liu Erzhu glared at him angrily. "There's really nothing between me and Sister Liu. I believe you. I really believe you." Liu Hai nodded repeatedly, though his suppressed laughter was quite obvious. Seeing his attitude, Liu Erzhu became even angrier and silently continued cooking. "I'm not going, you guys go see for yourselves. Don't do that. If you keep doing that, I'll have expert Liu come and invite you," Liu Hai threatened. Liu Erzhu glared at him. "Hey, do you look like an uncle?" Before Liu Hai could retort, Niu Honghua walked over with Chun'er and gave Liu Erzhu an order. "You take Chun'er to see the opera later. You can't come back until the troupe leaves." Just as Liu Erzhu was about to ask his mother why she had come to join in the fun, he looked up and found that Chun'er had actually dressed up carefully. Her long, black hair was tied in the most fashionable braids at the time, with a red flower on top. The floral cotton coat she was wearing was something Liu Erzhu had gotten from the textile factory. Her fair face was unadorned, with only a red paper smeared on her lips. She looked extremely beautiful, but no matter how you looked at her, she looked like a newlywed bride. Her beautiful appearance stunned Liu Hai, who exclaimed, "Oh my, I didn't know Chun'er was so beautiful." Liu Erzhu was also amazed and couldn't help but say, "Chun'er, you should always dress like this from now on." Chun'er felt extremely embarrassed by their stares and dared not look up. Seeing her like this, Niu Honghua leaned closer, exasperated, and whispered, "Have you forgotten everything I just told you? If you don't take the initiative, the silly Zuzi will be tricked by that widow." Upon hearing this, Chun'er trembled, and fear appeared on her face. She truly loved Liu Erzhu and wanted to marry him. She didn't want him to be taken away from her. If other young and beautiful women were to get together with Liu Erzhu, Chun'er would be disappointed, but she wouldn't say or do anything. As long as Liu Erzhu didn't kick her out, she could stay at home and help out. But Chun'er really didn't want Liu Erzhu to marry a widow. She felt that the widow was not good enough for Liu Erzhu. At this moment, Chun'er mustered up her courage and whispered to Liu Erzhu, "Brother Zhu, shall we go see a play?" Niu Honghua walked silently to Liu Erzhu's side, pinched his lower back hard, and her eyes were full of threat, meaning you dare not agree to one and see what happens. Liu Erzhu had no choice but to grit his teeth and agree. I'll go, okay? "Okay, go ahead," Niu Honghua urged with satisfaction. "Why are you going so early now? The opera troupe hasn't even arrived yet." "I'm going to prepare something to eat while watching the play," Liu Erzhu said helplessly. Upon hearing Liu Erzhu agree to go, Liu Hai immediately said, "Okay, I'll go get busy first. I'll save you 2 good seats in the front row." After saying that, Liu Hai turned and left. Niu Honghua also brought Chun'er into the house, gave her instructions again, and even encouraged her to force the issue with Zhu Ziyi if all else failed. Liu Erzhu then used his mental space to produce some corn, mixed it with sugar, and popped it. I used my mind to squeeze some watermelon juice and put it in a canning jar. Once he finished his work, the theater troupe arrived. Liu Erzhu took Chun'er, whom Niu Honghua had repeatedly instructed, to go see a play. Along the way, the two encountered many villagers, all of whom were amazed by Chun'er's beauty and showered her with praise, making Chun'er even more embarrassed. She didn't dare to look up the whole way. A nosy old lady came over, glaring at Liu Erzhu and reminding him not to go out and wander around aimlessly, saying that Chun'er was such a good girl. Liu Erzhu knew what the old woman meant, so he could only awkwardly nod in agreement. When Liu Erzhu arrived at the place to watch the play, he found that people from all around had come to join in the fun, forming a huge, bustling crowd. After all, there were very few entertainment options at that time. If a movie or a play was shown, people would walk more than 10 miles to come and watch. Because Liu Hai said he would save seats for the two of them in the front row, Liu Erzhu led Chun'er toward the front row. As soon as I arrived at the front row, I discovered that Liu Xian was also there. Liu Erzhu was taken aback when he saw Liu Xian. He subconsciously glanced at Liu Hai, who was in charge of affairs in the distance. Liu Hai deliberately avoided looking at Liu Erzhu, not daring to look at him. Liu Erzhu guessed that it probably wasn't Liu Hai who arranged it, since he had no reason to play tricks on him like this. It could only be that Liu Xian arrived early. Seeing Liu Xian holding and playing with the child, Liu Erzhu could only take Chun'er and sit down next to her. Chun'er also saw Liu Xian, and was even more embarrassed and nervous than Liu Erzhu. The villagers have been saying for the past few days that the two of them have already slept together. Now that they're sitting together again, she feels somewhat superfluous. The surrounding villagers were also watching Liu Erzhu, wondering what was going on between him and Liu Xian. Seeing Liu Erzhu sit down, Liu Xian was actually quite embarrassed, but she pretended to be normal and said, "Zuzit, Chun'er, you're here. It's about to start, so please sit down quickly." Liu Erzhu agreed and sat down with Chun'er. He deliberately arranged for Chun'er to sit next to Liu Xian, while he himself sat one seat away. Liu Xian knew about the relationship between the two, so she deliberately kept talking to Chun'er, expressing her envy of Chun'er's good relationship with Liu Erzhu, while implying that she and Liu Erzhu had no special relationship. At first, Chun'er was a little nervous and hesitant to respond, but gradually she realized that Liu Xian was not a bad person and didn't seem to be trying to seduce her brother Zuzi, so she slowly lowered her guard and started to talk to him. Seeing that she was willing to talk to her, Liu Xian became even more enthusiastic, praising Liu Erzhu incessantly, asking her if she liked Liu Erzhu, and even teaching her how to keep a man's heart. The villagers nearby were hoping to see if the two women would start fighting in public, and they were all waiting to watch the spectacle. Unexpectedly, the two women chatted enthusiastically, and in the end, Chun'er kept calling Liu Ji, Sister Liu, affectionately, as if they were two sisters. Seeing the two getting along well, Liu Erzhu breathed a sigh of relief and quickly took out popcorn and watermelon juice from his bag for the two women to eat and drink. The aroma wafted through the air, making everyone's mouths water. A group of children, in particular, gathered around, staring longingly at the popcorn in Chun'er and Liu Xian's hands. Both women were soft-hearted and wanted to share with the children, but since these were Liu Erzhu's things, they both looked to him. Liu Erzhu didn't stop them, casually saying, "Here you go, do whatever you want with this." The two women discussed it and gave each child a piece of popcorn. They also gave the watermelon juice to Liu Hai to take backstage to quench the thirst of the theater troupe members. The troupe members were naturally pleasantly surprised, as they were able to drink watermelon juice in the dead of winter. It was not only sweet and energizing, but also thirst-quenching, which made them perform even more energetically. As Liu Erzhu had predicted, the opera was quite popular. When the scene of annulling the engagement was performed, the villagers were so angry that they cursed and shouted as if they were watching Huang Shiren forcibly taking the white-haired girl away. But Zhao Qing, who played Song Anying's mother, lived up to her reputation as someone trained by Liu Erzhu, and her performance was quite good. She portrayed the woman who broke off the engagement brilliantly, capturing her despicable nature, her helplessness, and her unwavering strength. Such a three-dimensional character can really please many people. As the villagers listened, their feelings shifted from simply hating her to pitying her for being forced into marriage by her family. The actor who played the young hero Zhu Ziyi in the opera was also quite brilliant. In the martial arts scenes, he wielded a knife and a gun, and when he finally captured the spy, he won a standing ovation. The villagers cheered continuously, but no one actually gave them money, since they were all poor. But the applause and enthusiastic cheers also made the troupe members extremely happy. After all, this means their opera performance is good and popular here, which will lead to more invitations and opportunities to perform in the city and province. After the opera performance, people no longer ask for autographs or photos, but many still clamor for the troupe members to say a few words. Zhao Qing, in particular, was strongly invited by the women's director of Liuyutun to come forward and say a few words. Because her performance in the opera was very much in line with the characteristics of the times and responded to the call of the country, shouting out the slogan of breaking away from feudal marriage and bringing glory to women, Therefore, the women's director felt that she should be asked to come out and persuade the villagers not to engage in so-called arranged marriages, which would harm both themselves and others. Zhao Qing didn't hesitate. After removing her makeup, she walked confidently onto the stage, bowed to the audience, and then said earnestly, "Everyone, the reason I performed so well is thanks to the support of the troupe leaders, the guidance of the playwright, and the help of comrade Liu Erzhu." As soon as he said this, all eyes turned to Liu Erzhu. Liu Erzhu silently complained, "Weren't we supposed to keep our identities a secret?" As you all probably know, this play tells the story of comrade Liu Erzhu's brave fight against spies. I was particularly curious about how such a handsome young man could have such courage, and I wanted to learn more about his deeds, so I asked him to give me some pointers. Unexpectedly, he told me a tragic story about a feudal marriage, which made me feel a strong connection with the girl in the opera, which is why my performance satisfied everyone. If you want to praise someone, praise comrade Liu Erzhu. Everyone looked at Liu Erzhu and applauded enthusiastically. The villagers of Liutan, in particular, were all extremely proud as they explained this to those around them. "This is a good child from our village. I watched Liu Erzhu grow up, he's been incredibly smart since he was a kid. Erzhuzi is my own nephew. Don't believe me? I'll have him call me uncle in a bit. Yes, I am his third maternal grandfather. I am his seventh grandfather." A group of people talked about their kinship with Liu Erzhu, their faces beaming, as if they were the ones who had done the good deed. But Chun'er only cared about one thing, looking at Liu Erzhu with teary eyes. "Brother Zhu, who broke off your engagement? She's so mean." No matter how successful Zhao Qing's performance was, in Chun'er's opinion, breaking off the engagement was wrong. Even Lu Xian looked at Liu Erzhu with pity. Liu Erzhu was speechless, and quickly explained, "It's fake, it's all fake. This is artistic creation, you know? Art comes from life, but it transcends life." Zhao Qing continued, "By the way, I hope everyone will not pursue the matter of the girl who broke off the engagement, because she was also a victim of the times. I believe she also loved young heroes like Zhu Ziyi. She had to make sacrifices to oppose feudal marriage and benefit the vast number of women." Liu Erzhu, "No, what does this have to do with anything?" But Zhao Qing's words confirmed the fact that Liu Erzhu's engagement had been broken off. The villagers all looked at Liu Erzhu with sympathy. Liu Erzhu couldn't sit still any longer and quickly waved his hand at Zhao Qing, signaling her not to talk nonsense. But the words have already been spoken, and there's no going back. With other people also wanting to speak, the matter became completely inexplicable. Finally, when the troupe members were scheduled to eat and rest, Lu Hai quietly ran over to Liu Erzhu and asked, "Zhu Ziyi, who was it that broke off the engagement? I've never heard of it." Liu Erzhu was truly at a loss for words, so he simply fled back to his own home. He felt he needed to go into hiding. The gossip about Lu Xian hasn't died down yet, and now there's the news of the annulment of the engagement. Next, I'm sure I'll become the headline news in the village's intelligence center, and I'll be the subject of a lot of questions and discussions. Perfect timing. The bone meal feed needed for animal husbandry requires a grinder. After all, grinding those bones into shares would require too much manpower and time using a millstone, which simply cannot be supplied. A shredder is necessary. But this shredder isn't sold in the county town, you have to go to the city. Even in the city, there might not be any readily available. Moreover, Liu Erzhu wanted to produce a batch of grain, preferably around 10,000 or 20,000 jin. Selling locally is too risky. If you sell the goods elsewhere and run, the chances of getting caught are very small. So, I might as well go to Beijing. Anyway, it's not far, about 200 kilometers. Tomorrow I'll ride the Changjiang 750 motorcycle that the Transportation Bureau provided to me in the county, and I estimate it will take about 3 hours to get there. Perfect, I can go and see Beijing again. In his previous life, although he lived in Beijing for many years, he was poor in the early stages and became the pillar of his family later on. He didn't even get to see Beijing properly. Besides, Liu Erzhu also missed the pickles from Liu Baiju. I must buy some this time and also learn how to cook it. In the future, greenhouse cultivation in Liutan will definitely focus on vegetables. However, if only vegetables are sold, the sales channels will be too narrow, and it may not be possible to make much money. Pickled vegetables are different, everyone needs them, and they're much more expensive and cost-effective than buying vegetables separately. Once Liu Erzhu made up his mind, he went straight to bed to conserve his energy. We'll set off early tomorrow morning. Early morning. Liu Erzhu told his parents that he was going to Beijing and that if he came back too late that night, they should not wait for him. Afterwards, he went straight to the brigade headquarters and asked Lu Hai to write him a letter of introduction. Without this thing, he can't leave the house, let alone buy a shredder. After finishing all that, Liu Erzhu rode his bicycle to the commune again to get another purchase certificate. This kind of machinery cannot be purchased by individuals at will. A certificate from an employer is required to prove that Liutan is qualified to purchase it, and only then is it considered legal. The commune naturally wouldn't make things difficult for Liu Erzhu, since the planting and breeding applications had already been approved, and there was no need to hold them back at this point. After obtaining all the necessary documents, Liu Erzhu returned to the county town and went to the Transportation Bureau early in the morning to wait. Beep beep beep. Deputy Director Ma arrived at work on his motorcycle and saw Liu Erzhu waiting at the entrance of the Transportation Bureau. His eyes lit up immediately, and he jumped off the motorcycle and ran over to Zuzi, my good nephew. Liu Erzhu was taken aback, but he quickly greeted him. Uncle Ma, why are you so excited? How could I not be excited? You're a miracle worker. Deputy Director Ma stopped mid-sentence, noticing the people passing by. He immediately pulled Liu Erzhu aside and whispered, "You're amazing. I took your medicine yesterday and immediately felt better. Especially that muscle-strengthening pill you gave me. Your aunt's voice was so gentle when she woke me up today. She brought me my shoes and bag, she was practically feeding me." Liu Erzhu gave a knowing smile. "That's a good thing, but you can't eat too much of it." "Don't worry, I'm already in my 50s, what would I do for that?" Deputy Director Ma said with a smile. "The main thing is to let that old woman know that I may not be incompetent, but I'm not. He, Uncle Ma is awesome." Liu Erzhu gave a thumbs up. Deputy Director Ma's face immediately lit up with a rosy glow, but he also got down to business. "You still haven't said what you're here for." "I need to go to Beijing, and I need a motorcycle," Liu Erzhu started to say, but then stopped mid-sentence. Deputy Director Ma immediately chimed in, "It's ready, it's all set up, but it's not brand new. I always use old ones. Giving you new ones would be a rip-off." It's all right, as long as I can run." Liu Erzhu was overjoyed. He had been thinking that riding a new motorcycle was too flashy, and he was even considering how to make it look old. "I didn't expect that Deputy Director Ma had thought of everything for me." I couldn't help but give him a thumbs up in admiration. Deputy Director Ma immediately put his arm around Liu Erzhu and led him into the bureau, enthusiastically introducing Liu Erzhu to everyone he met as his nephew. The people from the Transportation Bureau all memorized Liu Erzhu's appearance, planning to get to know him better sometime in the future. Soon, they arrived at the garage and saw a military green sidecar motorcycle. Although it's secondhand, it's been cleaned very well. There are some areas where the paint has chipped off, but that doesn't detract from its coolness. In fact, it gives it a camouflage look. The big motorcycle, lying there, looked like a big tiger. Overjoyed, Liu Erzhu immediately ran over and mounted the horse. Deputy Director Ma came over and taught Liu Erzhu how to start the engine and how to ride. Although he had never ridden a sidecar motorcycle in his previous life, Liu Erzhu had driving experience and could also ride motorcycles and tricycles, so he felt the experience was similar. He circled the garage door twice and mastered it. Seeing how well he was riding, Deputy Director Ma gave him a thumbs up. "You're really smart, kid. You learned to ride in such a short time, which saves me a lot of worry. Keep going." Seeing Deputy Director Ma toss him a small booklet, Liu Erzhu casually caught it and discovered it was a driver's license with his own name on it. He immediately exclaimed in surprise, "When was this issued? Is this any big deal for your Uncle Ma?" Deputy Director Ma laughed. Liu Erzhu thought to himself that it was true. For the Deputy Director of the Transportation Bureau, getting a permit was really no trouble at all. "Alright, then I thank you very much, Uncle Ma," Liu Erzhu said with a smile. "You little brat, what are you thanking me for? When you come back from Beijing, come to my house for a meal, and I'll have to treat you properly," Deputy Director Ma said with a stern face. "Okay. Do you have any favorite local specialties in Beijing? I'll bring some back for you," Liu Erzhu asked. "Specialties of Beijing. If you have the means, bring me back some Beijing delicacies and roast duck," Deputy Director Ma said, reaching for his purse. "Okay, I got it." Liu Erzhu twisted the accelerator and sped away. "Hey kid, grab the money." Deputy Director Ma hurriedly took 2 steps after him, but seeing that Liu Erzhu didn't stop, he knew that Liu didn't want his money. He immediately laughed and scolded, "You little brat, you've made me owe someone another favor." Liu Erzhu didn't care about any of that. He was wearing a cotton coat and a cotton hat, and the textile factory had even made him cotton gloves, so he wasn't cold at all. He rode his motorcycle at breakneck speed, looking quite dashing in the wind. Wherever he went, passers-by cast surprised and envious glances his way. If we were to say that bicycles at that time were equivalent to BMWs and Mercedes-Benzes in later generations, that motorcycle is definitely Rolls-Royce level. Liu Erzhu rode his motorcycle straight to Beijing. At that time, there were no smooth highways, not even national highways. He could only follow the map and speed along the uneven roads. Fortunately, the motorcycle was designed with this kind of rough road in mind, so it wasn't too uncomfortable to ride. Plus, Liu Erzhu was protected by thick cotton clothes and a woolen overcoat, so he wasn't too cold. 4 hours later, Liu Erzhu finally arrived at Dongjimen in Beijing. Looking at this old city gate tower, Liu Erzhu was filled with emotion. In a few years, this city gate tower will be demolished. He even came to visit the demolition work back then. But when he saw it, more than half of it had already been demolished. Now that we've finally seen the whole place, a sense of history washes over us. He felt a pang of emotion, but said nothing aloud. The campaign to destroy the Four Olds is not yet in full swing, but lamenting history is almost the same as reminiscing about feudalism, so it's best to avoid making any careless remarks. Many people were passing by Don Jimin. Some of those people were dressed impeccably, while others were covered in patches. People who are well dressed look down on those who are covered in patches. Those pushing bicycles look down on those who are well dressed. When they saw Liu Erzhu wearing a woolen overcoat and riding a motorcycle, they all looked at him with envy. Although the people of Beijing now are not as arrogant as they are in later generations, they still don't have a good attitude towards outsiders. Fortunately, he had lived here for many years in his previous life, so he speaks the local dialect of Beijing very well. Liu Erzhu approached an old man sunbathing under the city gate tower and asked loudly, "Have you eaten yet?" The old man became interested when he saw Liu Erzhu riding a motorcycle. "Guy, are you from out of town?" "Where?" "I was transferred to another place a while ago, and I just got back," Liu Erzhu said with a smile. Hearing Liu Erzhu's Beijing accent sound so fluent, the old man believed him and his smile became even brighter. "Then congratulations, sir. Nowhere else is as good as our Beijing." "Thanks, want one?" Liu Erzhu handed over a Zhonghua cigarette. The old man was even happier, took the cigarette and praised, "He, you really are a man." Liu Erzhu lit a cigarette for him before asking, "Do you know where there's a newsstand around here?" "Run 2 blocks straight ahead, turn left, and you'll see it," the old man replied. Liu Erzhu thanked him, got on his motorcycle, and rode away. But after crossing a street, he stopped again to ask for directions. I had to ask, mainly because he used to live here, so he knows all too well the ways of the older generation. Although deliberately giving wrong directions doesn't do him any good, he just enjoys making things difficult for others. Although he tried his best to learn the local accent, he was inevitably fooled. Sure enough, Liu Erzhu asked a teenager for directions, and in exchange for an apple, he learned that the route was to run 3 streets and then turn right. "Damn it, you old bastard." Liu Erzhu was indignant. He first followed the boy's instructions to find a newsstand, bought a map of Beijing, and then ran back to the vicinity of Dongjimin Gate Tower. Seeing that the old man was still there in the distance, Liu Erzhu grabbed a passing child and pointed at the old man, asking, "Do you know him?" "Yes, I know him. He's an old hand from our alley, second master," the child said innocently. "What kind of so-called old hand is he?" "He's nothing but a petty thug in his youth who now uses his seniority to show off and cause trouble for others." Liu Erzhu handed the child a piece of fruit candy and said, "Go tell that old man that his house is on fire and he should hurry home." The child was overjoyed to see the candy and immediately ran over to the old man, shouting, "Grandpa! Grandpa! Your house is on fire! Come and see!" "What?" The old man was happily smoking when he heard this. He jumped 3 feet high and ran home as fast as a rabbit, panting. He didn't even bother to pick up his shoes. A moment later, the old man's cursing echoed through the alley, and he came out cursing as he picked up his shoes. As soon as he came out, he saw Liu Erzhu using a stick to lift his shoe and throw it up onto the city gate tower. "You old bastard, you're full of nonsense." Liu Erzhu cursed, got on his motorcycle and rode away, making the old man jump up and down in anger. Liu Erzhu found a quiet spot sheltered from the wind and lay on the motorcycle to examine the map. He was looking for a place to buy a shredder. "Although I want to explore Beijing, I need to take care of the important business first." Soon, he found a place called Fenglei Crusher Factory in Tongzhou on the map, and immediately rode his motorcycle there. It's not far, only about 20 kilometers. When he arrived, the factory was bustling with activity. With a letter of introduction and a certificate from the commune, and after giving away half a pack of cigarettes, Liu Erzhu finally met the director of the crusher factory. After he met the person and explained his purpose, the director was quite polite. After all, who wouldn't be happy to make money? In addition, Liu Erzhu brought 2 large watermelons with him in order to make things go smoothly. Upon seeing the watermelon, the director's face beamed with joy. He gave a thumbs up and said, "You guys are really something. But let's be clear from the start, your location is too far away. We sell, but we don't deliver." "That's alright, I'll give you 5 yuan. You can find 2 people to take me to the roadside, and my fellow villagers will come to pick me up," Liu Erzhu said with a smile. "That's no big deal." The director waved his hand generously, took the 5 yuan, and then went out to call a few workers to carry it away. Tongzhou was still quite desolate at this time. When the workers transported the crusher to the side of the road, there were no villages at all, only a wasteland. The 2 workers each accepted a pack of cigarettes from Liu Erzhu, which was quite kind of them. They asked him worriedly if he was afraid to be alone. After all, this shredder is a medium-sized one, and it costs 800 yuan. Although it's heavy, it's unlikely to be stolen, but who knows? Liu Erzhu smiled and waved his hand. "Thanks, brother, but it's nothing. You guys go back. I can manage on my own." Seeing that Liu Erzhu was confident, the 2 guessed that the villagers were about to arrive, so they didn't delay any longer. They were afraid that if they went back late, the team leader would scold them. Liu Erzhu sat on the motorcycle, quietly smoking a cigarette for a while. After confirming that no one was around, he put the shredder into his mental space and rode away. Next, it's time to get back to my own business. Liu Erzhu first went to Liu Baiju. At this time, Liu Baiju had not yet changed its name. In 2 years, it would become a pickle factory and its retail outlet. However, their pickles are quite famous. Even when many people can't afford food and meat, their pickles are still in high demand. Liu Erzhu bought 3 large vats of pickled vegetables, including half a vat of pickled garlic. Although it cost a lot of money, what can we do when we have money? Liu Erzhu found a porter to deliver the 3 jars of pickled vegetables to a remote place, as was customary. Once everyone was out of sight, Liu Erzhu put away the pickles, his stomach already growling with hunger. Let's go get some Peking duck first. Liu Erzhu rode his motorcycle past Quan Jude and drove off without looking back. He wants to eat Peking duck, not the brand name. When they arrived at Binyufang, Liu Erzhu parked his car and strode into the store. Although Binyufang had become a joint state-private enterprise at this time, as a time-honored brand, it still retained some old habits. A waiter came up to Liu Erzhu and politely asked him what he wanted to eat. First, a roast duck, then a braised sea cucumber with scallions, a fish fillet with fermented rice wine, and wine. Never mind, I still need to ride my bike later. Anyway, there's duck soup. Liu Erzhu quickly ordered the dishes. Although he had never eaten at Binyufang before, it didn't stop him from watching various TV dramas to learn about the place. The waiter immediately raised his voice and shouted to the kitchen, roast duck, braised sea cucumber with scallions, and stir-fried fish fillets, please. Wow, that's so authentic. Liu Erzhu sat in the chair and looked around. Noticing that there weren't many customers around, they all turned to look at him. People come here to eat roast duck, so it's not excessive for Liu Erzhu to order roast duck. But braised sea cucumber with scallions is a famous dish, and it's very expensive, costing at least 4 or 5 yuan. The braised fish slices also cost 2 pieces. Add to that the 6 yuan roast duck. This meal alone cost more than 10 yuan, which is equivalent to half a month's salary for many people. Even some apprentices might not earn this much in 2 months. Moreover, the need for meat rations adds another expense. Where did this rich person come from? Liu Erzhu didn't care. Anyway, he wasn't a local. He could just eat and run away. It wouldn't hurt to show off a little. It's definitely more comfortable being away from home. Before long, the roast duck arrived. The skin was golden and crispy, and the meat was tender and juicy. The aroma that wafted over made Liu Erzhu's stomach rumble. He picked up a flatbread, sandwiched 2 thin slices of duck meat between them, added some shredded scallions and cucumber strips, rolled it up, dipped it in sweet bean sauce, and ate it. His mouth was full of oil and the aroma was irresistible. It was incredibly satisfying. Just as he was enjoying his meal, the braised sea cucumber with scallions was served. The sea cucumber in the plate was shiny black and oily, coated with a thick sauce. The aroma of the meat, combined with the rich fragrance of scallions, surprisingly overpowered the flavor of the roast duck. Liu Erzhu couldn't resist picking up his chopsticks and taking a bite. The soft, chewy sea cucumber had a rich, salty and savory flavor. It was truly delicious. For a moment, he didn't know what to eat first. Just then, a figure suddenly sat down in front of him. Hitui. The man spat out a mouthful of saliva at the braised sea cucumber with scallions, then smiled at the dumbfounded Liu Erzhu guy. Want some more? He seemed to know he was going to get beaten up, and deliberately brought his face closer. That means exchanging a slap for a serving of braised sea cucumber with scallions is worth it. Liu Erzhu glanced at the contaminated braised sea cucumber with scallions, then at the man with yellow teeth who was as thin as a bamboo pole, and without hesitation, he got up and kicked the man to the ground. He picked up a plate from the table, stepped on the man with 1 foot, pried open his mouth with 1 hand, and poured the entire plate of food into the man's mouth and nose. Damn it, are you trying to disgust me and monopolize this whole table of food? I know you want to eat, but I won't let you eat too happily. The entire plate, oil and meat, was poured into the man's mouth and nose. Although the man got to eat, he was in excruciating pain, struggling incessantly, crying and begging for mercy with snot and tears streaming down his face. The people around were initially sympathizing with Liu Erzhu for encountering such a ruthless person, but they didn't expect Liu Erzhu to be even more ruthless. They were all frightened and hid in the distance. The waiter rushed over and pulled Liu Erzhu away, saying, brother, stop it. If something really happens, it's not worth getting into trouble with the police for this kind of bastard. Liu Erzhu didn't continue his attack. Instead, he pointed to the residue and juice on the ground and said, lick the ground clean for me. If you dare to leave before you do, I'll break your arms and legs. At worst, I'll spend a few years in jail, but once you're crippled, who will care about you? Liu Erzhu didn't dislike beggars, because everyone has times when they can't survive. But this way of begging made him very unhappy. The man was intimidated by Liu Erzhu's ruthlessness. He acted like a dog, obediently licking the soup off the ground. He ate a mouthful of mud and gagged in disgust before scrambling away. Fortunately, the other items on the table were not contaminated. Liu Erzhu simply focused on eating the roast duck and the braised fish slices. After he had eaten and drunk his fill, he also packed 10 portions of roast duck and braised sea cucumber with scallions to take away. When I get back, I'll let my family try it too, especially my dad. Liu Fuxian must have eaten a lot of this when he was a child, and he's probably been craving it for a while. Let's go back and make him happy. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Liu Erzhu left Bin Yufang carrying his belongings. When he came out, he found a group of children circling around his motorcycle. 2 of the children were quite daring and were riding on the motorcycle, twisting the throttle and making doo-doo sounds, as if they were speeding along. "Hey, you're down here," Liu Erzhu greeted with a smile. When the person in charge arrived, the children scattered like birds and beasts, shouting and yelling. Liu Erzhu pretended to put the things in his hand into the storage box, but in fact he had already sent them into his mind space. Then, he rode his motorcycle towards Zaidan. There's a shopping mall there with the most complete selection, you can buy anything there. He might be able to buy some southern fruits, and then he can use those fruits to cultivate seeds, plant them in the village, and sell them. He'll definitely make money. Then there's Gaixiangkan Dim Sum Shop, where you can buy many of the trendy dim sum dishes from Beijing. Another thing is that Liu Erzhu really wants to buy a book on martial arts. The National Bookstore in Zaidan sells all kinds of old books, so he should be able to find one he wants. Liu Erzhu came to Beijing this time with the intention of making purchases. The shredder was purchased using funds from the brigade headquarters. Although eating roast duck and other delicacies is expensive, it only costs a little over 100 yuan in total. He still has 1,300 yuan on him, which should be enough as long as he doesn't buy anything expensive. Even if he's buying something big, he can find a place to sell his grain at night, raise enough money, and then come back to buy it. Zaidan. This place is indeed more prosperous than other parts of Beijing. Liu Erzhu first arrived at the entrance of the National Bookstore. This time he was smarter and found the parking area to store his motorcycle before entering the bookstore. This bookstore is huge, with all kinds of bookshelves lined up, displaying books that are both new and old. There is also a dedicated section for used books. At this time, the red armband incident had not yet occurred, so the ancient books were relatively well preserved. Liu Erzhu began searching the bookshelf and actually found several books containing training tips left by martial arts masters. Some of these books are sold by martial arts masters who can't afford to eat. Some are spendthrift sons who sell their family heirlooms to make money. Especially those old-fashioned people who were used to luxury. When the Qing dynasty collapsed, they couldn't even afford to eat, so they sold whatever they had at home. The martial arts insights that Liu Erzhu found were from 2 famous masters, Bajikwan and Taijikwan. As the saying goes, the 8 extremes outside stabilize the universe, while the Taiji inside brings peace to the world. These 2 martial arts are arguably the 2 most famous martial arts styles in the martial arts world. Just as Liu Erzhu was about to accept the 2 martial arts techniques and settle the bill, he heard someone next to him criticizing them. In my opinion, these so-called ancient books are all feudal remnants, all dross. These things are all the biggest enemies hindering the progress of the revolution, and they should be burned. Upon hearing this voice, Liu Erzhu looked over in confusion. I found out he was a young man with a buzz cut, looking disdainful, but he wasn't wearing a red armband. Thank goodness, Liu Erzhu thought it was those guys who started the trouble beforehand. However, at this point, saying such things is quite correct and cannot be refuted. So the people around just avoided the young man who was shouting, and no one dared to come closer and say anything. Liu Erzhu didn't want to pay any attention to it, but the young man actually set his sights on him, ran over and pointed at Liu Erzhu, shouting, "What book are you holding? Let me see it. What business is it of yours if I buy books?" "I didn't steal them," Liu Erzhu said irritably. "What? You want to steal books? That's an even more heinous crime," the young man shouted. Liu Erzhu's face darkened. He didn't bother with the guy and quickly left. The young man, perhaps thinking he had found an easy target, persisted relentlessly. When Liu Erzhu was paying the bill, the young man saw the titles of the 2 books and immediately exclaimed, "Bajikwan? Taijikwan? What the hell? These titles sound like bad books." He then noticed the signatures and seals on the covers of the 2 books, which belonged to a martial arts master from a royal palace. The young man's eyes lit up, and he snatched the 2 books, shouting, "These are things used by ancient princes, remnants of feudalism. What are you buying these things for? Do you want to become a prince? Or a capitalist?" Liu Erzhu finally couldn't hold back and retorted, "Are you crazy? This is sold in a bookstore, why can't I buy it?" The young man stared intently at the clerk and demanded, "Your bookstore actually allows the sale of this kind of book? Tell me, what are your intentions?" The clerk clearly recognized the young man and, unwilling to offend him, put on an apologetic smile, "It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. We didn't intend to sell these 2 books." Seeing that the clerk had put the 2 books away without paying, Liu Erzhu frowned and said, "It's just 2 books, it shouldn't be such a big problem, right? If these books can't be sold, we might as well burn all the old books here. How did you know I had this plan? Are you trying to stop me?" The young man retorted. "No, Are you sick? Liu Erzhu was baffled. Why was this guy constantly labeling him and causing trouble? I don't think I've offended this young man, have I? The clerk coldly told Liu Erzhu, we're not selling you any more books. You should leave now. Did you hear that? They're not selling anymore, so hurry up and leave. The young man looked at Liu Erzhu smugly. This is just a few years ahead of schedule. If he were to run into Liu Erzhu in a few years, he might be detained and interrogated or even denounced. Liu Erzhu sensed that the young man was indeed targeting him. There were quite a few people buying books nearby, but the young man didn't pay any attention. However, he still had to buy these 2 books, so he quickly changed his mind and said to the clerk, I think this brother is right. These 2 books do have a lot of problems. Why don't we destroy them in front of everyone? The clerk's expression changed. She could refuse to sell, but if the manager investigated the damage, she would have to pay for it herself. The young man was taken aback by Liu Erzhu's sudden change of tone and stared at him in astonishment. What did you say? I said those 2 books contain counter-revolutionary remarks and should be destroyed. What? Weren't you shouting loudly just now? Now that you hear they should be destroyed, you're unwilling. Do you want to buy those 2 books and are you deliberately trying to scare me away from buying them? Liu Erzhu asked, squinting at the young man. The young man's expression changed, and he stammered, unable to speak coherently. You're making false accusations. Seeing his expression, Liu Erzhu instantly realized that he had guessed correctly. After all that fuss, it turns out he's just a thug trying to take advantage of others. That makes sense, though. In a few years, those wearing red armbands will all be this kind of people. Few people truly want to support the revolution, and some may even be targeted for speaking out for justice. Liu Erzhu looked at the young man. Since you say there's a problem with those 2 books, yet you refuse to destroy them, that's going too far. It makes me question your stance. How about we go to your workplace and have a chat? Seeing Liu Erzhu's fearless demeanor, the young man became frightened instead, and threatened him with bluster. What business is it of yours what my stance is? You haven't even explained why you wanted to buy these 2 books. I bought it to destroy it. How can this kind of book be left here to continue harming people? If you really want to prove your point, buy the book and we'll destroy it together. Liu Erzhu sneered. The young man's face was ashen, his thoughts already led astray by Liu Erzhu. Since it's going to be destroyed anyway, why buy it? Oh, you don't want to buy it? Are you trying to rob me? Liu Erzhu questioned. What robbery? This is bad stuff, it's only right to destroy it. The young man was even more frightened. He didn't expect Liu Erzhu to be even better at labeling people than him. Fine, either you have the bookstore destroy these 2 books, or you buy them and destroy them yourself. Otherwise, I seriously suspect you're trying to rob me, and don't blame me for calling the police and causing trouble at your workplace. Liu Erzhu threatened. The young man was overwhelmed by Liu Erzhu's words, and the people around him couldn't stand his pretentious behavior, so they deliberately egged him on. Yeah, you were going to destroy it, but it turns out you're trying to rob us? Robbery is a serious crime, you'll get shot. Call the police and have them arrested. I hate these kinds of troublemakers. Just call the police. The people were making a ruckus, which frightened the young man, who quickly shouted, I'll buy it. I'll just buy it and destroy it. Why call the police? As he spoke, he suppressed his heartache and handed over 50 cents. The clerk was secretly pleased to see the young man get his comeuppance, because this wasn't the first time this guy had caused trouble. Each time, he would deliberately scare people and cause trouble, then buy the books at a low price and resell them to other bookstores, making a profit from the difference. Now they've finally suffered a setback. Whether the young man buys the book to destroy it or to read it is none of the clerk's business. When the young man reluctantly bought the book and was about to leave, Liu Erzhu followed him closely. Come on, let's find a secluded place and destroy the book. Upon hearing this, the young man immediately revealed a sinister look. Find a secluded spot? Just what I wanted. Watch how we brothers will take you down. Liu Erzhu and the young man left the bookstore together, watching the young man lead him away in a winding, circuitous path. Liu Erzhu knew this grandson was up to no good, so he immediately said, Give me the book first, or I'm afraid you'll run away. Give it to you? Then you'd just run away? The young man sneered. Then you give me one, and we'll each take one. It won't run away, right? If you don't give it to me, I won't go with you. Liu Erzhu immediately said. The young man was determined to lure Liu Erzhu to a secluded place to deal with him, so naturally he didn't want him to leave. So after hesitating for a moment, he handed over one of the books. Here you go. Just come with me obediently, or don't blame me for being impolite. Liu Erzhu thought to himself that people at this time were stupid, so easily trusting others. He picked up the book, casually slung it over his shoulder, and had already entered his mental space. After browsing through the mental space, Liu Erzhu was pleasantly surprised. Unexpectedly, the book that this idiot casually gave him was actually Bajiquan. He mentally flipped through the book, instantly imprinting all the knowledge within into his mind, even turning it into muscle memory. At this moment, he had completely gained the experience of the royal martial arts master who wrote this book, and it was as if he had actually fought hundreds of times, making him a true martial arts master. You should know that those who could teach martial arts to the prince in the past were truly masters. Only those who achieved the highest rank in martial arts, such as the top martial arts scholar, were qualified to be noticed by these people. It's not like those guys who just put on airs and swindle money these days. Even if he was a great hero like Huo Yuanjia, he was still defeated by the martial arts champion in 2 moves. So if the young man were to look back and observe, he would find that Liu Erzhu's walking posture and breathing frequency had changed at this moment, and he was exuding a strong and domineering aura. Soon, Liu Erzhu followed them into a small alley. As soon as they entered the alley, the young man suddenly whistled. The 3 men immediately emerged from various parts of the alley and surrounded Liu Erzhu. "What's up, you little brat? Who's this bastard?" A man with a scarred face asked with a sinister grin. The young man known as Beard immediately pointed at Liu Erzhu and said, "Brothers, this bastard is messing with me. He cheated me out of 5 cents. What do you guys think we should do?" "How? Kill them." "That's right, beat him up. Don't you know we're the Tiger Head Gang of Beijing? How dare you act so recklessly here?" The 3 hooligans were furious, pointing at Liu Erzhu and cursing him. Su Ziyi grinned maliciously at Liu Erzhu and said, "You little brat, are you scared now? Kneel down to your forefathers a few times and hand over 5 yuan, and we'll let you go." "Okay." Liu Erzhu took out 5 yuan and walked towards Su Ziyi. Su Ziyi didn't expect him to be such a coward, and immediately laughed. Pointing at Liu Erzhu, he mocked his accomplices. "Look at his character. He's such a coward, yet he dares to mess with us men." His accomplices also showed disdain. When Liu Erzhu came over, Su Ziyi reached for the money, but couldn't budge it. He looked at Liu Erzhu in confusion and said, "Why don't you let go?" Bang! Liu Erzhu kicked Su Ziyi in the stomach, sending him flying more than 2 meters away. Seeing Su Ziyi writhing on the ground in pain, Liu Erzhu sneered, "Is that all you've got? You dare to be arrogant with me?" Su Ziyi looked at Liu Erzhu in horror. You're already a master. Why the hell are you buying this kind of martial arts book? What are you talking about?" "No, I'm going to take care of you guys today." Liu Erzhu stepped on Su Ziyi's arm. With a snap, Su Ziyi's arm broke, and he cried out in pain. The 3 people beside him were terrified when they saw how ruthless Liu Erzhu was, and they turned and ran away. But how could they possibly outrun Liu Erzhu, who was already a master of martial arts? They were caught up in just a few steps, and then kicked to the ground one by one, or had their hands or feet broken. These people clearly bully others in the past. Breaking their arms and legs now is just making them pay for their past crimes. After dealing with those 3 punks, Liu Erzhu walked back towards Su Ziyi. Seeing this, Su Ziyi was terrified and immediately shouted, "Don't come any closer. We'll call the police, and once we do, you're dead." "Call the police?" Liu Erzhu sneered, picking up the Tai Chi box that had fallen to the ground. "You brought me here because there are no police here to stop you from retaliating against me?" Su Ziyi's face turned deathly pale. Indeed, no one usually comes to this alley, so no one would see the 4 of them getting beaten up. Even if they report it to the police, the 4 of them can't produce any evidence, and the police might not be willing to take action. Liu Erzhu knew the 4 wouldn't dare report it to the police, but for safety's sake, he warned them again, "I believe you guys have bullied a lot of people around here. If you report it to the police, I'll report you for fraud and deception. Even if we go to jail, all 5 of us will go together. Anyway, I have money. I can get out after spending a little money. You 4 might not be able to stay in jail for long." Looking at the watch on Liu Erzhu's wrist and his beautiful woolen coat, the 4 knew he was telling the truth and immediately abandoned their idea of reporting him to the police. After teaching the men a lesson, Liu Erzhu turned and left the alley. Several curious people were peering out of the alley. They all recognized the 4 men, known as Su Ziyi, as the most unpopular local thugs in the area. I initially thought that Liu Erzhu was going to suffer a loss after being led into the alley. Unexpectedly, Liu Erzhu swaggered out on his own, while the 4 men remained silent in the alley. Is this a case of paying money to ensure safety? Some daring people, out of curiosity, went into the alley and saw 4 petty thugs, covered in dirt and grime, helping each other to their feet, and almost burst out laughing. These 4 guys finally got what they deserved. Liu Erzhu also sent Tai Chi into his mental space and learned it instantly. However, this internal martial art differs from Bajikun, which emphasizes fierce and powerful combat. Tai Chi Chuan is mainly about health preservation and longevity, and even teaches people how to cultivate internal energy. This requires a lot of time and effort. Even with a special space, it can't be cultivated in just a day or 2. Furthermore, as the saying goes, the poor study literature, the rich study martial arts. If you want to practice your skills, you need to be provided with good food and drink every day. Especially for health-preserving Tai Chi, the requirements are even higher. You can't eat this, you can't eat that. Liu Erzhu returned to the National Bookstore, wanting to select more books. The bookstore clerks were quite surprised to see him return safe and sound. "Are you all right? Are you hoping something happens to me?" Liu Erzhu retorted. The teller looked a little awkward. She didn't expect anything to happen to Liu Erzhu, but she also knew that the 4 Su brothers were not to be trifled with, but she hadn't warned them. So when she saw Liu Erzhu come back, she was instinctively a little embarrassed. Liu Erzhu then found some more books he needed from the bookshelf. It contains knowledge about agriculture, as well as some knowledge about animal husbandry. To his surprise, there were even some books here that teach children to recognize characters and do arithmetic. Liu Erzhu bought it immediately, intending to take it back and use it to build a village primary school to teach children to read. He didn't choose to go back to school in this life because he had already gone to school, and there was no point in studying again. But that doesn't mean he opposes people reading and going to school. While studying may not guarantee you a lot of money, a lack of education will certainly lead to a lack of success. Therefore, it is still necessary for the village to build a primary school. Liu Erzhu originally intended to buy some food, drinks and entertainment items in Zidane, but before he knew it, he had bought more than 500 books. The National Bookstore was visibly missing many books, which surprised the clerks and passers-by. They thought Liu Erzhu was planning to open another bookstore nearby. Such a large-scale purchase also caught the attention of the bookstore manager. The bookstore manager made a special trip out to check Liu Erzhu's identity information. Liu Erzhu took out his letter of introduction and handed it over, explaining that he wanted to set up a primary school in the village, but found that the books here were very complete, and he accidentally bought too many. The bookstore manager was immediately delighted, because his father was the dean of academic affairs at Peking University, so he had been taught from a young age that all other pursuits were inferior except for studying. Hearing that Liu Erzhu wanted to set up a primary school in the village, he was overjoyed and personally invited Liu Erzhu to his office for tea. "Comrade Liu Erzhu, to be honest, I don't look down on people from the countryside. When I went to the countryside, those people were really ignorant and resistant to learning. They always felt that it was a waste of time and that it was better to plant more crops and earn work points. I never expected that there would be such a thoughtful and enlightened cultured person like you among the young people in the countryside. I am very happy." The manager smiled and handed Liu Erzhu a cup of tea. Liu Erzhu politely accepted the drink, took a sip, and said, "Is it possible that because they have received little education, they feel that studying is useless? Therefore, we should make them realize the importance of learning." "That makes sense. The country is desperately seeking talent right now. Every intellectual is a treasure." The manager nodded in deep agreement, then asked, "You graduated from high school?" "University," Liu Erzhu said instinctively. But as soon as he finished speaking, he realized he had said the wrong thing. Because he was only a teenager, how could he be a college student? Seeing the manager's suspicious look, Liu Erzhu explained, "I'm self-taught. I couldn't afford to go to school, but there happened to be a scholar in my family, so I became self-taught." "You completed your university studies on your own?" The manager was very skeptical. He had just thought Liu Erzhu was cultured, but now he felt that Liu was just spouting nonsense. To confirm, the manager deliberately took a book from the bookshelf behind him and handed it to him, saying, "Take a look, are you interested in this book?" Liu Erzhu glanced at it. It was a foreign book, a world classic, To Kill a Mockingbird? "I've read it. I used to enjoy reading Reader's Digest from America, and that's how I learned about this book." Upon seeing that Liu Erzhu recognized English books and knew about Reader's Digest, the most famous magazine in the United States, the manager trusted him somewhat, but still pressed him for details. "This book has many classic sentences. My favorite is, 'Tomorrow is another day,' which always fills people with hope." Liu Erzhu frowned. "Isn't that a line from Margaret Mitchell's Gone with the Wind?" Upon hearing this, the manager knew that Liu Erzhu was not lying to him. Even if he didn't finish all the knowledge in university, the fact that he knows these 2 world-famous foreign works proves that he has indeed read a lot. In particular, To Kill a Mockingbird has not yet been translated into Chinese, but Liu Erzhu has read it, which shows that he understands English. Most people don't understand English. The manager was a straightforward person and immediately apologized. "I apologize for my distrust earlier, but it's really amazing that you were able to study to a university level on your own." Liu Erzhu coughed lightly. "Not at all, not at all. To be honest, someone as talented as you should stay in Beijing. If you're willing, I can introduce you to my father and ask him to find you a job at Peking University." During this period, college students were extremely rare, like phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Those with a university education are equally worthy of cherishing. Liu Erzhu shook his head. "No need, I still prefer to nurture the children in my hometown." Actually, after Liu Erzhu made meritorious contributions, he might have been able to try to stay and work at Peking University, and his background shouldn't have been a big problem. But who knows what will happen when the wind blows again in a few years. It's worth noting that back in the day, quite a few professors at Peking University were wronged over trivial matters, and many of them were even reported by their own students or colleagues. Liu Erzhu didn't want to stay in this troublesome place, he just wanted to live out the next 10 years in peace in Liutan. Alright, you have lofty ambitions, I shouldn't try to keep you here. The manager sighed. To be honest, when I first saw you, I felt you looked familiar. If you stay, we might become good friends. Familiar? Maybe it's just a coincidence. Liu Erzhu didn't think much of it. It must be a coincidence. I'm almost 40 years old, and you're only a teenager. How could I have ever met you before? Of course, I might have met your family, because I went to your county town before to look for someone named Xia Menjian, but unfortunately I didn't find her. The manager laughed heartily as he explained. But his words surprised Liu Erzhu. Xia Menjian? What do you want with her? Ha! The manager suddenly stopped smiling and looked at Liu Erzhu in surprise. You don't know him, do you? Tell me why you want to see him, Liu Erzhu asked warily. Seeing his expression, the manager was certain that Liu Erzhu really knew her, and immediately became excited. I'm looking for Xia Menjian. No, to be precise, it's not me looking for her, it's my father looking for her, because my father was her student and received a great favor from her. He heard that she was not doing well and had been trying to find her, but had not been able to. If you can tell me where Xia Menjian is, I'm willing to give you a large reward. I'll also provide all the books your village needs in the future, and I'll even deliver them. How about it? Seeing that the manager's excitement seemed genuine, Liu Erzhu sighed softly. No need to look anymore, she has been dead for a long time. Ha! The manager looked at Liu Erzhu in disbelief. You're not lying to me, are you? My dad said she was very young when she left Peking University, and under normal circumstances, she should be alive now. You said it yourself, under normal circumstances. Your father didn't tell you about her background? Do you think someone with that background could live a normal life? Liu Erzhu shook his head and said. The manager immediately deflated. I've said it before, both her background and her husband's family have big problems, and it's really hard for her to survive that period. Wait, you know so much about her, who exactly are you to her? The manager suddenly looked at Liu Erzhu with hope, waiting for his answer. After thinking for a moment, Liu Erzhu shook his head. It's all right. He wasn't cold-blooded and wanted to sever ties with his great-grandmother. The main concern was that the manager's father might get agitated and go looking for him. If people find out about their relationship in the future, the manager's father will inevitably be labeled and, at his advanced age, could easily be tormented to death. The manager didn't believe Liu Erzhu at all, and frowned at him. Are you afraid of being implicated? I'm afraid you'll be implicated, Liu Erzhu said calmly. If we're not afraid, what are you afraid of? The manager frowned even more. Liu Erzhu sighed. That's because we're not afraid now, but it's not certain that we'll be fine in the future. Have you thought about how old your father is? Why put him through such a big risk? Upon hearing that Liu Erzhu was worried about his father, his expression softened considerably, and he fell into deep thought. To be honest, when he went to the countryside to find Xia Menjian, he actually used the excuse of going out to study to secretly find people. He didn't dare to make it public, so he knew that contacting these people would have bad consequences. Now that Liu Erzhu has brought up this risk again, he has no choice but to avoid it. But thinking about how her elderly father kept talking about searching for Xia Menjian every day, which had almost made him ill, and his health had deteriorated as a result, he felt that if the old man could see Xia Menjian's descendants, his mood might improve. Thinking this, the manager asked Liu Erzhu again, You are Xia Menjian's descendant, right? If so, I can have my father come to see you secretly. No one will know about this, and it will make him feel better. Please, I'm begging you. Seeing the manager's pleading expression, Liu Erzhu agreed. He has done more than enough. If they insist on meeting, then let them meet. The manager quickly thanked him, then picked up the phone and dialed the Peking University Academic Affairs office. After the call was transferred, an elderly voice came from the other end. Xiaoan, what do you need me for? Dad, have Xiao Ma from the driver's team take you to my office. I have some good news, but don't tell anyone, the manager said excitedly. The elderly man on the other end of the phone was puzzled. What good news is it that you want me to come over to hear it? Can't you come over and tell me? Using the entire driver team to see you is a waste of national resources. It's fantastic news, the kind you've been hoping for, the manager could only say tactfully. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, then the old man's trembling voice came through. You found the person, haven't you? Please don't get agitated, please don't get agitated. You have a heart condition, come over first. The manager quickly reassured him when he heard that his father's voice sounded off. Okay, you keep them here, I'm coming right now. The old man said excitedly and then hung up the phone. Liu Erzhu looked at the manager. If your dad had a heart attack because of this phone call, wouldn't that be pretty unlucky? The manager was somewhat embarrassed. It was my oversight. I should have picked him up myself, but I was afraid of attracting too much attention. What illness does your father have? Liu Erzhu changed the subject. Hypertensive heart disease, what's wrong? The manager asked. It's alright, I'll prepare myself so your dad can save me if he sees me having a relapse later, Liu Erzhu said irritably. The manager slapped his forehead. Yes, you're absolutely right. I'll call Peking Union Medical College Hospital and ask a doctor to come over. Your family has quite the influence, you can even get Peking Union Medical College Hospital to do something? Liu Erzhu asked in surprise. It's not my home, it's your home. The manager reminded him with a smile. When Professor Xia Menjian was teaching at Peking University, she sponsored many students. These people are all stationed in various units throughout Beijing, holding important positions. You could say that if you were willing to stay, you could do whatever you want here. The manager kept tempting Liu Erzhu, trying to get him to stay. Liu Erzhu didn't take it seriously at all. If he really stays, all these people will suffer a terrible fate in the future. Seeing that Liu Erzhu didn't take it seriously, the manager had no choice but to make a phone call, saying that his father was a bit agitated and might cause trouble, and asked the other party to come and keep an eye on things. The person on the other end of the phone immediately started cursing and scolding the manager, but still agreed to come back. Half an hour later, there was a knock on the door, and an old voice said, "Xiaowen, open the door." The manager jogged over, opened the door, and revealed an elderly man in his Zhongshan suit standing outside. The old man had gray hair, a wrinkled face, and excited eyes scanning the office. When the old man saw that there was only Liu Erzhu, he was taken aback at first, but then he realized that Liu Erzhu looked familiar. He quickly walked over and asked in a trembling voice, "Young man, what is your surname?" "My surname is Liu, and Xia Menjian is my great-grandmother." Now that everyone was here, Liu Erzhu decided not to hide anything. The old man became even more excited, his breathing became rapid, his face turned red, and his blood pressure shot up. Then he clutched his chest, looking pained, and staggered backward. The manager, who was already on guard, hurriedly helped his father up when he saw the situation. "Dad, don't scare me. Didn't I tell you not to get agitated? If we could persuade him, what would we need a doctor for? Lay him flat and loosen his shirt." Liu Erzhu reached into his bag to take out silver needles. Before he could even take out the needle, another old man rushed in from outside. The old man was still wearing a white coat and carrying a medicine box. When he saw the old man lying down, he immediately started cursing, "Wang Xian, you little bastard, what did you do to your father that made him like this?" Unable to explain, the manager quickly said, "Uncle Qi, please save the person first. Make way, let the air circulate." Uncle Qi put down his medicine box and took out a pill. "This is to lower blood pressure, let's lower his blood pressure first." Seeing that the old doctor's methods were quite professional, Liu Erzhu didn't do anything more and put the acupuncture kit back into his space. A short while later, the old man lying on the ground was revived by Uncle Qi. He struggled to sit up, but ignored the two people beside him. He immediately pushed them aside and looked at Liu Erzhu. You are the teacher's grandson?" Uncle Qi was about to start cursing when he heard this and was also taken aback. "Old Wang, which teacher are you talking about? Teacher Xia?" The manager hurriedly ran over to close the door and said in a low voice, "Uncle Qi, this young man is Xia Menjian's great-grandson, Liu Erzhu." Uncle Qi immediately showed a look of surprise and delight. "What? Why didn't you say so earlier? No wonder the boy looked so familiar, it turns out he's Aunt Xia's great-grandson?" Old Wang was also panting heavily with excitement, and Liu Erzhu quickly advised him, "Calm down, be careful not to faint again." Yes, Dad, calm down. He can't escape." The manager was afraid that his father would die here today, and then he would become a sinner. Old Wang took a few deep breaths to calm himself down, and his eyes were still filled with excitement as he looked at Liu Erzhu. "Young comrade, Xia Menjian is your great-grandmother, is she still alive?" "He's long gone. He passed away on the same day as my great-grandfather," Liu Erzhu said calmly. Old Wang's face immediately showed sadness. Even Uncle Qi sighed. They ultimately failed to meet their benefactor. "Actually, it's good that the elderly couple passed away together, it can be considered a kind of happiness," Uncle Qi said with emotion. Old Wang had long anticipated that, given his advanced age, the chances of him seeing his teacher again were slim. He tried to compose himself and looked at Liu Erzhu with deep sorrow. "You look so much like him, just like your teacher. Young comrade, is there anything you need? Just tell us, and we'll all help you." "There's nothing I need," Liu Erzhu shook his head. "How could you not need anything? I know the teacher's background isn't good, and you must have been implicated as well, right? Here's what we'll do, I'll find a way to transfer you to Beijing. There, a bunch of us old guys will protect you, and at least you won't suffer too much." Old Wang made up his mind to transfer Liu Erzhu to work in Beijing. Uncle Qi agreed, saying, "Although our benefactor is no longer here, we can still repay her by having children and grandchildren. I can also help you transfer over. You're not very old, so why don't you become my apprentice and learn medicine?" Liu Erzhu hadn't expected these two to be so determined to transfer him here, so he quickly explained, "You can tell from my clothes that I'm doing quite well in the village. I'm even planning to start a primary school there, so there's no need for me to come." The two elderly people then took a closer look at Liu Erzhu. They had been so focused on his face that they didn't realize he was dressed quite well and even had a watch on his wrist. This put their minds at ease, knowing that their benefactor's children and grandchildren were doing well. The manager quickly added, "This kid is quite capable, he bought hundreds of books from me without even blinking an eye. As long as you're doing well, that's fine, but it's still the countryside. No matter how good it is there, it can't compare to the city. You should come and live in the city." Old Wang was full of relief, but he still didn't want to change his mind. Liu Erzhu thought to himself, no wonder they launched the down to the countryside movement. Although these intellectuals talk about the greatness of farmers and workers, few of them actually respect them. I think life in the countryside is indeed tough, so I should go and change their lives instead of running away, Liu Erzhu said in a deep voice, refusing. These words made the eyes of the three people in the office light up. Old Wang, in particular, seemed to see a reflection of his teacher from back then, and his eyes even welled up with tears. "You really are exactly like your teacher back then. That's what your teacher said back then too." "Then you absolutely cannot bring me here," Liu Erzhu said casually. Uncle Chi looked at him seriously. "Kid, this is your only chance to change your destiny. As long as you're willing to come, I guarantee that in a few years you'll be earning hundreds of yuan a month." "No need." Liu Erzhu's firm attitude left the three of them helpless. Seeing that he couldn't persuade them, the manager stopped the two old men, saying, "Everyone has their own ambitions. I know you want to take care of Comrade Liu Erzhu, but it's not right to force you too much." Old Wang and Uncle Chi exchanged a glance, sighed helplessly, and stopped talking about the job transfer. Instead, they started asking about their benefactor's situation back then. Liu Erzhu didn't know much about his great-grandmother either. If he hadn't behaved well recently, his father might not have brought it up. Fortunately, he had asked me many times during this period and had some understanding of the situation, so he shared some of his findings. He just didn't mention that his father's family had abandoned him and fled abroad. In a few years, when the winds blow, even benefactors, teachers and students, and even parents and children will turn against each other. So some things can be said, and some things cannot be said. Upon hearing that Liu Erzhu's father wisely handed over all his possessions to the state, Old Wang and Uncle Chi nodded repeatedly. That's the right thing to do. The group chatted for several hours, and as it got dark, Old Wang immediately said, "Zuzi, come home with me for dinner. You can stay at my house for the next few days." Liu Erzhu hesitated for a moment. "I've already found a guest house, and I'd like to try Lao Mo's and other restaurants." "What's the big deal? I'll treat you to Old Mo's tonight, and I'll introduce you to some old guys. Those old folks will be very happy to know that the teacher's great-grandson has come," Old Wang said without hesitation. Liu Erzhu was helpless. He clearly wanted to refuse to freeload a meal, but how did it turn into ordering food and asking for a free meal? The manager didn't take it seriously at all. Given their financial situation, going to Lao Mo for a meal wasn't difficult for them. He even asked, "Zhu Ziai, have you ever eaten Peking duck? Let me tell you, if you want to eat Peking duck, go to Binyufang. That's the authentic 600-year-old Peking duck restaurant." "I've already eaten, I had roast duck for lunch," Liu Erzhu quickly replied. "Dad, I told you this kid has money. He went off to eat roast duck without a word," the manager laughed. Old Wang was also very curious. "All afternoon, I've been wanting to ask you, what kind of work do you do at home? Is it really that lucrative in the countryside? I would go into the mountains to hunt, and then factories would buy my game. I would also help people with medical treatment, so I could earn some money," Liu Erzhu explained. Uncle Chi's eyes lit up. "You know medicine, kid? How good is it?" "Better than you." Liu Erzhu silently thought to himself, this really isn't just bragging. He had seen Uncle Chi treat Old Wang earlier, and while the acupuncture technique was decent, it was far inferior to Liu Erzhu's. After all, Liu Erzhu's centuries of experience as a royal physician were no joke. Of course, Liu Erzhu didn't say that out loud, but humbly replied, "It'll do." "What do you mean by make do? How can you make do with medical skills?" Uncle Chi's face darkened, and he involuntarily adopted the authority of a teacher, lecturing, "When it comes to treating and saving lives, you either know what you know or you don't. Don't use medicine indiscriminately, or people will die." Yes, you're absolutely right," Liu Erzhu replied perfunctorily. But seeing his good attitude in admitting his mistake, Uncle Chi's expression softened. "That's more like it. These next 2 days, you stay with me and don't run around in Beijing. I'll teach you some medical skills." Liu Erzhu was speechless. He came to Beijing to see places he had never seen in his previous life. How did it become a study trip? "What? You don't want to?" Uncle Chi was displeased when he saw Liu Erzhu's expression. "Do you know how many people want to learn from me but don't have the chance?" Yes, I understand." Liu Erzhu quickly nodded in agreement. The manager laughed and said, "You're in luck, kid. Uncle Chi's medical skills are top-notch in Beijing. He even occasionally examines instructors. Learning from him will guarantee you a bright future." Liu Erzhu chuckled, but his eyes darted around as he tried to figure out how to escape. He didn't want to be tied down by these old men. Suddenly, Liu Erzhu clutched his stomach, frowned, and said, "Is there a toilet here? I drank too much tea and need to pee. It's outside, do you see it over there?" The manager stood at the office window and pointed to the public restroom in the distance. Liu Erzhu agreed and quickly ran out. After he left, the manager said to the two old men, "This young man is still young and doesn't know what opportunities he has encountered. When he gets a few years older, he will understand how much we have helped him. I think this kid's a bit slippery." Old Wang frowned. "He says he's a factory recycling wild animals, but I think he's just buying and selling them, speculating and profiteering. We have to correct his thinking and prevent him from making mistakes. You can only say that he is a descendant of capitalists, completely inheriting the genes of the Liu family." Teacher Xia was not like this back then. Uncle Qi also had some dissatisfaction with Liu Erzhu. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, the sound of a motorcycle came from outside the window. The manager was talking to the elderly couple when he glanced out the window and his eyes widened in surprise. Liu Erzhu was riding his motorcycle, waving at him from afar. "Keep those books for me, I'll come back for them when I leave Beijing." After saying that, he sped off on his motorcycle and disappeared in a flash. The manager was furious. "You little brat, get back here right now." The two elderly men were also surprised and went to the window. When they saw Liu Erzhu riding away on his motorcycle, they both looked annoyed. "See? I told you so. This kid is too slippery, he actually dared to run away," Old Wang said angrily. Uncle Qi was also furious. "When I catch this kid, I'm going to give him a good beating." The manager gave a wry smile. "So, we caught this kid? He said he would come back to get the book, but who knows if he was just trying to fool me and prevent me from pursuing him. It's too late to catch up now." The motorcycle was indeed slower than the car, but driving a government vehicle around chasing a motorcycle would make anyone think Liu Erzhu had committed some serious crime. Their goal was to correct Liu Erzhu's bad thinking, not to destroy him. Liu Erzhu rode away on his motorcycle, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. "Finally, I'm rid of those people. These older generations are always like that. Under the guise of doing what's best for you, they actually act entirely according to their own desires, without caring what others think. If it were a child from an ordinary family, it would be fine for these people to want to take care of him. The problem is that Liu Erzhu doesn't need them, which makes them seem superfluous." Unfortunately, the other party meant well, so Liu Erzhu couldn't be too forceful and had no choice but to run away. Now that it was dark, Liu Erzhu decided to find a guesthouse to stay in. "Old Mo can't go tonight, lest he get blocked by those old guys. Let's go to Dong Lishun instead." Liu Erzhu found a guesthouse to stay at near Dong'an Market. The receptionist at the guesthouse was a young woman. She checked Liu Erzhu's letter of introduction before handing him a key. "Go by yourself. It's the second room on the left on the second floor. Come down and get the hot water yourself. You can only take a shower between 7 and 8 p.m. every night. Meals aren't provided." Liu Erzhu smiled and handed over 2 white rabbit milk candies. "Thank you." The young girl looked at Liu Erzhu in surprise. "What? You want to date me?" I can only say she truly lives up to her reputation as a girl from Beijing. Liu Erzhu, looking exasperated, explained, "I saw you were working so hard on duty, so I gave you 2 pieces of candy to help you recover. That's all." "Oh, that's all right." The little girl smiled and took the candy, adding, "Actually, you're not bad looking, it's a pity you're from out of town." Liu Erzhu was too lazy to say anything more and went straight upstairs. He was packing his luggage when the young girl knocked on the door and came in, carrying a thermos. "You seem like a nice person, so here's a thermos of hot water for you to use." "Thank you," Liu Erzhu said with a smile, then handed over the empty thermos. When the little girl took the thermos, she saw the watch on his wrist and exclaimed in surprise, "That watch is so beautiful, it must be quite expensive." "Not bad, a little over 100 yuan, Liu Erzhu said casually. "You call 100 plus yuan okay? I only earn that much in a year. You must be really rich. By the way, my name is Jasmine, and your name is Liu Erzhu, right? From now on, I'll call you Zuzi?" The little girl gave an enthusiastic self-introduction. Liu Erzhu was already used to the girl's overly friendly manner, so he nodded and said, "Just call me Zuzi. I'm going to buy a couple of outfits later. Are there any clothing stores around here? Then you can go to Zidane. There are so many shops there." "I've always wanted to go but never had the time," Jasmine said. "That place is too far away. I want to take care of it nearby. Besides, I see there are quite a few shops around here," Liu Erzhu said casually. He couldn't very well say that he was afraid of being arrested if he went over there. "There are quite a few, but I'm tired of shopping at them all." Jasmine pouted, then thought for a moment. "As for ready-to-wear stores, there are 2 that I can take you to. Don't you need to guard the guest house?" Liu Erzhu raised an eyebrow. "I don't have to work tonight, I'll be off work soon, I can just give you a ride on my way home," Jasmine said generously. Liu Erzhu was surprised that 2 white rabbit milk candies would work, and agreed, "Then I'll wait for you for a while." Jasmine smiled, turned around, and left. When it was time to leave work, Jasmine knocked on the door again and said to Liu Erzhu, "Shall we go?" "Let's go." Liu Erzhu was lying on the bed writing down what he wanted to buy when he heard the call. He immediately stuffed the note into his pocket and went out the door. Downstairs, a middle-aged woman is now on duty. Liu Erzhu walked over as usual and put 2 pieces of candy on the counter. "Auntie, I'm going out for a bit. Please don't mind if I come back late. You know, people in Beijing are very poor now, and they don't have much money. They only dare to buy a little white rabbit milk candy during the Chinese New Year." Seeing Liu Erzhu casually hand over 2 pieces, the auntie's face immediately lit up with joy as she said, "It's alright, you two go ahead and have fun. I'm on night shift today, I'll wait for you no matter how late it is." "Oh, thank you so much. I'll bring you some late-night snacks tonight," Liu Erzhu said politely. The aunt was even happier. "You're too kind, child. Go and play now." When Jasmine saw Liu Erzhu walking over, she led him out the door and said, "You're so generous. I should have covered auntie's night shift." In those days, even landlords had no surplus grain, and ordinary people had to carefully calculate how much they needed to eat. Even if Jasmine goes home, she'll probably only be able to eat some wild vegetable porridge and a small steamed bun. "I never expected that staying here would allow me to get a late-night snack." Upon hearing this, Liu Erzhu immediately said, "Then take me to buy clothes, and I'll treat you to Don Leshan. It's kind of boring for me to eat alone, but the premise is that no one will misunderstand our relationship. I don't want to treat you to a meal and end up being charged with hooliganism." "Don Leshan?" Jasmine looked at Liu Erzhu with surprise and suspicion. Although that's just how straightforward and easygoing the girls in Beijing are. But she wasn't stupid. A meal at Don Leshan would cost at least 5 or 6 yuan, and if you drank alcohol, the price would be even higher. The two have no relationship whatsoever and have only just met. How could this guy be so willing to spend money to treat me to such an expensive restaurant? "You're not some kind of spy, are you? Trying to steal some secrets from me, are you?" Jasmine asked directly, voicing her suspicions. Liu Erzhu did have some questions for Jasmine, but upon hearing this, he was speechless. "What secrets could a mere guesthouse like you have? If I wanted to make contact, I should be asking those people at the steel mill." "That makes sense." Jasmine thought Liu Erzhu's words made sense and instantly felt relieved. She felt that Liu Erzhu probably still wanted to date her, so she changed the question. "Would you move to Beijing to work? Once you come to Beijing, even if you're not a local, you'll at least have a job and food rations, so settling down won't be a problem, and finding a partner won't be either." Liu Erzhu shook his head. "I'm not coming. By the way, are you going to eat or not? If not, tell me where the clothing store is, and I'll go buy it myself, okay?" "Eat? Why not eat?" Although Jasmine wasn't one to take advantage of others, she didn't want to miss out on this meal. She looked around, her bag slung over her shoulder, and asked, "Where's your bicycle? Shall we walk there?" "You don't have a bicycle?" Liu Erzhu walked towards the parking area. "I can't afford it," Jasmine pouted. "That's perfect, ride in my car," Liu Erzhu said. "Come on, if I ride in your car, I'll really have no way to explain myself. Besides, you're definitely up to no good. Do you want me to put my arm around your waist and take advantage of me?" Jasmine teased with a smile. But soon, her smile faded as Liu Erzhu got on a motorcycle. "You don't need to hold me by the waist for this. Get on." Liu Erzhu pointed to the side compartment and thoughtfully tossed a small cotton blanket over it. "Motorcycle? You're a cotter." Jasmine was utterly shocked. "No, and the motorcycle isn't mine either. I'm in charge of running a supply and marketing cooperative, and this is the one that was assigned to me by the higher UPS to haul goods," Liu Erzhu explained. Jasmine rolled her eyes dramatically. "Nonsense, all the assets belong to the state. Cotters can't possibly own such nice things privately. But to get a motorcycle from a leader, you must be someone important." As she spoke, Jasmine sat in the sidecar, looking around and touching everything with great curiosity. "Should I take you home first to say hello?" Liu Erzhu asked. "No need, I'll just tell my friend." Jasmine suddenly waved to the distance. Lian, go back and tell my mother that someone invited me to dinner, so I won't be going home for dinner tonight." In the distance, a girl carrying a bag looked on in surprise. She glanced at the motorcycle Jasmine was riding on, then at the handsome Liu Erzhu, and asked with envy, "Jasmine, is this your boyfriend?" Jasmine glanced at Liu Erzhu, her vanity overflowing, and deliberately said, "Where? It's not even close to happening yet." That's the truth, the two of them are definitely not even close to getting together yet. The problem is that this statement can easily lead to misunderstandings, making it seem as if Liu Erzhu is pursuing her. After saying this, Jasmine, afraid of being exposed, urged guiltily, "Zhu Ziai, let's go quickly." This intimate way of addressing each other confirmed Lian's suspicion that the two were dating. She watched them ride away on their motorcycle with envy, and then rode her bicycle home. When she returned to the courtyard house, she saw people chatting in the yard as soon as she entered, including Jasmine's mother. When Jasmine saw Lian return alone, she was a little surprised. "Lian, did you and Jasmine have a fight? Don't you two usually come back together? Don't even mention it. That brat Jasmine is a gold digger. When someone was pursuing her, she took him out to dinner on her motorcycle." Okay, let me tell you. Lien said, pouting. Jasmine's mother was very surprised. Riding a motorcycle? Taking Jasmine out to eat? Who is that person? I've never heard of him before. Lien, have you seen that person? You didn't know? I saw her. She's quite pretty and doesn't seem very old, about the same age as Jasmine. That motorcycle was so impressive, it even had a sidecar. Jasmine sat inside like a cotter's wife. Lien said with a hint of envy. Upon hearing this, the people in the courtyard also showed expressions of envy and jealousy, but they still congratulated Jasmine's mother repeatedly on finding a good son-in-law. Although Jasmine's mother was worried that her daughter was being scammed, she couldn't help but show a proud look. Oh my, what are you all saying? This is still far from settled, and that brat is secretly dating someone without telling me. Just wait until I get back, I'll teach her a lesson. And that kid, he didn't even bother to come and pay his respects. I'll have to give him a piece of my mind when we meet again. Upon hearing this, everyone curled their lip in disdain. You criticize someone? It's more like sucking up to someone. Having a son-in-law who can ride a motorcycle must be making you jump for joy, right? Liu Erzhu had no idea that he had become a news figure in the courtyard, and everyone was still speculating about his identity. He took Jasmine and bought several fashionable clothes for the whole family. What Zhongshan suits, what sailor shirts, what dresses, and what Dacron shirts. Although some of these items aren't suitable for this season, I probably won't be coming to Beijing often in the future, so it's better to buy them now. Then there were some nice fabrics, which Liu Erzhu also bought quite a lot of. When he saw Liu Erzhu spend tens of yuan to buy something, he didn't even blink. Jasmine became even more curious about this guy's background, and at the same time, she was also a little tempted. In fact, city dwellers in this era would rather die than marry a countryman. Because people in the countryside didn't have food ration coupons, even eating was a problem. So even girls who weren't favored by their families didn't want to go there. But what does it matter whether Liu Erzhu has a grain ration book or not in his case? They were dressed impeccably, rode motorcycles, and spent tens of dollars at a time. Jasmine is currently an apprentice, and her monthly salary is only 15 yuan. That's several months' salary for her. After buying the clothes, Liu Erzhu went straight to Don Leshan. Seeing that Liu Erzhu had actually brought her, she was both excited and nervous. I've never eaten here before, will I embarrass you? What embarrassment are you going to give me? Liu Erzhu retorted instinctively. Jasmine looked at Liu Erzhu and pouted slightly. Is this guy an idiot, or is he genuinely not interested in me? They must be interested, otherwise why would they treat themselves to such a delicious restaurant? The two entered Don Leshan together. It's winter now, and Don Leshan is doing very well. The two of them had to wait a while before an empty seat became available. Liu Erzhu picked up the menu to order, recalling a joke from his past life. He really wanted a free hot pot, and also wanted the proprietress to eat with him for free, but he thought he would probably get kicked out. Liu Erzhu ultimately ordered the dishes in a proper and conventional manner. 1 clear broth copper pot, 4 servings of Inner Mongolian Xylan lamb, along with sesame paste, chive blossoms, fermented bean curd, pickled garlic, and chili oil. Seeing that Jasmine was a little reserved, Liu Erzhu said, I'm treating you to dinner today to thank you for taking me shopping for clothes, and also because eating alone is too boring, so you're not getting a free meal. Don't be shy. Jasmine was a little unhappy. You have absolutely no intention of dating me? No, there really isn't, Liu Erzhu said truthfully. You bastard. Jasmine said, annoyed, am I not pretty? There are so many beautiful women out there, do you think I'd fall in love with everyone I see? Liu Erzhu retorted. Jasmine was speechless after hearing those words. Indeed, there are plenty of beautiful women out there. Even if Liu Erzhu wanted to find a girlfriend, it wouldn't be his turn. She was a little unhappy, but her strong personality as a girl from Beijing prevented her from dwelling on her sadness for long. Instead, she channeled her grief into her appetite and began to eat heartily. Seeing this, Liu Erzhu finally showed a satisfied expression, and the two of them ate and drank heartily while chatting. In just half an hour, they were calling each other brother and sister, practically ready to become sworn brothers. In the end, 4 servings of mutton weren't enough, so 3 more were served, and this time there were leftovers. Aren't you going to eat? Jasmine asked Liu Erzhu. Seeing Liu Erzhu nod, she took out a lunchbox and skillfully began packing. She poured the remaining soup and meat from the pot into a lunchbox, then asked Liu Erzhu, brother, can I borrow your lunchbox? I'll bring it to you first thing tomorrow morning. Liu Erzhu pretended to reach into his bag, then took out a new lunchbox from his mental space and handed it over. Use this. Jasmine added the seasonings and pickled garlic, then burped and said, I haven't eaten this much in a long time, thank you, little brother. You're welcome, I'll take you home. Liu Erzhu put on his coat and went out. Jasmine quickly slipped into the side compartment, wrapped herself in the blanket, and gave Liu Erzhu directions. Soon, the two arrived at the alley where Jasmine's house was located. It was already past 8 p.m., and it was quite dark in the dead of winter. There were no streetlights at the entrance of the alley, but but the headlights of the motorcycles illuminated a person anxiously looking around on the roadside. Seeing the man's appearance, Liu Erzhu immediately understood and said to Jasmine, "Is he/she a member of your family?" Jasmine crawled out from under the covers and, seeing the person at the alley entrance, immediately called out, "Mom, what are you doing here?" "Jasmine?" The woman immediately walked over and cursed viciously, "Isn't it because I was waiting for you, you brat? You didn't come back so late at night, trying to scare me to death? These days are not like the future. If a girl goes out with a man and doesn't come back one night, even if she eventually gets married, she will be laughed at for the rest of her life." Although she was scolding her own daughter, the woman's eyes kept sizing up Liu Erzhu. Seeing that he was indeed well-dressed and good-looking, he immediately showed a satisfied expression. "Young man, come in and have a seat at my house, have some tea with your uncle." "Auntie, I have to go back to the guest house, so I won't come in for tea," Liu Erzhu declined. Jasmine strode down from the sidecar and said directly, "Mom, don't worry about it. My brother isn't interested in me and can't be your son-in-law. Let's go home." "You child, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you believe I'll slap your mouth shut?" The woman cursed angrily. "You can beat me to death, it won't do any good. My brother just took me out for a meal to thank me for taking him shopping for clothes. He really didn't mean anything by it. I've asked him several times already." As Jasmine pushed her elderly mother home, she turned back to Liu Erzhu and said, "See you tomorrow, little brother." Liu Erzhu smiled and nodded, then rode away on his motorcycle. Seeing that he had actually left, the woman looked at Jasmine reproachfully. "He really didn't have those feelings for you, did he? Did you scare him away again, like a silly old woman? He's from the countryside." Jasmine knew what kind of person her mother was, so she used her trump card. Sure enough, the woman's demeanor changed. "Oh, you're from the countryside. That won't do, but having a motorcycle might be something to consider." Jasmine rolled her eyes and went home, putting 2 lunchboxes on the table. "This is hot pot mutton from Don Lashan. Dad, have some more to drink. Wow, this is a real gem, and it has to be my daughter." Jasmine's father was overjoyed and hurried off to find his treasured wine. Liu Erzhu returned to the guest house, but halfway there he realized he had forgotten to bring the receptionist a late-night snack, and all the restaurants along the road were closed. "We can't exactly go back to the guest house and get another hot pot of mutton, can we?" Liu Erzhu simply took out 2 large white steamed buns from his mental space and handed them to the receptionist as he entered. "Auntie, I came back too late and there's nothing good to eat. I can only give you 2 steamed buns. I also have some Liu Baiju pickles. Is that alright?" My aunt was stunned. If this happened in later generations, saying you'd bring someone a midnight snack and actually delivering 2 steamed buns would be tantamount to insulting them. Isn't this treating people like beggars? But in those days, 2 pure white steamed buns were definitely considered a treasure. Even in Beijing's restaurants, most steamed buns are made with a mixture of 2 or even 3 types of flour. Who would be willing to use such a large amount of white flour? Besides, Liu Baiju's pickled vegetables are not comparable to ordinary pickled vegetables outside. They are also quite expensive, and ordinary people simply cannot afford them. This thoughtful late-night snack made the aunt so excited that she didn't know what to do. She quickly said, "You must be tired to come back so late. I'll go and boil some water for you to take a bath." "Didn't they say you can't take a shower after 8 o'clock? Liu Erzhu asked, puzzled. "That's for outsiders. Would you treat your own people like that?" the aunt said with a smile. Liu Erzhu immediately understood that the 2 steamed buns had worked, thanked them, and went upstairs. He had been running around all day and was covered in sweat, plus he ate hot pot and smelled bad, so he wanted to take a shower. After he finished showering and returned to his bed, he planned where to go the next day and then fell into a deep sleep. Midnight. Liu Erzhu sat up abruptly and turned off the alarm clock next to him. This was an extra alarm clock he bought when he delivered one to his older brother's house, specifically to wake himself up in the middle of the night. After waking up, Liu Erzhu quietly got dressed and went outside. But when he went downstairs, he found the guest house door locked. Liu Erzhu didn't want to wake his aunt and be bombarded with questions, so he went back upstairs and glanced out the window. The building wasn't very tall. With his current martial arts skills, jumping down and climbing back up is no big deal. Without hesitation, Liu Erzhu jumped out of the window and then retrieved the bicycle from his mental space. Riding a motorcycle is too noisy and attracts attention, so riding a bicycle is more convenient. As for where the black market in Beijing was, he had already found out from Jasmine. This was actually one of the reasons he invited Jasmine to dinner. Although Liu Erzhu had lived in Beijing for many years in his previous life, he had always been law-abiding and had no idea where the black market was. As I got older, I learned about some ghost markets, but unfortunately I didn't dare to buy the stolen goods. Jasmine loves to have fun and often goes ice skating at Hawarhe. She knows quite a few people, so she knows the location of this black market. It's right outside Dongjimen. Liu Erzhu rode his bicycle straight to Dongjimen. Fortunately, it's not too far, only a few kilometers away. But once you leave Dongjimen, it's another 10 miles to the black market. Finally, in a grove of trees, Liu Erzhu saw faint lights. He immediately ran over, but before he even entered the woods, two men jumped out and stopped him. "What are you doing?" Liu Erzhu was startled, but fortunately, Jasmine had given him instructions beforehand, so he knew that this was the gatekeeper and immediately said, "I'm here to sell some things." The two men looked Liu Erzhu up and down, making sure he didn't look like a policeman or a street official. Before extending their hands, "You have to pay 5 cents to go in and sell things." Liu Erzhu didn't take the money, but looked at the two men and asked, "I want to sell something to your boss." The two men immediately became alert, took 2 steps back, and one of them even pulled out a gun. "Don't be nervous. I want to sell some grain, but I estimate that most people can't eat it all," Liu Erzhu explained. "How much grain do you have?" one of them asked suspiciously. 1,000 jin, Liu Erzhu said in a deep voice. Upon hearing the number, the two simply couldn't believe it. 1,000 caddies of grain? You robbed the grain store. Upon seeing this, Liu Erzhu immediately took out 5 caddies of cornmeal from his satchel and threw it at their feet. "This is a gift for you. Could you please inform them?" The two carefully opened the bag and took a look. When they saw that it was golden cornmeal, not the kind of cornmeal that irritates the throat, they were immediately pleasantly surprised. Seeing that Liu Erzhu could casually toss so much grain as a gift, the two believed that Liu Erzhu had not come to cause trouble on purpose. However, they didn't take Liu Erzhu directly to see their boss, but instead said they would inform him. Liu Erzhu nodded and waited quietly in place. Before long, the henchman who had run off to deliver the message returned and respectfully said to Liu Erzhu, "My boss invites you over." Liu Erzhu followed, showing no fear whatsoever. The main reason is that he now possesses decades of experience in 2 martial arts styles, which these people cannot stop. Also, he had guns on him, even a Type 96 machine gun. We can easily suppress both cold weapons and firearms, so there is really no need to be afraid. Soon, deep in the woods, Liu Erzhu met the boss of the black market. The eldest brother is lying in a tent with a stove lit, eating roasted buns, seemingly unafraid of carbon dioxide poisoning. Liu Erzhu walked into the tent, looked at the burly man with his face covered, and greeted him with a smile. The eldest brother glanced back at Liu Erzhu, noticing his decent clothes, and chuckled coldly. "Which grain store is so bold as to steal so much grain to sell? Nowadays, only grain stores can produce this much grain, which is why the boss was so certain about Liu Erzhu's identity." Liu Erzhu shook his head and said, "I don't work for the grain store." "Alright, stop talking nonsense. I called you in not to make a deal, but to tell you to get lost and never sell anything here again, or I'll kill you." The boss shouted threateningly. If the Grain Bureau finds out that thousands of kilograms of grain have been lost, it will likely cause a huge uproar. If the trail leads back to the black market, this boss will definitely be shot. He wants to do business, even shady business, but he won't do anything that could get him shot. Liu Erzhu was surprised that his boss had such a clear mind. He liked communicating with people like that. "Don't worry, I'm really not from the grain store, but from the village down there. You know how difficult things are in the countryside right now. The commune is forcing us to hand over all our grain, and we're barely surviving. So our brigade leader came up with a plan, which was to tell the commune that we had a poor harvest and then sell the grain to get money. At least this way, the people in our village will still have a way to survive, and it will be less likely for the commune to find out if the grain is sold. Otherwise, if the higher UPS find out, we will be in trouble too." When Liu Erzhu fabricated this lie, he was so sincere that the boss couldn't find any flaws in it. The main reason is that this leader has traded a lot with people in the villages below. Those villagers have quite a few good things. They robbed the landlords of silver dollars, antiques, and paintings, and some were skilled hunters who could always bring back meat. The eldest brother looked at Liu Erzhu seriously. "Are you really here representing the village? Otherwise what? Thousands of kilograms of grain, even a grain store couldn't possibly provide that much, let alone the village. Besides, if 1,000 kilograms of grain were stolen from somewhere at once, that would be explosive news. How could a boss like you, with all your connections, not have heard about it?" Liu Erzhu explained, while subtly complimenting the other party. The boss was quite pleased with the flattery. "That's true. My control over Beijing is beyond your imagination." Liu Erzhu was speechless. "You're really getting cocky when I say you're fat. You claim to control the entire city of Beijing? If I really wanted to sneak in, you couldn't even control this little grove of trees." After pondering for a moment, the eldest brother said directly, "You seem to be a reliable kid. Take me to see that 1,000 caddies of grain. If there are no problems, I'm willing to eat it all." Liu Erzhu wasn't afraid of them robbing him, so he immediately agreed and led his 2 henchmen outside. He had already found a place before he came. It was a small temple built by an unknown person, long since abandoned and drafty. Liu Erzhu walked 2 steps faster than his underlings and entered the small temple ahead of them, then threw in 1,000 caddies of grain. After the 2 underlings followed, they carefully opened the 10 bags of cornmeal stacked together in the small temple and took a look. I was overjoyed to find that it was all real cornmeal, and of high quality at that. The two henchmen immediately ran back to their hideout and told their boss what had happened, confirming that there was no ambush. The eldest brother then personally went to check on things. After he confirmed it himself, he finally showed a happy expression. "You're really something, kid. I'll take all this grain. I can keep buying it from you. Which village are you from? I can just come to your village and buy it directly from you later. We'll talk about that later. Let's get the deal done first today." Liu Erzhu changed the subject. The eldest brother could tell that he was unwilling to talk more, so he stopped asking. Nowadays, food is becoming increasingly scarce, and people are almost sick of eating substitute grains. If he could sell this 1,000 caddies of grain, he might make a lot of money. "Okay, then I'll charge you 1 yuan per jin. That's not too much, is it?" the boss asked, staring at Liu Erzhu. "It's not excessive, take the money." Liu Erzhu readily agreed. This is out of town, and he doesn't want to get into a conflict with the local bullies over haggling. Besides, he has plenty of grain, why bother arguing for so long over such a small amount? The eldest brother was very pleased with Liu Erzhu's understanding nature and immediately sent someone to get the money. The 1,000 yuan was quickly brought over. Liu Erzhu accepted the money and was about to leave. The eldest brother suddenly stopped him. "What, is there something else?" Liu Erzhu squinted at his boss, ready to make a move at any moment. Seeing Liu Erzhu's wary look, the boss laughed loudly. "What? You want to fight me? Do you think you can be a match for my men? Don't worry, I only do business, I don't rob. I'm just worried that you might encounter danger on the road, so I plan to find someone to take you back." Liu Erzhu flatly refused. "No need, I have people from the village to help me." The leader frowned. "I'm serious. If you run into trouble on the way, it will affect my reputation. I'd better have my men escort you." "No need." Liu Erzhu walked past these people and strode away. Seeing his departing figure, the eldest brother pouted unhappily. One of the underlings couldn't help but lean over and say, "Boss, should we follow them?" "No need. Keep a close eye on the brothers, don't let anyone rob him. This is a long-term business for us, it's not worth taking such a big risk for $1,000, the leader said indifferently. "Be calm." Liu Erzhu did not leave the black market immediately, but instead wandered around outside before returning to it. He was going to the black market to buy some tickets. Because of its strict management and its location on the outskirts of Beijing, this black market had a much wider variety of goods than Qian Hanyun's black market. They had grain coupons, meat coupons, and all sorts of other things. Although Liu Erzhu doesn't need these things, he might need them if he has to entertain guests. Then there were sugar coupons, pastry coupons, cloth coupons, and industrial coupons. Liu Erzhu got a huge pile of all the tickets he could buy, especially those food coupons, because he bought a lot of pickles, which have now been used up, so he needs to buy a batch. In the end, Liu Erzhu spent nearly 300 yuan just on tickets, which shows how many good things he bought. Seeing that he only had a few hundred yuan left, Liu Erzhu left. When he rode his bicycle back to the guest house, he put the bicycle away, took a running start, pushed off the wall twice, and jumped into the window. The next day, when Liu Erzhu got up, Jasmine had already arrived. Jasmine returned the clean lunchbox to Liu Erzhu, glaring at him with dark circles under her eyes and complaining, "You wicked bastard, you've really made my life miserable." "What's wrong?" Liu Erzhu asked, puzzled. "My mother interrogated me until midnight last night, asking if you and I were dating." Jasmine pouted. Liu Erzhu was speechless. "Don't worry, I won't take you out again today. I promise your mother won't misunderstand." "No way, how about I take you ice skating in Beihai Park today?" Jasmine was a little disappointed. She actually really wanted to ride around on a motorcycle with Liu Erzhu. It's a bit cold, but he looks so cool. Liu Erzhu already knew everything he wanted to know, so there was no need for him to run around with Jasmine. Just as he turned to leave, a woman carrying large and small bags walked in from outside the door. She was disheveled and had a baby sleeping soundly on her back. Because Liu Erzhu was about to go out, the woman cautiously made way for him. The woman tried her best to pull the package into her arms, afraid that she would get Liu Erzhu's clothes dirty and be scolded. There are pitiful people everywhere, and Liu Erzhu didn't pay much attention to them. He just glanced at them casually, but then stopped in his tracks. How could it be her? He would never forget that woman's face. Seeing that Liu Erzhu had stopped and was staring at her intently, the woman instinctively panicked and quickly apologized. "Did I get your clothes dirty? I'm so sorry." Looking at the woman who kept bowing, Liu Erzhu's eyes were filled with complex emotions. This woman is always like this, respectful to outsiders, but bossy and disdainful of her own man. That's right, she is the widow that Liu Erzhu was forced to marry in his previous life. In her previous life, Liu Erzhu was born into a poor family, and although she was a worker, no one wanted to marry her. Later, in order to solve the problem of bachelors, the neighborhood committee forcibly arranged a widow for him. The widow also had a child who was about 10 years old. But these two are ungrateful wretches who can't be raised. The widow spent all her money on calculating every penny she had, refusing to give a single cent to Liu Erzhu, instead giving it all to her children. Her child was spoiled and caused trouble and fought all day long. Liu Erzhu didn't know how many times he had apologized to others or how much money he had to pay in compensation. What's most infuriating is that he almost went to jail for hooliganism once, and it was only after Liu Erzhu swallowed his pride and begged many people that he was saved. The kid promised to repent, but a few days later he went back to his old ways. Later, he became even more accustomed to sponging off his parents, spending all his money on buying houses, cars, and getting married. What's even more infuriating is that Liu Erzhu originally wanted the widow to give him a child, even if it was a girl, at least it would be his own child, and he would have an heir. The widow said she couldn't have children, but later, when they were both old, she accidentally let slip during an argument that she refused to have children to prevent Liu Erzhu from mistreating her son. It turns out that it wasn't that she couldn't have children, but that she didn't want to. She looked down on and distrusted Liu Erzhu from the bottom of her heart. In his previous life, Liu Erzhu suffered a lifetime of hardship because of this woman. I thought we would never have any relationship again in this life, but I never expected to meet again. However, the woman didn't know Liu Erzhu yet and thought she had offended him, so she was extremely frightened. That little child wasn't as unruly as he became when he grew up. He couldn't even speak properly, and he was rather thin and pale from hunger. Although he hated her, it was all in the past, so Liu Erzhu didn't make things difficult for the woman and left indifferently. The woman breathed a slight sigh of relief after he left, and was no longer so fearful. However, she still cautiously walked to the counter and took out a letter of introduction. Comrade, I would like to stay here for a couple of days, is that all right? Jasmine looked at the woman suspiciously. Do you have money? Yes. The woman carefully took out a handkerchief from the inside pocket of her clothes. Inside were a few coins, which she counted out and handed over with a pained expression. Jasmine took the money and casually asked, Are you here to stay with relatives? The woman said shyly, I have an aunt here who said she wanted me to go on a blind date. Upon hearing this, Jasmine glanced at the woman and shook her head impassively. A country woman, of average appearance, with an adult child in tow, wants to marry into the city of Beijing. What are you thinking about? As it turned out, this woman wasn't just thinking about it, she was thinking about it quite a lot. Her eyes darted around, and she blushed as she asked Jasmine, Was that comrade who just went out your boyfriend? Jasmine said irritably, I wish I could. He's very rich and rides a big motorcycle. So many girls want to marry him. He's not your boyfriend? The woman's eyes lit up, and she quickly asked, Then which room does he live in? Can I stay in the room next to his? Jasmine instantly realized the woman's intentions and was so angry she laughed. She retorted without any politeness, Are you out of your mind? You think you can even think about someone like that? My room is full. Take your money and get out of here, go find somewhere else to stay. After saying that, Jasmine threw the money and the letter of introduction to the woman and ignored her. The woman was dumbfounded. The woman was kicked out of the house. Watching Liu Erzhu ride away on his motorcycle, she wanted to leave. But after thinking about it, I felt unwilling to give up. She glanced at her son on her back and secretly vowed, Son, I'll definitely find you a good father. I don't believe any man would be uninterested in a woman who comes to him for sex. Once he sleeps with me, he won't be able to get rid of me again. Thinking this, the woman squatted down next to the guest house and waited patiently for Liu Erzhu to return. Liu Erzhu had no idea that the karmic entanglement between the two was so deep. In their previous life, they were entangled for so long that in this life, the woman took a liking to him at first sight and wanted to use him to raise her son. He was riding his motorcycle straight to the trust store. Although the trust shop sells second-hand goods, it often has some good items, and importantly, it doesn't require coupons. When he arrived at the trust store, he found that there were indeed many interesting things there as soon as he entered. Phonographs, cameras, watches, bicycle parts, and even items like guitars. Liu Erzhu wandered around the shop, but no one paid him any attention. Soon, he saw something unusual. Electric shaver. This is a rare find, it's completely imported. Liu Erzhu was surprised to see it here, especially one that was almost new. He couldn't help but ask curiously, This electric shaver looks pretty new. Why are you selling it? Are you buying something or checking my household registration? Why are you meddling in my business? The clerk retorted irritably. Liu Erzhu thought to himself that he shouldn't ask any more questions, since the trust store would definitely not lie to him anyway. When you buy something, he will point out any problems with it directly. This is one of the advantages of state-owned enterprises. How much? Liu Erzhu asked. 180. The teller became even more impatient, thinking that Liu Erzhu was deliberately trying to broaden his horizons. You can see 800 young people like this every day at the trust store. He would ask all sorts of questions, and once he knew the uses and prices of the items, he would go out and brag about how knowledgeable he was, leaving the young girls completely bewildered. Liu Erzhu thought about his father's constant complaints about how difficult it was to shave in bed, and immediately said, I'll issue the receipt, I want it. The clerk looked surprised, You bought it? It's 180. Do you even have that kind of money? Liu Erzhu took out a stack of large black $10 bills and handed them over. Is there a problem? Seeing that he was really rich, the teller felt a bit envious and jealous, muttering, "Damn it, I'll shoot you sons of bitches of capitalists sooner or later." Liu Erzhu didn't expect to be scolded for buying things, and immediately said irritably, "Just because you have money makes you a capitalist? I'd say you're a hooligan since you look so shady." The teller immediately flew into a rage and pointed at Liu Erzhu, about to curse him. Liu Erzhu's eyes widened, and the aura of a martial arts master involuntarily emanated from him. "You little brat, try saying one more word." The shout was as loud as a bell, which frightened the teller so much that her face turned pale, her heart pounded wildly, and she took several steps back. He initially thought he was just a young man and didn't take him seriously. "I didn't expect them to be so arrogant." Although state-owned enterprise employees are generally very arrogant, they are also afraid of getting beaten up. Even when faced with someone you know you can't beat, you'll still back down. Looking at Liu Erzhu, who was glaring at her, the teller forced a smile and said, "I was just joking with you, what's the rush? Don't mess around with people like that in the future. Who do you think you are?" Liu Erzhu said coldly, then continued reading. The teller was filled with resentment at these words, but dared not say anything more. She could only scratch the table in frustration, imagining that it was Liu Erzhu. Soon, Liu Erzhu found several more good things. A military binoculars, a mink coat, and a fox fur scarf. These are all things you can use when going into the mountains, especially the mink coat, which is very warm and can also be used when riding a motorcycle. These 3 items cost Liu Erzhu another 200 yuan. After packing his things, Liu Erzhu left with a cold face. The teller stood on tiptoe and watched, and only after Liu Erzhu rode away on his motorcycle did she curse angrily, "What are you trying to show off for, you little bastard? I'll shoot you sooner or later." Liu Erzhu put the items into his mental space, feeling that there was nothing left to buy. He then put away the hundreds of books, went to eat at Lao Mo's restaurant, and was ready to go home. Seeing that it was almost noon, Liu Erzhu decided to go eat at Lao Mo's first, and at least get some ice cream to take home for the kids to enjoy. He rode his motorcycle to the Moscow restaurant, which is commonly known as Old Moscow by the people of Beijing. They said they wanted to eat here, but actually, many people in China don't really like the food here. Liu Erzhu simply wanted to make up for the regrets of his past life. He stared at the recipe, his mind filled with worry. That borscht, made with beets, onions, potatoes, carrots, cabbage, and a little meat, is basically just a hodgepodge, isn't it? But it insists on adding a little sour cream, which instantly reduces one's appetite. The creamy crab soup also had cream added. The borscht was alright. Liu Erzhu ordered a serving. Another dish is braised beef in a pot. There are also Caucasian lamb meatballs, Russian rye bread, and a serving of macaroni. Finally, the dessert was ice cream, which is extremely rare in China. Just as Liu Erzhu finished ordering, he heard someone behind him ask, "You ordered so much, can you finish it all?" "Hey, why are there such sluts everywhere? Whether I can finish it or not is none of your business." Liu Erzhu turned around unhappily, about to start cursing, but when he saw who it was, he suddenly stood up and said with some helplessness, "Old Wang, what brings you here?" The person who just spoke was Old Wang, a student of Liu Erzhu's great-grandmother and the father of the manager of the National Bookstore. Old Wang looked at Liu Erzhu and said irritably, "You ran away so fast back then, and I didn't know where you lived. Luckily, I knew you would definitely come here to eat, so I sent someone to keep watch over you. How do your people know me?" Liu Erzhu asked, puzzled. "I don't know you, but you're such a show-off, always riding your motorcycle around. I told them that if they see a motorcycle, it's definitely you." Old Wang chuckled as he sat down. Liu Erzhu was speechless. At this moment, the manager also came in from outside, accompanied by 2 elderly men. One of them was Uncle Chi, whom I had met that day, the other was older and a stranger. The unfamiliar old man sat down shakily and began to scrutinize Liu Erzhu, sighing with emotion, "He really looks like him. This is..." Liu Erzhu looked at the manager. The manager explained, "This was also sponsored by Teacher Xia. You can just call him Grandpa's son. He works at the translation bureau now. You know foreign languages, right? As long as you can join the translation bureau, your background won't be a problem. The problem is that my background disqualifies me from joining the translation bureau." Liu Erzhu rolled his eyes. Did he not try to work at a translation bureau after graduating from university in his previous life? Even his teacher thought he was a good kid who was willing to put in the effort to learn a foreign language, so he specifically asked an acquaintance to introduce him to someone. As a result, they were stuck because of their background. Although it was because of the strict regulations during those years, it also made Liu Erzhu realize that his background would prevent him from getting into the translation bureau. The manager immediately looked at Old Sunday. Old Sun also showed confidence, and said with certainty, "As long as your English is really good, it won't be a problem to introduce you to the translation bureau. I appreciate your kindness, but if you're here to eat, please order your own food." If you're here to talk, then wait until I finish eating. I'm starving. Liu Erzhu stopped talking and began to eat heartily, enjoying the dishes on the table. The group of people immediately looked at him with expressions of disappointment and disappointment. Old Sun said to Old Wang, "You're right, this kid really deserves a beating. Our workplaces are places that countless people would fight tooth and nail to get into, yet he doesn't even care." Uncle Chi said with a dark face, "Whether he likes it or not, we can't let him continue to drift through life like this." "That's right, kid, don't even think about running away today. We've already locked up your motorcycle. Over the next few days, you'll spend time with the three of us old guys and see which workplace is more suitable for you," Old Wang said in an annoyed tone. The manager looked at Liu Erzhu with envy. "Hurry up and agree. I've never had such good treatment before. You've hit the jackpot." Liu Erzhu didn't say anything, he just kept eating. After he had finished eating everything and was completely full, he turned to the men around him, whose faces were already quite grim, and said, "I told you, I appreciate your kindness, but if I come to Beijing with you, what about my parents? What about my brother and sister-in-law? Will you take care of them too?" "Finding them jobs shouldn't be difficult," Old Wang said, patting his chest. "You all hold high positions and should know better than I do that the job market is getting more and more difficult, and job opportunities will only become fewer in the future. If our whole family can have jobs, what about our children? If we lived in the countryside, our descendants could at least farm if they couldn't find work, but in the city, they'd just be waiting to starve to death." Liu Erzhu remembers that in the past 2 years, the slogan of educated youth going to the countryside has been shouted more and more often. It's because of the immense pressure to find employment. I'm sure these people are well aware of that. Old Wang certainly understood this point, but he didn't expect Liu Erzhu to think so far ahead. He frowned and said, "Then why don't you just let your son take over your job? Succession? What if I have 2 sons? Or 3 or 5 children?" Liu Erzhu retorted. "Besides, my brother and sister-in-law only have 2 children now. Can you guarantee they won't want any more in the future? It's not uncommon for families to have 10 or 8 children in the countryside. You can take care of our generation, but can you take care of the next generation? To put it bluntly, with your physical condition, you might not even live to see my children grow up. When your generation passes away, your children will have nothing to do with me. Will they help me?" Liu Erzhu had previously respected these people and knew they were acting in his best interest, which was why he was so polite. But now, seeing these elderly people disregarding everything to repay their great-grandmother's kindness, all I can do is question them mercilessly. These words indeed left the others speechless. The manager hadn't expected Liu Erzhu to think so far ahead. He even felt that if he were in Liu Erzhu's position, hearing that several important figures in Beijing were willing to help him find a job, he was overjoyed and agreed without hesitation. Of course, what Liu Erzhu just said only applies to the case of him being an ordinary person. Ordinary people, without the protection of powerful figures, indeed cannot find jobs. With Liu Erzhu's abilities, he could do very well in Beijing and provide jobs for his family. But there's no need to risk coming to Beijing in the next 10 years or so. When the trend of going abroad takes hold in a few years, Liu Erzhu will come to Beijing and buy a few courtyard houses, and then get some land near the bird's nest. At that time, his family and descendants for 18 generations will not have to worry about food and drink. After a moment of silence, Old Wang spoke first, sighing, "So you're just going to stay in the countryside like this? What do you mean by getting by? It's like I'm doing terribly. To put it bluntly, which of your sons or grandsons can afford to ride a motorcycle?" Liu Erzhu retorted. This remark made the elderly men lose face again. The manager's eyes widened. How did they even start cursing him? Riding a motorcycle is nothing special? You need real skills to make a good living. Uncle Chi said with a dark face, "I remember you said you knew medicine? Don't you want to go to Peking Union Medical College Hospital and learn from me? You have no ambition." Yes, it's still necessary to study medicine. The more you have, the better," Old Wang added. Old Master Sun frowned. "Medical skills are alright, but the main thing is that Xiao Qi's medical skills are really good. If you are willing to study hard, you might find a job at a big hospital in the future, which may not be worse than working at the translation bureau." Uncle Chi, flattered by the group, stroked his beard smugly and looked at Liu Erzhu. "Kid, let me check your basic skills. If I find you're not bad, I can take you as my apprentice. Then you can go anywhere and say you're my apprentice, and you'll be able to do quite well." That's actually true. After all, people who come from Peking Union Medical College Hospital, even if they've only done odd jobs there, will get higher salaries at other hospitals. Unfortunately, Liu Erzhu had no interest in learning it. "Old Chi, I didn't have much time in Beijing this time. I mainly came to help the village buy a shredder. How about I make time to come to you next time to learn how to use it?" Liu Erzhu politely declined. Uncle Chi was annoyed that the kid refused everything and scolded him. "This won't do, that won't do, what exactly do you want? Are you getting too arrogant? If you keep dawdling, do you believe that we old brothers will help teacher Xia give you a beating? Seeing that the men were about to attack, their beards bristling and eyes wide with anger, Liu Erzhu stopped being modest and said to Uncle Chi, it's not that I look down on you, it's just that your medical skills are indeed inferior to mine. These words made everyone's eyes widen. They all felt that this kid really deserved a beating. Uncle Chi, without any hesitation, rolled up his sleeves and came over to make a move. Even if it's the child of a benefactor, these elders can still discipline them. Liu Erzhu calmly said, the acupuncture method that Elder Chi used to treat Elder Wang was called Flying 8 Methods, right? This acupuncture method emphasizes the treatment of the disease by matching the heavenly stems with the 8 extraordinary meridians. It emphasizes the coordination of time and acupoints. There are specific rules about when to stimulate which acupoints. When you treated Elder Wang, it was obvious that you inserted some acupoints at the wrong time. So although it could cure the disease, it could only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. Uncle Chi, who had already swung his arm to strike Liu Erzhu, was suddenly stunned. Because Liu Erzhu was right, he was indeed using the Flying 8 Methods acupuncture technique, but this acupuncture technique had been lost. He had supplemented it himself based on his years of experience, but he still felt something was wrong. Of course, this was only strange to him. To outsiders, it was still incredibly mysterious. Even some experienced traditional Chinese medicine doctors couldn't see any problem. Unexpectedly, today a young man publicly pointed out that there was something wrong with the Flying 8 Methods I was using. You kid, do you really know so much about medicine? Uncle Chi asked incredulously. Unfortunately, I am slightly better than you in the mastery of the 8 flying techniques. So I'm unwilling to learn from you, not because I look down on you, but because I really don't want to embarrass you. But if you insist on hearing the truth, then all I can say now is, do you think it's still necessary for me to learn from you? Liu Erzhu's words made everyone around the table look at Uncle Chi. Uncle Chi fell silent. After a while, Uncle Chi asked Liu Erzhu, can you tell me what the complete Flying 8 Methods look like? No, Liu Erzhu refused decisively. Because this wasn't his, it was passed down from his master. He also received his inheritance from his master. If someone wants to become his apprentice, Liu Erzhu can pass on his skills. But to give away one's master's family's heritage just to show off, or because the person is related to one's master, is truly disrespectful to one's master and one's own heritage. Uncle Chi had a rough idea that Liu Erzhu would refuse, and he was a little disappointed, but he didn't say anything more. The manager next to him, who knew nothing about medicine, couldn't help but ask suspiciously when he saw Liu Erzhu's decisive refusal, you're not pretending to know what you don't, are you? Uncle Chi glared at him, annoyed. Try pretending to know what you don't. I've used this acupuncture technique many times, and no one has noticed anything wrong with it. Only this kid noticed it and even pointed out where the problem was. Can you fake that? The manager was taken aback by the rebuke and was somewhat dumbfounded. Uncle Chi, I was just speaking up for you, wasn't I? Go away, get out of here, do you need me? Uncle Chi impatiently shooed him away. The manager hadn't expected to be disliked now, so he could only obediently back down. The remaining few people sat at the dining table watching Liu Erzhu. Liu Erzhu also said to them, gentlemen, our family is indeed not doing well anymore, but that's compared to our peak. However, our family still has a foundation and a heritage, and we will never lose these things, so I can still do quite well. I know you all want to help me, but forcing things won't work. I still prefer to live my life my way. When I finally have the chance to settle down in Beijing in the future, I will visit you all. If I encounter any real trouble, I will ask for your help without hesitation. Liu Erzhu's words made the 3 old men sigh. They could see the boy's determination and knew that he really didn't need their help. Alright then, looks like you're doing pretty well for yourself. We might need your help someday, old Wang said helplessly. Not really, but we do planting and breeding there. If you need anything, we can deliver it to you. Liu Erzhu suddenly began to introduce his business. Don't you need to hand over your livestock farming to the commune? Isn't it a system of unified purchase and sales? Old Wang frowned. Yes, but we'll always leave some for the village. We certainly can't eat that much, so we can sell some to you, Liu Erzhu said with a smile. It's not like I don't know anything about aquaculture. With such harsh conditions these days, how much will you have left after handing it over to the commune? If you really want to send it to Beijing, it won't even cover the transportation costs, old Wang refused irritably. Uncle Chi also warned, don't get involved in any messy things, kid. You can live a good life with your medical skills. Don't let yourself be caught off guard. Seeing that the 3 old men didn't believe him, Liu Erzhu didn't bother to say anything more. Let's get the stuff out first, then we can send it to them or invite them to see it. I don't believe they won't believe it. Seeing that the others were all right, Liu Erzhu deliberately ordered a few more dishes, especially extra ice cream, which he then packed into a lunchbox and put in his bag. Seeing Liu Erzhu about to leave, the manager couldn't help but laugh and say, it's obvious this is your first time eating here. What? Liu Erzhu asked, puzzled. But then the manager gestured toward the table next to him and noticed that the guests there were secretly stuffing the restaurant's silver cutlery into their pockets. Liu Erzhu smirked. He had heard that most people from Beijing who came to Lao Mo's restaurant would take some silver cutlery with them. I thought it was a joke, but I saw it with my own eyes today. The manager thought that Liu Erzhu would take it too if he saw others doing so, but he didn't expect that Liu Erzhu would just glance at it and leave. It seems this kid is doing quite well in the countryside. He's not even tempted by silver cutlery that no one would care about if he took it. After leaving Lao Mo's place, Liu Erzhu said to the manager, "I'm going to Zidane bookstore to pick up some books. Are you using this motorcycle? Can you take it back?" The manager asked, somewhat worried. "It's all right. We borrowed a large Jifang truck to pick up the shredder this time. It's not easy to drive into Zidane, so I'm in charge of hauling the books to them," Liu Erzhu said dismissively. "You're quite capable, all right then." The manager nodded, watching enviously as Liu Erzhu rode away on his motorcycle, while he rode off on his bicycle. "I used to think that being a manager and having a bicycle meant I was quite well off. I never expected that Liu Erzhu would be riding a motorcycle at such a young age." When the manager returned to the bookstore, Liu Erzhu had already taken the books away in batches, sending them all into his mental space in a secluded place. After paying the bill, Liu Erzhu was finally able to go to Zidane shopping mall and swaggered around buying a lot of things. In the end, he only had 100 yuan left, and that's when he stopped. He left the money for gas. What if you run out of money? Go back and find Qian Hongyun to sell some grain. Just say you got it from some acquaintances in Beijing. Liu Erzhu spent the whole afternoon shopping and didn't return to the guesthouse until evening. From a great distance, I could see the disheveled woman squatting at the door. Why hasn't that woman left yet? Are you short of money for a hotel? Liu Erzhu thought this to himself, but ignored it and headed straight for the guesthouse. He had just reached the door when the woman suddenly looked up at him pitifully and said, "Young man, please have mercy and save my daughter and me. If you're willing to let us stay for one night, I'll do whatever you say. I promise to take good care of you. I can cook, wash your feet, do housework, and so on. If you're willing, let me take a shower in your room. You can do whatever you want." Liu Erzhu paused, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "You can do all of these? Don't you get shoulder pain when you pick up a broom, and rhinitis from cooking smoke, and only wash the feet of the emperor himself?" These were the words the woman had told him in his previous life, and she had warned Liu Erzhu that she was married into the family to enjoy a life of happiness, not to be a maid serving others. The woman was stunned by these words, her eyes widening in disbelief. Is this young man also from Kao Shantan? How does he know what she usually says to her husband at home? Liu Erzhu not only knew this, but also something else. He looked directly at the woman and asked, "I also know that you are not a widow. You ran away from your husband, right?" The woman was truly terrified. Because her husband was indeed alive, she deliberately wrote a letter to her aunt, lying that her husband had died and asking her to help find him a new family. "I thought that since Beijing was thousands of miles away from my hometown, no one would know me or know anything about me." Unexpectedly, this handsome young stranger immediately revealed his secret. The woman panicked completely, quickly backed away, and got up to leave with her bags. Liu Erzhu originally intended to let the woman go, because he didn't want to bring the grudges from his past life into this one. But I never expected that this woman would be so shameless since she was young. It's one thing for men to come to Beijing for blind dates, but to actually have their eyes on me again. Since that's the case, then all your hopes are completely dashed. Liu Erzhu saw a fat woman in the distance leading a tall, thin man in a worker's uniform who was limping towards them. The man was rather ugly and disabled. When he smiled, his mouth was full of yellow teeth. But he was from Beijing and a proud worker, so finding a wife wasn't a problem for him. He could even marry a young and beautiful woman from the countryside. Liu Erzhu didn't recognize the man, but he did recognize the fat woman. She was a neighborhood committee director, and it was she who forced this slut into her life. The fat woman led the lame worker over and called out to the woman, "Lady, why are you waiting outside? Didn't I tell you to go to the guest house to rest and take a bath?" Zhao Lady didn't dare to speak. She just packed her things and tried to run away. When the lame worker saw Zhao Lady, who was disheveled and had a child with her, his expression changed immediately. "Director, is this the wife you introduced to me? You really look down on me, don't you? Don't let her son fool you, she's quite handsome," the chubby director quickly advised the lame worker. Liu Erzhu added from the side, "Yes, this woman is indeed quite beautiful. Otherwise, would anyone marry her if she got pregnant out of wedlock?" Zhao Lady, who was packing her bags, suddenly felt a jolt. The lame worker's face changed drastically. "Pregnant out of wedlock? Isn't that the act of a whore?" The fat director glared at Liu Erzhu and said, "Who do you think you are? What nonsense are you spouting? I'll report you for indecent assault." "I'm being a pervert? Your good niece got married just 5 months ago and the baby was born. Did she not tell you about this?" Liu Erzhu said sarcastically. The portly director suddenly looked at Zhao Lady, his eyes questioning whether it was true. Zhao Lady dared not raise her head. The lame worker was furious, but he hadn't lost his temper. He looked at Liu Erzhu and asked, "Hey buddy, what do you do?" "Me? I'm a guest here. She just said she wanted to take a shower in my room and that she'd do anything I asked, Liu Erzhu said with a calm smile. Upon hearing this, the lame worker couldn't hold back any longer. He shook off the fat director's hand and walked away cursing. The portly director was also furious. He grabbed Zhao Lady and asked, "Is what he said true? Speak up." As he said this, the chubby director kept giving Zhao Lady meaningful glances. The street director wasn't a good person either, so he made Zhao Lady deny it. Since quite a few onlookers had already gathered, she couldn't let them believe her words, otherwise Zhao Lady would have no way to live here in the future. Even a neighborhood director like her can be laughed at. Zhao Lady knew what her aunt meant and also hated Liu Erzhu. She only wanted to use Liu Erzhu for the sake of the child, so why did this guy reveal all her secrets, making her ashamed to live? Thinking this, Zhao Lady burst into tears, feeling wronged. "Auntie, he's lying. He deliberately flirted with me, and when I refused, he framed me." "Oh, so it was you who acted like a hooligan? Come on, come with me to the police station." The fat director immediately lashed out, shouting loudly as he tried to pull Liu Erzhu away. Liu Erzhu took a step back to avoid getting his clothes dirty with the fat director's claws. At this moment, Jasmine, who had been watching the commotion in the crowd, couldn't stand it any longer and ran out to say, "Director Zhao, you're really being unreasonable. When your niece came to the guest house, she said you were going to set her up on a blind date, but when she saw that Zhu Ziyi was rich, she asked me if I could arrange for her to stay in the room next to Zhu Ziyi's. I saw her kneeling down and begging Zhu Ziyi to serve him. Your niece is a typical money grubber. She sleeps with whoever has money. She's utterly shameless." "Hey, you, Jasmine, how could you say such nonsense? You two are in cahoots, aren't you?" The fat director panicked and shouted loudly. Jasmine was about to continue her rebuttal. Liu Erzhu waved his hand at her, then threw out only one sentence, "Fatty, stop howling. You know your niece sold you out, right? Her man isn't even dead yet, and you're already arranging blind dates for him. Be careful, or her man will come knocking on your door and beat you up." The chubby director, who was howling merrily, suddenly fell silent and looked at Zhao Lady in disbelief. Upon seeing Zhao Lady's fearful and evasive eyes, the fat director knew it was true. He immediately flew into a rage, rushed forward, and slapped Zhao Lady across the face. "You brat, are you trying to kill me? Do you know this is a despicable thing that will bring you to childlessness?" He took someone else's wife to a blind date so she could marry another person. To put it bluntly, this is called poaching someone's partner. To put it bluntly, this could be considered stealing someone's wife. If Zhao Lady's man really wanted to be serious, he could kill the fat director and no one could say anything. The fat director beat his niece hard, making Zhao Lady cry loudly, but she was smart enough to grit her teeth and refuse to admit it. "Aunt, he's lying, he's deceiving me." "What are you saying? Should I inform your man?" Liu Erzhu joked. "No!" Zhao Lady screamed in terror. She didn't know that Liu Erzhu was just trying to scare her, she just thought that if Liu Erzhu knew about her affairs, he must also know her man. If her man really comes, even if he's a complete loser, he'll definitely beat her to a pulp. Zhao Lady's fear made the onlookers instantly realize that what Liu Erzhu said was true, and they all showed contempt, pointing at Zhao Lady and cursing her incessantly. Even the fat director and his colleagues didn't let it go, constantly scolding her for being immoral. The usually aloof and arrogant fat director had never suffered such humiliation before. She used to be the one scolding others, but now, when people point fingers at her and insult her, she doesn't dare to talk back. She feels incredibly frustrated. She unleashed all her anger on Zhao Lady, beating her even more severely. But Zhao Lady was no pushover either. She had originally thought she would just endure a couple of blows and let it go, but she didn't expect this woman to keep hitting her. Moreover, she was so fat that her slaps were so powerful that they hurt terribly. Zhao Lady got angry and kicked the fat director in the thigh while cursing. Taking advantage of her screaming in pain, she rolled over and pounced on her, scratching and clawing wildly. "You still have the nerve to curse me? You think you're a good person? Don't think I don't know how you moved to Beijing. You just slept with people everywhere, didn't you? You were the one who persuaded me to sleep with the village chief. You told me to sleep with him so he could steal some grain and bring it to you. You ate plenty of the white flour and cornmeal I brought you back then, and now you're saying I'm shameless." Upon hearing this, the people around immediately erupted in uproar. Liu Erzhu watched the two of them fighting like dogs with a mocking expression. Those who reap what they sow will not live. In the end, both Zhao Lady and the fat director were taken away by the police. Originally, Liu Erzhu was also to be taken away for questioning, but the onlookers upheld justice and said that he had nothing to do with it, which is why the police let Liu Erzhu go. Liu Erzhu returned to his room at the guest house, tidied up his things briefly, and then went to bed. The next morning, he came downstairs with his luggage, and Jasmine was quite surprised when she saw him. "Are you leaving?" "Yes, we bought everything we needed, it's time to go home," Liu Erzhu said calmly. "Will you come again in the future?" Jasmine had asked Liu Erzhu where he lived when she was eating before, and knew that his home was only a few hours away from here. "I'll probably come, but not often." There's nothing fun to do here anymore, Liu Erzhu shrugged. Who said that? I can take you ice skating at Shishaha, fishing and flower viewing at the Summer Palace, and boating at Youth Lake Park, Jasmine quickly replied, her intentions quite clear. Liu Erzhu could only look at her seriously and say, I'm sorry, I don't plan to date for the time being. I want to make money for a few more years before I think about it. This blatant rejection made Jasmine very upset, and her eyes involuntarily welled up with tears. In fact, she knew that Liu Erzhu had never had any feelings for her from the beginning. Even the rascals in the hutongs of Beijing would tell her a few dirty jokes to tease her. Liu Erzhu never said anything like that to her from beginning to end, and always kept his distance, being very polite. It was nothing more than treating her to a meal, and I thanked her for taking me shopping for clothes. Jasmine only took a liking to him unilaterally, mainly because of Liu Erzhu's good looks and considerable wealth. With more young people staying at the guesthouse, Jasmine hadn't set her sights on any of them before. Liu Erzhu carried his luggage out the door, and Jasmine followed him step by step to the door. Watching him put his things on the motorcycle, she was still a little reluctant. Zuzi, it's not that I can't marry someone from the countryside. Liu Erzhu shook his head and handed over 2 white rabbit milk candies. Thank you for speaking up for me and getting me out of that situation earlier. I'll be going now. Beep beep beep. The motorcycle sped away, leaving only Jasmine standing there like a waiting for husband rock. Liu Erzhu rode his motorcycle out into the biting winter wind. Fortunately, he had bought a mink coat beforehand, which he was wearing backwards in front of his chest. He also had a newly bought fur hat on his head and even wore a pair of sunglasses to show off. The sunglasses were bought by Liu Erzhu yesterday when he passed by the trust store for the second time. They are aviator sunglasses, not broken, just a bit old. On the road, Liu Erzhu was riding a motorcycle, wearing a mink coat backwards, a dogskin hat, sunglasses, and a cotton face mask. If this were in modern times, he would definitely be a dashing guy. But in this era of scarce resources and backward understanding, he was the most dazzling guy in the surrounding villages. A few hours later, Liu Erzhu returned to the county town. His first instinct was to run to find Qian Hongyun. I have no choice but to look for help, I'm out of money. I only had 100 yuan left in Beijing, and I used that 100 yuan for gas. Qian Hongyun was at work when she saw Liu Erzhu walk in with a flourish, and she was immediately startled. You're not here to have a drink with me, are you? What's wrong? Are you tired of drinking? Liu Erzhu laughed. What a joke, would I be afraid of drinking? Qian Hongyun retorted stubbornly. Liu Erzhu raised an eyebrow. How about we 2 brothers grab something for lunch today? I'm not afraid of drinking, but I'm afraid of drinking with you. If you have something to say it, if not, leave. Qian Hongyun quickly admitted defeat. Liu Erzhu chuckled, I was just kidding. I came here to get some money because I'm broke. How much should I borrow? Qian Hongyun didn't hesitate. His father was honest and upright, but that didn't stop his family from being extremely wealthy. Qian Hongyun runs a black market. Although he doesn't charge admission, he buys and sells goods there, so he makes a lot of money. Liu Erzhu waved his hand. It's not a loan, I just want to sell you something. I found a way in Beijing this time and got a batch of grain. You went to Beijing for 2 days and found a way to buy grain? Qian Hongyun asked in astonishment. You don't know, do you? There's a lot of grain stockpiled on the black market in Beijing, but they're cracking down hard lately and don't dare sell it. They only dared to sell me a batch after I told them I was from out of town. Would you dare to buy it? If you don't dare to accept it, I'll ask other factories. Liu Erzhu said with a smile. Qian Hongyun was overjoyed. Buy it. Of course we'll buy it. That's grain. Just take it. Tonight, get a few quiet cars and come with me to pick it up, Liu Erzhu said with a smile. Good heavens, how many cars? How many did you manage to get? Qian Hongyun asked in disbelief. 3,000 caddies. Liu Erzhu didn't quite trust the black market in Beijing, fearing that too much money would tempt them to take a risk. But Qian Hongyun wouldn't do that. No matter how much grain there was, he wouldn't take the risk. Because his father can stay in his position for another 2 years, he will at least be a bureau chief in the future, and if he manages things well, he can even climb higher. His son will inevitably enter politics and become a high-ranking official, and then his grandson. This would ensure that he wouldn't risk embezzling the secure job that his family had held for generations. Even if it were 30,000 jin of grain, let alone 3,000 jin, he wouldn't risk it. Sure enough, Qian Hongyun not only didn't intend to embezzle the money, but nervously ran to the door to check, making sure no one was eavesdropping, before lowering her voice to ask, Zuzi, how did you get so much? Is everything alright? Don't get scammed. Don't worry, I've tested this black market boss several times, even deliberately flaunting my wealth, and he hasn't done anything wrong. And I think he's really anxious, because that batch of grain really can't be sold in Beijing. The city has been cracking down really hard lately. Anyway, Qian Hongyun isn't in Beijing, and it's not convenient to contact her right now. She can't exactly send a telegram to ask if the checks in Beijing are strict, can she? Before they even left the post office, they'd be stopped by the police and asked why they were investigating how strict things were in Beijing. Qian Hongyun knew Liu Erzhu well. She knew he was a capable and reliable guy. Seeing how serious Liu Erzhu was, Qian Hongyun relaxed a lot and said happily, "Zuzi, you've done me a huge favor. Do you know that if this batch of grain had fallen into my hands, I could at least have become a deputy director?" Liu Erzhu looked completely bewildered. "What are you going to do? Help me put on a show," Qian Hongyun whispered in Liu Erzhu's ear. Liu Erzhu looked at Qian Hongyun in disbelief. "Is it okay? Don't mess it up, or we'll both be in deep trouble." "No, we have people all around us, what's there to be afraid of? Anyway, I'll still give you the money. Just tell me, will you help your brother with this favor or not?" Qian Hongyun asked with full confidence. Seeing that he was absolutely certain there would be no problem, Liu Erzhu thought about the intricacies of the situation and realized that if he succeeded, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the county. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, let's do it." After agreeing on a time and place with Qian Hongyun, Liu Erzhu headed straight for his elder brother's house. It's noon now, and his older brother is having lunch in the cafeteria. The eldest sister-in-law, who lived closer to home, would get her food from the cafeteria and then come back to feed Xiaohu and Nizai. When Liu Erzhu entered the door, Nizai, with her sharp eyes, spotted him immediately. She happily put down her rice bowl and ran over, exclaiming, "Uncle! Uncle!" Seeing the little girl running towards him, Liu Erzhu picked her up and asked with a smile, "Little girl, have you been behaving well lately?" "I've been very obedient. Every day when my parents go to work, my brother and I play at home and don't run around outside," Nizai said proudly, taking credit for her actions. Liu Erzhu gave a thumbs up in praise, then opened his hand and, as if by magic, 2 pieces of milk candy appeared in his palm. Nizai's eyes lit up as she happily took the candy, putting one piece in her little pocket in front of her belly and peeling off another piece to pop into her mouth. Although her parents both have a good salary, they haven't received their paychecks yet, and given their frugal nature, they wouldn't buy her candy easily. Liu Erzhu carried Nizai into the house. "Sister-in-law, Xiaohu, my brother is here. Second uncle." The mother and son quickly got up to greet them. Liu Erzhu waved his hand. "Sister-in-law, you two eat first, don't worry about me, we have everything we need at home, right? We don't need anything, you've given us more than enough." The sister-in-law was full of gratitude. "You found us jobs and even gave us a radio and a bicycle. Your brother and I don't know how to thank you enough." "There's no need for thanks between brothers," Liu Erzhu said with a smile, while glancing around to make sure the house had everything it needed. The elder sister-in-law quickly brought over a stool. "Brother, sit down and have some food with us." "Oh no, I've already eaten," Liu Erzhu said, looking at the food on the table. "I stir-fried the cabbage with extra oil because there was no meat, so it looks very oily." The staple food was cornbread, which was brought from the canteen. Liu Erzhu knew that the 2 older brothers had just arrived in the city, hadn't received their wages yet, and had no money. But when the 2 of them went to work in the city, Liu Erzhu was worried that they wouldn't have enough to eat, so he gave them some meat, rice, and noodles, enough to last them a month. I guess they've gotten used to saving money, only eating a decent meal in the evening to improve their diet, and then eating at the cafeteria during the day. Liu Erzhu shook his head and took out 3 lunchboxes from his satchel. When the lunchbox was opened, it contained roast duck, flatbread, dipping sauce, and side dishes. The last lunchbox contained salt and pepper duck rack. Because it is stored in the mental space, it is still in the state it was in when it was first created. When you take it out, it's still warm and fragrant. The aroma of the meat made the eyes of the 3 people in the room widen. Although I can still guarantee 1 meat meal a day during this period, this roast duck is just too delicious. The family had never seen anything so delicious. "Sister-in-law, this is a roast duck I brought back from Beijing. It's delicious." To demonstrate how to eat it, Liu Erzhu even picked up a flatbread in front of the 3 of them and put it into Nizai's mouth. Nizai took a bite and exclaimed excitedly, "It's so delicious." Seeing the overjoyed Nizai, Liu Erzhu picked up another roll of duck meat and made one for Xiaohu, who was too shy to eat. The elder sister-in-law watched the 2 children eat roast duck and gave a wry smile. "Brother, they usually have meat to eat, you don't need to send them special things here. I know we can't eat this every day, we just brought it back to satisfy our cravings. You guys eat first. Who knows when you'll get to eat this again." Liu Erzhu deliberately comforted his sister-in-law. The eldest sister-in-law knew Liu Erzhu's abilities. If her family said they liked something to eat, he could probably send it over every few days. But if she refuses too many times, it will not only seem fake, but it will also easily hurt the feelings of the family. The eldest sister-in-law could only look at Xiaohu and Nizai and say, "From now on, you don't have to be filial to me and your father, but you must be filial to your uncle, understand?" Nizai nodded quickly, then awkwardly went to prepare the duck meat. Little Tiger replied earnestly, "I understand, mother." The sister-in-law was still at ease about Xiaohu. He is well-behaved, sensible, and knows how to be grateful. To make his sister-in-law feel less awkward, Liu Erzhu went outside the courtyard. He lit a cigarette and began observing his neighbors. They found all the children squatting on the ground playing with dual pistols to shoot rabbits. This game doesn't require physical exertion, you can squat on the ground and squeeze your stomach without feeling hungry, so it has spread like a virus, and now probably all the children in the county know how to play it. Liu Erzhu never expected that he would inadvertently lead a trend in the county. Although it's for children. Looking at these children, Liu Erzhu thought of Xiaohu, who still had to go to school. He had wanted to make arrangements before, but he hadn't had time because of a bunch of other things. In addition, he wasn't sure if his older brother and sister-in-law could settle down and work in the county town, so he wasn't in a hurry to deal with it. After I finish working with Qian Hongyan tonight, I'll use her connections to get Xiaohu into the government-run primary school. The teaching resources in government-run primary schools are much better than those in ordinary primary schools. Teachers are not reluctant to teach because they are hungry, and the knowledge they teach is more comprehensive. As for being bullied, that's something I need to talk to Qian Hongyan's mischievous son about. As long as the little tyrant and the little tiger can get along well, he won't be bullied anymore. Then there's Nizai. Usually, when her older brother and sister-in-law are at work, Xiaohu stays home to look after Nizai. If Xiaohu were to go to school, there's no such thing as a kindergarten these days, and hiring a nanny would be a pipe dream. Fortunately, I still have an acquaintance in the county town. Master's family, including the one with the big tongue, were also there. Then we'll let Master's daughter, Lily, go to school too, and then let Master's wife look after Nizai and Lele. After making his plan, Liu Erzhu immediately threw away his cigarette butt and went back inside to discuss it with his sister-in-law. The eldest sister-in-law was naturally willing to let her go to school. She worked at a department store during this time, and the people who came to buy things were all wealthy. At that time, most of the wealthy people were educated. Those people speak nicely, act properly, and seem very successful. And why is Liu Erzhu so powerful? Isn't it because I went to middle school? So the eldest sister-in-law had wanted Xiaohu to go to school for a long time, but she hadn't found a way. Upon hearing that Liu Erzhu was willing to make the arrangements, she immediately said excitedly, "Zuzi, when you get things done, don't you need to treat people to a meal? I'll pay for it, even if I have to sell everything I own. I can't let you do it. You don't need to spend money on school. Just pay the tuition. Don't worry about the cost later," Liu Erzhu said with a smile. The sister-in-law, who had been very excited, was startled upon hearing this. Huh? Is the tuition very expensive? It'll cost at least a few dollars a semester, Liu Erzhu calculated based on his own situation. Upon hearing this, the sister-in-law immediately showed a look of heartache, not expecting that schooling was so expensive, but she still gritted her teeth and said, "It's okay, I'll pay for it." Liu Erzhu glanced at his sister-in-law with admiration. To be honest, the sister-in-law is truly an exceptional woman. He is reasonable and filial. Although I might be a bit stingy, I'm definitely not stingy when it comes to spending money where it's necessary. They also have a long-term vision. Okay, I'll take care of this. As for the tuition, don't worry too much. Maybe if I use my brother's connections, the school will waive the child's tuition, Liu Erzhu said with a smile. The sister-in-law was somewhat skeptical. What face could your brother possibly have? Don't forget, I made a big toy at your house before. If you can make that toy, send it to the school. Then the school will be overjoyed, and they might even reduce your tuition fees. Liu Erzhu reminded him. The sister-in-law suddenly realized, and said with gratitude, "That wasn't because of your brother's influence, it was because of you. Alright, let's not talk about this as family." Liu Erzhu waved his hand and then discussed the details with his sister-in-law. After his sister-in-law went to work, Liu Erzhu took his two children straight to his master's house. When he arrived at Big Tongue's house, his master had gone to work, and his master's wife was at home mending clothes. Lily and Lele played with the other children outside in the yard. Children always find it easy to fit into a group. Of course, they can turn on you at any time, and if you're timid, you're easily bullied. It is said that human nature is inherently good at birth, but the evil of some children is the purest form of badness. Fortunately, Lily was ruthless enough. The nickname Liu Jiao that she had been called in the village for so long wasn't for nothing. These children, even the boys, were no match for her. Liu Erzhu chatted with his teacher's wife for a while and then heard that Lily had beaten more than a dozen boys to tares in a short period of time after moving to the county town, and was now the leader of the group of children. When Lily heard that Liu Erzhu had arrived, she stopped playing with the other children and rushed home, looking at Liu Erzhu with joy. "Brother Zhu, I missed you." Liu Erzhu patted Lily's head. "The little girl has become even more beautiful." A simple compliment made Lily as happy as if she had eaten candy. Lele was much simpler and more straightforward, staring longingly at Liu Erzhu while licking her lips. His father has a job, and it's the most lucrative logistics job, but since he just started working, he hasn't dared to bring anything home yet, so he hasn't had candy in a long time and has made a fuss about going back to the village several times. Liu Erzhu saw what Lele was thinking, so instead of giving her candy, he took out 2 boxes of ice cream. "You four share this. Xiaohu and Lily, don't be shy either. Don't let your younger siblings eat it all, or they'll get stomach aches. Looking at the 2 boxes of ice cream, the 4 children were all bewildered, not knowing what they were. It has no smell, it's steaming hot, but it feels cold to the touch. Seeing this, Liu Erzhu simply took the spoon and fed each of the 4 children a spoonful. In the dead of winter, the 4 children grimaced from the cold after eating a spoonful of ice cream, but none of them wanted to spit it out. So sweet, so delicious. Watching the 4 children take the ice cream and share it, the teacher's wife looked at Liu Erzhu and said, "You child, why do you keep taking things here?" Liu Erzhu said nonchalantly, "It's worthless. I came to see my master's wife to discuss my child's schooling." He explained his plan, and his teacher's wife had no objection to Ziyaha going to school, nor did she mind taking care of Nizai. After all, she could take care of 1 child or 2. What made her hesitate was Lily. Why should a girl go to school? Just knowing a few words and being able to count is enough, right? The teacher's wife was also thinking of having Lily learn to do housework at home so that she could get married in the future. Liu Erzhu said earnestly, "Master's wife, Lily is a smart child. Doing housework will only waste her brain. Just listen to me." Seeing Liu Erzhu making all the decisions, his teacher's wife couldn't persuade him any further. She could only say helplessly, "Then you'll have to put in even more effort. I feel bad for always having you spend money and effort. My master passed on his skills to me, so I should be filial to you. It is only right. Besides, if Lily becomes successful in the future, I might need her help," Liu Erzhu said with a grin. The teacher's wife had no hope for this at all, and just hoped that Lily would not cause trouble at school. After chatting with his teacher's wife for a while, Liu Erzhu took out another roast duck before leaving. He also had to attend to the important matters he had agreed upon with Qian Hongyun. It is now 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Instead of riding a motorcycle, Liu Erzhu rode a bicycle to a small ravine outside the county town. He packed 3,000 caddies of grain into bags, threw them on the ground, covered them with weeds, and began to wait quietly. The valley was sheltered from the wind, and Liu Erzhu was wearing a mink coat and a wool coat, so he wasn't cold and even managed to take a nap. When he woke up, it was already dark. I checked my watch, it was 6 o'clock. Liu Erzhu estimated that there was still some time before it was time to wait, so he continued to wait. Finally, it was 10 p.m. At this time of year, people have nowhere to go for entertainment at night, and with the freezing weather, those who can go home to keep warm. The world was pitch black, and even the stars were invisible due to the bad weather. It was so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. He was waiting when he suddenly heard a cuckoo call. "It's here!" Liu Erzhu stood in the valley and imitated the call of a cuckoo as he looked into the distance. A moment later, a figure approached from a distance. It was a burly man with a buzz cut, exuding a fierce aura, clearly someone who had just been released from labor camp. The man looked Liu Erzhu up and down. "So it's you? The one selling grain, right?" "Yes, 3,000 caddies of grain, can you eat it all?" Liu Erzhu knew that this must be the person Qian Hongyun had introduced, so he immediately asked. A gleam of joy flashed in the man's eyes, and he said smugly yet threateningly, "I made a lot of brothers when I was in the labor camp. Give me these 3,000 caddies of grain, and I can distribute them all over the country in 3 days. "That's good. Where's the money?" Liu Erzhu wanted to check the money first. "Let me see the goods." The man was even more wary than he was. Liu Erzhu shrugged and led the man to see the grain first. 3,000 caddies, bag after bag piled on the ground. The man stepped forward and skillfully checked each grain one by one. Once he confirmed that all the grains were in good condition, he grinned from ear to ear. "Brother, that's really impressive. How did you manage to get so much food in this day and age? Where did you get it from?" the man asked curiously. Liu Erzhu sneered, "So you think you have brothers all over the country?" "I have brothers too, but they're all just a bunch of people I've gathered together." Don't try to scare me. I'm not afraid of your numbers. Besides, I never said I wouldn't pay." The man then imitated the call of a cuckoo twice more towards the distance. 3 figures quickly crept over, each carrying a large sack. A large sack of money was lying on the ground. Liu Erzhu stepped forward to inspect it, frowned, and said, "How come it's only 2,000? Didn't the middleman tell you it was 1 yuan per jin? That's all the brothers have scraped together, take it or leave it." The crewcut man suddenly pulled out a homemade gun with a shortened barrel. The others also pulled out their guns and glared threateningly at Liu Erzhu. Liu Erzhu was speechless. "No way, you're cheating us out of our grain? So what if you double-cross me? I thought you'd bring people with you, but I didn't expect you to come alone. You've got guts," the crewcut man sneered. As Liu Erzhu watched the group approach with sinister smiles, instead of retreating, he suddenly reached out and grabbed the arm of the man with the buzz cut at the front, twisting it forcefully. The group was completely taken aback, neither expecting Liu Erzhu to dare to resist nor realizing his high level of martial arts skills. The man with the buzz cut had his arm twisted into a pretzel shape, and he screamed in agony as the gun in his hand fell to the ground. The others were startled and were about to fire when they discovered that Liu Erzhu had already hidden behind their leader. If they open fire, they might kill Liu Erzhu, but their own boss will also surely die. Liu Erzhu also had a gun in his hand, and he took cover behind the crewcut man as human cover, firing wildly. With screams, one of the henchmen lay in a pool of blood, while the other two fled in terror. Although these people were reformatory prisoners, they were all notorious. Before they went in, they were just a bunch of thugs and hooligans who, at most, dared to harass women or bully honest people. Seeing how ruthless Liu Erzhu was, they were terrified and fled in panic. Seeing them escape, Liu Erzhu didn't hesitate any longer and fired 2 more shots, taking down the 2 henchmen again. Seeing his underlings lying in pools of blood, the crewcut man was terrified and hurriedly begged, "Brother, oh no, bro, my own brother, my own father, I was wrong, I shouldn't have double-crossed them, please let me go." Liu Erzhu sneered, shoved the crewcut man to the ground, and then fired 2 shots, killing him. After killing the guy, he ran to a distance and painstakingly pulled his 3 henchmen over, arranging them in positions that made it look like they had double-crossed each other during the transaction and died together. Finally, Liu Erzhu wiped the fingerprints off his pistol and handed it to one of his underlings. Although fingerprint verification may not be available at this time, it's better to be thorough just in case. After dealing with these people, Liu Erzhu looked at the bag of money, made a tough decision, threw it there, erased his footprints at the scene, and fled. A short while later, a group of people quietly crept over from a distance. The leader was none other than Qian Hongyun, who whispered to the person next to him, "Uncle Liu, I guarantee this news is absolutely true. I heard it with my own ears when those 2 groups were discussing trading grain. It was a full 3,000 caddies." The deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, holding an AK-47, said in a low voice, "All right, stop talking. I'll give you credit for catching them later." Qian Hongyun chuckled, then watched as the group cautiously approached the ravine, a look of tension in her eyes. Finally, the police carefully surrounded the ravine. Deputy Director Liu suddenly stood up, shone his flashlight, and shouted to those below, "Police, don't move." Many police officers also took out flashlights and shone them down, shouting that they were not allowed to move. But when they shone their flashlights into the ravine, they realized something was wrong. The food is there, and so are the people. Why are they all lying on the ground? Qian Hongyun noticed the police officer's strange appearance and, puzzled, asked from a distance, "Uncle Liu, what's wrong? Is nobody here?" "No, it seems like they double-crossed each other, and they're all dead," Uncle Liu said. "What?" Qian Hongyun was terrified and practically scrambled over. She glanced at the corpses on the ground and saw that their faces were obscured. He disregarded everything else and rushed into the ravine. "Hey kid, don't be in such a hurry, watch out for an ambush," Uncle Liu shouted in a low voice. Seeing that Qian Hongyun didn't stop, he had no choice but to lead his men over. Qian Hongyun staggered to the corpses and frantically examined them. When he saw several corpses that he didn't recognize, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the pillar is all right. Uncle Liu noticed something was wrong and walked over, looking at Qian Hongyun suspiciously. "What's wrong with you? You seemed very worried just now." "Of course I'm worried. If I could capture them alive, my contribution would be even greater. Now that they're dead, I'll be at a huge disadvantage." Qian Hongyun reacted quickly and pretended to be dejected. Uncle Liu remained silent, only staring intently at Qian Hongyun. Qian Hongyun just kept her head down, feeling dejected, without any other emotion. "Humph, that's for the best." Uncle Liu walked away with a cold face. Qian Hongyun breathed a sigh of relief when he went to check the grain and the money on the ground. Soon, the police finished searching the area and confirmed that there were no ambushes or escapees before returning to collect the food and money. "These grains and money are all smuggled goods. Let us take them back first, is that all right?" Uncle Liu asked Qian Hongyun. "No problem, absolutely no problem," Qian Hongyun agreed, but then leaned closer and whispered, "But you have to leave some for our Commerce Bureau." "Keep it? That's filth, it all has to be handed over to the National Treasury." Uncle Liu blared. "Besides, if you leave the grain, how will you get credit from the higher UPS? You're so old, still a fool." Qian Hongyun nodded repeatedly in agreement. Uncle Liu is really amazing. There's so much I need to learn from him. Uncle Liu left with the people and the stolen goods. Qian Hongyun glanced at the mountain hollow and followed. The next day, Liu Erzhu rode his motorcycle leisurely into the city. He had spent the night in a small wooden cabin. The wooden house was made by him collecting wood from the mountain and storing it in his space. It's exquisite and beautiful, safe and comfortable, and they even made a heated kang, traditional Chinese bed, inside, which is very warm. Moreover, when leaving, Liu Erzhu can easily store the wooden house into his spatial storage. He rode his motorcycle to the Commerce Bureau. Qian Hongyun was already getting impatient in her office, pacing back and forth and checking the door every now and then. Finally, Liu Erzhu's voice came from outside the door. Qian Hongyun excitedly ran over, opened the door, glanced at Liu Erzhu to make sure he wasn't injured, and then breathed a sigh of relief. You little rascal, you scared me to death. Liu Erzhu first brought the people into the office and closed the door before saying, those buyers you brought over last night are out of their minds, trying to double-cross us. I specifically chose to spread the news among some timid local thugs, thinking that these people wouldn't dare to cause trouble, and if they were caught, it would be easy to frame them. I never expected that those guys, though cowardly, would be so greedy for money. Thank goodness you're all right, otherwise I would have regretted it to death. Qian Hongyun looked terrified. His original plan with Liu Erzhu was to pretend to sell the grain, and then Qian Hongyun would lead people to arrest them. Crashing a 3,000 jin grain deal is a huge achievement. If his father works hard behind the scenes, he'll definitely get promoted. For safety, he also hired some local thugs to deliberately spread the word, tempting them to buy grain and become the scapegoat for Liu Erzhu. But to my surprise, those guys actually wanted to double-cross us. Fortunately, Liu Erzhu was shrewd enough to turn the tables and even staged the scene to look like the four of them had been double-crossed. The police now believe that the four of them are the buyer and seller, so they will not investigate further. The plan has succeeded. Qian Hongyun didn't let Liu Erzhu suffer any loss either, and took out 3,000 yuan that she had prepared in advance and handed it over. This is for grain. I can't let you pay for my promotion. Liu Erzhu didn't stand on ceremony. He knew that Qian Hongyun was involved in the black market and couldn't possibly be short of money. However, when he took the money, he could clearly see that Qian Hongyun was somewhat distressed. It seems that this money has been a significant blow to Qian Hongyun. Brother Qian, is it worth it? Liu Erzhu waved the money in his hand. 3,000 yuan for a deputy director position? You couldn't even bribe that much, could you? Can a position obtained through bribery be as stable as one promoted based on merit? Besides, this merit can't be used only once. It's a glorious achievement in my entire political career. Until I retire, this achievement will be very useful. Even if I commit a crime, this achievement can help me reduce my sentence. Do you believe me? Qian Hongyun's face was full of smiles. Liu Erzhu didn't understand officialdom very well, and he never expected that 3,000 caddies of grain would be so effective. If it were 30,000 jin, forget it, that's just asking for trouble. 3,000 caddies of grain is a lot, but the authorities are still managing to keep things under control. If 30,000 jin of grain were to flow into the market, the authorities would definitely investigate the source of the grain like crazy, and Qian Hongyun and I might end up in trouble. Well, brother Qian, I'm going home now. I haven't been back for several days, my parents must be worried, Liu Erzhu said with a smile. Okay, wait a minute. Qian Hongyun suddenly realized and pulled out a ticket from her pocket. A new batch of Arctic Ocean soda arrived at Curry. I reported 10 cases of loss. Go and pick them up. Okay. Liu Erzhu knew this was Qian Hongyun's good intention, so he didn't refuse, lest he upset him. Qian Hongyun was indeed pleased that her gift delivery was successful. Just then, someone outside called him to go to a meeting. Both of them knew that this was definitely going to be about what happened last night. Looking at Qian Hongyun, whose joy was barely contained, Liu Erzhu cupped his hands and said, then I'll congratulate Director Qian in advance. Ha ha ha, deputy. Qian Hongyun laughed from ear to ear. It's only a matter of time before I become a full-fledged employee, Liu Erzhu said with a smile as he took his leave. Qian Hongyun tidied her appearance and then strode towards the hall. Liu Erzhu went to the warehouse, took 10 cases of soda, and loaded them onto his motorcycle. He first left 2 boxes at his elder brother's house, and then left 2 boxes at his master's house. Then he took the remaining soda and left the county town, heading straight for Liuyutun. When he returned to Liuyutun, he was overjoyed to go home, only to find that there were many red bricks outside his house, and some of the able-bodied men in the village were building houses there. His own mother and Chunner were enthusiastically serving water to these people. The motorcycle was very loud, and the noise drew the attention of everyone, from the construction workers to the people chatting nearby. When the whole village saw Liu Erzhu returning in a dashing manner, wearing aviator sunglasses, riding a motorcycle, and sporting a mink coat, they were all in an uproar. Good heavens, Zhu Ziyi actually rode a motorcycle. He used to always bring back a truck to help with moving. People were envious, but they knew the truck was there to help. But now, Liu Erzhu has returned on his motorcycle. Does that mean the motorcycle is his? In no time, a huge crowd gathered around, circling the motorcycle like donkeys pulling a millstone. Niu Honghua immediately pulled Chunner over and stood at the front of the crowd, looking at Liu Erzhu with surprise. Zuzi, you're back. What's going on with this motorcycle? Liu Erzhu took off his sunglasses and laughed. The Commerce Bureau provided them. They said that after our village sets up a supply and marketing cooperative, it will be convenient for me to transport goods. I'll just keep them at our house from now on. The crowd erupted in uproar. Zhu Ziyi is really promising. He's only a teenager and he's already riding a motorcycle. I'm 40 and I still haven't ridden a bicycle. Who says otherwise? No wonder you've been to school. I also want to send my child to study in the county town. Give me a break, do you even have money? Sigh, if only there were a school in the village. I think Zhu Ziyi is getting on in years and it's time for him to get married. My daughter is the same age as him, maybe we can set them up. Give me a break. Your daughter isn't pretty. My daughter is much better. People were talking about it, their admiration for Liu Erzhu turning into what looked like a large-scale matchmaking event. Liu Erzhu quickly stopped this bad trend and shouted to the people, I still need to go find Uncle Hai. Please make way so I can park my motorcycle at home first. People stepped back, making way for a narrow path. Liu Erzhu rode his motorcycle slowly, mainly because he was afraid of hitting someone. As people watched him walk, they followed him step by step, occasionally exclaiming in amazement at how loud the motorcycle was, saying it was definitely a good car. It's fair to say that during this period, everyone was a wildfire kid who just loved the loud sound of motorcycles. The sound of the engine spinning freely while twisting the throttle is especially likely to elicit excited shouts from the crowd. Liu Erzhu finally breathed a sigh of relief after putting the motorcycle home. Liu Honghua hurriedly went inside, but Chun'er was faster. She quickly took out a basin, filled it with water, and then started wiping the car with a rag. Liu Erzhu had been riding it for so long that the bike was already dirty. This time, Liu Honghua didn't let Chun'er do it herself, mainly because she also wanted to get up close to the big motorcycle. Touching the sturdy iron lump, Liu Honghua was extremely excited, her face full of pride, and she didn't feel tired at all from wiping the car. When Liu Erzhu saw the two women wiping the car, he knew he couldn't stop them, so he simply let them do their work. He looked at his father, who was walking out with a cane, and went up to give him a checkup. After confirming that the recovery was going well, he gave the child another acupuncture treatment before asking, Dad, who's building a house next door? The county built it for you, saying they were going to set up a supply and marketing cooperative, so you needed a better house, Liu Fuxian explained. Liu Erzhu suddenly realized that Qi and Hongyun must have heard about his plan to build a house and specially used the name of the Commerce Bureau to help him, although the house belonged to the Commerce Bureau after it was built. But later, Liu Erzhu could find a way to get the ownership of the house back from the Commerce Bureau. Looking at Liu Erzhu, who was deep in thought, Liu Fuxian reminded him, if you're free in a couple of days, get some medicine from the county. A couple of days ago, a child in the village had a fever and couldn't find you. He had to run to the commune in the middle of the night to find a doctor. Liu Erzhu nodded repeatedly, then shouted to the onlookers outside the door, from now on, I will stay in the village for a long time and will not go out to wander around easily. Anyone who needs medical treatment can come to me. These words drew another round of praise from the people. Just as everyone was enjoying themselves, Liu Hai arrived after hearing the news. He squeezed through the crowd and saw the big motorcycle, his face full of envy. You've really struck it rich, kid. That motorcycle is so cool. What kind of talk is that? I didn't buy it, the Commerce Bureau provided it, Liu Erzhu quickly explained. That's because you're capable, otherwise why would they pair you up? You don't need to be modest about that. Liu Hai winked at Liu Erzhu. He didn't want Liu Erzhu to be too modest, sometimes he should boast about his abilities so that people wouldn't speculate about the origins of Liu Erzhu's things. Liu Erzhu understood Liu Hai's meaning and immediately said, well, it's not that I'm particularly capable. It's just that I came up with a plan to help the village get rich, which made the county very satisfied. By the way, Uncle Hai, get a car and follow me. I've got someone bring the shredder over and put it at the village entrance, Liu Erzhu urged.